right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another day of the Chinese qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota and the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, you've been having a few issues this morning. Electricity companies deciding to do maintenance 9 a.m. in the morning. Very, very upsetting for you. I made the comment, John, you don't need lights. The sun's out, Jonathan. That's why they're doing maintenance during working hours. But luckily, you're back in time. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. Everything came back just in time because we've got some great Dota lined up today. A lot of good matches. Starting off with 2 elimination matches today. So again, we're digging through. We're cutting down the teams that can potentially go to TI. We're almost at that final set of 3 teams, with 2 going to the last chance qualifiers and 1, of course, qualifying directly to the group stage. So we're almost there. And there's still a lot of great teams left in China, of course. That's why a lot of people eye the Chinese qualifiers and think that this is the most competitive one. This is the tightest one because there's so many good teams that could potentially make it.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very hyped day, of course. Got the lower bracket on today. I believe we've even got the upper bracket final on today. A lot of things happening. I believe we do have a set of tournament rules we can look at as well. Just for a refresher, Jonathan, because I have a terrible memory, so could have a look at that very, very soon and see exactly what's going on. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, very, very hyped day. A lot of lower bracket games, upper bracket final. What else? What more could you ask for?
Yeah, there's just a lot of great Dota left. I think this match that we're gonna be coming out on first, which is CDEC versus VG, is gonna be an interesting one because these are 2, as orgs, they're sort of powerhouses, but they haven't faced each other very recently at all. I think the TPC format made it pretty hard for them to go head to head, so we haven't seen this matchup in quite a while, and should be interesting to see just how both sides kind of fare against each other at that point. So
Yeah.
gonna be keen to see that. I think this is a fairly close matchup as well. Although again, CDC's had roster changes, VG's had major roster changes as well since the last time they faced off, and that can make things a little bit spicy. So I'm keen to see
Yeah.
what happens.
Absolutely. Of course, John, we do have a bit of time. The game one has not started yet, so we do have a bit of time to, just to talk. Of course, wanted to bring up something, Jonathan. I was on Reddit yesterday. Obviously, you and I, we get very excited about the coaches of both teams, and I believe yesterday it was CDEC, our favorite coach right now from CDEC. He wasn't
Oh,
too happy
yes.
last night because someone made the comment saying it was disappointing on Reddit that we didn't know who Blink was on the other team, and that was a bit upsetting. Of course, we know who Blink is. Legendary Wings Gaming. The man just came out of nowhere, won TI, and then naturally didn't have a chance to win again, sadly. But of course we knew who it was, Jonathan. We're just playing around. We're doing a gag. Speaking of that coach though from CDEC, he's going to be back up today. Can't wait to see
Oh
his
boy.
face very, very soon and see what he's got to say about his players and whether the cat is are going to be back. As well as that, Jonathan, got to give a shout out to one of the boys, of course, Adrian Paul, Xtremes01 on Twitter. He asked us to talk about predictions as the game starts. Naturally, we will do so because somebody asked, John. So you and I will go through the predictions as game one does get underway. Spoiler, though, or rather just warning to anyone, don't follow what we say in predictions. If you want your battle points, go your own way or just go the complete opposite way. We're complete idiots. Definitely don't follow what we're saying, especially if you're betting money.
Yeah, that one, definitely just look at the bets. You look at the odds yourself and make that choice yourself.
Yeah.
For the battle pass predictions, I have a decent enough swing rate. Yesterday was a pretty bad day.
Oh.
I think the best I had was like 50%. I
Oh.
believe I've had 75% right. 3 out of 4 for the first 2 days, but it's been kind of
Humble brag.
off
Humble
yesterday.
brag.
So,
Mm.
it's just about eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one looks good.
Mm.
It's just like, yeah,
Yeah.
that looks nice. I'm gonna pick that one. But yeah, it
Oh,
should be. It's like 50-50 because it always changes per match, like the prediction you have to
Oh.
make. So it's like I'm not sure because I haven't been thinking about this aspect. As we can go through the format just a little bit before we ramble on here. Of course, 2 seeds. Seeded in double elimination. I mean, a grand finals best of 5. Everything else is best of 3. So we've got best of 3s lined up today. Second and third place still go into the last chance. First place qualifies directly to TI. So again, you would want to be that number 1 team. We have seen a couple of teams already kind of run through this format. And again, just thinking about it again, RNG is in that upper bracket finals. if they manage to get that 2-0, well, I'm not sure if they make it to TI because of how it all works out, and we can see that journey on the bracket coming up right now, or very very shortly here with the bracket. But remember, in the other regions, you'd see the same run RNG had. Upper bracket, winners bracket first, literally first bracket in the graphic, 2-0. 2-0 in the winners bracket round 2, winners bracket final. This kind of team tends to 2-0 as well, though up against Extreme. Should be a close one. And then grand finals coming to get 0-3. So I want to see any of these teams break that record. I want to see RNG break that curse, because it just feels so cursed. It's 2 regions in a row. I don't want to see that again. I think a lot of people have their hopes pinned on RNG, although, again, you can't count out any of the teams left here. But it's just very cursed, Mike. If they 2-0 here, I would say, you better hope that curse breaks by grand finals day, because, well, it can be tough.
Oh, you keep saying RNG's got it. Like Extreme Gaming, John, they put on a hell of a performance in these previous 2 series too in the upper bracket, didn't they? I mean, they looked really strong.
Yeah, they definitely did. I'm just saying, if the pattern holds up and they find that 2-0, when it comes to grand finals, they've got to watch their back. Still, we can take a look at our schedule right here for today as well. We've got, I believe, 4 series lined up for all of you to watch. And again, starting off with CDEC up against VG Gaming, followed by Ares up against IG, and then RNG versus XG, and of course, the next phase of the lower bracket, which will be determined by the winners of the next 2 series. So, still have to see which one comes out at the end of the day. But again, a lot of action-packed Dota, and hopefully a lot of 3-game series here, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to get this day underway. Excuse me. Again, it's going to be a very hyped day. Can't wait to see it. And of course, I believe we are going to have our draft underway very, very soon. So can't wait to see how this gets started. And well, again, John, my favorite coach right now on the side of CDEC. I can't wait to see the man. I just want to see him smile. You know what I mean? You ever met a guy that just... He's been through some stuff. You see it in his eyes. He's just had a hard day, and you just want to. As a married man, sometimes you just want to see someone smile, John. And as a married man, you don't get to see it very often. So maybe this will be the time I get to see somebody smile here. As we are going to get this draft underway. Bans, of course, coming in. John, is there a favorite between CDEC and VG Gaming? Do you think there's an underdog versus a favorite matchup here?
I'd say it's fairly close.
There he is.
Blink is still very intensely focused on this draft. He's still very, very much into it.
Well, that's I don't know the name of this one. He doesn't have an in-game name, actually. I don't think. I could try to look up his real name, but I don't think he'd want that. But that's my favorite. Cat ears are back, by the way, Jonathan. Cat ears are indeed back. So happy days. And guess what else is back, John? One of your favorite heroes being picked up. It's the Undying.
It's been in a really good spot. You've become an Undying appreciator as well. With the Decay, of course, it just feels really good to spam that out. With a PA, this is an actual very interesting combination here. A very interesting combination coming out from Vici. You can soften up a target, and PA can just kind of burst it down. So you can kind of just run and go with that. Tiny and Enigma here for CDEC. It's pretty interesting. It's more than likely that is your offlane duo. You might be able to flex this around as, say, Enigma 4, Tiny mid. Maybe a rare circumstance of an Enigma 5, Tiny 4, or Tiny mid as well. Like, there is some flexibility here for CDEC to play with. I'm just kind of keen if Vici are the kind of team to really focus in on that Enigma, because you can see CDEC is protecting it. They're taking away the Rubik. They might take away anything else that can just instantly disable that black hole or turn it against them. And for Vici's part, it can be annoying in the laning phase to deal with, especially if it's, say, an offlane Enigma up against a PA. I mean, PA can still kind of farm, but you've got range, you've got the Malefice to threaten with. AoE clear isn't particularly amazing for Vici as well, so they're going to have to, wait until the Battle Fury's up before clearing out there.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I did find a name, Don. Apparently this man's name's Shi Yuan. I'm probably pronouncing that terribly wrong, so apologies for that, but, well, there you go. My favorite. Doesn't look very happy today, but at least the guy behind him does. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, well, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Sunvi. Maybe with a little bit more life in him, because Sunvi has this dead look as well, but not as lively. Except for that time in Genting, where Armel was going to play the 1v1. Surprisingly, that's the most hyped up Sunvi has been in his entire life. So, there we go. We have the lovely cat ear headphones. Very relaxed in them. Fits the white chair very nicely. So
I love the glasses as well. Where did that style come from? The circular glasses? The ones that, you see all the young men wearing these days? Very nice. Very nice styles.
I believe it came from the early 20s, Mike, and it's just a carryover now. Retro fashion. Right? You used to have those big circular glasses back in the day, maybe a little bit smaller, but, it comes and goes. I think I've seen a lot. That looks like an Owndays, but I have never owned any Owndays glasses, but that does look something in the vein of maybe some of that Japanese styling or, East Asian branding.
Whoa!
Which is something that's been on the up and up.
Well, hold on a minute. They've both got the same glasses here now. There you go. Just, making sure they have the same vision. Very, very good to see. Final ban out to come here from CDEC before we can continue with these drafts. John, how do you feel about, like, a second pick PA? It feels a bit aggressive, doesn't it? What are you laughing at? Just switching over between the two?
Yeah, we're switching over. We're checking those glasses out. They do look the same. Maybe it's like a team glasses policy. You got to have the same ones. Got to be in uniform. Although apparently not in your jerseys today, which maybe is upsetting Coach Shihuan as well. He's got the shirt move again, Mike. We talked about this yesterday, right?
Classic
shirt on mount move.
He'll let it go. He's looking calmer today, that's for sure. That guy does not have the same glasses, so that's a little bit upsetting here. The team cohesion now completely ruined. And of course, our main man, our coach Shi Yuan here, also does not have the same glasses, though to be fair, he is the coach, John. He doesn't need to.
Yeah. Nah, he doesn't need to. He's the guy in command. He's the guy, training these guys up to be on the next level. So, of course, he's got to stand out a little bit. Going back to your question there about the PA opening, it is really aggressive. It leads you really susceptible to a lot of picks left here. Like, Alina faces off against PA really well. I think we saw that earlier on in the qualifiers where Aster Aries managed to win, but definitely not off the back of that PA. That is off the back of, that's really off the back of Ponlo. But a core-to-core matchup for, say, PA versus Alina from the mid is still one way to go.
We've got an agent here, John. Look at that. Look at that, Jonathan.
Oh.
We've got two agents here. Wait a minute. Who's who? Like these glasses, Jonathan. Everyone's got them. Everyone's got them, Johnny. Even I want them now.
You don't even wear glasses, you crazy
I know, but I want
guy.
them.
Yeah, fair enough. You sit in front of a PC long enough, you're gonna need some protection anyway for your eyes. But not everyone's quite using it. It is the vast majority though so far. Very good to see carrying a common style choice amongst their players. If you do see the rest of the draft come out, Pangolier coming out from VG, CDEC of course with a Phoenix. I like the Phoenix answer here from CDEC. It's very annoying for the PA, especially if you run, say, you could run, you're not going to run the Enigma and Phoenix lane. You're definitely going to want the Tiny on the 4, but now in the line, the Fire Spirits really annoy the PA. You don't get enough attack speed even with Phantom Strike to kind of compensate for that. So the burst window is kind of down. You can see VG straight into the Snapfire to have a counter pick to the Phoenix. So they can kind of burst down the egg there. At the least, it's not going to be a massive issue in the middle of the team fights, although egg protected by black hole is still a thing. And it's one of those things we haven't talked about in a long time, Mike. That combination of supernova and black hole. It's always nice to see the astrophysics kind of connect. I do believe the black hole would absorb the supernova as well in an actual scenario, but I don't think that's something that we've observed yet.
Yeah, I suppose so. The sun would be absorbed by a black hole. I believe you are correct. The astrophysics there are definitely accurate, Jonathan. Well done. As we can see, our top left member of CDEC has left the building once again. So
once more, yes.
Once more, we're having issues once again here. Just not interested in hearing whatever they have to say here on the side of CDEC. Bans are coming in as well for the final phase. John, how do you feel about these drafts? I mean, all jokes aside, CDEC, I don't know, I feel like I've got more faith in their draft, but at the same time, it does feel just a slight bit grittier with the Enigma pickup. The thing that I have doubts about for VG Gaming is the PA second pick. Like, I just feel like it was so early. But then again, do you have the counters to it? Like, you chose TA into the PA, so is that the counter? Is that what you want to play? You know, is it just outpacing the side of Vici that you're trying to do here, John?
I think the TA into PA is actually decent. It's not like high magical burst, just ignore all for evasion. I feel like Alina is still a better answer overall. But the TA still has a good time. Your refraction, it's something that the entire team will have to try to melt, although with a Pangolier, you have some way of helping the PA kind of clear out. But if the PA does just decide to prioritize you ASAP with no one else around, TA still has a pretty good window to kind of survive through. I am keen to see how CDEC closes out for the safe lane matchup. I think, again, you still have a lot of room there up against PA. It does feel like for VG, their lineup is much more tempo-based. As you mentioned, they want to play fast. They want to just clump up, force these team fights. They've got the kisses. They've got the roll. They've got the tombstone with no real fast clear for the tombstone either. It's like a back and forth. You've got the egg out from CDEC that needs to be right-click down. And you have the tombstone from VG that's also going to provide similar sorts of area denial, although not to as great of an extent. For CDEC, I'd say I feel like I've been saying Terrorblade so much, but Terrorblade's still a pretty viable option for QAQ if he wants that. We've seen a lot more Troll as well. If you do go Troll in this game, you've got to match the Battle Fury tempo of the PA and then kind of just get some protection, and you will need an MKB. So it does feel like if you go for these heavier farming cores that go for the right click, it does take a little bit more build up to kind of counteract that PA, because you do have some magic damage on hand, right? Like Black Hole, it's nice, Midnight Pulse is great, Sunray's great, along with the Fire Spirits, but a few of those are ults. Your Tiny is likely support now, so it's not like you're going to have the best timing on Avalanche Toss plus Blink levels, or Avalanche Toss levels plus a Blink. You can take a little bit more for that. And for Vici right now, I mean, they do see the TA, and they're going to have to pick what seems to be their off lane, semi-blind, or pick a mid lane matchup up against a TA, assuming a TA mid, and kind of shift the Pango off lane, which you can still get done here.
Well, they're going to go down the Viper route, so I guess even if you're not going to have the lane matchup, the Viper's still going to be annoying throughout the game towards said TA. Definitely going to be very annoying to have to play against. In fact, Viper in this kind of game does very well against everyone on the side of CDEC. If you really look at the draft, John, like everyone kind of struggles against this style of hero. It's a very strong pickup from Vici. In fact, I'm kind of surprised it was left to go through. I wonder, like, this should be a Viper mid, but I guess you could throw the Pango mid as well, just throw the Viper off lane. It could even be one of those game ones, John, where you just see the mid and off lane constantly switching to try and get the lane matchup they want. And I think if you're CDEC, you really, really don't want to have to lane against Viper as this TA. Especially considering you don't have the side camp in the mid lane anymore. So you don't have that to go back to if your lane's really suffering.
Yeah, there you go. That's the answer. The Wind Ranger mid coming out here for CDEC. I don't mind that at all. QAQ taking the TA for himself. BAB does take the Viper though. Viper doesn't actually like hitting the Wind Ranger. Wind Run is pretty annoying for the Viper. You don't want to build into an MKB for the most part in the early game, so that is something that can annoy you. Although 7E is going to be laning against XM at this point, laning against the Pangolier, it looks like, coming out from the side of VG. So it's pretty playable for both sides. I'd say the Pangolier might have a better time. You don't mind the nuisance that is Wind Ranger all too much, although there are still some good Wind Run moments for 7E to play around. I think in the end, QAQ is still going to have to deal with his Viper lane, right? Like, BAB is on the off lane. You try to shift out the TA from mid to safe. The Viper goes off lane anyway. It's going to be a pretty tough time for QAQ.
Yeah, it should be a rather tough time here for QAQ, John. I do like where Vici's gone, and I do really think that the Viper last pick is just really fantastic. The only issue being, like, you don't have the greatest ways of cancelling Black Hole, so once you have a BKB up on this Enigma, there's really nothing to get in the way of that, so you've got that kind of advantage. It should be a very interesting game one. Again, either team's going home today, Jonathan. It's not going to be great news for one of these teams, and for the other, they'll be able to make it through the lower bracket once again for the next round. John, looking at both these drafts, do you have an outright? Why are you laughing, John? What have you seen this time?
I just see the predictions pop out, and some of them are just so hard to predict. Last player to be killed. How would you know when they decide to call GG? Sometimes they GG out, and a support runs up and dies anyway. It's
Well,
like
who is it, John?
very hard to guess that. I don't know. Last player to be killed. I want to say you saved the best for last. You're probably just gonna kill. Well, maybe not best for last, but you're probably just gonna kill. I
Wait.
don't know. I feel like Yang dies last before it GG's
is it-
out for either side.
Is it last player to be killed before the game ends, or last player to be
Yes.
killed out of the 10 players?
No. No,
What?
no. Before the game ends.
Oh,
Like literally last player to be killed, right? Like so in the context of just that standalone statement, that should be in the context of this game as a whole. So
are you
I believe
sure?
that should be.
30 seconds to battle.
You know what? I don't know. Just pick whatever you want. I have no clue. I don't know anymore. I would assume common sense would dictate last player to be killed. Okay. As a blank statement, that sounds like the last player to be killed in the game before it ends. But I guess some people could interpret it as last player out of the 10 players
Well, you've got
to be killed. If someone, yeah, you could read it either way, I guess.
Joe, you've got 7 seconds. What's the other answers? Quick, 5 seconds.
I don't even have enough time. You held me up in that one. It's just gonna lock in with nothing. Thank you, Mike. I've got nothing.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh. Sorry, John. Oh, it was a legitimate question, though. It was a legitimate question. As a native English speaker, John, it can mean either thing.
And
Oh.
I suppose I'm just trying without context in that verbal cue. Last player to be killed. It's just literally last player killed, and then the game ends, right? So I think this will update every time someone dies until GG's called. That sounds again logical. And we're going away from English here, looking at mid. You've got XM up against QAQ again. This is also not an easy time for QAQ. They do shift QAQ onto the mid. I believe we've seen this from him before when he was trying to play Lina, I think, at one game, or that might have been a different team. Still, QAQ up against XM. It does feel pretty alright for the Pangolier. It's actually not that bad. You can clear through Refraction, you can poke with Swash. QAQ is going to have to work some creative angles for the side blades. If XM can gap close and get the shield crash off, well, he's going to be even just slightly more durable. And going back to what you said, without the small camps, the TA does feel like it goes a lot slower.
Lane 7E, he's not having a good time right now on that Wind Ranger. He's going to Fairy Fire up, but is still going to drop. That's the thing, you go for Power Shot level 1, fair enough, you want to secure that range creep. Problem is, you don't have the Wind Run, so BAB is just going to have his way with you. And I think you've got to be very cautious, the Wind Ranger, to come back to the lane now. Still need a couple creeps to be able to hit that level 2 mark. BAB, he might be able to get aggressive here with Frisk. They do hit level 2 on the Snapfire, so you do have Cookie up. 7E, is he going to be alright? Positioning's pretty good. Looks like he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he does opt for that. It does give that window out for VG to get aggressive, and BAB does find a very, very nice kill for themselves down bot, and of course Frisk does take it in the end. Down the line, this duo of Wind Ranger and Phoenix can get nice and aggressive once you do have the value point in the shackles. If you lock someone down, you can just bombard them with Fire Spirits, dive in, and kind of just get some good DOT. You don't have the best counter control on the side of VG outside of Cookie. So there's a lot of play there for the side of CDC, but it will take some levels. And just, it kind of takes some time to ramp up, which Viper does enjoy playing against.
Of course, that top lane's the one last lane we haven't really talked about yet. Erika and Yang going to be up against the Enigma and Imitator, of course. This lane, John, it does feel a little bit rough, even as the Enigma. Like, sure, you're going to be able to deny creeps very easily with the Eidolons, but against the Undying, you're not really going to be able to get too close, and it feels like Eric is going to have a pretty free lane for himself.
Yeah, he just gets to stand back. If things do get dicey, just go in with the dagger. And he's kind of just weaving the lane right. Every single time you go for this pull play on the Enigma and just kind of drag creep wave back, you're just giving ample opportunity for the PA to stand, for Erica to stand back with a stifling dagger. So you're not able to really harass back. The Tiny does take levels to really get aggressive as well. And with what we've talked about with the Undying, every time you do try to gap close anyway, you're going to be losing a lot of strength, opening up some potential for a turnaround with the early Tombstone up on Yang. So Imitator's just gonna have to play it slowly. And this is a fairly greedy lane. Good toss back though. But no real
it's a-
follow through yet.
Yeah, it's a toss back. Yang, he's going to walk away. Tombstone is up. Decay is there. Yang still not dropping Tombstone. Now Will, an Imitator has gone too far. He'll be gone here, I think. Erica will just chase him down and take him out. It's always the risk. Even the Enigma now. Oh, the zombies are still going. Erica, he'll chase him down. He has another dagger out, but he won't dive the T1. He's not going to risk it. Maleficus was up. It was a risk for the PA to make it. Erica, he'll be more than happy to sit in the lane and just keep farming. And that is exactly what he'll do. And sadly, with the toss back, again, on Undying, it's a risk.
Yeah, he can just easily turn back. He's got a lot of HP. He is down to 1 mango on Yang. There's not many spells left to play with, and that should be a little bit of an opening for Imitator until a reset or further region comes out. Already a strong start for VG, though. It's starting to really build up. 0-2, less than 1k lead, but that kind of early aggression for both the safe and off lane is huge. Like, the PA gets a bit of a faster timing into the corrosion, into the boots, into the battle fury potentially, and that doesn't feel great. The lane down bot for 7E is still fairly rough, and your uptime on Windrun isn't the best without investment too.
Bot lane, it's so rough. Icarus dive was up, he doesn't use it. Now 7E, he's gonna try and trade. I don't think you can with the Viper, even with Windrun up. He'll back off. Frisk is around the corner looking for a Scatterblast as well. 7E, he cops that Scatterblast, he's dead. Frisk, he's having a look around. 7E doing the smart thing and just holding by the T1, but now that Observer Ward's still giving vision for Frisk. He's walking in, Salve is there, but oh, he's barely going to be able to survive. Nice Salve cancellation though. 100 gold down the drain here for 7E.
Yeah, this lane is just kind of done. 7E's going to wind run back, try to reset, give some EXP to Undyne, but BAB's going to have a really free time. Already has the earn up, using the charges on that Wind Ranger the entire time. And you have no play to stop it, like really. I mean, again, eventually if you did have the value point in Shackle Shot, that's a lane you could play, but that means you're not leveling up Wind Run, which means you don't survive the lane anyway.
Very true. I had a thought as well, John. A bit of a stupid question here for you. Undying versus Enigma. Do you feel like Undying's somewhat of a counter Enigma during the laning stage, considering like Decay does double the damage to the Eidolons? I realize at level 1 it does 0 damage now, but Yang has leveled it up to level 2. What do you think about that? Like, is Enigma kind of good against, or rather Undying good against Enigma now in lane? Like, hold that thought, because bot lane, speaking of Undying, he's going to die here down to the bot lane of the Phoenix. But back to the question, John, what are you thinking?
In a way it is. You don't really want to expend your decay on clearing out Eidolons. I'd say it's more of, say, value that you get from the Soul Rip. It actually feels really good. You're going to get a lot of burst healing out, especially as the levels go up in that, because you're always going to have a good amount of Eidolons around. So you have a good nuke on hand. I think you might actually want to leave the Eidolons alive just to get that heal or burst down on a hero.
Right. That's fair. Currently 0-4 right now, John. Vici Gaming. Well and truly in the lead. Only real positive right now for CDEC is the fact that this TA is having a pretty decent time in terms of net worth. Bottom lane again, 7E, just dropping so darn low. The early earn timing as well, just making it very hard for this Wind Ranger as Frisk. Scatterblast up in 3, he's not going to catch the Wind Ranger this time. Though 7E is underneath another Observer Ward. Frisk, he's doing a great job with these wards. Looking for a Scatterblast, waiting for the salve, I think. Undyne's got one, doesn't want to pop it. In fact, never mind, it's actually the Wind Ranger who's going to try and run and Frisk. Not going to be able to find it. 7E, he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, top lane, Yang is going to find Imitator.
Yeah, they just managed to really run down this lane very well. XM gets a rotation out, gets a good roll. They're still trying down bot though.
They're going to try. Frisk, he's still going to turn around. Cookie's going to land. Scatterblast connects. You get the snap by it, but it's going to cost your life. It's not a good trade for CDEC, not whatsoever. Meanwhile, top lane, another fight to break out as now the Enigma being chased down. Soul Rip is there by Yang. Avalanche, however, Imitator going to try and turn this one around. This is onto the Pango, but XM still finds the kill, but he gives his own life away this time. So not a bad trade up at top lane for CDEC, but this bottom lane's a complete disaster.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And killing off XM is pretty nice. You did want to kind of slow down the Pango, counteract his effective rotations. It is giving QAQ some necessary build-up as well to be around for some of these kills. But they don't really have the room to, say, stack up massively for this TA. And even if they did, already some preemptive wards that came out from Yang to at least block the Ancient. So you're getting the start you want from VG. You're kind of dictating what happens in this game. You're the one forcing all the movements out. You've got some really good deep wards outside of just that one behind the tier 1 bot, which Undyne will fall to once more. But you've already got the early triangle ward. So you know exactly where QAQ's farming. You just have so much control on the map, even without taking any of these towers. CDEC has to get their own vision game in check. Like, they've got to be able to figure out whenever VG comes in, like an early Radiant jungle ward would help massively for CDEC in avoiding some of this movement here.
You see the smile there on BAB. He's having a very fun time right now. I mean, he's playing Viper, John. I don't know if he should really be smiling about that, but there he is. Look at that. There's a casual smirk on his face at the moment. He's happy.
Yeah, something about Viper players, man. They just
Sickening.
enjoy playing these sickening, hard to deal with heroes. And for props to him, he's having a great time. A bit of an opening up top for CDEC to kind of shove in that top tier 1. And you have the Eidolon armored around, so doesn't take too much to do that, although.
I could have sworn the projectile didn't connect in time on that regen rune. As 7E now going to find Yang on the Undying. Nice little pick up for the Wind Ranger. Actually has the Javelin up, so even with this terrible kind of laning stage that 7E had, he still has the Javelin, which means he can find solo pickoffs quite easily, especially onto the supports of Vici Gaming. Speaking of Vici, top lane, they've smoked up as 2. Having a look around for this Enigma. See if they can find him. He will show himself in the tree line eventually. There's Eidolons being spawned up. They will go with the Rolling Thunder, and eventually they're going to find him. Bye-bye. That'll be another for XM.
Just handing it over to the Pangolier. Build up into the defusal. Shouldn't take too long for XM to find. Again, a little bit of room coming out for CDEC to play onto mid. They've got the siege creep this time. A lot of poke damage onto that tower. Only really Yang around to kind of try to stall this out. But the damage is being done, and VG isn't really responding in force. Like, they're still gonna get damage a lot. 7E can tank a couple of those tower hits as well, enabling more damage. So a good amount of chip done. And smoke out here.
BAB. Yeah, bot lane, they'll find the Viper. A bit of sweet, sweet revenge here, though. BAB, he's gonna try and turn, but surely doesn't have damage. That's a lot of damage being dealt to QAQ, actually losing half his HP, but it's not quite enough. QAQ, he'll be happy with that kill.
And they are starting to really invest quite well onto that TA. Black hole up top.
Yeah, Frisk, he's going to get caught. They'll take the solo pick off on the Enigma. Very early black hole to be committed, but this early on, John, you'd rather just get it on cooldown and secure a kill if you can. Especially considering the Enigma's had a pretty rough laning stage as well.
Yeah, you're more than happy to just find something. It's not like you're expecting massive black holes at, within the first 15 minutes of game. So you do get some value there. And you are still playing poke at that top tier 1. The response is coming out from VG though. TP's coming out.
You've really worried. Level 7 Yankee. He's got that flesh golem up and will pop it immediately. Toss back into Undyne. He does have egg available right now on that Phoenix, but won't pop it yet. Meanwhile, Erica, he'll make the jump in onto the Enigma. They'll find the tombstone, but that's about all they're going to find. But there's the egg being dropped right now. Can they focus this down in time? It doesn't seem like it. Yang, he will drop. So will BAB. They will find 7E, however, on the Wind Ranger. This Phoenix will keep trying to run, but now XM has shown up with the Rolling Thunder. Scatterblast will slow him down. He will try to hide in that corner, but it's not going to be enough. XM able to take another kill for his team. And a successful team fight, I believe, for the side of Vici Gaming.
And it still works out for them in the end. They find more kills. They sacrifice BAB, but it's a Viper who already has his Dragon Lance and Urn. You don't really mind dying. You can kind of create some space now and start to cop all the attention to enable that PA to survive through in these exchanges. So, more than happy with that. 7-13, 3K lead up for VG. You still have issues finding Q8Q. So, the TA is still actually allowed to farm up and does have really good control on the triangle. I mean, VG had that early vision, but haven't been able to play it off the back of it just that much. And you can see, again, a good toss back. The Tombstone just kind of melts, and they ignore the Eidolons. Like, they do lack the wave clear for that, so eventually all those right clicks did pile up there.
Certainly did. It certainly did, John. There's a great looking team fight midway through for CDEC, but just eventually finding a couple more pickoffs onto the Wind Ranger and, of course, that Phoenix, and suddenly it doesn't look quite as good. Still, I mean, it's 7-13, I believe, in terms of score. 2K net worth lead for the side of Vici Gaming. It's going to be a bit of a smoke up here from 7E, and they will run right into Frisk. Cookie up to the high ground. They've got the vision on the cliff as well. So 7E is able to secure the kill. It does give away that Observer Ward location, but you still love the kill nonetheless for this Wind Ranger.
You're happy enough to just find more pick-offs. You've already got your Maelstrom, so you kind of want to ramp up into that BKB. Is 70?
He gets the purge out. XM has the diffusal blades. 7E. He's gonna try to run. XM. He'll try for Undyne instead, but never mind. Just chucks a U-turn back the other way. It'll be Rolling Thunder on cooldown, and CDC. If they have a smoke, they could try and force one. It looks like they're gonna be forced to try and defend mid lane anyway. But Vici Gaming, considering they don't have that Rolling Thunder, I'm not sure if you really want to take this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough without that AoE control coming out from XM. You do still have to kind of shove back on mid. That mid-tier 1 on VG's end is still looking really unhealthy at 180 HP. A little bit of a shove in 7. You could probably just kind of backdoor through it anyway without a creep wave. So you are opening up the map a lot more in CDC, and you're almost at the point where this TA is ready. This is a very different build from QAQ. He goes for the instant MKB. No blink, no deso, no BKB at all. Just straight into the MKB to deal with a PA. Now that could be one really good way of dealing with Erica early on, and they'll also go into the Roche just with a Demon Edge up. With the Eidolons around, they do some good damage here.
Certainly a great build here from QAQ, just the MKB rush makes enough sense. And that Roshan, I mean, it's going down for free right now. BAB, he's going to deny off his mid-tier 1 tower, and well, Vici Gaming, it seems like they have no idea this is happening. They're going to try and eventually make their way over. Scan was there in the last moments, but it's all too late. CDEC able to take the Aegis. That's going to buy more than enough time now for this TA to finish off that MKB. And right after that, he'll go for the blink. It does feel a little bit greedy not going for the BKB against Viper, I'd say, John, but at the end of the day, it seems like QAQ, he's confident that he doesn't need it right now.
It seems like he just has faith in his team to kind of cop all the spell uses. They try to jump in.
7E is going to drop. Mortimer's Kisses will be enough. That'll be the mid-tier 1 tower now under siege here for Vici Gaming. They should have absolutely no problems taking it down.
Fairly straightforward. And the side of CDEC probably just wanting to wait for some items before really committing. And that MKB we've been talking about is pretty much done on QAQ. And Changyu on the Enigma is going to work into his blink. As you mentioned, once you have that blink BKB on the Enigma, on top of the itemization on QAQ, you're not going to be able to stop Black Hole. And if you just focus in on that PA, it's going to die really fast. You don't have any stats on Erica. Although they are making a move here.
Toss in, Avalanche is there as well. Frisk still Cookie back towards the Tiny, so they find a 1-for-1 and looks like it's Frisk is going to drop. Rolling Thunder, it's not going to allow the Black Hole. Oh, mid-animation. The Rolling Thunder makes it in time from XM.
Oh boy.
Aegis is down as well. BG, though, they want to try and back off as now the Aegis has gone. QAQ going to move back in with 70, back onto BAB. Soul Rip, it's not going to be enough. They'll lose the Viper. It's not the worst team fight for either side, really. In fact, Vici, they might be happy with the fact that the Aegis is now gone.
I think they're very happy. They just need to wait for the next Rolling Thunder to be up. They've got an opportunity to look for the full punishment on QAQ. His MKB is fully done. But it does feel like if Erica never shows up for these early engagements, then the early MKB also doesn't do much, right? Because you really just get that for the PA and no one else. So if Erica just decides to dodge out until he has maybe a few more stats up, maybe a little bit more strength to play with, then the MKB doesn't really present itself as a big value pickup. And the attack speed's nice, the damage is nice, but it's not softening your targets like it would, say, a Desolator would instead, or it's not protecting you like the BKB would, as you also pointed out there, Mike. So it's just a little bit strange. I feel like you could have gotten away with a more typical build-up and just melt these other heroes a lot faster and deal with the PA later on, as Erica's probably just not showing up.
That's a lot of Sunray damage. Yang, he's just getting burnt alive. He will barely survive. That's a max Sunray. Not very fun for the Undying, that's for sure. It's now Vici Gaming grouped up in the mid lane. CDC, they'll still hang around that Radiant jungle. Vici. Trying to have a look around for a fight, it seems. Not able to find a pick-off. Sadly for them as well, there's no mid-tier 1 tower to play around here, so they don't really have an objective in this area. They'll just take over the Radiant jungle once again, maybe get some wards down. 70 does reveal himself with that power shot, but will wind run right towards the south and should be just fine. With that, both teams, I mean, at least CDEC, they look like they're just playing the avoid game for now. I think up until QAQ has this Blink PKB, you really don't want to try and force a fight.
Yeah, same thing goes for the build-up in Chengya. You really want more protection on that Enigma. They are jumping Erica, but...
They are.
Oh.
Avalanche toss is there. Erica is going to drop 7E with a perfect setup. Frisk not able to stop the TPs happening. So both Imitator and 7E able to get out of there. That's a massive pick-off onto the PA.
They get a huge kill. The one kill they really want to find. The progress on Erica is actually slowing down. They're making mass TPs top.
Sam. Rolling Thunder is going to be out. No blink up on QAQ yet. Mortimer's Kisses are going to fly in and they just have the lockdown. No way out for the TA. Just getting caught with his pants down up at that top tier 2 tower, and VG Gaming, I mean, they just lost their PA, but they find the opposing POS 1. It's quite bad news for CDEC. Like, you find a great trade, but then you kind of made it, you even it out for Vici.
Vici are more than happy. I think they understand that keeping this TA away from that Blink BKB timing is going to be key for them to have a bit of a better time. Erica is still trying to work onto that Manta style for a little bit more protection. Almost there, but still needs just that little bit of extra time. I think the next concern is the space Xiangyu is still getting again. You've got the blink up in the Enigma. BKB's not too far off. And after that, you really just have no answers. Until maybe you got a Basher or Abyssal on someone, but that's way off the line for the PA and for our Pangolier. So you have a pretty good window here for CDC to still look for team fights. It's just patience, and they're going to have to wait for those BKBs first. At least QAQs is almost done. Smoke out from Vichito. They're not waiting around here.
Yeah, Vici Gaming, 3-man smoke up. They run towards the south. See what they can find. I mean, it's a long wraparound trying to get through to that Radiant jungle. Problem is, no one's really there from CDEC, and in fact, they might run right into a double damage rune now, CDEC. Eidolons will scout it out. BAB will deny it off instead. Still the wraparound incoming. They're into the Radiant jungle now, Vici Gaming, and they're going to run right into Imitator. There's XM jumping in with the Rolling Thunder now, finding the Tiny, but looking for a bit more. They won't find the Enigma. In fact, TPs are incoming. Undying is here on the Phoenix, but he really can't help out. It's just going to be Imitator to drop. They get everyone else out of there on the side of CDEC. So not the biggest pick-off in the world here for Vici Gaming. Would have much preferred a core to be found out. And at the very least, I suppose they get the information that there is a Blink now available on the Enigma. So you know that, and you can be kind of wary of the Blink Black Hole, but it's about all the added information you get out of this.
Tried to look around for 7E, does TP out in time. They pop the Kisses for that as well. So that is a pretty big spell to kind of bait out from VG's end. Starting that push onto the bot, it shouldn't be too tough, but at the same time they don't have anything like a Desert. They do have at least a little Shredder to help the cause. They are coming in for DD Wall.
Black Hole! Black Hole's committed. It's only on the Undying, though. This is not the greatest Black Hole in the world. Yang's down at the very least, so you won't have to worry about that Undying anymore. But everyone else from Vici are out of there. Very unfortunate for CDEC. That's a big cooldown to expend for a pos 5 Undying. He won't mind dying for that.
No, and that's also the blink reveal coming out here for Changyu. So you show off your blink. You didn't have your BKB, so at least you don't use a charge for that, but it's not the most impactful black hole. That does stop the push, protecting that tier 2 bot, but it's already at 388 HP. They're still clumping around here, though.
They are mid lane. They're going to try and force a fight. Onto this Tiny they'll go. Imitator is gone. Onto the Phoenix now. He'll Icarus dive away, but XM right behind is going to be able to find him. No problem. Anymore. XM, he's still having a look around. Blink forward, trying to find 7E on the Wind Ranger, but he's going to be able to wind run out of there. So Vici Gaming finding 2 for their trouble. They'll be very happy with that. And luckily for them, John, Roshan is up.
Really good timing for them to dip into that pit. Rush number 2 with a free Ag Shard. Could be massive on so many heroes. Erica's might be the bigger one, but a fan of knives and Loki's engagements, just melting down some softer targets and applying a nice break to play with. See who they do hand it over, but they do get that Aegis very, very quickly. BKB now being built up for PA as well, not too far off, right after this Manta style. And with the Manta up, Erica should feel a lot more protected. The side of CDC still grouped up for a fight here, though, it looks like. But Black Hole still on cooldown. Egg still on cooldown as well. Can be a bit rough to just rely on Imitator to get an Avalanche toss back.
VG Gaming feeling very confident now for sure. Erica working on towards his BKB as well on that PA. Going to make him feel a lot safer throughout these team fights. Because you do have a BKB being worked on by this Enigma. We talked about that during the draft phase. You don't really have a great way of cancelling off the Black Hole once the BKB is up throughout this game. Maybe once you have a Basher on Erica or even the Pango. There is one coming out on XM, and I suppose that's what they're going to try and do. Just abuse the Basher / Swashbuckle and try to get the Bash that way. Assuming XM obviously doesn't get caught out. What do you think about it, John?
I mean, they have no other choice. That's really the only way they have of stopping the Black Hole once it's committed on. And again, it's going to take a little bit more for the guaranteed bash, like say in Abyssal. So there is a lot of leeway, a lot of time where the Enigma will feel relatively safe with just the BKB, and even having confidence to just go refresh right after. Like, it's going to be massive once you do have that up. But again, that is time. And that is time where Shangyu isn't really the highest priority for farm. He is above 7E. I think they understand that the Wind Ranger just isn't really the hero you want to hyper invest in. But you are still kind of sinking most of your gold onto that TA, onto QBQ. So it's still a little bit of a juggle trying to work that net worth onto the Enigma's way. VG for their part, I mean, you know, again, the Bashers can come out, the Abyssals can come out. They're still holding on to Aegis for a good amount of time here. It does feel like they need to do more on the map. But
they found BAB. BKB is going to be popped, looking back towards 7E, but that's not going to help his cause. BAB might just drop here and does. Still, the Rolling Thunder is going to find Imitator on that Tiny. QAQ having his refraction burnt out, and now the jump in. Erica right on the Enigma is not going to out Black Hole, but it's going to cost his own life. Aegis down. You have the secondary on the PA. Bash out from XM onto QAQ. He will meld and just blink the hell out of there. Undying, not going to be so lucky, but he has an Icarus knife, so he's fine as QAQ. He went back in. It's going to cost him his own life, though. He's out of mana. Oh. Did not back off. Maybe just trying to help Undying on the Phoenix, but it's not worth the TA's life.
No, definitely not. He had a really good meld blink out and opts to come back in. Tries to play a little bit greedier, looking for more. In fact, speaking of, 7E is still around, but XM kind of misses out in the swash. So doesn't really find the opportunity. Still hanging around the area. The respawns are back up for CDC, so it can be a bit tougher. God damn it, Yang.
Yang started. Here we go.
God. I forgot he was spamming it. Yeah, he was on it yesterday. He was just all over the place with those voice lines.
In top lane, Imitator. He's going to cop a stun with this Rolling Thunder. XM still trying. Imitator is going to blink towards the east. XM still having a look around, is actually going to connect with the swashbuckle, but no bashes fly out. Imitator, he'll go for an avalanche now. Chase is still going. Link is available in 3 seconds, but he needs to avoid these hits, and it's not going to happen. BAB to take the kill. 12k advantage for Vici Gaming. And it seems like Vici, they'll go right through the top lane now. There are still the tier 1 and tier 2 towers. Why not deal with them while you can?
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Shouldn't take them too long, kind of to get that done here with the output on Erica. I like that Erica's just going for more stats, going for a little bit more healing reduction as well, but Scotty coming out here on the PA. And we have completely eclipsed QAQ's TA now. It's just been a little bit too involved, maybe again just a little bit too forward on that TA in a couple of occasions. And the win condition for CDC starts to shift onto this high ground defense, because their team fight is amazing on CDC's end. Although, ouch.
Yeah, it hurts when you're against the PA that's farmed like this. You just make an easy jump in with a fan of knives and you are going to die. Speaking of dying, 7E now in trouble. He's going to try and avoid the Rolling Thunder, and does the first time, but is going to get stunned the second. He does have his teammates trying to back him up. In fact, he'll pop the BKB and turn right back around onto XM. Just mans up against the Rolling Thunder, but in comes Yang. With the Tombstone, he'll force them to back. 7E sticking around for a power shot, trying to skip the creep wave. We'll go for a wind run back towards the east tree line. The chase is still going from VG Gaming. They want this kill, but I don't think they're going to catch 7E this time around. He'll TP out.
He bails out in time, buys a lot of space. It's time where VG's not quite grouping up in the way they'd want. Although they're going, oh, Jesus.
Oh my god. Yeah, never mind. 7E's not going to make it out, John. Eric is a real problem here on this PA.
Yeah, he just does a lot of damage. A lot of stats on hand. Max level coup de grace. You don't even need the Desolator in this case. There's just no one that durable at all from CDC's end. Outside, maybe Imitator, but he's still stuck at a level 2 grow as well. Opportunity for the high ground opens up here. Black Hole and Supernova are available, so the defense is ready. They just need to find the angle.
Go Imitator, will try. Dagger is out. The Silencer as well. They'll make the jump in. Black Hole is going to be there. Onto 4 heroes. What a setup from our Enigma. Oh, look at that. It only takes one, John. It only takes one.
Yeah, that's all they needed. Shang Yu steps up, sees all of them clumped up, and VG just gets sucked into the black hole. And the supernova combination, always lovely to see. Again, astrophysics are always fun. And deadly, very, very deadly combination. I mean, you only really have the basher on XM. As you pointed out early on, they need the Pangolier outside of that black hole. They need the Swash to save them. Doesn't quite get his spacing right. Surprised VG clumped up so hard, because this is the play for CDEC. Like, in an open team fight where it's kind of staggered a little bit more, it's very hard to play, but you just get that black hole onto multiple heroes, and that's your turnaround. That's the power of Enigma. We always say this when that hero's in the game, but it can turn the tide of any game for you. Kind of like a Faceless Void with a good chrono. It's just always relevant into the late game, and it's something VG's draft is just not adjusted for. Like, they really do need that basher to also come out on Erica, although it's a little bit tougher for the PA to kind of try to stop it. XM is working on to an Abyssal Blade and into an Aeon Disc to have some more durability up front. And for the side of CDC, I mean, that was a good set of kills, right? They do get a little bit of objective taking as well. But you still have this lead from VG, and without the black hole up, they've got the confidence to smoke.
Yeah, they want their revenge after that one, John. VG Gaming rush through the Radiant Triangle. Nobody going to be around for them to hunt. Everyone on the high ground. CDC, very good map reading here. Understanding the smoke is probably happening, they will sit back and relax. They need 1 minute for the black hole to be off cooldown. I doubt they smoked before then. There's absolutely no point in doing so. They are grouped up, though. It looks like they might try for this, and they will. All right. They do have a double damage on QAQ, to be fair, so it looks like they're going to try and play off that.
This should make my life easier.
CDC, Roshan is up. They have this information. Can they sneak it?
Yeah, they certainly can. There is some vision coming out from VG, though. on the cliffside, so they should be able to see if someone does dip in outside of the smoke. But CDC doesn't risk it, and they only have a few more to wait for that black hole. Might as well have that security for the next team fight. VG still kind of clumped up, and they do re-smoke on CDC first. So we'll see if that's something VG can read here.
Oh boy. Black hole up in 5. We'll see if he can land another big black hole here on this Enigma as Yang is going to frontline for the team. XM, he'll be there as well. Cookie is going to land onto 7E, but they don't know about it. He is still smoked up. They can't see him. Smoke broken now. 7E, he'll immediately wind run back. They're not in a great position. VG Gaming have the high ground advantage here, but the jump is in. Imitator looking for a toss back. QAQ's there. XM, he'll get the Rolling Thunder off in time, and he'll make the run right towards the Wind Ranger, but the fight isn't going. Phoenix is going to get the egg off, and now the black hole. He found two of them again, but it's cancelled off. The bash is there. XM will not allow it this time around. Perfect position, and now Erica. He'll make the jump in. He wants a team fight. Undyne gonna back off. Imitator, he might just drop and will do so. Onto the TA. A nice shackles. Is it gonna matter? Not quite. QAQ, he'll try to run, but it's not looking good for him. He is getting caught out. Frisk will take him down. A great team fight for VG Gaming, John. It's a 3-for-0 trade. And Roshan is gonna be freely taken by the Dire now.
Yeah, that was a bit dicey. They get the avalanche toss out very early on onto XM, dragging him back, but he just rolls up and bails out, gets the bashes he needs on the man. And if you can't catch out the Pangolier in this black hole, you are gonna have a very bad time, as we have seen. CDEC, props to them for having the audacity to kind of go out there, because they double smoked up. They knew that they needed to kind of take that fight, go into the Roche, take more objectives, but with that kind of missing out, no black hole for 100. Ample enough time for VG to rip the objectives apart in the high ground if they want to commit.
Absolutely, and they go again. This time around, they don't have to worry about that big ulti. Tier 3 tower, going to be under siege, VG Gaming. There is a buyback on the TA, but it's only 20 seconds respawn. You'd rather not commit it. Especially against the Aegis of Erica. Bit of a waste of money here for the TA to try and commit. We go again. On to the Wind Ranger, 7E. Oh boy. Disappearing act here from our Wind Ranger. VG Gaming, they'll head down towards the bot lane of Barracks. Onto another. That tier 3 tower, not going to last too long, but you've got the TA. Problem is you're missing that Wind Ranger now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, you really need... The shackles could be really big if we've seen it line up for a very good sun ray to pump out from Undyne. Without that additional control, just relying solely on Imitator just is really tough for the Tiny to do everything the team needs all at once. Fortunately for the side of CDVC, they are protected from Megas. There is still a tier 2 standing up top. So the side of VG is going to have to back off. A little aside here, Mike. Your interpretation of prediction was right. It is just asking for whoever isn't dead once all of the
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah. And that's... The wording's just so weird.
It is. I agree. I'm not saying you're wrong, John. You are not wrong. I knew that there was something up. That's how Gaben gets you, Jonathan. That's how he gets you. There's no such thing as free battle points in this battle pass. No, sir. By the way, I was wrong anyway, so don't worry. So I didn't get the points, even though I did, end up predicting the correct way. I still lost.
Oh my god, it's confusing. I was like, this because if it's that way, then it could go really weird. Because you wouldn't predict a support at all. But if it is the last player overall to die, you'd reckon, you know what, a support's just gonna feed randomly after GG's called. That tends to happen a lot. Good scan out, but they can't catch XM. He does manage to bail out. Another smoke play out from CDC. But now they're on a very different side of the map compared to where VG's at with their own smoke. And they don't really have vision. They don't have any good idea, but they get the good line drawn. They do have a rough gauge as to where CDC is, and this could be dicey. Black hole's up, refresh is up for Xiangyu. This could be the turning point as well for CDC if they catch XM in.
Let's see, Xiang Yu, can he do it again? High ground, C-Deck, they've got the advantage here. Vici, they have no idea. Yang, he's going to break the smoke and actually sees the Enigma. They'll see them out at least, but the Wind Ranger will jump in. 70, he's already found Yang, but there's your Rolling Thunder. XM going to move in. There's your first Black Hole. They want to get rid of the Pangolier. They don't want that bash available. XM's gone. Where's the refresh? Erica, he's made the jump in with the Black Hole. It's going to come out again. Xiang Yu trying his absolute best to turn this one around, and he may have just done it. Or has he? QAQ still trying, but no Erica. He'll jump right back in. Onto the egg they go. 7E, he just bought back, but it's just so much damage from Erica. In fact, that's not just damage, John. That's some emotional damage from VG Gaming. As they land the perfect black holes, but it's not going to matter. Onto the tier 4 tower, surely. There's 2 down without buyback. Do they go for tier 4s?
I mean, they're still a tier 2 top. They can't go for another set of racks, so they're going to have to go for the all-in play. Without the threat of Black Hole, that TA is very manageable. It's not a threat at all. And you've got the shard up on BAB, so you are speeding up
Radiant's middle
this
tower
push by
is
a
falling.
massive amount with that armor reduction.
This game might just be over. They've got to jump in sometime soon. Maybe a toss back into the fountain could do it. QAQ, he's going to try. Onto Erica they go.
Oh.
Aegis is still up for another 30 seconds. It's just not going to be enough. He's fine. Onto the Ancient once again. This game, it's over. GG is called. VG Gaming, they pull off the Game 1 victory here against CDEC. Sadly for CDEC, John, it looked like they might have had a good chance after that 4-man black hole, but it just doesn't work out in the end for them. Still a great game number 1 between these two. Can't wait to see how game 2 goes.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth coming out there. Xiang Yu delivering the goods once he had that blink up. Blink BKB, and he just manages to land at big black hole. I think on the refresh, he had the right idea, but you saw how split up that fight was. He was black holing on the east side. The rest of his team was fighting west side. Like, there was a significant gap between the two. And sure, they managed to clean up the Pangolier after regrouping towards that area. The one black hole on the PA was not enough. Like, you still had damage coming through. You still had some disruptiveness coming out from the Snapfire. And we can take a look overall at how the game went with the scoreboard coming up here. That was a lot of back and forth. QAQ played a really good game. I mean, he had a pretty spectacular time. I think the itemization for the MKB first didn't do as much as QAQ expected, right? Like, it doesn't feel like that's just a first item priority. If he had the Deso instead, you hunt down all these other softer heroes, you'd find way more kills, way more impact, and way more of a snowball effect to go your way there on the TA. And I don't know, like, I get you're playing against TA, but first pick up MKB, outside of anything but Wind Ranger, I feel like, is just, it doesn't do enough. Like, it just doesn't speed up your farm for how much it costs. There are way more cost-effective items in the interim.
I think the draft as well, right? Like, the last pick, Wind Ranger, to me just made no sense. Like, against the Viper, you can make the argument it can lane against it, but we saw what happened, John. It did not work out, and Wind Ranger's Wind Ranger. You know, you don't have a good lane, chances are you're just going to do nothing. You know, it's one of those heroes. I'm not going to say the word. You know the one I'm talking about, Jonathan. We are going to head off to a very short break, though, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between CDEC and, of course, VG Gaming. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for game number 2's draft between CDEC and, of course, VG Gaming, and it is MLP Dota and the lovely John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, not quite going the way CDEC was hoping, I'm sure. Game 2, John, help us out, help the coach out. What's going on? What do we need to change up here for Game 2's draft?
I'm not the biggest fan of the MKB rush and QAQ. I think their lineup ended up being a little bit just too reliant at the end of getting those massive black holes at the end of the game that we were seeing from Xiang Yu. It's very hard to pull off. The last fight he did catch out the Pangolier refresh and just caught out only the PA, but that just wasn't enough at that point, and I think they're going to have to shift gears a little bit. They do start off with an opening that we have seen from them before. The Marcy comes out and something new slides out. We do get the Visage, so they pulled something from left field. VG for their part into the co-op and Undying with, Primal Beast Band, Remaster Band, DP and Viper Band. Nothing too strange there, but the Visage coming out for CDC, it has been on the up and up for quite a while, right? Like that Visage has been popping back in, and I think it can do really well. You've got the Marcy Visage combo, sidekick on a familiar with the eggs, you machine gun a person down. Very, very funny to see. And that should kind of give you a really solid foundation for CDEC to have some more play on your off, on your mid, or even safe lane if they want to give this for Q8Q. I believe he has played that maybe at least a couple of times now. So certainly some flex on hand here as well for CDEC. I like that VG goes back to Yang's Undying, and you do get the Queen of Pain here as well very early on. High priority on that. Quap usually is banned by the second phase, so you've got mobility on hand. You don't have the best way of controlling the Quap yet. I mean, Visage Familiars can be there, but you're a Blink hero. It doesn't care too much. Rebound's probably the best bet for you to kind of go in first and chain stun afterwards. You do have that window, but keen to see what else CDEC changes, because you mentioned it last time. I think that Wind Ranger last pick from CDEC as well was not doing that much from 7E, so the change in gears definitely has to come out in the draft.
Absolutely so. While we're at it, by the way, Jonathan, I mean, new battle pass is out. I just want to put it out there. Is Quap Arcana still the best Arcana?
Well, it wasn't really the best to me anyway, but...
What?
I mean, we've had this argument before, Mikey. We've had this argument multiple times before. You can stick to your Quap. I feel like as an Arcana, it really doesn't change as much in comparison to, say... What Arcana really changes here, to be fair? Comparison to what? You know what? It's slipping my mind. Maybe in comparison to...
I know what you're going to
Wind Ranger's pretty good. Or decent. Crystal Maiden actually changes it a lot, because you're flying and all of that fancy little stuff. Yeah, stick to your Quap. Says a lot about what you look for at night, Mike.
There's no need to do that to me, John. All right? I'm a man of culture, thank you very much. I'm not going to accept nor deny anything you've just said, Jonathan. I'll plead the fifth. We'll move on with the draft. So ban phase is going on here. Final bans to come out between both these teams. Obviously, CDEC, you talked about the Visage.
Wow.
What is it, John?
PA ban. Like, how often do you see that? Not often, but you had a good game last time.
How rude of you. You completely interrupted me while I was talking about the Visage. Disgusting behavior by John X-File once again. Visage comes out, Jonathan. Is this one of those picks where your back's against the wall, you've got to bring out the cheese pick? Is this what it is?
I don't think Visage really counts as cheese anymore. It pops out way more often, right? It's been on the up and up. We see it off lane, we see it safe lane. Probably mid's just the one lane that we don't really see it in, and it has faded out in sport. Oh, she one is
that a small? Is that a small?
He looked like he smirked, but then he's all serious mode again. So I don't know. Like he's a lot calmer today, as he said last time. He still looks calm. And the cat headphones aren't knocking him around too much
Radiant
any
team
longer.
pick.
Having a bit of a conversation again. Shaker does come out, so VG lining up very nicely with support. I like the support. It is a bit tough sometimes when you have dual melee supports, but Shaker has enough reach that it doesn't feel that bad. And of course, eventually down the line, if you manage to get the blink,
10 seconds
catch the
remaining.
Visage, stuck with his familiars, even if it's just a Visage you catch, that's a good amount of damage to kind of bounce around there.
Certainly is. Void comes out now. Speaking of Arcanas, Jonathan, how do you feel about this one?
It's a throwback. It honestly also doesn't feel like it does much, but it is a throwback to good old certain old
10 seconds
older
remaining.
mod Dota 2. I feel like breaching that topic of
5
saying that it
seconds
looks like a
remaining.
certain thing from a certain game kinda is weird, but
You
it's
mean the game
cool.
of Dota All Stars is what you're trying to say.
Well, technically it wasn't really a game, it was a map. But yes. A map in a
I mean,
certain game. Yes.
Is soccer technically a game, or is it technically just a soccer ball and some goalposts? You know?
Radiant team
Now you see,
back.
soccer is a mistake, and anyone
Well-
that says otherwise has been unfortunately influenced far too much by the lonely island nation of the United Kingdom, which we have two people from that we know and love. Well, I say love very loosely here, Dougie, of course, and of course Nina. Always have to throw Nina under the bus, and you know, just his very existence in that does draw the line for me, and I do not consider. If you were to, I do not consider false sport. I can't even say it without laughing. That's just a very hard bit.
Yeah. Anyway, final bans to come out before we do see these drafts continue. I personally like the Void Arcana, by the way, Jonathan. 'Cause I saw
Yeah.
people complaining about it, saying, "Oh, it's not as good as the other ones."
10
I like it
seconds
when they throw
remaining.
back to the old school. In fact, I can't wait for the Razor one to come out. I really can't.
5 seconds
I do
remaining.
love it. I think throwing
Radiant
back to Dota
team
All Stars,
back.
that just makes me happy. People saying, "Oh, but it's, it's not original." This, who cares? Who cares? It looks good.
Yeah, I do think that maybe something a little bit more
Well, what are you gonna do with
original
Void?
would be
10
fun.
seconds
What are you
remaining.
gonna
Exactly.
do with him,
Exactly. That was what the community wanted to see what Valve would think up of. It's like, what would you do? We're saying we want a Void Arcana. How are you gonna make this guy look different? And we had the potential for Faceless Rex. Faceless Rex was a very good idea. Faceful Void would have been very fun as well. I would have loved to see that. Don't get it. Still, back to the draft a bit. I mean, you get the Doom pickup from Vici. Still fairly flux. Could be safe. Could be offlane. The Blink Ag's timing is huge. Refresh. We've seen some players actually really just leave Doom level 1 to anticipate the refresh because of mana issues. On CDEC side, I mean, you've got the Alchemist, Visage, and Faces Void. That could be your Tricore.
Turn to ban.
I feel like there's a very distinct possibility of CDEC going very left field and running one of these as supports, and maybe last picking another core. You could still run the Visage support. I don't think it's actually all too bad. The issue is it doesn't feel like you have the best laning partners here
10
with Faceless
seconds remaining.
Void and with Alchemist. You might be better off with the Faceless Void
5
partner
seconds
with a
remaining.
Visage 5. That feels feasible. I think the Alchemist doesn't really have a good
Radiant
lane.
team pick.
Unless you run like safe lane Alk up against a Doom, it's not too bad. Mid Alk against Quap doesn't sound all too good. So you probably want safe lane. You could run support Elk, you could run support Void, although I say that, but you don't have Red Panda around here, so maybe
10
you don't
seconds
really
remaining.
run the support Void. It's a possibility, but I don't think you really want to emulate that. As they do close out with Phoenix, alright. So it is a Tricore. In that case, mid Alk against Quap just does not sound fun. Like, it really doesn't sound fun. Maybe you run
10
offlane Alk
seconds
mid
remaining.
Visage, and that can play a little bit more. It
remaining.
does feel like the Visage doesn't quite have the wave clear, but you can kind of hold your own a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. It's just a bit awkward. They close out with the Phoenix. You've got healing. You've got the egg combination with the Chrono. And that is probably your best Chrono play outside of the Familiars hitting inside as well. And you do get the Morphling out for Vici,
Uh-oh.
which is surprising because you don't really... Well, a bit surprising, but you don't really have the best ways of bursting down and holding down Morphling here as well outside of Chrono. So Erica's gonna have a fun time, and you love to point out. I know you're gonna say it, but morphling into Marcy is always nice, and Erica's gonna have fun turning into that.
Absolutely. We love ourselves a Morbling here, Jonathan. Always very, very good to see for Erica. Of course, I mean, look, I know the draft's finished, Jonathan. I've just got to ask. If there was a Morphling Arcana or a Morphling remodel, what would it be? What would make people happy?
A remodel is easy enough. I think just changing the base model
Arcana.
to emphasize more on particle effects and Arcana. I don't know, bottled water sounds pretty hilarious to me. I'm not sure really what an Arcana Morphling would be. Maybe make him look like a water version of SF. That could be the route you go. Still, do have to point out it is the Undyne Alchemist 5, so you have the Xiangyu Marcy offlane. Alchemist support with Faces Void. It's interesting because minus armor is there. So technically there's some synergy with a right clicker at the same time. It's not amazing. I think a dual melee safe lane like that can hold its own. I mean, you are up against a Doom and a Shaker, so that's also pretty passive. You might get away with a Creed. I am wondering if Undyne will go for the Ags build-up, because support Alk was, funny enough, buffed, right?
I don't want to interrupt, John. I don't want you to miss your predictions this time. I'm going to allow you the time to go through all 4 of them. I'm not going to say a word, because the viewers want to hear it, Jonathan, so give us predictions, all 4.
Places the most observer wards by 15 minutes. I want to say Yang on that one. Highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at game end. That's a bit tough, but that should still be XM. Teleports canceled by stun by 25. This is always random because you're just never sure. 0 is probably the safest bet. I've seen a lot of 0s at 25. Team with the most kills at game end, Vici Gaming. There you go.
Okay.
All
Thank
done.
you, John. There you go. Hopefully everyone's happy. Shout out to the viewers, by the way, that are tuning in. I realize it's quite early for people in the Southeast Asian and Chinese region. So, shout out to you guys for tuning in and, supporting your teams. Very, very good to see you all here. Very, very nice, very, very pleasant chat we've had recently, Jonathan, in the at least for the Chinese qualifiers, I might add. Everyone just having a great time. Very good to see.
Everyone's been enjoying themselves. We've been seeing some really good Dota. What's not to like, of course. And we've also had... This is probably the spiciest I've seen the teams be, especially Yang.
I love Yang. I love Yang.
Yeah, this guy is just such a degenerate. He's been spamming for the last 2 days. Like, holy crap, Yang. You can see it in his face. He's like, yeah, let's go. Spam it.
Giving us a reference back to the dead Yang strat, Jonathan. He just keeps playing Undying, which is very, very nice to see. Just really following by the old skit there from the old days. As we are going to have a couple bounty runes. 2 for 2, I believe, is the trade, as Yang does take a fair bit of damage from these fire spirits, but is going to be just fine. John, let's start with the mid lane, because there's the best Arcana in the mid lane right there. Not the Visage, you know the one I'm talking about, Mr. Observer, XM. Oh, look at that. What an Arcana. What an Arcana, Jonathan. Oh, look at that. That's
cool.
perfect. That's perfect.
All right. Calm down, Mikey. Calm down. We're on stream. You don't have to go all out here. XM is laning up against 7E, so again, they do shift the Visage towards mid. It does have a little bit more play with the Quap, and you can kind of run down. I mean, honestly, in this kind of lane, I like what 7E's done. He goes for the Gravekeepers instead, so he does have a little bit more protection. He knows that he's probably not going to be able to build up as much Soul Assumption, so might as well just tank up from what XM might want to do in trading and, emphasize the Grave Chill, emphasize that attack speed steal and move speed steal, and just kind of work the lane as best as you can. XM should still be able to farm, though, and the Quap should definitely have a better time in reaching the water and power runes, so that is something S7E is going to have to watch out for. Until he hits 6, it does feel a lot more passive for the Visage.
Let's have a look at that top lane as well, of course. Yang on that Undying, going to be there with Erica against Imitator and QAQ. John, this could be quite a scary lane once again here for the side of CDEC. Mind you, you do have nice ways of escaping with the Time Walk and the Icarus dive, but assuming you do try to commit those to make a jump in, Yang pops a couple decays and a tombstone. It's not going to be too hard to take either of these heroes out on the side of CDEC, and, well, it doesn't really go the other way either. Like, chances are Yang and Erica aren't going to die this laning stage.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to drop them low, you've always got the heal and control rip down line, Imitator.
Yeah, he needs one creep for level 2 to have the Icarus dive, and he's not going to get it. Oh, that's so sad. How much XP was he? He was the slither of HP away. Oh, that's so upsetting. Bottom lane, they're still going to fight it out as well. Undyne, well, he's channeling a stun. Maybe he can stun himself here, but no. Frisk is going to get him with the enchant totem. Still the rebound back in with the stick charges. He's going to survive. He's going to man up. Rebound is there, though. This Marcy not backing up. In fact, BAB going to be careful. The sidekick lifesteal going to keep him alive as he turns right back around. Although he's healing up. He actually heals up. It works.
Little heal. I have never seen such. I've never seen such a clutch little heal, dude. That was the most clutch. Like, it's not even flashy. He just kind of waves around, heals up, and that's enough. You're very happy right now if you're VG. I mean, it's taken us, what, 5 years to see that heal actually come in clutch. It comes in clutch. It's big.
It does. I mean, they buffed it, to be fair. I mean, 100 health restored now for 60 mana. You know,
Oh,
yeah. It's a 60 mana fairy fire, but, you know, still pretty damn good, honestly. It works out for him. Still, how's the mid lane going? I mean, XM currently dominating on the quap, 7-8 last hits ahead, having a very good game. 7E kind of struggling. This Visage not having a good time whatsoever, and I guess the problem is no matter who you put mid lane with this kind of draft, nobody was really going to win the mid lane against this Queen of Pain.
Radiant's courier
Yeah,
has been
no one will. Him's out for BAB playing tag again. I think the interesting thing to see from 70 and, you know, going back to that mid just a little bit, he is going for a 2-0-2 build, right? And with what we said earlier, he is playing more passively, which means XM farms. But the one funny thing to watch is that Gravekeepers doesn't tick down when you have a DOT on. At least Shadow Strike doesn't tick it down, so he actually takes no damage from Shadow Strike, which nullifies this build-up from XM. At the same time, it doesn't matter because XM's still farming anyway. So the end result is this Visage is 12-3, while Quap is 21-7, and you'll need some recovery for 70 down the line.
Dyne trying to be a little bit cheeky to deny off the water room, but doesn't quite get there. XM still able to pick it up. 7E, actually, the player to put the most observer wards down so far, apparently. So the mid Visage taking all the observer wards here. Thanks for ruining all our predictions, Mr. 7E. Yeah, we don't really appreciate it, but thank you so much for that.
It's early in the game, you know, we've got some time for the supports to start getting yelled at to drop their own wards. Until they eventually come.
7E.
Nice stun out.
Yeah, Frisk is not happy either, John. He had his prediction set too, and looks like they are going to try and punish this Visage for trying to ruin their day. XM is going to be able to secure the kill. Very nice for XM. Obviously, a very tough mid lane already for 7E, and well, it's not going to get any easier as the level difference now going to go up even higher for XM.
Yeah, it's just going to have a nice smooth ramp up onto that level 6. Every lane for VG actually going in her favor. Maybe the Doom lane's the slowest one. BAB is not quite getting as much as you'd want him to on that Doom up against the Alchemist Marcy lane. So Xiangyu is having a much better time, but it is a Doom. He just kind of wants to farm to the Midas anyway. Everyone else suffering. Like, QAQ having a slower start is actually more detrimental. Yang, though, in a spot of danger.
A lot of bashes coming out for Yang. He's still going to be just fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Frisk going to try and fight back against the Alk. Undyne might just die and will. Frisk still on the run. No spells available for this Marcy. He will land another stun. Rebound is up in 2 seconds, but Frisk is well out of range now. In fact, he has Fisher up in 3 seconds. He might try to turn this. He gets the courier first instead, so Brown Boots now are down, and Frisk, he's going back in. He still has a Fisher. BAB, he's going to go for the man fight and try to bait it. Frisk is going to land the Fisher mid-rebound. BAB, he's gone too far. Undying will show up, and the WoW does come out from our Marcy. Why the hell not?
Yeah, they finally managed to get it to work. Xiang Yu's lane is the only one that's going well. He's top of net worth for his team, which, if you're Marcy's number one, that's just never sounds like good news for you at all. So you're going to have to really want to make use of that early start in Xiang Yu to buy space out for QAQ, to get some jungle space out, get some build up.
He bought another ward. 7E, he just bought another ward, and he might just get taken down. No, he's going to TP in the Sonic Wave. Not going to be enough, but 7E did not TP back towards the fountain. Luckily, he does have Tranquils, though. So he's going to be able to reset just fine. Thing is, John, he keeps buying wards, but they keep getting de-warded immediately as they are still hunting for him. They know he's around here somewhere. 7E, gonna show himself. He just spawned the familiars. 7E, well, he might actually make it. Trying to juke them out, the tree line, the scream is going to connect. QAQ shows up, but he's only level 5 right now on the Void. Meanwhile, Yang chasing down, doesn't have mana for another decay. Is still trying. Yang, where are you going, sir? Yang is going to drop, XM's going to drop. CDEC, they pick up 2 huge kills. I just don't know how. I don't know how they got the...
I can explain it to you very succinctly, Mike. They dive a little bit too far from VG. They do a little trolling, is what we say, or a little bit of throwing, as my stack says. They just got a little bit too enthusiastic, and that does give a lot of play out for CDEC here.
Well, thank you for explaining it so succinctly, Jonathan. I appreciate that. It's VG Gaming. You know I can't help it, John, when you make a mistake with some words. I can't help but point it out. Makes me laugh every time.
Yes, sir. I don't English too good. Please, sir. I'm sorry. My English not that good. I'm raised in the Philippines.
Oh, Marcy gonna get caught out. Frisk right from the backside does find him, and now the body blocks into the tombstone. They want the alchemist, and they're gonna find the alchemist. He will die. Yang will pick up the kill with the tombstone. VG Gaming, even after feeding those lives in the mid lane, they just don't seem dissuaded.
No, I mean even with those deep dives on mid, at the end they're getting way more off the map. Your Erica's just free farming up top. You've already got a strong start from XM. BAB's catching up. They're trying to push in onto the mid tier 1, which you do want to do with a Visage, and it does melt rather fast once you do manage to chase hold on.
BAB in trouble. Frisk, nice Fisher. Soul Rip is there from Yang. They'll try to help out as the body blocks now are there as well. No Unleash available does mean they are lacking the damage, so the Doom is going to be just fine to walk his way out. And like you were mentioning, they were trying to chip away at the mid-tier 1 tower, but XM, he's going to be around to defend this. 7E, he's going to keep trying. Does get the damage, but only half of its HP so far.
It's pretty damn good considering it's just one hero kind of getting that push in. So you are tying in the Quap, you're ensuring that XM can't get a rotation out. With a Sonic Wave, he'd really love to find a pick off in the side lanes, maybe join down bot, but doesn't have the opportunity to do so. Is forced to just keep holding mid. 3 heroes mid now. Just trying to clear out this tier 1, and it's XM against 3. And that tower should just fall unless VG drags more heroes, but it does feel like it's going to be too late. So a nice objective for them to find on CDEC's side. Yang will show up to try to chip, but the tower's pretty much gone.
Pretty much gone. The familiars will get rid of it. Very nice play here from CDEC. Still the Alchemist hanging around as well. Maybe just trying to look for a stun attempt. Hasn't managed to find one onto XM yet. Might be able to secure Yang though as they do slow him up. Yang very far forward here on the Undying. Does pop the Fesh Golem, but looks like he is set to fall. Yang. Again, a very aggressive maneuver. Meanwhile, bottom lane, however, it's create. Oh
what?
No!
What?
How does that work? Can I get a replay of that, please? Because I could have sworn those creeps were hitting the Doom.
Yeah, they didn't have aggro on Changyu, and suddenly just dies to the neutrals. Like the last minute aggro change, and that's. It looked like it was planned though, with how Changyu was moving onto that camp, but that does not feel good. That's Doom down from BAB. You lost your mid. You didn't manage to find anything else in the side lanes to compensate. CDEC, they're starting to find a grip on this game. You know, they're starting to put some pressure. You still have this ridiculous start out for Erica, so you're still feeling good about that. And yeah,
Look at these creeps.
they shift. One shifts.
What?
One courser just changed his mind. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna ruin your day. I'm gonna kill you.
He cancelled the attack animation as well. He switched from the Doom, turns to the Marcy, fastest attack speed I've ever seen from a Centaur. The real Centaur doesn't hit that fast. How the hell is that one doing it?
I don't know, Mikey. I wish I could explain that one, but sometimes Dota 2 is what it is.
Yeah, Undying. See you later. Oh, there we go. Another deny out from the side of CDEC.
Oh my god.
Well, that's an actual deny, John. I'll accept that one.
Oh man, you know I miss those self-denies. I don't understand why Alchemist gets to do it. You know, how about? Well, I guess Abaddon was a bit busted. Let's be fair here. Free reset after expending your man pool. But you know, Pudge, deny,
Oh.
please let me have that back. I want my Soul Ring Pudge games. I'm not griefing. I just want to die.
John,
Radiant's
if
bottom
Abaddon's
tower is under
broken
attack.
with Miscoil on like a 6-second cooldown, what makes you think Pudge with a 0-second cooldown on Rot isn't broken, sir?
It's very balanced. Just as compensation, I will trade away the Ags. I will accept that.
Okay. Okay. We appreciate that. We'll put it into consideration. I'll send Ice Frog a casual email, see if he'll accept for your sake, John. Top lane, QAQ. Someone we haven't talked about very often. Does have the Javelin up now, looking to work on towards the Maelstrom. Frisk, by the way, on the Earthshaker, doing a nice job of trying to get that blink up. We'll have it in about 700 gold, but in the meantime, Roshan is happening. TDC, they've got the Visage. This is what they like to do.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long. You've got 25 plus 69 damage on one familiar every time side kicks up, I believe. So, you know, very nice, very quick to take the Roche. Of course, they will likely give that Ags up to QAQ. Or not. They give it to 7E instead, protecting the Visage.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
despite,
is
again,
under
this
attack.
network disparity, it does feel like CDEC is the one to control the map a lot better. With the mid-tier one gone, with the top-tier one gone, they've been invading the jungle, they've been taking Roshan, they've been avoiding these major engagements out from VG's end, and VG, for their part, are still farming well, but, you know, your Doom isn't quite #1 yet. With Midas Devour, you kind of want more out of that hero. Erica, the Morphling is free farming, but that is a Morphling against Void downline. A good Chrono can still kind of throw you off here.
G Gaming, still in the lead by 2k. Imitator, thank you so much for placing this observer award, sir. Really appreciate it. I need those points. Thank you. This 7E Visage trying to ruin my day. How's everyone else doing? You see this Marcy with the Falcon Blade? You don't love to see it per se, but it does feel very good on the hero. Top lane, they're looking to try and make the jump in on Frisk. Frisk
Radiant's middle tower
reads the map
is
very
under
well.
attack.
Does back his way up. It's going to be fine. And in the meantime, 7E's going to find Yang. Yang, he's died 3 times now in some very awkward positions, but that time around, he is kind of protecting BAB and just kind of tanking the gank.
Yeah, and you know he feels good when he does all chat. You get the stun out on Chang Yu though, but no follow-up control. Just a rebound out. Double damage expended next time. He wants this.
They want it, but can they find it? TP away, looks like he's going to be just fine.
Just buying space. I think CDEC is doing a great job of just stalling out. Look, as this game slows down, for CDEC, they've got the scale. They've got the Void. They've got the Alchemist to gift everyone Ags. And, again, Alchemist giving Ags does give a slight buff to himself. Now he doesn't need his own Ags. He's going to have some spell amp. He's going to have some bonus damage. It's a lot better now to play that support Alch. Would I recommend you to play that? No. But it's not completely a network whole. It does give a little bit more. I'm wondering who they give it to. I feel like QAQ's Ags could be massive with his Shard. 7E's Ags is also really damn big. Those are pretty much all the big ones. I'm wondering who the priority is down the line. I think for VG, they shouldn't be too satisfied playing this farm game. Like, they need to be aware, like, yeah, you are getting a lot from your Doom and from your Morph, but the scaling towards late game is still scary. You do not want to have to, you know, end up in a game where you have to catch that backline Void all the time before the Chrono comes out, because it can be tough. You can get some really good positioning here out from QAQ.
They're trying to mess around here with Erica. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are going to make the jump in. They found XM. That's a big pick-off. Great setup here by our Marcy. In fact, they're going for a bit more now. Yang hanging around in the mid lane. T2 tower is going to be safe, and CDEC looking much stronger this game, number 2. Does take down the mid 2 tower by the looks of it. They'll try to defend with the Tombstone, and in comes Frisk. He does have that blink up now with the Echo Slam available, but they are not grouping up. They are not grouping up here. They're not giving the opportunity over to Frisk. Doesn't really want to commit it on the Visage anyway. They will force out the cliff.
Structures are fortified.
CDEC, they're going to be just fine to back off. They'll leave the tier 2 tower for now.
Yeah, they've dropped it low enough that just a little bit of poke from
Radiant's
Familiar should
bottom
get that
tower
done.
is under
Well,
attack. Dire's
deny
middle
does come
tower
out from
has
Erica.
been denied.
to at least cut off that gold, but immediately onto the top CDC goes. They've got really good forward wards watching the backside of that tier 2 area, so they know if VG decides to come in for a bit of a wraparound here. Smoke out from VG. I don't believe that was caught out by the ward, although I think it might have, just on the edge.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan is out. They know Yang's in the tree line. Meanwhile, towards the south, XM gonna find Imitator. Icarus Dive is there. XM not gonna be able to follow up. The stun from Frisk did not land either, so the Icarus Dive just right on time and Undyne keeps up with the chicken sounds here from the bot lane, just, you know, supporting his team the best way he can as a support alchemist, John, and that's voice lines.
As you tend to. Again, I'm trying to think of some really good synergies here. You know what would be really funny? You give the Ags over to 7E, you rebound off the invisible familiars. Isn't that nice? That's one way to have a very balanced game.
That does sound rather balanced, John. I do like where you're going with this.
Under attack.
Yang?
It's probably it.
Yeah. I mean, the Unleash doesn't seem too bad with the Ags upgrade now. Like, especially at max level. Oh, in fact, speaking of the Devil, Doom is there. Looks like the Marcy. It's a slow, painful death, but it is going to be up. Marcy will burn alive by BAB. Trying to say, John, the Ags upgrade for Marcy these days doesn't seem too bad. Like, minus 20-second cooldown, especially on the Unleash with the basic Dispel. Feels kind of nice, especially at max level. It's a 40-second cooldown with the Ags up.
Could be good, but it's not memey. I mean, giving Marcy Ags itself is kind of a meme, but you know, like the changes to the skill just doesn't feel meaningful enough for me. I want to see something that's absolutely hilarious here, Mike. It's got.
Did you say meaningful or meaningful?
Who knows, Mike? Who knows? I don't speak English too good.
Dire structures are fortified.
I appreciate that one, John. I'm trying to compliment you here.
I try, Mikey. I try sometimes. They make moves onto top. Tower is pretty much gone as well. Yang can kind of go for the deny, though it looks like he's just going to die. He's not careful.
Well, Yang might die, but mid lane, they are making the jump into the Marcy, but a Chrono's out as well. Sonic Wave, Yang still running top lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Erika going for a fight, does kill off QAQ.
Dire's top
Oh, well, Yang does die, but it was all a bait. 70 even getting tipped by Yang.
Radiant's middle tower.
They committed Chrono in the mid lane, and, well, it didn't work out to say the least.
Nah, he didn't have the backup. They were all tied in for that push up top, and VG manages to punish that split up really nicely to find a bigger trade. They are losing objectives on the map. That is still the worrying part for VG. Like, yeah, these kills are good, but you've got two lanes exposed now to the tier 3s, and CDEC can just melt these objectives rather quick. So in terms of actually progressing in the objective of the game, CDEC is in a very good position, but VG is still, you know, has a lot of room to grow on their scaling cores, on the Doom, on the Morphling. They do have like late game potential here as well, and gonna be keen to see when BAB and if BAB does opt for something like the refresh first or the Ags first here on our Doom. A lot of options still available. Starting to.
Yeah, jumps in. No Doom to come out. We'll leave it at that. Okay. I mean, I guess the Marcy is quite fast, so, you know, don't want to waste your Doom like that if you can avoid it.
Yeah, just a bit of a warning shot. Oh, Undyne is about to have his Ags. We're going to see who is he going to give it to. I would like to know. It's boring. It's boring. He gives it to QAQ.
No.
Boring.
Boring. Does have the rewind.
Time lock
Oh, no,
AoE. It's nice though.
it's not even.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He has the AoE stun.
Marcy does get caught out in the meantime, John. They are able to pick it up. BAB to take the kill here on the Doom. AoE stun. It's just, it is what it is.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know the exciting part though. You do get 20 bonus attack and 5% spell amp.
tower is under
Yo! 4,200 gold for that, and giving the Ags to someone else, not taking a slot on anyone. Sounds good to me.
Radiant's bottom tower
Amazing.
has fallen.
Top lane. Imitator.
Dire
He's going to be
are
alright, but
scanning.
Scan was out. BAB, he knows he's around there somewhere. In fact, he scans again. Imitator keeps walking back into the scan. BAB, though, not confident. He will back himself out of there. Doesn't want to bother.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
CDEC, 6k behind in terms of net worth, but still looking rather healthy throughout this game. It's all the early objective taking they did take with the Visage. Certainly looks like it's been paying off as they do control a large portion of the map. VG Gaming holding on to the high ground. 7E, he's going to walk right into them. That's not the target they want to initiate on. 7E, he'll pop the drums and just run right towards them, but a nice Fisher to block him in. In fact, BAB, he'll make the jump in. The Visage in trouble. Doom was out. Can he get a deny on his own? No, he cannot. BAB, he'll secure the kill. Egg was committed, but it won't really land on anyone. It's now Undying. He's in trouble. On the Alchemist, he should drop. And will do so, Erica. Able to secure the kill as BAB looking for a bit more. Has now found Imitator once again. Fisher is going to land. And that's going to be a third kill to go the way of Vici. And sadly, they did walk into the Roshan pit hoping Roshan was there, but it's still a minute and a half away for Vici Gaming.
Be a little bit longer until that's up and running for both teams to take. Still, Vici put themselves in a prime position to take control of that area, although you do still have these forward wards from CDEC. Still have a rough idea of when that rush begins as well, and they didn't expand as much. I mean, they did use the Supernova, but Chrono's still ready to go on QAQ. BKB at a decent enough pace here from our faces. Void still lacking the gold for the recipe in the end. That should provide additional protection, especially while the Doom is down on BAB, to kind of get work done for the team. I have to really see if QAQ with the Ags makes a massive difference. Like, that AoE bash is good. I guess that prevents instant reactions out from VG. Let's say instant stuns out from Morphling. Instant waveforms out, which can be annoying if you're trying to just get that chrono control that they desperately need for these mobile heroes. And for VG's part, again, like, you are trying to scale up against a Void, Visage, and Alex is still alright.
Nice jump in from the Earthshaker. They'll find the mid-Visage once again. 7E not having as great of a game as he was just 10 minutes ago. Frisk with this blink just proving to be a real problem. They do look for the familiars as well, and eventually they'll find one. 7E. Eventually you're going to have to give up the second, and he will. Buys a little bit of time for his team, though, at least.
Stalls out just a bit. Roshan is up. VG are in position to take the tier 2 first, so they really open up their angle here for the Roche. There is another ward on the ramp, but that is going to be taken care of by Frisk. So,
Frisk, Fisher, BAB's going to back him up. They've got the Void locked down. He's got Chrono, but he's going to walk away. Frisk, still running. Sunray, rebound. That's a great stun in. The Marcy setting up. Yang, he's in trouble and probably will drop. He just drops the tombstone before he does go down, but CDEC able to punish off the back of the offlane Marcy. And Roshan is up. A big deal for CDEC now. They've even got Chrono to play with for this Roshan. Mind you, Sonic Wave, Echo Slam is available, so they're going to pop the buyback here on Frisk. They want to force this fight. They are still the stronger team on the side of VG Gaming. They're just looking for that initiation. They found Undying first. Blow up the Alchemist. He's gone. Roshan solo. Erica's going to make the jump in. Waiting. There's the Echo Slam. Frisk. He's in. They got the Doom out. The Void's in trouble. He is probably gone. But no, the snatch is out. Oh, they snatch away this Marcy. Is not going to allow the Aegis to go back the way of VG Gaming. Quick hands from our Marcy. She will drop though. And eventually will be completely surrounded by VG Gaming. See you later. Triple kill for Erica. They don't get the Aegis, but they get basically a full team wipe anyway. You can't be upset about that.
Oh, you're very, very happy on VG's end. It does cost a buyback, but a couple of buybacks, but it's on supports. You don't really care too much. And you nullify what might have been a C-deck advantage anyway if they did manage to cleanly take that Roche. They get the gold on VG's end. They take away the Roshan Aegis instantly, and now they've got the opportunity to look for more. For CDEC's part, at the least, you still have this Chronosphere ready to go on QAQ, and he does have the shard now on top of that Ags, so you can kind of poke a lot more with the Ags upgrade on him. Can just kind of stall out for his team as best as possible. But for VG, lead widens up to 14k. Erica's starting to look like a beast. He is going for the butterfly now on that Morphling. And once you have that up, even a Chrono might not be enough to take care of Erica, because you are very reliant on the right clicks. You know, the damage from Shang Yu does kind of taper off, without something to pierce through that evasion. He is going for the Basher, though, to help control everyone else. We aren't seeing a secondary Ags on Undyne, so just the one for now, but he is picking up the Shard, which is something that, honestly, I feel like a lot more Alex need to keep picking up. Yeah. Sometimes it just gets completely ignored. Very useful in this game, especially to toss it onto someone like QAQ. So you've got a lot of buffs coming out here for the Void to do even more in the Chrono. This does feel like it's almost reminiscent of Game 1, Mike, where as this game drags on, the potential's still there for C-Deck, but it starts to rely on that high ground defense. It starts to rely on that one big team fight spell. And the follow-up in the Chrono, it's a little bit tougher to pull off, but, you know, it was also pretty tough to look for those big black holes in the last game.
Yeah. CDC, big smoke up. 5-man smoke. Keep in mind, all ultis are available for both sides right now, so this could be risky. Yang, he's in position to break the smoke, but CDC, they're going to run around the long way, through the mid-river. In fact, never mind, back through the staircase. They're in that Radiant jungle. Yang, he's broken the smoke, so QAQ, he'll make the jump in, but Yang's playing with them right now. Just drops the tombstone, soul rip out. This is not the kill you want. At least you get a tombstone. That's the one positive. At least you get the tombstone, which is really more valuable than the hero.
Yeah, it's something. It's, again, not what you'd want to find. You're more than satisfied here on VG while they're farming elsewhere on the map and just getting what they need. Full butterfly up on Erica. Has the Titan Slipper as well, just to be sure. They are grouping up for a little bit of a mid shove in. Chrono is ready. Egg is ready. They do have good team fight here.
They're going to try. Tier 3 tower now under siege. VG Gaming actually not around to defend this, so the Tier 3 might just go down for free. Fortification is there. Wrap around from VG. They're going to try and sneak up from the backside, and QAQ is going to rewind. Oh, the Chrono! Oh. He's at least caught Frisk. Frisk actually walked back into that one, I think. It doesn't matter. The Earthshaker's down. That's a dieback. So no Echo Slam available now. CDC, it's a 4v5 situation in their favor. Erica, still going to man up and jump in. Might actually find the Marcy and does right into the egg. Erica doesn't care. Look at this Giga Chat. Undyne's gone as well. QAQ, he'll get doomed up. He's going to fight, but there's no fighting Erica right now. Sonic Wave right through the middle. Triple kill for Erica. Giga Chat.
He just comes in. He knows he's going to be very hard to kill with a butterfly up. And that evasion just saving him from a bulk of their damage. Visage would want to right-click with a Familiars, although you have some magic on hand, but you've got the BKB. The Void can't just focus in on you. The Marcy can't just focus in on you. And just run him down. He doesn't even morph. He doesn't even take that Marcy form for anything like sidekick rebound. He just stands there. Literally just, hey, I'm just going to right-click over here, A move, and see what happens. And it works out.
Yeah. The Earthshaker did indeed walk back into the fish, into the Chrono. And as you can see from the replay here, John, Erica, he just doesn't care. Yeah, Erica, no problem. Yeah, you got my Earthshaker, so what? I'm the carry. You got to deal with me, son. BAB. They are pushing mid-racks, and they do find it. VG Gaming now heading towards bottom lane as no fight breaking out yet. And we go now. XM to Undyne, but will dispel the Shadow Strike and be just fine. Keep in mind, you've got an Echo available right now on Frisk. No Chrono up for our Void QAQ. Still 40 seconds away from that. Fisher's there. They found the Visage. BAB, he'll jump in. Rebound is out from our Marcy. QAQ, he's going to try. They are grouping up quite a bit, but the BKBs are there. Now the Echo Slam. Frisk will jump in, but the damage, it's not there. CDC, though, they still need to run. VG Gaming, they are sustaining way too well. Xiang, he might die again. And he does. But it's all part of the dead Yang strat. He's fine with that.
Yeah, they back off from VG's end, force a couple of buybacks, and they can just chill. Like, maybe not the best Echo in the world. Surprised that we didn't see more output from Xiangyu when he did jump in with his BKB. Didn't really manage to burst anyone down until the end. And with 2 buybacks down, CDEC is in a very awkward position. They will go for a smoke. Chrono is back up. Egg is back up. They've got their combination ready. They just need to find some big kills. And then maybe they could try to force into the high ground, force a couple of buybacks as well. could be a good time to catch BAB. He just bought out the Ags. He does not have buyback gold, but he does have the AoE Doom ready off cooldown if
I love
CDEC
this.
are unfortunate in that timing.
Oh, it's so hard to get away from, dude. Like with the Shiver's Guard as well on this Doom, it's so hard to walk away from the Doom now. Let's see what happens. They're going to stay away for now. I have Scardy coming out on Erica, so he's even more difficult to deal with. Like, you look at QAQ's items, Johnny, really doesn't have any damage. It's got Mjolnir, that's literally it. BKB for defensive purposes, fair enough. Speaking of damage, by the way, VG Gaming, they're about to walk into a double damage rune. As is tradition, winning team, they'll find a DD.
Oh, yeah.
Erica.
No. The bottle, yes, all set. CDEC, I mean, they went out for that smoke. They don't find anything. They're holding their triangle high ground. Scan does not find them in the rush, assuming that it's up a little bit early, but it's still 30 seconds until we see the respawn timer. It's a little bit awkward for CDEC. It's back to that point, just like game one, they need a good use of their teamfight spells. We need to see that Chrono Egg. And once Chrono is down, the team fights afterwards just feels really tough. You're depending mainly on Chang Yu to actually just stand the front line, and that's easier said than done right now for the Marcy. Considering that you really only have that BKB, nothing else. So the items just kind of stalled out for everyone on the side of CDEC. Vici, for their part, they respect the side of CDEC. They play it safe. Smoke again, though. They've got the ward spot.
What I'm really scared about here, in fact, hold that thought, because the smoke is going. BAB, XM, they're in position. They might be able to find that Doom. But no, he walks away. John, what I'm afraid about is QAQ's working towards the Lincoln Sphere, but you've got the AoE Doom anyway.
Yep. Doesn't matter. Just doom yourself and you're happy here.
Stun out, they've got Yang on the Undying. Yang's going to be fine. In fact, XM will jump in, and there's the AoE Doom. Chrono is still going to come out in time, so you've got that going, but there's just no damage.
Runs away.
There's no damage, John. They still find the Doom, however. It's still something for their trouble. Erica, he's the big problem, though. He'll jump in again. The Morphling, this is the guy you've got to worry about. Right after QAQ, look at this. Look at the damage. Oh, this is going to be a rampage, as they would say. Yang, get the voice line ready, sir. Get the voice line ready. There's your rampage out for Erica. GG's called. Yang, he's dropped the ball here, John. Double rampage for Erica. Double rampage. I think Yang's got the voice lines on cooldown. I think he's let them on cooldown, John. A big mistake from Yang.
Yeah, he's been spamming way too much. Vici, though, take this series in fairly convincing fashion. There was a lot of back and forth fights. Love that we close out there with a little Jiayo fighting, going forward, cheering on for Vici to hopefully do well. Because you get to say, well, we lost to the team that's going... We lost to the team that's going to TI, so no, nothing to really be ashamed of there, right? And CDEC, they had some interesting ideas, in this game too, going with a support Alk, going with a Void and the Phoenix combination with a Visage mid with that Gravekeeper's Cloak build, which you really don't see too often. It looked decent enough. It just felt like they were giving a lot more towards VG. VG were allowed to play this game to what they wanted to do, and you didn't really stop that. Yang, again, just cutting off a lot of those ganks.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic job here from the side of VG Gaming. We'll have a look at the scoreboard, see exactly what happened. We'll get a recap going on here. And again, right, Erica 17-0-5. This man he became an absolute monster throughout this game. QAQ, you hate to see it. Johnny was playing Void. He had a support Alchemist, though. You can't really blame him, but I don't know. I mean... Mjolnir, it's okay, you get it, right? Like, he goes for the farming tool and the Maelstrom, he builds into the Hyperstone, he wants the added attack speed, we get it. You need the BKB, that's fair enough. The farm just wasn't there in time. And even had he got the Lincoln Sphere, it just feels even worse, because BAB had the eggs anyway. It was a rough one for CDEC. A nice attempt for VG Gaming. They were just the better team today. What can you do?
Yeah, they played really well. You can see just how happy they are. I think Yang just kind of elevates their mental state with all of those voice lines. I mean,
Yang elevates my mental state, John.
Yeah, he really does. He really does. And with the end of that series, of course, we can see the update to our bracket here coming up relatively quickly. We do have, again, VG moving up. They'll be waiting for the winner of this next series here of Aster Ares up against Invictus Gaming to see who they'll play against. And if they do win that out, or if either team wins out, they'll be facing up against whoever drops from RNGA versus Extreme Gaming. So we are going into the last 2 days here, Mike. The qualifiers are closing out, and only so many teams left in the running here. One more team to be eliminated in the next series.
It's been a great qualifier so far as well. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, right? But if you think a few years back, most people would have looked at the Chinese region and said, oh, it's a bit slow paced, it's not action packed. But these days, John, you've got to give it to them. Like the voice lines, the tips, the trolling, a lot of action breaking out in these games as well. I mean, the entertainment factor from this region, in my opinion, from when we started casting, John, it's gotten like a hell of a lot more entertaining with this. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's really kicked up the gear, and we've seen all of these teams really improve. It's really competitive. Unfortunately, again, a lot of teams will also be eliminated, and hopefully this next one will be good. Aster Aries up against Invictus Gaming after a little bit of time. That should be good. I mean, we'll see if Ponlo has anything off his bag of tricks here, of course.
Yeah. It's either Poglo or literally just Ponlo, Jonathan, as in going low enough to be out of the lower bracket. We'll see how this one pans out. Are they going to ban the Chen? Are they not? We'll find out very soon. We're going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series between Aster Aries and, of course, Invictus Gaming. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the night here. It's going to be Aster Aries against IG. Jonathan, I could not be more excited about this matchup. I don't even know how to phrase it. I mean, I wanted to go with something with a question mark because we've got Emo here on the side of IG, but I couldn't think of anything for Aster Aries. Very, very embarrassing on my part, so I'm just going to segue to ask you how you're feeling, sir.
I'm feeling great. This should be a very exciting match. You know, we again saw Aster Aries do very well in their first upper bracket game. Got 2-0'd by RNG, but that's RNG. You kind of expect them to fit the pattern right now. Up against IG, this should be very even. It's been back and forth between these two teams across multiple rosters. Last time they faced off was in Tier 2, T2, Tour 2, Division 2. I getting all my twos mixed up in Tour 2 Division 2, and that did go Aster Aries' way 2-1. So we could have a 3-game series. They did not play against each other in Tour 3, so there's enough room there for both teams to kind of change it up, and it should be competitive. And you did mention we have the draft on hand. Interesting to note, IG has indeed banned the Ponlo Chen. So they've taken out the Chen from the equation. So Ponlo will not have the option to play with that hero. And I'm keen to see what else Aster Aries brings out. We already have a few of the openings here. IG straight into the Enigma. You can see Ponlo in red. And they're all pretty serious here on Aster Aries' end.
Ponlo looks very depressed right now seeing that Chen ban. I'm pretty sure they'll just pick him Earth Spirit right here. Go on, pick up the Earth Spirit. We all know that's coming.
Could
Look at
definitely
his-
come out.
That's the posture of a man that is not happy. That's despair right there. I think that's the literal image of despair with Ponlo. Meanwhile, beautiful faces here. On the other side of things, of course, IG. Love to see him. No question marks behind them, sadly.
I
Go
believe
on.
yesterday they had their cats having a bit of a tussle,
I
or a
saw.
day ago. So I don't see any of the cats on hand. Maybe they're hiding. Maybe they got scolded for distracting the players. JT was staring a bit too much at them. You know, time to lock in that focus, boys. Focus in on the game. We do have the rest of the pickups here in the first phase. Pangolier picked up by Aster Aries. And, of course, IG with Marcy. Marcy Enigma coming out once more. We kind of saw some of that last time in very separate games, but from the same team. You have options. Like Marcy could still be a support. Marcy could still be a core. Same with Enigma. Happy faces out from Aster Aries here. Ponlo just is not joining in the jovial atmosphere. At least he. And you know what? I want to say one thing about Ponlo. He always looks like he's a teenager, right? Like I know some people have this impression that, you know, people of Asian descent tend to look a little bit younger. Ponlo is just ridiculously like young looking. Like he looks like he still needs to go into national service. You know, like very, very young lad. Very young boy. It confuses the heck out of me every time we talk.
Yeah. For the record, that was John making that statement, not me. John made the statement. I'm not allowed to make statements like that, Jonathan. You know?
Yeah.
Not allowed. You
Yeah.
are, though. There you go. Privilege.
Yeah,
That's what they call that.
It's just in the genes, you know. We look young. We feel young. I honestly, when I look at myself, I'm wondering. I'm 29. I guess it shows sometimes, you know, off the camera. Like, yeah, my age has been showing, at least in my mental state. You know, you can't see inside the head. It's completely irreparably damaged from watching all this Dota, of course. Soon enough, Mikey.
You know those
Yo,
memes
soon
where they
enough.
say your everything just gives up at 30, like your knees give up, everything. It really does happen. It really does happen. I'm telling you, like as soon as I hit the age of 30, I couldn't walk properly anymore. My knees felt weak arms were heavy. Mum spaghetti, something like that. You know how the song goes, Jonathan. It was terrible, terrible news for me at the age of 30. 31 now, sadly. You've got, what, maybe 6 months left till you have to suffer like I am? Oh, no, you got a year.
Yeah, around a year. Maybe 9 months. 9 months there, Mikey.
Oh.
There you go. not too far off. Still
For the,
seeing the draft. Yeah.
10 seconds.
for the
remaining.
birthday, or is it
Give him
something you haven't
warning.
told me?
No, for the birthday. Hey.
Seconds remaining.
Hey, come on. You know me, single and not ready to mingle. Very happy, stuck in my room here, as most gamers are. Seeing the rest of the bands though. They're protecting this Enigma, of course, Rubik band. I like that they ban out the Doom, because, well, Doom with Ags is really just something else right now. It's again, the winner of the Ags rewards so far. Very fun here to have. I like that Aster Ares are respect banning the SF and the Puck and taking away the Bloodseeker to protect the Pango. Do go with the Dazzle, pick up an IG though. Again, one of those heroes that I expected, honestly, to pop out a lot more here in the Chinese qualifiers. Hasn't as much, but it does come in here and there, and it is still highly effective. Like
This
the Shallow
does-
Grave and something like the Marzi is nice.
It does open up the AA pick for Ponlo if you wanted to go down that route. We know he loves playing the AA. Might not be very fun into the Shallow Grave, but might still be an option here if they want to go down that route. The AA, again, not the greatest hero in the world right now, John, I'd say. See what they want to go for here,
Yeah.
Aster Ares.
I think the AA is just a little bit hard to pick up when you have something that picks off the backline, let's say Marcy. I mean, AA can stand like very far away from the fight, so maybe the rebound's not an issue, but you do kind of want to use your other spells. We get the Enchantress instead, so it does come out. You can't have the Chen, you take the Ench, and you go straight into the TA here. Very strong win condition for Aster Ares to build up on. Likely our hero for Ulu on safe, although it could be Yi on mid, but you don't really know your mid matchup, so you have to leave those options open. Wondering if Aster Ares closes out with a support, because you could sort of flex the DP support, although again, we haven't seen that as often. Neither have we seen the Pangolier support, although I'm guessing that could be something Ponlo picks up. It just feels like you've already locked in a pretty solid Tricore from Aster Ares. At the same time, IG can still kind of counteract it.
Phantom
There's the PA, excuse me, popping up once again. So PA coming out, apparently very popular in this region, why the hell not? Against another TA, by the way, which we did see it earlier in game one of the first series, and, well, TA did not have a very good time against the Phantom
10
Assassin.
seconds
Even with the MKB rush after Dragonlance, it just did not work out in their favor. And so IG, maybe seeing that, will kind of run the same thing.
Yeah, and I think they realize that Aster Ares does not have the best source of magical damage right now, so you are going to have a lot of value out from this PA. You've got the Dazzle to sustain you through there as well. Shallow Grave on PA is actually really good because of that lifesteal on Phantom Strike. So you do have this moment where you get Shallow Grave, you jump in, you heal back up, and you're ready to rumble once more. Like it can be very obnoxious to fight against. For Aster Ares, this does give them some ample room to decide what to do about it. Like they could still shift one of these first two picks, the Pango or the DP, into a more support role on the 4 or 5 perhaps. It's just not something you see from either of these heroes all too much, and that can kind of cut them off if they really feel the need to have a stronger PA counter. It's going to sound weird, but, you know, the Axe kind of works here really well if you really want to flex that hard, right? Like, Axe against PA is good, Call, you have a lot of armor, you go Blade Mail, you've got the Chop Down to deal with the Shallow Grave as well, Calling Blade, so you can work against what IG has, but if you do pick the Axe, you're running a support Pango or running a support DP. And neither of those options sounds that palatable when you already have the Enchantress on hand.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
certainly doesn't. Final bans to come before we can see these drafts completed. It seems like Aster Ares arguably still need a pos 1, though we know the TA is probably going to be the real carry. On the other side of things, IG need a mid laner of some sort here for themselves. Mid lane is obviously being focused here by Aster Ares as they get rid of the Invoker. One more to go. You might want to get rid of things like the Quap here. I mean, the Queen of Pain seemingly very, very strong in this current meta. They'll get rid of the Lina instead. Fair enough. IG currently focused on what seems to be the position 4 pickups of Aster Ares. At least the Shaker was removed. And again, I suppose Shaker into Enigma always going to feel very, very nice. Just get rid of that. You don't want to have to struggle to get black holes before BKB. Go on, John.
5
No, I was just gonna say, well, you've got Red Panda 5 faces Void 5. You could come out that because I'm gonna say like Aster Ares does lack like wide AoE control outside of the Pangolier, and they respect Band, Aponlo, Earth Spirit as well. So kind of covering all their bases. I kind of want to see the Ponlo Ancient and just go Red Panda faces Void. You know, you've got some damage to give into the Chrono with the DP, with the Ench, with the TA, with Dragonlance up. You can kind of make it work. It might not do much in lane. I think that's the one concern. Like the Enigma is gonna have a very free time in that lane if you do that. But you know, it gives you control. It's funny. And Red Panda, every single time he does it, or at least when we watched it before, it would somehow defy the odds and actually look amazing. I don't think they would. They will go with a Wind Ranger
not
instead.
again.
So, that's a tough sell. I mean, they could run mid Wind Ranger for Yi, run the Ulu TA, and just kind of decide between. Yeah, and the Vipers are really. I mean, you are literally just replicating the last draft from the first game in the last series. So you could just go Viper, and it's gonna be hellish, pretty hellish for Aster Ares. If IG wanted to go that route, then you would be forced to. Yeah, I mean, you don't really mind running the core Enigma here, so that can fit in. Yeah, you could justify that in this game.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you're still against TAs. The Viper's always going to do good. It's, you know, the Wind Ranger is just an added bonus, really. Even against the Ench, you wouldn't mind playing Viper, inbuilt break, Viper strike, very nice against Enchantress. They don't have to go down the Viper route. Maybe it's a little bit too slow. To be fair, they are lacking a bit of stun right now on the side of IG. Like, you've really only got the rebound of the Marcy and the Black Hole at the moment. It could be a little bit rough until you have, like, Dazzle Shards or Basher on PA. I still think you could just go Viper, and if you really need the added control, you could just go run off Atos build. 25 seconds to think about it here for the side of IG. Otherwise, you
And
still
that
have Quap.
Yeah, I was going to say the Quap ID you had there still fits in for what Emo would want to play down mid as well. They go with a Storm instead, which honestly still fits in. Mainly because you really don't have the best control here from Aster Ares. You've got Shackle, Rolling Thunder, Silence, and all of that the Storm can kind of dodge. So Emo might have a really good time here. We have seen Storm. It's more of a pocket pick now, but when it does come out, it actually doesn't look half bad. It does still hit some really good early timings. Even with, you know, the changes to the nulls, it can still be highly effective. A very interesting back and forth here on the draft. I'm keen to see how much Aster Ares could do. We are getting the Ponlo Wind Ranger at least, so we are running the core DP and the core Pangolier from the first phase, and it does feel like those two picks were protected enough, so you should still be highly effective and kind of getting some push going. The Pangolier can clear out the Eidolons of JT down the line. Shangsa should have a decent enough time kind of preventing that push, and they can try to secure their own push with the Enchantress and DP as well.
Well, John, I need predictions quick because you're going to be offering us your in-game predictions once again, John. So draft-wise, who came out on top? Give me the definitive answer.
I would lean towards IG just a tad bit. I feel like the synergy you have with PA and Dazzle is just really good. Like, you've got minus armor coming through to Wazoo. You've got the Shallow Grave with Life Seal on Phantom Strike. It's just very self-sustainable now, and it can just run you down very fast. You do still have that farming issue where you will try to work towards Battle Fury, and you are laning up against a Pangolier, so that lane might be more annoying than you'd like on the PA, but it's not going to be completely unplayable, and you can kind of run from there.
Predictions, Jonathan. You have a minute and a half. I'm not going to interrupt. Go on.
Roshan kills this kind of game. I can see 3 Rosh kills coming out. Team with first Barrack skill. Oh, that's really hard. That's really hard. It depends on what draft you prefer. I would lean towards IG, I suppose. Player with the most kills at 10. Yeah, TikTok. There goes the clock. Player with the most kills at 10. I want to say FY, but no, FY perhaps. If not, then that's going to be Shangsa. Total player number of deaths at game end, 26 to 40 is probably your safest bet there. No, actually,
Okay.
41. Yeah, 26 to 40 sounds right. There you go.
Okay.
Hey, I got
very
3
much,
out of 4 last time. I just got kind of messed up because the Phoenix got some additional damage right before the GG, and GG timed out. So
30 seconds.
3 out of
to
4.
battle.
You know, it's close, Mike. Almost had that quap for the magic damage, but didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, close but not perfect, John. What can you do? What can you do? It happens. Love to see JT's Enigma, by the way. Very excited to see that happening. But before that, level 1 team fight might break out. Asteres, he's spotted here, FY. Not leveling rebound yet. Could still go for it if he wants to, but doesn't seem to want to make the dive in. They are going to find the more important aspect, which is the Observer Ward. And a bit of misplacement there with the Observer Ward. Just within that Cliff Sentry range is now Red Panda. A couple fair bit of damage, but is going to be okay. Doesn't bother throwing out the Poison Touch. And it seems like it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties anyway. So a very even start between these two teams. Let's start off with that mid lane, John. You're going to have Emo there on that mid storm against, of course, Yi on that Death Prophet. Who wins out this laning stage based off the hero matchups, John?
Honestly, it does feel DP should be finding more, but it's not like unplayable for Storm. Level 3 Spike, you can opt for the 1-1-1, double static overload trades on Yi. If the Storm does go too close, you can punish with level 2 Spirit Siphon. So that's where things can really ramp up for the DP. And I think overall, Yi should have a little bit more play there. Like, he should be able to kind of control the lane better, eke out a slight advantage, but you're not going to be completely shutting down Emo unless he severely missteps in the lane.
Okay, fair enough. How's those other lanes going is what I was meant to ask. Maybe top lane. JT and the Enigma, of course. One of my favorites to watch here, the JT Enigma. Me against Ulu and Red Panda. And you're also going to have FY there on the Marcy. And never mind that, because bot lane, First Blood is going to break out. Pango does end up going down. Fly, of all people, able to secure First Blood on the PA. And, well, you couldn't really ask for a better start here for the side of IG.
Yeah, it's just a lot of slow. You get that Poison Touch off, you get the Dagger off, you can just chase someone down. And once you see one of Pango's spells already committed, Changsa can't really run. Cooldown on Swash is pretty high, cooldown on Shield Crash is also moderately high early on. And there's really not much a Wind Ranger does at level 1. Like, you have Wind Run ready on Ponlo. Even if he had Shackles up, I doubt you can stop both Ollie and Fly unless they, again, kind of stack up together in the line, which they probably wouldn't do. So this is just going to be a lot slower here for Aster Ares, and even trades up top.
Yeah, Red Panda going to end up dropping. Not the greatest sign as the Enchantress. Like, you really want to try and dominate lanes as Ench, but against Enigma, it is rather difficult. And FY, of course, on that Marcy, not going to make it any easier. In fact, another stun out. Dispose is available. Ulu in trouble once again, but is going to be able to melt strike and be just fine. In fact, FY now, the one to be chased down by Red Panda with the enchant, is going to be able to survive and salve up. A little bit of unfortunate timing as well there for IG, because the Eidolons end up expiring mid-dispose. Had that not happened, Ulu probably would have gone down.
Yeah, you would have had enough damage to kind of deal with Ulu. Gonna need some detection for the melt. There is a little bit of play for Ulu there, but a lot slower.
Emo's in the jungle already, John.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's not really what I expected. I mean, the DP should have a better time. Not this much of a better time. I guess because of the lead Yi has, you can't even go up and try to static remnant the wave. You're always going to cop either the Crypt Swarm or a little bit of that Spirit Siphon. And remember, the damage was buffed. Like, it's not a percent value, so there is more burst early on because of how it works. Yeah. It used to just kind of tickle you until you hit, like, level 3 Spirit Siphon, but on something like the Storm, who doesn't have the greatest HP pool, really easy to whittle down.
Apparently, Emo does not believe in buying salves, Jonathan. He's too much of a chat. He's not going to waste his gold on the regen items. This top lane, Ulu now in trouble. A lot more damage with the Eidolons to fly out. Red Panda, that's an aggressive maneuver from Red Panda to move in once again. He'll try to heal up through the damage output. FY, he has rebound and doesn't even need it. A double kill for the Marcy. So at least the top lane going very well for IG. Side lanes going pretty decently. Mid lane not so much. In fact, look at Emo again, being chased down here. Yi already just getting through over half his HP on this Storm Spirit. I suppose Emo kind of living up to his name right now.
Yeah, he's not going to be feeling that good up against Yi. And he does lack small camps to play with, so we saw him struggling with the medium camps, giving Yi more free EXP. Level 5 up now in DP. This was without any sort of rotations as well. He doesn't need it. Emo just has to kind of hold out until he can hit like level 5. Good fortified to keep this dive.
Is he dead?
We'll force a TP, but Emo...
Oh, FYI, he's gonna make... That was on the edge. Level 2 Crypt Swarm was available, but the sidekick coming in, FY just forcing Yi to back off there. Close call. It kind of goes to show you how desperate things are for the mid lane of IG right now, though. Like, Emo just doesn't have a game up until level 6, and we'll jump in. FY is going to try and save the day. In fact, Ollie even showing up. This is a great maneuver from the side of IG to try and make sure that lead doesn't really pay off. But Emo, he's dropping way too low. He's still going to fight and does secure the kill. He gets it first. It's a win for the side of IG. It just takes a lot of commitment. But
Yeah,
my
it
God,
takes
was that
way
close.
too much commitment. It opens up the side lanes in a huge way, though. I feel like Aster Ares are going to be really happy, giving Ulu some room to breathe on that TA to just keep the farm game, allowing their Pangolier to finally get some harassment off onto Fly. And then that's actually pretty important. Your DP is already 5 anyway. You're about to hit 6. You don't really mind that, because they're committing all these resources before Exorcism's up. Once Exorcism's up, you can definitely expect yourself to just group up mid, and if the supports get tied in again, same scenario rises. Free farm for Ulu, catch up for Shangsa, and just a slowdown on this PA who really needs a good Battle Fury timing in this game.
Absolutely. The one negative, of course, about that mid rotation as well, by the way, John, the side lanes were cleared up. And look at this again. 3 heroes in the mid lane by IG. Jump in, Yi, he's going to be targeted. They really want this DP. Spirit Siphons are going, though, healing him back up. Yi just trying to back his way up at FY. The body blocks from our Marcy. Gonna pay off. IG, they are not having it. This Death Prophet not gonna have the game it wants.
Yeah, they're investing heavily on Emo catching up, and now that does give Emo the EXP lead. So he's going to have 6 at a fairly good point in the game. And once that's up, catching him out, punishing him on Aster Ares' end becomes a lot tougher. You don't have a value point in silence here for Yi. You're not going to have that for quite some time as well. So you are just going to be stuck relying on really a Shackle or a Rolling Thunder, maybe a neutral creep out from Red Panda. Easier said than done. And they've managed to kind of balance back from that rougher start for Emo. 6-1 start already for IG. They are still lagging behind in that worth because of all that commitment that these kills have to come in for. So they just need to watch out. They are getting good farm on Fly now. Number 3 in net worth. Battle Fury time should still line up. But if Ulu is allowed to kind of transition to jungle, well, that's where it gets scary.
Top lane, Red Panda in danger again, is going to drop. JT even going for the Malefice, back in onto Ulu. FY doesn't have any more spells to throw out, so they are going to lose the Ench, but they won't lose Ulu. Be just fine to back his way out once again on the TA and even Salva.
Just trying to get some space out. You're happy enough to sacrifice the Ench for your core to live. They're trying to get aggressive down bot here as well, with Ponlo kind of just going forward, but the Shackle doesn't quite connect. You are reaching into the Rolling Thunder point for Shangsa, so you can play, just need to wait a bit, and it is up now. Again, your only setup is Shackle, which is easier said than done to really consistently land on multiple heroes.
Slower game now, 7-1 the way of IG. A very good game thus far. Net worth sitting the way of Aster Ares, however. Wi-Fi actually going to TP up towards the top lane now as the PA, so just keep prepping for the top tier 1 tower push with JT. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the push will start with Yi. He does pop the Exorcism. Everyone else getting out from IG, so nobody going to get picked off here down to the bot lane. They just want to trade. Meanwhile, top lane, Ulu is going to drop. Fly, he'll find another kill for himself on the PA, and that's great news for the side of IG.
Man, they just have such a good read as to what they want to do. They know the bot's gonna fall with a move in from Yi. Just kind of group up top, shift the PA, start to get their own push going with the Eidolon army, and find a really juicy kill. Aster Ares will have a little bit more control in the bot jungle, but there are still some good wards here from IG to watch them when they farm here.
T1 for T1, bottom lane, however. Xingxi being watched. They'll see the swash, and that'll be enough. Emo, he'll make the jump in. Rolling Thunder, not going to be able to get there in time yet, but he's still trying and actually gets it just barely. Oh, Xingxi, sometimes you've just got to have faith. He will roll his way out very proudly on the Pango. Poor old Emo, he gets nothing for his trouble.
They managed to dodge out very well in Aster Ares. Waste a little bit of that time. I think you are surrendering too much space up top, though. IG's more than happy to just camp this area. Ponlo is keeping an eye out to give Ulu a little bit of a companion here, but the PA is now ahead. Fly should have a smooth ride into that Battle Fury if he still wants to go that route. Can't afford to kind of drag this game out a little bit longer. Big issue I'm seeing here for Aster Ares is the activity from their supports just hasn't really ramped up, although they'll try now, perhaps.
They are gonna give it a crack. Still, FY. Look at this man. He just rocks right into Red Panda. He does not care. Perfect positioning from the Marcy. I mean, I don't even know why I'm impressed, John. It's FY. Of course he's gonna be perfectly positioned.
He's been on point this entire game. He's been showing up to the right lanes at the right time, making all the moves, setting up for his team. And look at that. FY has the most kills to 10 minutes. There you go.
Wow.
Very nice, Mikey.
Was that your prediction?
Yes, sir.
Jesus, there you go. FY. Shackle's not going to land. He has rebound. He has his team behind him. They aren't too close, but he will be able to get away. If the Shackles landed, you probably would have had the kill, but sometimes you don't get too lucky. Just a little bit out of range there for Ponlo.
And that's always going to be an issue here. Just this lack of control. You've got the Marcy to worry about, you've got the Storm, you've got the PA who also has a blink out. There is a lot of mobility on IG, and you just don't have the hard hold on Aster Ares unless you just consistently use the Rolling Thunder. Or, you know, follow up with a Silence. But again, the value point in that isn't quite there yet on Yi. They will smoke out here on Aster Ares, Ponlo and Yi making a move out together.
Where do they go, though? Aster Ares, I mean, they are right behind Xingxi. Good map movement, though. TP out immediately from our Marcy, back into the mid lane, and a 4-man smoke up. Fly's still around the top area, but he's going to back off as well. So IG, they've read the side of Aster Ares very well, and now the dire triangle, it's going to be invaded. Ulu, very nice scan indeed, Jonathan. Be able to get out, but Red Panda, he's going to scan out for the team. It may cost him, but they are going to try and force the fight. Emo needs to back out. It's the Rolling Thunder going to fight right through JT. He does have Black Hole. He'll hide in the corner for now, but he is just slowly dying to Yi on that Death Prophet as they'll keep going for more. Ulu, they'll find Ollie here on the Dazzle. FY in trouble, still running. So is Emo. He'll zip away. They've got the Spirit Siphons going on this Marcy. FY barely going to get clipped by that Crypt Swarm. Will drop an Emo. He cannot keep the fight going. He will need to back off an Aster Ares. Able to take a 3-for-1 trade. So just deciding, rather than retreating, we're going to give up Red Panda, but we're going to take 3 of their lives instead.
It pays off massively for the side of Aster Ares. Again, good scan, good game sense coming out from them as well, expecting IG to do something when the PA backed off top, because that meant no one was around. They were on the opposite side, and that meant they were also not willing to TP. So they get a read on that smoke, and they just managed to make the most of it. You know, they're still getting the build-up they want on their DP, on their TA, and their Pangolier. They did have to pop Exo, so there's no potential push coming out. And I think with the spells expanded out from Aster Ares, that could lead to IG maybe shifting their sights onto a mid or bot tier 1 tower push, as it doesn't really take too long for them to get that done with the Eidolon army that JT's microing very well to get some info on the map.
Ponlo. Shackle mid lane. Trying to chip away at Emo. It's a Falcon Blade on the Wind Ranger. Maybe following the footsteps of Seb here, Jonathan. Even going for a blink straight after. No wards necessary here for old Ponlo. Fair enough. Suppose he is the POS 4 to be fair. They probably should buy some wards too, Jonathan, as a POS 5 player. Very frustrating to see it. Yeah. Fairies.
Huh?
Just Emo. Top lane though. Ollie going to be spotted out on the Dazzle. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Red Panda does get spotted out. So action all across the map. Ollie does end up dropping. And bottom, well, Red Panda somehow still healing up, still walking away. But FY and Emo, they'll get the job done. So 1-for-1 across the map. Just the support's going down. Not too big of a deal. They'll just trade evenly.
Yeah, just a back and forth trade. Not the biggest loss for either sides. I think you are maybe slightly happier finding the kills on IG's end, just because Emo really needs that build up out of all these heroes here. And the Storm's the one that, again, hurts very hard without the small camp. You're giving all the farm towards Fly, so he just needs these pickoffs to keep going.
I suppose. Ponlo, Arcane, it has been protected. Emo, he's got it. FY though, he's in trouble, but he'll go for the fight against Yi, but he's healing up, so that you might have to give up the Marcy, or maybe not, because the rebound was saved for this moment.
Radiant's middle tower
They'll
is
find
under
Ponlo,
attack.
they'll get the Arcane, that'll be
Dire's
enough.
bottom tower is under
Mid-tier 1
attack.
tower, it's going to be forced in, but this looks a bit desperate. They popped the Exorcism, so they want to try and get something done with this. JT, meanwhile, though, has the Wraith Pack and Black Hole available. So you can't play this too riskily. Yi, he'll back his way out, realizing this.
And that's Exorcism down again, not really finding the Menting on Aster Ares' side. They deny Arcane, that's nice, but you don't really get anything for your trouble there outside of losing your support. And as long as this mid-tier 1 stands, I mean, this farm coming after Fly just keeps going. Like, he's just allowed to free farm triangle, he dips up top, no one's there to respond onto that PA. Even if they did, it doesn't feel like they've had the match damage to do so.
Red Panda in trouble again. He's going to drop, I think, down to the bot lane, but he is walking away. Emo can't reach him. Ulu takes him out. Red Panda surviving on 30 HP. What can you... It's the Enchantress, isn't it, Joe? It's just classic Ench, just walking away with a slither of HP.
It's the double fluffy hats. He has enough HP to just tank through that salvo and bought enough time for his team to just back him up. Back onto the mid-tier 1 here for Aster Ares. Without the Storm, the angles are a lot tougher for IG to find, and they're forced to surrender it. Evening out map control for Aster Ares, giving them an access point down bot. And I think at this point, you really want to plant some forward wards on triangle. Although, again, I suppose if you can't kill off the PA, or you're not confident in your pickoff onto that hero, you might just have to ignore it and keep someone else suppressed, keep Emo under duress. That could be maybe the call here from Aster Ares. 12-6, less than 1k lead onto IG, but it's a very even game, Mike. So many back and forth trades, and everyone's still managing to find some farm despite all these trades.
They are. Very even game. Fly, he takes over the top of the net worth board, though, and I think that's a pretty big cause of concern, though, for Aster Ares, right? Like, it's a TA. Yeah, she has Battle Fury now, but you would have imagined this TA would have had, you know, a lot more farm by this point, but it just hasn't worked out for Ulu.
Yeah, it hasn't come out yet.
Fly. Look for Yi here on the Death Prophet. Ulu gonna be around as well. They might make the jump in.
Dire's bottom
Ponlo
tower
around
is
to
under
break the
attack.
smoke. In fact, Ollie was just Kindiz instead. He's gonna get spotted out now, and well, this will be a free kill to go the way of Aster Ares. You will happily take it on the Death Prophet. 4-2-1 now for his KDA. Fly, though, of course, going to be just fine as the gank was tanked. The rest of IG not really panicking whatsoever. Like, there's just no need. You've got the PA. You've got this infinite scaling kind of core with the Enigma as well. There's just no need to try and rush this. Oh, you've even got the
Radiant's
Storm.
top tower is under attack.
It's just a lot of room to grow, and you're in no rush to kind of test the waters here. I think down the line, we've seen this before, but Aster Ares will be relying on Shang-Tse to kind of be the black hole canceller with the basher up, and he is going for that build-up. But that's where things get awkward. Once JT can dictate these engagements on his own, the fights get really harder for Aster Ares. Smoke out here from IG. No blink yet from JT, but you know, he hasn't really needed to use that black hole just yet
Radiant are
anyway.
scanning.
Scan is perfect. IG, they know exactly where they are. Red Panda, at least, is going to be the one to make the scan happen. Smoke is broken. In fact, this might be perfect for Aster Ares instead. You don't really want to jump the Ench. Emo, he'll find a nice region before the fight really breaks out, but stun is going to be there. Shackles as well. Rolling Thunder, can he make it in time? Emo, he does get the zip off. Very nice. Aster Ares not able to secure the kill there onto Emo, and
Under attack.
oh, he's got a regen rune in the bottle, John. JT's got a blink dagger on the way on the Enigma. Oh, tough times are coming for Aster Ares, I feel.
Just gotta be a little bit patient and trying to get that build up they want here on Aster Ares as well. And that's the blink reveal out on Shang-Tse. which does make things a little bit tougher. The side of IG should be ready for that
Dire's
back
bottom
line
tower is under
protection
attack.
now. They are very close to the BKB of Yi, so that's probably next time, in fact. Emo.
Emo, silence, there. Oh, Shackles does not land. Fair enough. I suppose it was the tire creep anyway. Emo, he's going to be okay. Just couldn't find the angle there on Ponlo to be able to get that nice Shackles on a tree. Now Ponlo's stuck. Ponlo's just on the cliff. He's cosplaying Arteezy right now. He'll die, no problem. IG, they'll lose nothing and they gain themselves another kill for their Storm.
Just finding these pickoffs. I mean, again, it doesn't feel like you're grabbing all too much on IG's end. The net worth really isn't
Radiant's
shifting
middle
too
tower
much.
is under attack.
But Fly is becoming a massive issue. BKB up on the PA. Really nothing to be scared of right now for Master Ares for this PA. Like, Ulu doesn't have any MKB, not gonna have one for a while. You don't have the hold to deal with the PA with the BKB up. You've always got this Dazzle that can stand the back line for you as well. The game's just kind of tough in a smoke here.
It's the Ares. Panda in position, does secure the double damage for his team. IG not able to really make use of this smoke that they've just popped. It's the surprise reveal of the Blink Dagger here on JT as well. No one spotted it yet. KB is up on Ulu, but it's not going to help very much in the black hole if he does get caught out. Red Panda will be spotted, but again, it's not really the target they want to make the jump on. He's just a bit too tanky on that edge. Unless you just land crit after crit. That's not really happening for Fly Fight, at least so far. It seems like as to Ares, they will avoid the gank attempt that was incoming by IG. They're going to be just fine.
They hold their own. They just play this farm game. It's the tension's really building up because you're getting all these items getting ready. We haven't really seen their effects just yet. We've seen some from Aster Ares. That blink on Shengse was up earlier. Even Ponlo now inching towards his own blink. That's where the Wind Ranger can start to feel like a menace if you can always find these angles. Let's smoke out two of them. Ponlo, Shengse, gonna try to find something, but IG's all up top unless they find an angle to work onto JT here.
Dire
Roshan maybe to be sneaked by Ulu. He's just going to meld in the Roshan pit for now. Roshan will get started. So a bit of a sneaky Roshan attempt. IG, can they predict this is happening? TPs are coming. They seem to know something is awry here, but Roshan's dropping a little bit too fast. Somebody's going to scout this out. Very quickly, Emo, he's going to come in. Can they steal it? He's going to jump back in. FY is in as well. Ulu, he will pick up the Aegis. BKB was popped. Ulu's going to be just fine to pick up that secondary life, and now the Rolling Thunder catching out two on the backside. In goes Fly. He'll take down Shengsi. Onto Yi they go. Ollie, he will be the one to drop into the Dazzle, and Emo, he's out of mana on the Storm. He can't survive through this. He will drop to Yi's damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A successful team fight for Aster Ares. They will drop 1 for 3, and they get the Aegis onto Ulu.
It's a good attempt out from IG. They've managed to get a read on that Roach right before it falls, but they weren't quite in position to truly counteract that move, and Aster Ares finds a lot for their trouble. With the EXO running, they clear out the top tier 1 as well, opening the map just a bit more. JT is trying to split down mid. The tower is still set to stand with Yi to clear out these Eidolons, so not going to be able to trade and start to open up the map here for IG's end as well. Those were some early BKB uses popping out. Fly down to his 8-second charge now. Didn't manage to get that much value out of it. It feels like he is going for the Deso next in the PA, so nothing too strange here this time around. Just wants to soften up these targets and burst them down ASAP. But for Aster Ares, prime opportunity for their own smoke play now.
Aster Ares going to try and move into that Radiant jungle. Fly. Back off at the right time, IG. They still have Black Hole to play with, don't forget. But they will try to just avoid the surprise gank coming in from Aster Ares. They will do so successfully. It's the 1k advantage still holding the way of the Dire. Again, though, the top of the net worth board is Fly on the PA. In fact, Desolator now available on the Phantom Assassin, so a lot more damage to be pumped out. Does see Yi will reveal himself in the blur. He's back off towards the north. Back towards his team goes Fly.
Radiant's
Back to
bottom
farming a bit
tower
more.
has fallen.
Space given for Aster Ares. Clears out bot tier 2. Gives them outpost control now as well. So they can just take over the bot jungle. Keep that build up they want on their TA, on their Pango, on everyone really, on Aster Ares' end. And IG still has no clear answer. Emo, no latch still from
Radiant's
Ponlo.
bottom tower is under
Didn't manage
attack.
to align that. If he did have the follow up from Shang-Tsung, and that might have been enough with the diffusal there as well to melt some mana. Rather unfortunate, but IG gonna be very happy with at least avoiding that little scenario. And for IG's end, I mean, you know, as this game drags on, you've pointed out, you've always talked about this, Mike, but the Enigma does become the focal point, right? Like, it does become all about JT landing some black holes. You will have some backup from Emo down the line if he does build the Ags. So you could get like double black hole almost in sort of that effect, but that's still a long time away. Smoke out from IG here though.
They've even got the Aether Lens up on that Enigma now, so a bit more range. Red Panda though, perfect position. Fly. You know, he's just gonna zip right. He's had enough of this Enchantress. He wants what he can get. He'll take it, but it is certainly still a bit of a win for Aster Ares, only losing the Pons 5. And IG, I mean, they still really haven't had an opportunity to pop this black hole. It just never has come about. The positive is, though, considering their draft, it just feels like they're going to outscale Aster Ares anyway, so it's kind of like whatever. We'll just keep dragging out the game. It's all good.
Just keep stalling, just hold on to your key objectives, prevent any further tier 2s from falling, and just kind of have a space to farm in. They're fairly well protected in their jungle despite losing that bot tier 2. They've got a nice forward ward to watch any movement across the river, so they can just kind of keep an eye out on that. The Aegis here for Aster Ares is fading. Less than a minute left for Ulu, and it doesn't feel like they've really gotten in as much as you'd want to. With that Aegis here, I mean, it does get them good farm. MKB is up on Ulu, so you can't just hammer in on Fly. If Fly does blink forward aggressively, TA is going to have an answer. However, the map state just feels too even. Like with this Aegis, with this kind of timings that Aster Ares are meeting, you would expect them to keep the map more suppressed. Instead, IG are farming highly effectively while it's split
Dire's
up.
bottom tower is under attack.
Aster Ares now going to try for the top tier 2 tower push. 15 more seconds on the Aegis timing here.
Radiant
At least
structures
try and
are
find an
fortified.
objective out of this.
Radiant's top tower
Rest
is
of
under
IG not
attack.
really reacting. They're just trying to push the bottom tier 2 tower as well. CHP doing most of the work as the Aegis will expire.
Dire's bottom tower is
It
under
should be a
attack.
tier 2 for tier 2 trade. And IG, they're not really
Radiant's top
TPing.
tower
Like,
is
they're not
under
interested in
attack.
defending. Even with the Aegis now down, they just don't really seem to care.
Dire's
The Ares,
bottom
they'll go back
tower
into the
has
Radiant
fallen.
Triangle. IG will probably take over the Dyad Triangle. Very conservative Dota here between these two teams. Thing is, one mistake and it could just be high ground for either side. That's the problem.
Yeah, you've got really clear angles for both sides to kind of get that push going. So one has to be fairly
Dire's bottom
cautious
tower is under
of that
attack.
possibility. Good item pickups also lining up. FY with his own BKB.
Radiant's top
So
tower
our
is
support
under
Marcy is
attack.
ready to feel like a massive menace in the front line. Just kind of focus in, get the sidekick off, keep spamming out the rebounds. And just keep on taking
Emo,
the
he's
scan.
under vision. Yes, stun is there. He's gonna die. In fact, never mind the vision. It was indeed the scan you pointed out, John. Gave that information over.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Trap
attack.
was there as well, to be fair. Now Aster Ares, mid tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it's going. And
Radiant's
they
middle
might not be
tower
confident
has
enough for the
fallen.
high ground. They still have to watch the bot here as Aster Ares are trying to force a response out, and they will get it. But
On low. Nice shackles. He's found the PA. FY is going to jump in and try and help out. Fly. He's going to blink out of there. FY, he's manning up. Look at this guy. Ponlo is going to drop FY. He couldn't TP out, could he? No, he won't. He actually ends up saving Fly, however. And he still finds a trade for himself.
yeah, it's not too bad for the side of IG. Like, you sacrifice, but you save your core. That does cost a BKB charge on Fly down to 7 seconds now. However, you prevent the side of Aster Ares of even thinking about finding another tier 2. And just kind of grabbing him back, waiting for the respawn in Emo. So it's a lot. It's still that weird equilibrium state where there's still this slight lead coming up for Aster Ares, but IG still has this untapped potential of Black Hole. JT, it's been 30 minutes. Very patient man. Has not seen the opportunity to show his control. Mind you, he's waiting for what seems to be his BKB first before anything else, so gonna give it that a shot. He has the option now as well for picking up the Psychic Headband, and it is flying out. So with the Aether Lens, he can really put that black hole from a long way away, Mikey.
Here we go. They might have their opportunity. Comes Aster Ares. Shingxi gonna scan out for his team. Ollie around. Wards drop. They have found the Death Prophet. That's a great target, but a great shackles out as well to hold them down. Emo, he got caught in the shackles, but BKB's there. He's alright for now as he zips forward once again onto Yi. Yi, meanwhile, he'll heal up just with the Spirit Siphons. In comes the daggers. Fly, trying to get some damage out into this Death Prophet, but no crits are coming out. He can't get it off. Fly, meanwhile, right back in. Does eventually find the DP. As JT is yet to find a black hole.
Oh.
There you go. There you go. The solo black hole onto the TA. Ulu, he's going to BKB up. JT's going to drop it. It won't matter. They'll find the TA eventually. On to Shangxi. They'll even find the Pango. A full team wipeout for IG. And it's a rather anticlimactic black hole. I know people going to spam the black Omega lol hole, you know, whatever it is, but what are you going to do, John? He still secured the team wipe.
Yeah, JT's patience is just awesome. This guy's like a monk. He's just sitting there and it's like, oh, we don't need this here. My team can do this. And he finds that one angle of the TA, trying to come in, trying to, find an opening after everyone's expended all their spells, and suddenly Black Hole's still up. It's just not something that you'd really expect at that point in the team fight, at this point in the game. For just not seeing that. And IG manages to punish Aster Ares well. A full team wipe coming out. They've gotten control of the outpost. Roshan 40 seconds away, so there is ample time for the response of Aster Ares. But
Emo's got a blink up now. What?
Wait, did you really buy it? Oh my!
Yeah,
he actually did.
He bought a blink dagger.
I saw him
Yi?
cue it.
FY in trouble, and rather FY initiating. He's the one in trouble and does go down, and now Shingxi. Roll through, can't really do much. Fly might in fact keep chasing him as the dagger. Disconnect, but be able to get the blink strike. Why does Emo have a blink dagger, John?
Why not? Why not? Blink in an Orchid and then spam your spell. It's there. Blink in Instant Vortex. Blink in Ags. Hello, Ags. If he does get that, the blink pays for itself. You can save your mana. Storm has mana issues again because Null is not an item. This is next level from Emo. It's just like the blinks we were seeing out from our Ember players, right? We'd see Ember blink. Why not Storm blink? It makes it has a rationality that is very hard to solve, but I can see the angle of it somehow.
I'll tell you what, John. You should have been a salesman. I reckon you've sold it to me. I love it. Why did he buy Blink? Because he can buy Blink. That's why. And he did buy Blink. He's a Giga Chat. He doesn't care.
Oh boy, Roche.
Next we'll see
Gonna be a
the
quick
Queen of
one as
Pain
well.
Blink, hopefully, from Emo.
Yeah, sometime. That would be nice. I would like to see the axe come out from Emo, though. I like legitimately, though. Blink Vortex. Blink Vortex is a lot less telegraphed. You have to understand, right? Ball Lightning's very telegraphed, but Blink Vortex is just as nasty as Black Hole. It literally is just Black Hole. So that might be the angle down the line. It's going to take a while for that build up, but if Emo does pick that up, there you go. Just Blink Vortex instead of zipping across, then have a zip out. Easy.
I mean, it does make sense. I mean, all jokes aside, you are right. Like, you don't have the sound cue, you don't have the zip animation. It is much faster. I do agree with you on that. Well done, John. Problem is, you don't have the axe yet, John.
Well, you're highly mobile now as a Storm. Very mobile. Remember, Ember with Blink is kind of the same thing, where if you can't really lock him in, then the Blink just doubles down on that and allows Emo to take massive risks forward. As long as he dodges out, you're good.
Go. Mid lane, a team fight might be there to break out. Zip in Emo, there you go. There's your jump in from Emo. Onto Yi. He'll switch over to Ponlo now on that Wind Ranger. Silence him up. Still Ponlo surviving as JT now jumps in. That's a black hole. He's got 2 of them. He's got 2 cores. Ulu and Sheng Si on that Pango. Both set to drop. Perfect team fight once again, IG. Why the hell not? Just making everything work. They head into the mid lane, onto the high ground. Time for a Rax, I think. Except this damn enchanted creep being very annoying in the mid lane, but eventually does get taken care of.
They've got the angle now. They've got the tower melting coming out from Fly. No threat of black hole, so that could be an open for Aster Ares, but they're not keen on forcing this fight either. And look at the damage output of Fly with Sidekick, like plus 300 damage. That is a sickening amount, and you can just melt everything that you want. They have angles for all of these objectives as well. No outer tower left. Aster Ares gonna have to watch himself. So another prediction is correct, but I believe I'm gonna miss the kill prediction, unfortunately.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I remember asking, but thank you.
It just pops out, I can't see it.
Dire's top tower.
Mine was correct too, John. You don't hear me talking about it. Right? So, Frax.
The pop-out distracts me.
Dire's top barrier
Alright.
has fallen.
Ponlo, jump in. Oh, nice blur. Jukes out the shackles. In we go. FY. He just doesn't care. Right onto Red Panda. He will walk away for now, but the Wind Ranger is going to drop him. Just look at FY. He's diving tier 4 towers basically on his own. They'll try to melt him. Shallowgrave is going to be there. FY surely drops. Rolling Thunder's going to connect, stopping him in his tracks, but he's alive. He'll get the BKB off. Roll forward from Sheng Si, but it is not going to work. Emo right back in onto Ulu. Finds the TA. That's it. GG's called. They've had enough. What a performance from IG. A bit of a slower paced game, but it all works in the favor of this Radiant side. As we do have game 1 going to IG.
Yeah, and we didn't even see the Storm Ags for Emo, so literally just the Blink one of that game. There you go. Storm Blink again showing us that it's good if you're Emo. That's all I'll say about that. IG have a spectacular game. Aster Ares had her moments, and when it comes back to it, I think this draft idea they had to start with a DP Pango first phase locked them in to just a very specific playstyle that IG managed to draft against very well. Like maybe they felt like, all right, with a Pangolier pickup, we can nullify JT's push advantage with the swash and kind of just run around. It didn't quite do as much to stop that. JT just jungled instead. And when it came down to the support duo pick for Aster Ares, I think this is where some of their drafting in the last 2 days has fallen flat, right? Like we've seen a lot of stuff yesterday. This time with Ench and Wind Ranger, it just didn't feel like they got much from it. Like there were no mid rotations to really bully out Emo. There was not much presence from the enchanted army of Red Panda, and the Wind Ranger just takes a long time to finally hit that point where you're a threat. But even with Wind Ranger's control, that's only onto 2 heroes. You'd have to really kill them in that burst window fast.
Okay, well, we're going to do we have a scoreboard? If we have a scoreboard, we could throw it up. Otherwise, we're going to throw to a break instead. Screw the scoreboard, Jonathan. Right to the break we go. Game number 2's draft is coming up here between IG and Aster Ares. We'll see you all after a very short break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 2's draft here between IG and, of course, the side of Aster Aries. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Once again, Jonathan, you have to excuse me. I'm a little bit depressed knowing that once I finish streaming, or rather casting today, and I queue a pub, I'm probably going to see a storm with a blink dagger being built up, and I'm probably going to get very, very upset. So if you hear me over the mic in your pub game, in SEA server, getting upset at you for playing Storm and buying blink, you know what you did. Don't argue with me. Accept the reports, accept the toxicity, and go home. Go on, John.
It worked though, Mike. It worked. Emo made it work. I don't see any issue there. He didn't rush to blink either. Mind you, he got like a BKB Kaya with 1 null or something. So no nulls, but BKB Kaya. So, you know, he made a sensible play. Worked out. If he got Ags on the line, we'd be calling him a god. But he didn't because the game just ended. Yes?
If he lost with that build-up, what would you be saying to me?
He just didn't have the Ags. If they lost the well, if he had the Ags, they would have won. You know, there's always an angle there, Mikey. I know how these players think. That's the angle. And still, moving forward onto this Game 2 draft, already have our openings on hand. The AA and Doom taken by IG, while Aster Aries do pick up the Marcy and the DP this time. So taking away FY's Marcy, which was really impactful in the early game. Like, he was all over the map. He got the most kills in 10 minutes. Just a very active hero, and had a really good timing in that BKB as support. Just massive, great buff coming out onto PA there as well. So Aster Aries could kind of look for like a physical core now to play with a sidekick. For IG's part, you have a great way of mitigating that sustain the DP has, just with the Ancient Apparition. And Doom, of course, is... I mean, he was kind of out of meta right before 7.32, right? And then suddenly he comes back in. I mean, he was kind of popping back up in 7.31 as a safe lane hero. And then suddenly he's just fully back with his ridiculous Ags build up. So, what more can we say about the Doom? Doom Ags, really fun. Probably the most fun hero to play from that greedier stand. Doom's probably the most fun out of all the greedy heroes. Just because self-dooming... You remember that Reddit edit, Mike? It's dooming time.
I thought that was real. I thought that was actually real.
I wish he'd say that. I
Yeah.
wish he'd say
5
that.
seconds remaining.
Watch out,
Radiant
I'm about to
team
do.
pick.
It would have been amazing. Tusk. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the Tusk King is here, Jonathan.
Oh,
The
God.
Tusk King. I dare Aster Aries to choose Axe right now. I dare them. Against
my
the Tusk
God.
King? Do you think they would dare to, John?
No. I actually don't see any reason to pick the axe anyway, as well. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of dead, unfortunately, because I would really love to see, I don't know, like a renewed Ags build up axe and just kind of stack armor and battle hunger people down. It sounds funny,
Radiant
very
team
unrealistic. They will go with a clockwork instead. So doubling down on the aggression along with his Weaver. So a nice slippery hero that can benefit from sidekick as well. I like seeing this from Aster Aries. This is a lot faster, a lot more aggressive. They're not just going to be sitting back and allowing IG to dictate the terms of this game. They will have a lot of play on hand here
10
as
seconds
well.
remaining.
So that should allow some really good activity out. But IG also have some good activity. I think my one concern with IG is this clockwork pick is just perfect for the backline. Like, you can just jump this AA, remove the Ice Blast from the equation relatively quick, and just enable the Marcy sustain to come through on your core, and enable the DP to just stand up front with no worries.
Oh, there's the Queen of Pain coming out here for IG Emo. Gonna have a very nice time on that. That's a great co-op game, by the way, John. Like, what's your lockdown right now on Aster Aries? You've got Clock, you've got Marcy. Sure, you've got a Silence in the DP, but not going to be that easy to land on the co-op. Against the Death Prophet as well, we saw Emo having a very, very difficult time in that mid lane until FY did rotate and kind of save the day for him. On the Queen of Pain, you shouldn't have as much of an issue. Right? You've always got that inbuilt blink, just kind of blink away when the Spirit Siphons comes out. And overall, throughout this game, it's really a nice co-op game. Like, there's not really much else to say about it.
Yep, it's a very solid game. Just the lockdown lacking from Aster Ares can really pile on. Almost reminiscent of Game 1, right? Where you had a storm and there was also this slight lack of lockdown coming true from Aster Ares' end, really relying on the Rolling Thunder for the most part in that last game. So same thing almost goes here. I like that IG is also just banning out mid matchups that don't favor the co-op. Ember just kind of rolls over that, so taking that out of the equation, there's maybe an option for Puck or Lina for Aster Ares if they do want to shift this DP off, which if you do first face that DP, it does feel like it's just an offlane pick. So Aster Ares could still eye something for you like the Lina, although Lina Weaver is a bit greedy. Maybe you would definitely prefer something like, say, the Puck. That does fix your lockdown issue as well with the Dream Coil. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, but IG could probably just ban it out here as well. And you'd accept a Lina lane. Lina will win out versus Quap. Just by nature of her kit, she is just really strong at poking and prodding. But she doesn't really fix your lockdown issues all too much.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, final ban out to come. Again,
5
IG
seconds
focusing on any
remaining.
kind of mid counters towards the Quap.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah. Take care of the Puck. It's just really the only hero left that can lock in. They go with TA on Aster Ares, so mid TA for Yi. Maybe Ulu plays TA on mid. Could be one option as well. I mean, there is synergy with TA Weaver, right? Minus armor up the kazoo. Lots of melting to be done here, but it's also really greedy. Like, Weaver's gonna need some farm. Although, to be fair, Weaver does feel like you only really need maybe Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, and you're kind of ready to contribute. The TA definitely needs a lot more. I feel like IG's more than happy with that one. It is a lane, it is a matchup down the line that IG can just manage, and they can look for a pos 1 that just scales just as well. They go with the CK. Your AoE clear here on Aster Ares is not amazing outside of Psyblades coming out. I like seeing that from IG. Very durable here up front. Minus armor is not going to be too annoying once you get something like casual plate mail for Fly. And it's another back and forth one. And this time around, Aster Ares does have more activity to him, Mike, so should be a lot more play here for them.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very, very fun matchup here between these two teams. Once again, we'll see if Aster Ares can force it to a game number 3 or whether the side of IG are going to get a 2-0 victory once again through these Chinese qualifiers of TI11. John, predictions are coming up. Hard question for you. Who came out with the better draft in your opinion before we do get those predictions underway?
I'd lean towards IG. I like this draft coming out from IG. I think this CKAA lane can just kill you off so fast. Once you get the cold feet up, get the stun off, you're gonna find a kill here. By level 2, level 3 is gonna be that nice spike for IG, unless they get really lucky with a level 1 Chaos Bolt. You could find that First Blood come out as well. I think for Aster Ares, it's just back to this greed. Yi and Ulu are gonna have to farm. They go with the Shanxia off lane, Marcy once more with Ponlo on the support DP. So maybe a little bit more activity coming off from the off lane is guys. They can clump up for some push. They can try to jump and be aggressive. But I think just this dual core coming through just takes way too long to farm up. And I feel like you already have the control to deal with at least the Weaver. You have the Doom. So you always have this option, even if the Lincolns comes out and you've got the Ags upgrade down the line.
We do have a pause coming out as we get into the game. Jonathan, we got to do the predictions. You get even more time now that the pause is there. Go on, read them out. What's going on?
Total number of Blink Daggers per 25. That's a hard one. I'd say 0 to 2. If it feels like you're not going to see as much, probably just 2, maybe 3 at most. Hard one to call between 2 or 3. Teams with the most runes picked up by 10. Also a little bit tricky. I would say you might have a better time rotating with Clockwork, but Tusk doesn't mind, so I'd lean IG just because FY. Player with highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at game end. It's a toss-up between Quap and DP, but that's a DP support, so that's definitely just going to be Emo. Total number of player deaths at game end. I was wrong there because it ended a little bit later, so I'm gonna err on the side of caution, 41 to 55.
Thank you for that, Jonathan.
Ponlo.
Oh, he's a, you know, if there's one guy you can kind of get behind and root for, it's good old Pondler. You know?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're not biased here, John. We just want to see a good matchup between these two, and you know, if I'm biased for anyone, I want to see FY win a TI one day because he's deserved it for such a long time. But you'd love to see Ponlo at TI as well. Like this matchup's a bit of a heartbreaker for me, if I'm honest.
30 seconds to
It really is. Like, you've got such great players on both sides. And it's a lot of experience across these players, and someone's got to go home here, Mikey. You know, not everyone's going to make it to the last chance. Not everyone's going to make it to the actual group stage, and that's the nature of the qualifiers. You know, it's just a long, heavy road with a lot of good teams, and sometimes it's just not your year.
Yeah. Bounty runes about to spawn up.
The battle
Fly fight.
begins.
May get chased down a little bit here by Ponlo, but not really. Won't bother trying. Take a 2-for-2 trade anyway. Another very even start in terms of the bounties. Because we are probably going to end up starting in the mid lane where you are going to see Emo. Because against the TA of Yi. The thing is, John, like, you kind of was a little bit surprised yourself when you saw the TA popped up as the last pick. Against the Quap, it's still not exactly a favorable matchup for the TA.
No, and you can definitely just go for the Shadow Strike build here for Emo, which has been pretty popular in the Quaps that we've seen already, and that just gives you a steady way of burning True Refraction, getting some decent trading onto that TA. TA can play with side blades fairly nicely, but Quap can just kind of blink out of danger by level 3, level 4. So they're pretty fine here, and Emo is going to have better rune control just out of by nature of Quap with her mobility. So it's slower for Yi, and it's greedier. Like, you don't have a small camp. If you fail in this lane, Yi's going to have to try to recover elsewhere, and that'll take a lot more time this time around.
Yeah, he's having a real rough time. It's not going to get any easier. Emo, going to go for a Shadow Strike once again yet. Might wait for the level 2 to have the blink up or even the scream. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's a bit of a chase going on, but it probably won't amount to much. JT, he's copping a bit of damage, but he'll hang around the creep wave, trying to nullify some of that battery assault, though I say that. Snowball, back the other way, FY trying to save the day. JT sticking around way too long, does eat some stick charges. Ulu will be able to find first blood. Very nice in the Weaver. And JT maybe just a little bit too overly confident, as FY will try to chase down Ulu a little bit, but has no spells to throw out. So Ulu going to be just fine.
Yeah, nice pickup there for the Weaver, already off to a really good lane. The Doom's really not going to stop you. Large camp is blocked off as well, preventing any sort of mana burn play for JT. And Red Panda's really maximizing his mana pool well. He still has a Mangle left. He's just using all his spells, forcing attention on himself, giving that space out to the Weaver, as they know Ulu's farm is important.
Snowball there, Red Panda, eventually going to drop. They get a bit of revenge. He's onto the clockwork. Ulu's still going to be just fine down at bot lane. Be able to survive through it. How's the top lane going? You've got Flyfire and Ollie there against Xingxi and, of course, Ponlo on the DP. For now, it seems like a very free kind of lane here for Flyfly. Like, he doesn't really seem to be struggling whatsoever.
Yeah, and I don't think he is going to struggle at all. Like, they've always got this kill threat lined up on the side of IG. Just the Chaos Bolt and the Cold Feet can come out, and you're going to have someone locked in. Ponlo is doing a good job of just trying to cut off, and you aren't the comfiest on IG to try to engage, because there's always a little bit of turn potential with a rebound stun, and the Spirit Siphon can rip through the CK early on, but you're fine enough just farming, and you will get that build up. You come online really quick in that hero. Down mid, we have seen you recover pretty well, though.
Snowball is there, Red Panda. Maybe copping the stun, but they just wanted to try and get away from the Cog's battery assault. JT again, copping a fair bit of damage on the Doom, but it's going to be okay to survive through the initial onslaught, though I say that. Ulu, very nice self-cancellation. JT, popping it a little bit too early. FY, get the Tango over to JT instead, and just try to keep his Doom within this bot lane.
I think the one issue right now for JT is that he doesn't have a creep to eat. He needs something to help him play in that lane. Up top, getting aggressive.
Yeah, Ponlo, he's going to be in a bit of danger here. I believe he was trying to chase somebody down, but might just get punished, though barely survives. Spirit Siphon providing enough heal to make sure IG cannot secure the kill onto the DP. I mean, Fly just has to return right back to farming, as we are going to have a short pause coming out here between these two. It's like we're having some mic issues here from the side of Aster Aries. State of the game, though, John, 1-1, very slight net worth lead Aster Aries way almost 4 minutes in. Got to give it to Yi as well in this TA. Like, considering the matchup he's got, he's out farming Emo at this point.
Yeah, he's managed to work that lane well. It's all down to how well you can position yourself there. If you can maximize your side blades, if you can ensure that every single Shadow Strike Emo tries to throw out is punished, and does manage to do that well. Emo isn't able to do as much, and he's not able to wave clear as well because he's stuck with level 1 Scream of Pain, so it's a lot harder to just kind of try to rip through and get that farm going. Good rotations out from Aster Aries as well to secure at least 1 water rune. Emo, then it's still go forward. He bottled it. What?
Yeah, well, he actually got it. Ponlo doesn't click on it, but Emo's gonna give his life away. Ponlo tips immediately. Oh, John, I don't know what to say about that one. I mean, he was clearly confident. We doubted Ponlo for a moment, but Ponlo looked like he just baited it.
Yeah, I can't say with full confidence if he baited it, because it looked like he literally might have just been AFK or talking, but it works out. He reacts. The reaction was also there from Yi to back him up, and Emo now severely behind, a level behind Yi. You need that level 6 up on Emo. You want to be able to rotate. You want your supports to build off the back of you, and that's just all stalled out. Yi's going to have a terrific time in building up. He will still need to farm, but this is a good start to kind of get that going.
It's just a real shame, though. Like, the quad struggling in a matchup against TA, it's just not something you see very often. And last game, it was forgivable, considering it was the Storm versus TA matchup. That's not very fun, but this time, it's just not. In fact, I said Storm versus TA, but it was Storm versus DP. And this time around, though, I don't know if it's quite as excusable here. Again, it's a very rough time, and for IG, you're kind of relying on this mid-quap being able to pull some stuff off in the mid-game, right? Like, you do have a bit of a greedier lineup here with this Doom off lane. So it's not like JT's going to want to get involved too early. He's queued up a Midas.
Just going to want to farm up, and the attention will be on Emo to connect mainly with the CK. I think the CK's got even more play than Doom. Probably not as selfish on that hero. Once the armlet's up, you can kind of show up, build into BKB or Sanjin Yashin, you're kind of set in that hero. So we'll see if they can kind of connect onto Fly considering the start. Aster Aries cleaning up from the last game, 2-1, 6 minutes in, less than 1k lead their way. But we are seeing much more play. I think the key difference is, again, just on the support heroes they have on hand. Ponlo is able to just weave in and out, steal these bounties, pressure mid, and just have way more presence. They've locked in the bot lane. They've ensured that FY can't dip away. Like, JT has to be babysat here.
Nice rebound away from the Marcy. He's going to be able to TP out and make it for another day. Meanwhile, bottom lane, FY going to try and move in. There's Red Panda. He'll pop the cogs with the battery assault. FY, he's going to be forced to snowball up through this. Again, JT, it's very limited as to what he can do to help out. FY still just trying to man up. Red Panda, he's the one dying, but FY is going to go down first as Ulu now will go for a bit of a chase onto JT. And I think eventually we'll just have the kill for himself. JT, he'll stick charge up, and that'll be enough. Ulu, he's not going to go for the dive past the tier 1.
Yeah, just be happy enough with that kill onto FY. Again, the lanes are going a lot better for Aster Aries, mainly just down to how their supports and their lanes are set up. Like, you can't have FY leave, JT needs babysitting. You could leave top, but puts the CK at a weird spot, although they'll go on to Shang-Chi.
They're going to try again. Whole feet not going to latch. Rebound is there. Shards. Oh, it's barely off the mark. Unfortunate. FY still going for a chase, but has no spells off cooldown, so will need to back his way out of there. Aries still able to protect Shang-Chi at the top. Now even mid lane, Emo forced to try and find a way to defend the mid tier 1 tower. Z creep is up. Yi trying to get a bit of damage off while he can. While that's happening, top lane, Fly is in danger now. Trying to juke through this tree line as Ponlo chases him down with the Spirit Siphon. Not going to be enough damage. Fly going to be okay to walk his way out. Big positive for Aster Aries though, John. Like, you look at the two cores, like Ulu and their TA of Yi, they're both having a fantastic time.
They've managed to get really good lanes out for themselves, and we mentioned this lineup being greedy too from Aster Aries, but And when you get off to a good start, it won't feel like you're going to need as much to kind of get your potential here. Emo with a haste, running up.
Right past DP, but rebound still there. Sonic Wave, Snowball, all being committed. Chance there as well, not locking down the Marcy FY. He's still trying. Will eventually find Shengxi. He'll give his life away for that. Zemo, out of mana, has the haste rune for another second, and now has the mana to blink out. Yi, he'll try to move on to Fly.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Ponlo
attack.
trying to cut him off as well. Fly
Radiant's top tower
looks to be
is
healthy
under
enough to
attack.
survive, and even gets a nice little tango handed to him by his AA support. So
Dire's bottom
still
tower
happy
is under
days.
attack.
They do finally find that POS 3 Marcy. Does cost them the POS 4 Tusk, but that's perfectly fine.
I just want to put a dent on Aster Ares kind of meeting these early timings with her lineup. They are still clumped up as 3 up top with Yi around and Shengsa kind of respawning. So they could look for the play. Unleash is up, level 6 fresh on Shengsa, so it could be a big kill if you do want to dive a bit.
Yi. Bit of a creep skip. Almost got the courier with the side blades of Fly. Big close call. Phantasm gonna be popped. Red Panda. They're trying to bait with this illusion. They're not falling for it on Aster Ares. Instead, they're gonna move in onto Ollie. Able to find the AA in the end. So a nice pick up here from Aster Ares. That'll allow them to set up to try and go after this top tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under
it's
attack.
not the quickest process out from Aster Ares, but still good damage being done there. They've also got ample enough time to kind of work their way back bot, contest JT from just having a free time from farming, and he is getting that build up. You know, the Midas is going to come out. They start to group up with FY, and they're dragging Emo down bot as well for this.
There's only Red Panda around though. I mean, you've got to try and set up for the bottom tier 1 eventually, but it's not going to be that quick of a process with a Doom Quap. I think Aster Ares seeing this would be more than happy. Because now they can just force in the mid-tier 1 again. You've got the siege creep up.
Dire's middle
IG,
tower
they should
is under
really be
attack.
around to try and defend. Because this is going to go down very, very fast. They'll force the glyph out. Ollie's the only one in the mid lane to defend this, and the trap will give vision
Dire's
of it.
middle tower is under attack.
Emo's going to walk his way over the old-fashioned way. Problem is, with 2 versus however many they've got, it's not going to work. And meanwhile,
Radiant's
bottom lane, you've lost Red
tower is under
Panda, but
attack.
I still think the mid-tier 1 tower going down here for IG is a way bigger deal. Yi could be in danger now. TP's coming in from Fly, so they'll try to punish the TA. Silence is there, so no stun, and in goes the Marcy. Ice Blast as well. Big Sonic Wave out. Shengxi gonna die, but so will Fly. That's the POS 1 of the CK. Zephy, once upon low, will find another. Ulu, meanwhile, is gonna be able to catch out Ollie, though not quite, but the trap damage will do it. Ulu, he'll try and focus Emo instead on the Queen of Pain. Emo, no blink available, but it won't matter. Ulu's gonna be just fine. So a 2-for-2 trade. But again, John, they found the mid-tier 1 tower for Aster Ares. You've got to be happy with that.
They're very happy with that on Aster Ares' end. Should be able to start invading that jungle, cut off the farm of everyone, especially Fly, who still hasn't had his full armor. Making moves onto JT.
No Doom up for JT at the moment. Should try to walk his way out. No Scorched Earth even. He just has to use the phase boots. Juking out through the tree line. Yi still going. One more will do it in the Crypt Swarm. Ponlo, he'll take the kill and even give the thank you over to Yi. He probably isn't very happy about that kill secure, but
Radiant's
what can you
middle
do?
tower
He'll
is
take
under
it.
attack.
Yeah, just a little bit of a support tax going out to Ponlo. And just allow him to kind of get some build up himself, working onto that glimmer. Can really help in mitigating the output of the Quap, of the AE here, and just giving you a dodge out. At the least, you've got the Midas up for JT. He does bite while dead, but he's respawning soon. So, you know, the farm can start to roll in. The issue is the map is very small. They've got some wards to defend here on IG, watching that bottom part of the triangle entrance, and of course the usual rune ward coming out as well. So they can kind of hold their own and build up, but it does feel like Aster Ares have so much more map. Oh, chasing.
Snowball's there. Red Panda in danger. He's going to cop the Ice Blast, but a great cogs out. Hold them both together. Shengxi still just man fighting as Fly and Emo. Oh, they both melt. This Marcy is just hitting so damn hard. There's Ollie. Poor old Ollie, they're even gonna buy back for this. FY. The TP's too long. He'll tumbles forward, but oh, he's not gonna get in range.
And that's massive commitment. Like the buyback, delaying FY's blink, which is honestly key to this game. They need that blink save, they need that blink initiation on the Tusk, and now that's going to be stalled out by a good 2 minutes, it feels like, as Aster Ears are just allowed to get more. They've got the Exo ready, they're going into the Roshan, there is no ward that expires right as they walk in. So everything's lining up here for Aster Ears and IG, and they've got to have an answer, but they don't really have the best team fight to control. They don't have that AoE hold, and Roshan just goes.
Ice Blast is going to be there, but it's just a bit too late, and even if they had the information, I just don't think they could fight. Like, you look back at Emo, he's still trying to get this Witch's Blade up. It's just been such a slow process. Compared to Yi, there's a 2k net worth difference here between the TA and Quap. JT top lane, trying to keep the creep wave pushed out. See Ponlo with the Exorcism, does see Ulu as well. Has his Midas, currently a passive Midas, or a massive Pitus as they would say in the Twitch chat. It's JT. Just gonna wait for that Midas opportunity. Look at this, Shengxi's denying all the creeps as well.
Dire's top tower is
JT's
under
gonna walk off with the Midas unused. That's just so sad.
Going for the defense, but there are a lot of heroes here from Aster Ares, and they've got Aegis, they're not scared.
Jump in, Jinxie, there immediately. Nice snowball from FY. Is going to go right back the way as the hook shot is there, but off the mark. IG still trying to fight back. Ice Blast, Sonic Wave, everything being thrown out. Red Panda, he's down. The Marcy slowly ticking away, and Yi can't find the deny. Doesn't find the deny. At least they do get JT on the Doom. Meanwhile, side of Asteria still sticking around this top lane. They don't have a siege creep, so they're probably going to back their way out and really address the bot lane, which is currently being forced in by Fly.
Yeah, just looking to play on the opposite side of the map right now on that CK, at least until the Echo Saber, probably maybe BKB is done. Once you've got that, you feel a lot comfier. You do need the same build-up on JT. He needs a BKB up as well. Emo already at the Witchblade at least has some more to play with, but again, also kind of probably just going to need BKB all around from all the cores. As for Ares for their part, Ulu working onto his own BKB. You've got Yi with a Blink Dragonlance doing a ton of work already. And it just feels like if you do go for the stall game here, you run the risk of just going late game against Weaver TA. Like, the minus armor is always relevant. The slipperiness of both of these heroes always stays there until you maybe get them like a Doomags.
Well, there goes Ponlo on the Death Prophet.
Why are you in such a hurry?
It's something here for Emo.
There's so much living to enjoy.
Still 2k advantage here for Asteria. Not the craziest lead in the world, but to be fair, a lot of the net worth on IG right now is just sitting on JT, who has the Doom Midas naturally, so you kind of expect him to have some good farm going on the Doom. Yi, bit of an aggressive position on the TA right now, but won't be punished for it. There was no vision to really give the info over to IG. Oh, even a blink on Ponlo now. The DP blink is up.
It's really useful to kind of start. Gives you a really fast way of silencing if need be, and then instant smoke out for Aster Ares with that up. See if they catch someone.
Nice blink away from Emo. Rocket Flare gonna give the vision. Hook shot not quite cooking up.
Dire are scared.
Emo, who gets started with the voice lines. In defense of Red Panda, the creep wave was blocking him, so he couldn't go for the hook any earlier.
Yeah, he had to clear out from that hazard zone, and just fast enough reflexes on Emo for good enough read to back off in the nick of time. They've still got an angle onto objectives. With the Aegis, only a minute and a half left. They will go with the Exo, blink forward.
Emo, don't eat your words now, Emo. Silence was there, he's still gonna blink out. That's the thing, like, that's the reason why Ponlo picks up the blink, is so he can blink and silence. Try to guarantee it on the flop. Problem is, it's only a level 1 silence, so 3 seconds really just isn't proving to be enough against this Queen of Pain. Now this tower, slowly being chipped away at. FY is going to show up. They're just kind of abusing the exorcism from the tree line. The FY are going to have a look around, but the blink away Again, the blink really just paying off right now for Ponlo. Asteri's not willing to give any kind of net worth back the way of IG. They'll back out.
Yeah, I do like what IG's doing though in reaction, right? They toss 3 heroes up top. They're buying a lot of space for Fly to farm. He's protected by Ollie in case anything bad happens. They might look for a kill.
Phantasm's there. Fly trying to back off. Instead, Red Panda. He'll land the hook at least onto Ollie. Ollie just in a good position to tank the gank here for Fly. Again, you kind of wonder, like, Aster Ares, are they gaining enough of a lead here to beat out IG later on? Because again, you are up against the Doom. It feels like this hero has kind of infinite scaling with Devour and Midas. It gets a little bit scary.
Yeah, it does get a little bit concerning, but I think they're still in a good point in the game. They've still got good items set to come out. Deso lined up for Yi. For Ulu, we are seeing the build up into his BKB again. Still a ways off from that one. Has the option for Gleipnir first as well. If he wants to, already has a Maelstrom and Atos. So a little bit more AoE control might help them in locking in something like Emo's Quap. But depending on the timing of that Gleipnir, it might not be that much. BKB is being made by Emo now as well, only lacking the recipe. So a lot of back and forth with some of these items coming through. I think the big question is still the investment in Fly, if it pays off, because that is where most of their gold is flowing outside of CK right now on IG's end. Shangse.
Nice pass gonna land. Kingsir trying to get a little bit greedy for that last creep wave, but he's gonna get punished for it. IG just very patiently waiting for that initiation. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Yi. Hookshot, it's there. Red Panda, he's on to FY. Doom is out there. They've got the TA locked down. FY, he'll get the snowball off in time, and now, well, Yi, he's in big danger. Ulu sticking around, but the time lapse. He's gonna send himself back. Oh, they've got the control. Emo gonna take him down. Voice line's going from Emo once again. Oh, that's a bit of a yikes. That might be the turning point for IG now.
For sure. It's a huge Doom coming out from JT. FY doesn't die. Just manages to juke around there. And they get a little bit overconfident on Aster Ares' end with that angle that they thought they found with Red Panda. But it feels like you also have this control issue in Aster Ares, right? Like this is why, as you mentioned, this is why Pondo has a blink. You need the silence. You didn't have the Marcy around. You didn't have Shangse around with a rebound to kind of follow through from the hook shot to kind of give you that angle, give you more damage out with a sidekick. So IG's just able to rip you guys to shreds. The game still stays really even, 14-14, less than 1k lead coming out for Aster Ares, for IG right now. Roshan feels like it's going to be dictating the next 5 minutes here as well. So an instant smoke from Aster Ares to look for a kill and hope for a fast respawn.
Go again. Ares. Fly's a great target. This is the one they really want, but Fly, good game sense. Will back his way up. Instead, mid lane, Emo. He's going to be spotted, but where's the hookshot angle? They haven't found one yet. Emo, still fine. Ponlo, he'll jump in with the silence instead, but oh, hookshot. It's going to land. Cox pushback is there. Emo, he'll get the BKB off in time. He'll survive through it. Red Panda will be the one to go down instead. Still level 1 silence on Ponlo. It's really not feeling too good. I mean, you've got the BKB on Emo anyway, so chances are it wouldn't matter with the extra duration anymore, but it's a bit rough when you commit like that and you still don't find the quap.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. Like, Emo's just happy enough to dance around now. You're also reaching this point where FY does have his Blink Dagger up, so even if Emo somehow doesn't manage to get the BKB, there's always the snowball save. And that can as well stall out the fight, allow the Quap to escape, reset, come back in, and just kind of clean up from there. BKB for Fly is also being finished up here, not too far off. They get a good scan out onto Yi.
Oh boy, that's the big one.
Doom's up.
Oh, he's not backing off either. He has no idea. He has not read this at all. He can't know either. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to run towards him. Yeah, they are. He shows him the creep wave. Fly's been caught out bot lane, however, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. It's a very even kind of trade. That being said, considering IG's the one that they don't feel like they're on a timer right now, it still feels kind of better for IG.
Yeah, it does feel a lot favorable. I think the one issue for IG is that they did pop Doom despite no backup coming out for Asteris. They just wanted to guarantee that kill. So it is going to be down for a little bit longer. That's a window of opportunity for Aster Ares to kind of play this game as the aggressors if they wish. Roshan is up. They will find an additional kill.
FY, nice initiation, does get Ponlo. Like you said, Roshan's up. I mean, at the very least, the DP's down, so you could try to force a buyback here. JT will make the jump in and scout out Roshan.
Dire's bottom
Up onto the
tower
high
is
ground of that
under
Radiant Triangle they go. They actually end up finding Red Panda. He'll go for the Glimmer Cape and try to run his way out with the Cogs, but a very nice shard is just going to block him in. Still, in comes the cavalry. Ulu, he's around. You do have the Marcy as well making the jump in. Red Panda, in fact, FY, he's the one to go down to the task. Meanwhile, Fly jumps in onto Ponlo. We'll find the death prophet, but Ulu, he's going to Gleipnir up. He'll just hold down the CK. And without a BKB up yet, Fly has no chance of survival. Down for 45. Now Roshan, it's going to get started by Aster Ares.
And still a quick process for them, even without Ponlo and his Exo. Got the damage to kind of get this done. Could go for a cheeky blink play here if you are Emo, but it is a massive risk. JT's around as well.
You know how ballsy they are. Emo, he's probably going to try for it. You need some vision. There you go, Emo's in! Oh, the Aegis is on the
Aegis-
deck. It's picked
No,
up by
what?
Shang-Chi. Yee's down. Oh, it was so close to being a perfect play by Emo. They even lost the gem there. I need a replay. I need a replay of that, please.
Oh yeah, he had the angle. It felt like he should have been able to take it, but he just shoved back slightly and doesn't manage to find it. That blink was pretty on point.
Look at this, John. That was perfect timing. You pointed that out. Of course, they had the vision from Oli, and yeah.
Oh, the
What knocked-
dispose,
Oh, the
yeah.
dispose. Shang-Chi, quick thinking.
Yeah, it's not the ideal Aegis carrier, to be fair. I mean, Marcy Aegis, it's like kind of meh. You would really rather your TA, and you still find the TA kill in exchange for Emo's life. So, all things considered, not the worst thing in the world to happen for IG. Definitely gonna be pretty happy with that, as they have this gem back from Aldi as well. So they can kind of get their vision up. They're not gonna be too scared of the meld of the Weaver kind of shikuchiing about. And they also have this fresh BKB and Fly. So even with that BKB running on on Shang-Chi, I don't know if that's enough. Like, that secondary life in Marcy it's really just not the priority. And IG, for their part, they still maintain the slight net worth lead. They still have scaling left. AC being worked on by JT. So not rushing for something like the Ags. But again, you could still find the Ags down the line. You could maybe even just wait for Roshan to gift you the Ags if you really want to. No problems there. For Aster Ares, this BKB on Yi has to come out. Like, he cannot afford to be controlled up by the Quap, by the AA's damage and control as well. And you're still going to be annoyed by the blast, and you're still going to be annoyed by the punch, but that will force it onto you, and you can still get yourself in a good position away before anything dire happens. Have the double damage rune in the bottle as well with a fresh BKB, so they could look for some plays here.
Oh, quick BKB, Emo. Very fast reactions there, not allowing the rebound stun to connect. Almost a guaranteed kill had it landed. Still, such a close game, John. 1k advantage here, IG. Of course, fighting against the Aegis. Don't want to really force a fight. Even with Shang-Chi holding that Aegis, you just rather not have to deal with two lines with this Marcy, who is hitting very hard now with the BKB basher. Mid lane, Ponlo going to be targeted by JT and FY. Snowball will be there to follow up, but he will just melt. That just reminded me, IG haven't even found that mid-tier 1 tower yet. 27 minutes in, but in we go.
Radiant structures are
Never a better time than now.
Dire's top tower
Never
is
mind.
under
Yeah.
Fortifications there, they back up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, and while they back off, their top is being shoved in by a much faster pace from the side of Aster Ares. They're more than happy to surrender the mid for that top tier 2, open up the outpost, open up the top jungle for themselves. I think IG just don't look keen for the defense. They're just going to have to accept the sacrifice
Radiant's bottom tower is
and
under attack.
try to get as much as they can from this bot jungle as well. Aegis still up for a minute and a half. Shungsa is going for a blink into
Dire's
Crystallis.
top tower
So he is going for the damage and control. And that does mean you have like 3 hard scaling cores from Aster Ares. There is a lot of scaling in this kind of lineup. With all the physical output they have, with all the minus armor they have, all of them will hit hard throughout this entire game.
Absolutely. 3k advantage now, IG. Actually have the win probability going their way right now. 65% the way of the Dire. And again, I feel like that does go back to the Doom effect, as Red Panda is going to get dropped here. Just in the mid lane. We'll go down. Not too big of a deal here for
Radiant's
Aster
middle
Ares.
tower
Just the
is
Pulse
under
5
attack.
clockwork. Meanwhile, Ponlo bottom lane needs to be careful as well, as he will try to push out the creep wave, but there is a lot of IG heroes around. Ponlo, don't use the creep swarm. Oh, he's used it. They know he's in the tree line now. IG, they'll wrap around the long way. You know, eventually Ponlo will get caught here, and he does blink out, but right into the loving arms of IG. Bye-bye, Ponlo.
RG's playing the right way, picking off these supports who are just going around the map trying to farm. They equal out the objective take, so tier 2 falls spot for their top tier 2. And now they can just kind of play in opposite jungles if they want. Mid tier 1 still stands, which is a bit of a pain point for IG, but they should be able to just rip right through it now with the damage on Fly, no concerns there.
Radiant's middle
And they
tower
will.
has
18 to
fallen.
22, 5k lead still stands. Sanj Kaya up now for our Quap. It's a lot more durable in the front lines for Emo. Can afford to take a few more risks and has a quickening charm as well. So more uptime in all of your spells, a little bit faster in that blink. Gonna feel good for Emo to play with. And they hold out up against Aegis. Aegis just expires, nothing else happens on it. A couple of objectives here and there. But you still have this 4k lead on IG, and all the cores of IG have slowly but surely pulled ahead from the Aster Ares course in terms of net worth.
They have 5k advantage now. IG looking very strong, and again, it just goes back to the patience game. They always knew that at some point during the game, the TA is going to start dropping off. They've got great scaling cores. Sure, you may not count the CK as a great scaling core, but Flyfly had such a rough game on this POS 1 CK for majority of the game so far. He's just been nowhere near the point where he's actually farmed up. Now you're starting to see him get farmed up, and it's going to start getting a lot scarier to try and deal with this guy.
Scotty's almost done. More stats, more HP, and even reducing the healing that might be able to come out from Aster Ares with the light field they do get with a sidekick. Next Roche in a minute and a half, we'll see that timer. I think IG will definitely not allow that one to slip away from their grasp. We are seeing JT work onto the refresh now, right after the Shivas. So not looking for the AoE Doom, just wants the double hard Dooms. Let's see if that's something he can land once that item's up. Smoke out from Aster Ares here.
Are scanning.
JT's a great pickle. Highest value on the map right now is JT. This is the one you want, but another great scan. They know the smoke's happening. This is so unfortunate. Maybe he could still land a hook like Red Panda. He does have Rocket Flare and a fairly long range hook. TP out. JT, is he ever going to get spotted? Oh, no! Still, they jump in. They found him, JT. He's going to force the fight. He'll get the Doom out onto the TA, JT. He will drop. Emo, how are you going to salvage this one, sir? Red Panda, he's not the kill they want, but it's the one they'll have to take.
See? Life's so much
Did
more
JT
fun.
cancel that jump? Is that what happened?
I think you'd have to see a replay. I thought he was in the clear, and you know, with the hook shot kind of just going onto their own ally, I thought it was just completely gone. But Shungsa had the angle with a blink up on Marcy. You can just reposition very fast, and of course rebound onto them real quick. IG though going for a smoke play, not something you'd expect after you lose someone.
The Weaver they go. Sonic Wave is there. Emo, he'll take care of it. IG still finding a very valuable kill in the form of the Weaver. So yeah, you lost your Doom, but you found 2 for your trouble.
Radiant's middle tower.
IG,
is
they'll just
under
take
attack.
over the Radiant Triangle, securing that area around the Roshan pit, which is up in 30 seconds. So they are actually going to have time, if they do scout it out perfectly, to take down Roshan without the Weaver.
Maybe even force that buyback if Aster Ares feels the need to. Gonna be big. One issue is that JT does not have Doom for quite some time here. So you don't have that security in the rush that you will just have control, that you will be able to lock one hero out from that big fight. It's going to be a little bit tougher to secure that outside of just straight up killing them. Roche is up, but it's also spotted by Asteris. There's that free Ags here, though. Massive for IG. They need to get that. They need to give that freebie over to JT for even more control.
That or Emo, right? Like Emo... Oh, no, actually, never mind. Never mind, JT's definitely the one.
They
There's that replay.
need it. Yeah.
Oh, it's nice. Just the dispose, really just on target.
Dire's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
Bit sad as well. Like I thought with the hook shot connecting onto the TA's backside, you wouldn't really have that opportunity, but Shengxi
Yeah.
just doesn't give up.
No, just gets the angle out. Smoke out, broken. Good angle here from Ares.
Hello? Moving aggressively, meanwhile towards the south, they are onto Fly, just constantly bashing him up on the CK. Red Panda, they are going to hook shot in. Ollie has brought back into the team fight. JT trying to man up, but copping way too much damage. He is going to die mid-cogs as Emo still trying. Will go onto the DP, but the dispose is there. Their Fly goes down. Emo's by himself, gets bashed up, is going to drop. Not the team fight they wanted, but the team fight they'll have to take. And now Asta Ares have a chance to try and go through the mid lane, perhaps even approach high ground here.
Dire's middle tower.
So
is under
really good smoke coming out from Asteris, finding the angle outside of the pit. They isolate the CK. Fly did not have Phantasm as well to help him out in that cause. And JT never got his upgraded Doom off. He got the Ags, didn't manage to get that control they need. And with that, that's the opening for Aster Ares. They won't push the envelope too hard. Not going to try to dig into the high ground yet. But they are putting a dent on this game as IG, even with the gold lead, still has to respect the play of Aster Ares because they've got so much mobility, they've got so much reach with Clockwork, with Marcy. They've got a lot of output physically with all of these cores. I think you would want a Heaven's Halberd on actually several heroes, it feels like, because you want to stop the TA, you want to stop the Marcy. Even Weaver's not going to enjoy Halberd, but you can only really disarm one at a time if you're only going to have one builder, if at that. So we'll see if that's something IG will kind of take into consideration here. As Aster Ares, I mean, they've done a phenomenal job, despite being behind, despite maybe missing a lot of an earlier spike. But IG now, they've still got that Doom because JT just died, so they're ready for a smoke.
IG, they're going to try and make their way to that Radiant Triangle, though. It's not too easy to infiltrate that area. They're just hoping somebody tries to take this mid-creep wave, but Asta Ares seem very well aware that something is a little bit awry here. Emo does almost just show himself, trying to bait them forward, but nobody's there from Asta Ares. It's a good reading of the map once again from the Radiant side this time around. IG, they'll be forced to back off as the smoke will just kind of dissipate. You are getting on towards the point where JT is about to have a refresh orb, so you may as well just go ahead and farm that up, I think.
Yep. You can kind of just afford to wait. The damage output coming out from Aster Ares is skyrocketing, though. Daedalus up on Ulu. So his right clicks are way up there with all the Mindstorm you're getting from the Swarm, from the melds, and even just a bonus coming out perhaps from Shangsa as well. Even Shangsa going for his own Daedalus now on the Marcy, so really just, it becomes an issue of, can you control 3 farm cores from the side of Aster Ares? Can you control all of that physical output? You could, but it's going to take a really good, well-positioned Doom or self-Doom on JT to get that done.
Here we go. 4-man smoke up. Asta Ares. They're going to try and infiltrate that Dire jungle. Scan is out. They have scanned out Fly on the CK. Emo right by his side as well. But Asta Ares still very hesitant. Waiting patiently, hoping somebody falls into their trap. IG, however, they're 5-man smoke themselves now. He did reveal himself on the mid-creep wave. Ponlo is there, ready to break the smoke instead. They're going to see Shengxi, but they're going to try for the Weaver instead. In fact, never mind. They found the TA. Hook shots there from Red Panda. Is it enough? Eyes past to fly through Red Panda. He'll drop immediately onto that Marcy, but there's the Doom out. JT self-dooming himself. Onto the Marcy they go, but look at this. He just fights back. Shengxi does not care. This Marcy just doesn't care. It's now Fly. Needs to run out on the CK. Asta Ares looking way too strong as they find the Gleipnir onto the Quap. It's a full team wipe. High ground time it is, and I think that just might be it. No buybacks. They can go straight T4s.
Yeah, they've got 2 racks to kind of take here. IG, they really need a hover.
Dire's middle tower
You
is
have
under
to stop
attack.
that Marcy from focusing in. The burst damage flying out is just way too high. The bashes are too much to work against. And they're going for the end game. Aster Ares sees that opportunity. They know a couple of buybacks are down. Even if JT bought back, he does not have Doom. He will pop the Fortify, but the creep wave is going to stay in that base. That's more enough time for Aster Ares to just dip back in once the Fortify fades.
Yeah, they're kind of just hoping that Aster Ares don't go for T4s right now and don't realize, but at this point they definitely will. JT, let's see some magic, sir. Ponlo, he's just going to go straight forward. Emo calls the GG. And that means, Jonathan, we get to go to a lovely game number 3 here between these two teams. Exciting times.
Yeah, it really is. Aster Ares played phenomenally well. Lots of back and forth in that game, but despite, IG finding some trades, Aster Ares were the ones finding objectives. They're the ones running around, forcing these fights. And I have to say, Shangse, with his build-up in the Marcy, with his plays in the Marcy, just set up phenomenally well for IG. It ended up being like 3 hard cores on Aster Ares that it did go unpunished because IG was also playing this farm game with JT and Flyfly. Only Emo was really kind of showing up for some of those early engages. Flyfly would participate a little bit with the Armlet Echo Saber, but went back to farming for the BKB into the Scotty, and all of that time and space just allowed all of that to come out from every single hero from Aster Ares' end.
Well, let's bring up the scoreboard and have a bit of a recap as to what happened in this game number 2. I think my main point that I want to make, John, although Emo does have a nice way of ending the game out, like considering the Quap lost the lane so hard, it just felt like they couldn't really play off Emo in the early to mid game, and you saw Flyfly kind of suffer because of that as well in the CK, right? Like he didn't have a great lane either, and it just, yeah, the only person that really had a good time is JT, but he's a Doom that's going for Devour Midas build up. Like it's not the kind of fighting build you hope for. And in the end, Aster Ares, I mean, proving to just be the better team in game 2, obviously just being able to scale with that Weaver, with that TA, and doing a fantastic job. And I'm glad to say we get a third game between these two because it's been some very high-level Dota.
It has been, and again, this is an elimination match. Aster Ares or IG won't go down without a fight. So we get a game 3. We're going to be up for a treat. Very closely matched between these two teams. I'm keen to see what changes in that next game.
Let's find out, John. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3's draft between IG and Aster Ares. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third game of this lower bracket best of three between Aster, Ares, and, of course, the side of IG. John, it's been... Have we even had a three-game series? I can't remember one throughout these qualifiers.
We've had
This might be-
once, yeah.
We've had one. Okay, this is the second time. But these are more hype, Jonathan. We're in the elimination bracket, the lower bracket. We're deep into the run of the TI-11 qualifiers. The winner of this series does make it through the lower bracket semi-final against Vici Gaming, John. There's a lot on the line here for both these teams. If you're going to cheese, if you're going to bring out any strategies, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, now is the moment to show anything off. Unfortunately, for Aster, Ares, and for Ponlo, IG had a little bit of a tink in their bans, as we do have the draft in hand. They took their time. They banned out the Undying, and then they dug into reserve time before banning out the Chen. So no Chen for Ponlo this time as well in this series. We do have their opening here on IG with the Doom going their way, along with the Lich. So gonna try to dig back into the Doom. I like the Lich combination with the Doom if they do run it, although I don't believe you will get a pause 4 Lich, maybe a 5 Lich just laning on the offlane could be the way to go, as that can be really aggressive. Aster Ares aside, I can't fault them for going for this. They go for the DP and into the Shangsa Marcy, although there is still flex here. Mainly because you open up with the DP, so you can kind of choose mid lane DP, off lane Marcy, support Marcy, off lane DP can still shape up. And considering Shengsha's performance last time, I wouldn't mind that off lane Marcy at all. He made it look really good. He made the investment look busted. He had a Daedalus at the end. I believe he managed to finish that up. That was just sickening. Like, they had no way of stopping that from IG.
Certainly not. We'll see how it all pans out. I mean, this Marcy hero, the fact that it's just keeps making it through, it's sort of interesting, isn't it? Like, the Marcy just seems, in the right hands, so busted. And, I mean, Shengxi doing a great job last time around. I don't know. I don't know how Marcy keeps making it, I'll be frank. I realize you have to ban the Chen against Aster Ares. That's a given. Undying, obviously, very busted as well right now. But, man, this Marcy just constantly getting through. It's disgusting.
It really is. It does way too much. Again, I feel like overall, with the change to rebound being the stun, it's actually a lot easier to play. Because it used to be that you rebound in, they have a moment to react and kind of get out of the dispose of their mobile. With rebound first, you can catch out some highly mobile heroes quite fine. So it actually works out surprisingly well. I'm keen to see if Aster Ares again runs that on support or core. Same thing with the DP here. IG is still looking at their bans. They take out the Clockwork and they take out the Shadow Demon as well. So preventing any sort of holds, any sort of saves, anything to disrupt these fights as well. And for Aster Ares' part, they ban out the Faceless Void, which does combine really nicely with the Lich. That would be a really good Lich lane to actually play. They just prevent that aggression from coming out. Of course, Void against something like Marcy can also be really annoying. You can get the rebound stun, but ample enough time, just time walk all of the damage off, and that burst window disappears. So it's a heads up ban from Aster Ares here as well.
Jeez, someone's been working out here, John. Look at that. Do you see that, Jonathan? Guy in the top middle. My goodness, what an arm on him. Someone's been lifted. You love to see it. Go on, give us a... I'd love to... He was just leaning on the table, John. A casual little flex there. Not even on purpose. You love to see it.
Yeah, gotta roll the sleeves up. Serious mode here. For IG, of course. Everything on the line. Your shot at TI basically hangs on this series. And, you mentioned it earlier in the Game 2 series, but both of these teams just feel like they both deserve that shot. We've got such fantastic Dota out of them. This is, again, one of the tighter series to go 3 games. And it's a shame, but, for one of them, this is where the journey ends this year. It's tragic to think about, Mike.
TI qualifiers are always that's the thing, right? They're always really high stakes. It's never going to be comfortable, to say the least, to try and make your way through qualifiers. And what can you do? You've got to just make your way through, do the best you can. Eventually, it might just happen. Rubik will come out as well. IG, oh, I love seeing an FY Rubik. I mean, if there's, whether they win or lose, I'm happy we get to see the FY Rubik popping up.
Yeah, it's always a treat to see him on that hero. He's got some pretty good spells to steal. Rebound, probably the most potent one from the Marcy, but you know, you wouldn't mind the Dispose, you wouldn't mind Sidekick. Even Unleash is kind of funny on a Rubik, so I wouldn't really mind to see that as well. And of course, there's always down the line the potential for the Ags coming out. You've got a good lane with Doom Rubik. It can be pretty good and pretty nice and aggressive, although I feel like that takes level 3 to really feel good, with level 2 Scorched Earth to really run someone down. But if you can reach that point, that is a lane that Ulu might not enjoy too much. Fade Bolt spam coming through, a Doom that can't be shoved away from lane, just devours. You're going to have your work cut out here for Red Panda to kind of make that playable.
Third pick up. Aster is thinking quite heavily about this one. 1 minute reserve time left for this. You wonder as well, like, considering that last game, would you mind seeing another Ponlo +5 Death Prophet? Because it seemed like it did some great work. Like, just having that exorcism, not really caring when you pop it, constant split pushing. Even that Blink Silence we saw from Ponlo. In fact, look at that. Ogre Magi and SF both coming out at the same time. But what do you think about... Well, I guess it's not going to be a +5 DP now, is it? Unless
No.
you're going to run, like, Core Ogre.
Oh, don't get me excited on that possibility. It won't be, but Core Ogre is fun. I wouldn't run it in a lower bracket best of 3 game 3 scenario, so probably not going to be coming out. The Ogre Magi does enable a lot of right click cores. Even the SF really enjoys that Blood Rage, Bloodlust, because generally you do tend to go right click nowadays on the SF. You rarely see the old Ewel's Blink kind of build, not really that common. Tend to go just Dragonlance, go for damage, BKB, and just kind of run it from there. Silver Edge up and just run heroes down. Love the response from IG though. Go for the TA. There's not too much to melt it in mid, but SF can still play that lane fine. Like, you melt through Refraction, just run up, try to right click down, and then land your raises. We've seen this from multiple SFs. As long as you land your second raise, after landing first, you land those 2, you can really just find yourself big openings for those kill opportunities.
Yeah. A couple more bans to come here, John. 2 more for the side of IG, 1 more for Aster Ares.
Dire team ban.
Just taking their time, they'll get rid of the Viper for now.
Invictus Gaming's turn to ban.
Storm being removed as well, not wanting to give that back over to Emo, apparently. Interesting ban.
They are expecting the TA safe now, and I suppose they feel confident with TA versus DP. You can still just melt through Refraction. SF matchups that don't feel good. Maybe the Lina could slide out now, although Lina TA again could be a little bit greedy coming out from IG. Spirit Brothers are all available. Ember probably the one that can fare fairly nicely up against that SF with a Flame Guard. Could be the option. Void Spirit, it's also not the worst when we have seen it before, but again, with a rework, I don't think we've really seen much of the Void Spirit up against SF yet.
Invictus Gaming's
And we'll
turn
go
to
for the closing of the Ember on Aster Ares, so they're the ones to pick that up. And is this a safe lane SF now? Is it a safe lane Ember? It's pretty open for what Ulu and Yi will play. I think overall, if you are laning with Ogre Magi, SF's a lot better, and they go with the Invoker out from IG,
happy.
closing out with the specials.
Yeah, Coach Super, he's happy about that one. He clicked the button, he got the Invoker, he said, that's it, I'm out of here. Here's your chair back, enjoy. Emo, not so much. He looks a little bit concerned, I'm not going to lie, John, but you know, Super, he's happy with that. Off you go. Enjoy.
Yeah, I think the matchup should be fine. It is a mid Ember for Yi, so Emo should be able to work that lane just fine up against the Ember Spirit. I think overall with his draft, hard to see who I'd lean towards. I think there's a lot of play from IG, there's a lot of play from Ares. There's lots of scaling for both sides. You can't discount the SF into the late game with his talents and just how much damage he does, both magic and physically. I might give a slight edge towards Aster Ares. I think they're not going to be as passive. Their lineup definitely wants some activity here. They can play off the back of Shang-Chi very well once more. You've got a lot of buffs for the Marcy and for any of these cores, but Bloodlust and Marcy with Unleash sounds like a pretty hard time if you do manage to get the jump angle.
Let's see how it all pans out, Jonathan. Game number 3. We've got an FY Rubik. I can't get even more. We got Ponlo DP Pos 5 again as well. I didn't even realize, Jonathan. I'm so excited to see how this game number 3 does pan out. And of course, John, the game is not underway yet, but you are going to have your chance to give your... What's the word I'm looking for?
Predictions?
Excellent. Oh, I was going to
Excellent.
use an adjective. I'll give you the excellent predictions. There you go, John. Give us some predictions here. We do have a pause as well, so you have extra time, Mr. I always interrupt. Go on.
Ah, goodness me. First Roshan kill with this lineup. Surely the TA lineup, right? Surely IG
Maybe.
with a Desolate timing, maybe. Although it does feel like teams have been ignoring early Roshan a little bit more in comparison to the old draft. Will a tower be killed before 10? This one is just so random. Sometimes the teams just don't push. I feel like this is a yes. Which team will win? It's so hard to tell. How do you bet against FY Rubik? Emo Invoker. At the same time, like this lineup from Ares just looks so aggressive come mid-game that they might be able to really punish the Doom TA combination because of the greed.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what to say on that one. This one, just pick for yourself. That's your own choice. I'm going to be picking... it feels bad to say, but I'm going to be picking Aster Ares. Team with the most picked up ruins. Aster Ares did it last time. I think IG hasn't been as focused. Maybe because they were on Dire could have been a factor, but I think Aster Ares has just been more disciplined in that sense. So
Okay.
there you go. It's gonna be pretty tight in this one. I know it's how do you bet against Emo and FY in this game? I mean I am,
Well,
but it feels bad.
I mean,
Ponlo
last game,
again.
Ponlo, what's Ponlo asking for this time? There is a
He's
pause,
saying,
by
yeah.
the way. He's asking for a bias
saying-
cast again. You are getting a bias cast, Ponlo. We're biased against you for this game number 3, so enjoy that, sir. If you know what, I always tell Ponlo, if you win, I will praise you. You've just got all you've got to do. It's very simple. All you have to do is win. Now, Ponlo you don't get a free ride, sir. There are no free rides with us.
No,
Unless you're
definitely
paying.
not.
In which case,
Oh.
we might be open.
Yeah, maybe.
Not really.
Maybe.
Don't take that seriously, ladies and gentlemen. That was a joke.
Oh no, you don't understand. Dreamwhistle gives me a lot of money.
It looks like we are going to have the pause going underway. You know, we've been casting for 5 years, John. With some of the crap we've said, I can't believe we're still casting. Honestly, it's like, it's either
I
people
think-
just mute us and don't listen, or they're just like, whatever. These two are idiots anyway. It's all
Yeah,
right.
no,
Let
it's
'em go.
definitely the latter part. They just hear it. Oh well, these guys don't know what they're talking about. They're surely not. They probably don't know what's going on in their own lives, which is
don't.
exactly how we've stayed safe, Mike. Yes, we really
Very-
don't though.
Very accurate.
Absolutely.
I don't know how I got married. It happened. Red Panda? He may not know how he dies in a moment. In fact, never mind. They back off. Nice rebound. Is there Xingxi on target, but he has to run now. No way to escape, but there is actually a way to escape, and that's just power walking. Marcy should be just fine. Excellent power walker here.
Yep. Just strolling through, jumping in, causing havoc, and backing off. Not much is lost. They were forced back by a really nice
30
EMP coming
seconds
out
to
from
battle.
Emo. You do not want to lose your mana there if you are the SF, so just forced to walk away. And that does force out level 1 Wex, but shouldn't be too bad.
Can I just take a moment as well, John? I mean, earlier on I praised the Void Arcana. I do have to praise one more thing about this Battle Pass, because, Valve has been copying a lot of flack about it. The music pack. The music pack,
Oh, yes.
really well done. Whoever did that, outstanding job. Ponlo, maybe not so much of an outstanding job. He ran up the staircase. He might be dying here. Ponlo, he'll go for a run. No spells leveled up yet. He's going to try and juke through the tree line. Rebound is there as well, but he's just going to accept the fact that he is dead. Emo, the one to take first blood here on the mid invoker. You couldn't have asked for a better start.
It's a good time for Emo. Gonna have that cold injection, get into the null, just have a good time trading there. And Yi is gonna hold his ground on the Ember. Up against the Invoker, it shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You should have enough play here on the Ember to kind of trade back and forth. Play with your Sleight of Fist. Try to dodge out Emo's spells. Emo should be able to be the one to try to be aggressive, especially as he gets more spells up and running. Should be able to just try to poke and force Yi away. At the same time, Yi's also just going to be able to farm. So it should be relatively even until maybe level 4, and that's the point where Emo or Yi might want to kind of try to dance around there.
Top lane, Ulu and Red Panda are going to be up against FY and JT. So JT on the Doom once again. Against the safe lane of SF, I don't think it's as hard of a lane. Feels like the Doom should have a much better time, and with the black up of FY here, he should really just be safe. I highly doubt they find a kill into the Doom, unless maybe a Fire Blast into Razors, but I'd say more than likely you'd find FY if anything.
Yeah, more than likely, maybe just squeezing out the Rubicon Low.
I didn't jinx it, did I? JT, run. Oh, I've jinxed it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I apologize to any IG fans out there. That's a caster's curse on my part. Deepest apologies. We'll move on to the bottom lane, Jonathan. Ponlo, of course, going to be there with Shengxi against Ollie and Fly. What are you thinking about this lane, John? I'd hate to say anything in case I curse it again.
I think it's fairly stable for Fly. You can still kind of melt through refraction when it's up. Fly's just focusing on some aggression with the melt and side blades, trying to get some chip damage away. Once you do hit level 3 here, it does feel pretty good to kind of rebound and then dispose into the Spirit Siphon. Like, the slows make it easier for Ponlo to chase down. The TA doesn't have that much HP early on. The magic damage is going to do a lot of work. And the combination of Lich and TA isn't the most aggressive. Like, you aren't going to be using your Frost Armor aggressively here. You can kind of slow down the engagement with it, along with the Frost Blast, but it is just focused on farming, and I always kind of favor lanes that can just take initiative much more as they try on Fly now.
They are going to give it a crack, Fly. They're trying to fight back, but the rebound is there. Shengxi in once again, Fly. Oh, he's going to go down, Ponlo. Barely got the final right click off, able to secure the kill onto the TA. Very big pickup here for Asta Ares.
Just goes back to that combination. You get the slow, you get the stun, you can chase someone down very well. Red Panda up top, buying some space out for his core, and giving Ulu some room as he does get chased down. That's a good amount of room. They can't really do much, but you've got the mana burn creep for JT, and as an SF focused on the raises, spamming that out is not going to feel good for Ulu.
Red Panda is looking for that body block again. This time FY is going to have the lift. Oh, JT, he's still in big trouble. Red Panda, not going to leave him alone, but Ulu did not have the long-range raise available. And Red Panda cops a Fade Bolt to the backside from FY. Will get punished for even attempting.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Managed to turn it around. Didn't manage to block well enough. The mana burn creep from JT, that mana burn ability is just too much. Ulu, it makes him miss out on just a single raise. You need every single one to land these kills.
Fly.
Just miss out.
Bot lane still being chased by Ponlo. Crypt Swarm is there. Fly. Barely going to survive. Ponlo still just harassing Ollie back as well. Has Crypt Swarm back up, but it's only level 1, so you can't really secure the TA kill here. You're just fine. But this support DP from Ponlo against the POS 1 TA, it's just so annoying. You never have refraction chances. Just never.
Should help.
Yeah, you just never will. And I think that's why Fly again was playing pretty focused on creeps early on, but you've got really good gap close coming out from Aster Ares. You can just threaten immediately. The Lich can't really stop that unless he kind of goes for the value point and Sinister Gaze, which all he does have. So you can kind of cut off for a moment, but you just have so much more play on Aster Ares. And again, when you can take initiative in the lane, it just feels a lot better. Even in mid lane, like, Yi is dropping low, he's out of mana, but he is still farming. Like, Emo is not able to necessarily stop that Ember from getting the build up. He is getting his own build up as well, mind you, but as long as you farm, so I don't think you consider that a loss at all. Like, an even lane for the Ember here is just kind of winning.
Mid lane, Emo. Having a decent enough time, but he's having such a good time on this Ember. Top of the CS board, just no real struggle here against the Invoker. Top lane, Red Panda sneaking up behind FY and JT again, but not much mana on Ulu to really back him up with the razors. So Red Panda, maybe just a bit of harassment to be dealt in. With JT, with the mana burn creep, it's just such a value creep, right? Because you're never going to allow Ulu the chance now to have the mana to get all those razors off. And as you can see, Ulu now completely out of mana. Can't really do much. Just hit some creeps.
Yeah, very engaging gameplay out from JT. Very high skill to do this onto Ulu. And even Red Panda doesn't enjoy that as well, right? Like, he runs out of mana, that lane is just very passive. So overall, Acer Ares off to a really good start with her lanes. Outside of maybe top it, even then Ulu's finding farm. Every lane kind of shaping up very nicely. Very even on the kills. But most certainly in the CS, they're controlling that farm really well.
JT in trouble again, but he'll turn. Ulu out of mana completely. Will go for a bit of a run. Still ticking out to the burn damage of the Infernal Blade and Scorched Earth, but is going to be okay. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of a jump in. Shenxi, he is going to get punished.
Denied.
So Ollie, able to take that kill on the Lich. Unable to really give it over to Fly, but probably just be happy with the fact that the Marcy is dead.
He had to drag in Emo for that kill. Is worthwhile. Doesn't have anything like an early urn though to build up some charges to play with the Cold Snap. So you don't get too much. That is space down mid for Yi to play around. He's got level 6 up, so you can always dodge out if danger shows itself. Yi is tied into mid though. He does not have the Flame Guard, so it's a little bit harder for him to make a rotation and run heroes down. He's going to need a connection to make with the Searing Chains, and it's not always a guarantee, so just going to have to focus in on that farm for a little bit longer.
Mid lane, Yi is going to have a bit of a go here at Emo. He's had an extremely good time in the mid lane, just farming himself up on that Ember. Mind you, Emo not too far behind, only 3 CS behind at the moment, which is to be expected. Bottom lane, however, Fly, pretty big kill if they can secure. He'll turn back in onto Shenxi. A lot of damage being dealt. The Frost Shield keeping him safe, and Fly. Well, he's still going to run from Ponlo.
Ooh.
Crypt Swarm, however, off the mark. Fly. A man on the run. Sentry dropped as well, but no, the body blocks Ollie. Ollie will not allow it. Ponlo, he has another Crypt Swarm, but Fly has Refraction. He's just waiting for the mana to be wasted from Ponlo. Ollie really saving the day on that Pos 5 Lich.
Yeah, they played really well there on IG, just punishing Shangse this time a lot more. And not allowing Acer Ares to take initiative any longer. He is still kind of suffering in farm, but you know what? This is the point where you can kind of go jungle. You've gotten a couple of kills in your lane. You're feeling good. You're bouncing back. And you can start to just think about your itemization. Go for that Dragonlance. Maybe start to consider the stacks here, although I don't think anyone's had time to really leave the lanes to build up stacks, but you would want to kind of invest in that TA going forward. We'll see if there's a room given out for that. You are leaving Ollie solo, and that could be where Acer Ares just kind of finds someone to bully. Just run down the Lich if they can and bounce back on Chunks to kind of get more into that build-up for the armlet.
Speaking of CS as well, John, Ulu now overtaking in terms of CS on the ESF. Has moved himself into the jungle, so naturally going to start escalating quite fast. Top of the net worth board is actually going to be Shenxi on that Marcy again. He's already very close to that armlet now for Aster Ares. So hard to deal with the Marcy once you do have that initial damage item up. Especially with just so much mobility on this hero. You just need a bit of damage with that Unleash and sidekick, and suddenly you're just a machine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ponlo. Gonna go on to Ollie. Lich. Frost Shield only gonna keep him so safe, but Ponlo, has he gone too far? TPs are incoming. Ollie, he might drop, but Emo is here. Ollie, still running, does eventually go down as Ponlo. He will trade his life away for this. Not the worst trade in the world, though. He does secure the kill on the Lich and ends up getting a free reset. Not the worst situation.
Yeah, you're dragging attention down bot instead of up top. So you're ensuring that the SF isn't rotated on in his jungle because everyone's going down bot to respond instead. You're giving some space for Red Panda to soak some EXP. Not the most key hero in terms of rushing a level 6, but chain stuns with Fire Blast, chain stuns out with the Ignite can also feel really damn good. and you're kind of happy with that anyway.
Yi dropping rather low. Emo, he'll go for the chase. Remnant's not going to be enough yet. Do they have detection? FY, he's around Yi. He shows himself with the sleight of fist. They're going to try and turn it. FY, he goes down, but they've lost the Ember. Oh boy, Emo going to try and run. Make this a good trade for the side of IG. Ponlo, he'll continue with the chase, but will not be able to help secure this kill. Emo, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's a big kill to find IG, slowing down that pacing out on Yi. And Emo off to a fantastic start now with all his rotations, constantly topped up on the urn, constantly looking for these kill opportunities. Why?
Jump in. Rebound is there. Refraction was out in time. In fact, FY, he stole the exorcism on his own, so they might be able to turn it. Chain Frost is out. It'll be a 1-for-1 so far, but in comes the cavalry. Emo is there. Yi, he's out of remnants on the Ember, but he's in the tree line. He'll survive for now. Instead, Ponlo, he's going to be targeted. He'll go down. And they still have the Ember. Do they realize he does not have a TP? It seems like FY does. They'll find him. They'll even take the remnants away. FY wanting to chase him down out of mana, but it won't matter. And one thing you have to be careful of as support DP, John, is to not give exorcism away to the opposite Ruby.
Yes, that's a big steal out from FY. We saw how much Yi just melted to those ghosts running towards him. He had no play. He had nothing to really counteract that, and IG have just been on point with response. They're not done.
Ben, there's your remnants, FY. He's got the initiation now. Red Panda. Here we go. He's the magician, Jonathan, FY. That's what I used to call him, and well, it's begun. He's off to a start.
Oh yeah, he's building up for the team. 10-5, 1K lead on IG. We saw that early start from Aster Ares with the CS. Now it's the IG cores that are on top. Fly, JT up there, Emo, and to keep up pace with Ulu's farm. Shengse not too far behind. It's really Yi that took a hit. Like, his laning phase looked good, but he was a lot less active, and he's been picked off a couple of times, too many. They need to find a way to kind of keep this Ember, or give this Ember something to play with here, as they're just constantly on him. Like, they group up mid once more. Yi has nothing to do with Red Panda. It's just not a duo that does all too much. They're buying space for Ulu. Is Dragonlance seems to be done going into the BKB next, but there's a lot of play for IG. Doom's going to be off cooldown in a minute. Midas up on JT. BKB Blink next. And if he's allowed to just build into this, you're going to have issues. You're going to have very easy ways of locking in Yi.
Absolutely. 13 minutes in. 10-5 here. The favor of IG. Very slight net worth lead. Only 1K the way of IG.
Radiant's top tower
And a lot of that is going to be naturally on the Doom of JT, but more importantly, Fly as well, farming very effectively on that T8. Top of the net worth board so far, and this is the kind of start you really want as a Templar Assassin. We'll have the Deso up soon. Ponlo's going to be around that top lane to try and make sure it's defended. Fly doesn't really have his team to back him up. Instead, bot lane might be where the action happens. Rebound is there. Ollie actually juking out the stun. Has the frost shield. Will go for the gaze out as well. Lift up from FY. Do they want to really chase for this lich? It doesn't seem like it. He'll be alright. Ollie is very calm and patient with that frost shield. Is able to survive. But in they come. Aster Ares. Jump in, FY, he'll get caught out. Chain Frost though will be there, bouncing around two of them. It's a fair bit of damage into the sleight of fist. Sunstrike out, it's not gonna land. Ollie's down, FY. What can he do on his own? Probably not much. He's really out of spells here, and is gonna drop to Red Panda, who does pick up a double kill on the Ogre Magi. And that'll be the bottom tier 1 tower to go down.
It takes a little bit of effort. They do manage to find two nice little morsels here on the side of Aster Ares. Just the two supports, not really the big core kills you'd want on low.
The danger, Spirit Vessel will tick away. Silence is there, but eventually he will drop. Emo. 6th kill of the game already on this Invoker. This is more like the Emo we know.
Just so active on the map, so willing to make these rotations with a Spirit Vessel up, and he just wants to play. Just wants to run around. Fly up top though.
Go for a run. Remnants forward here from Yi. Chains. Gonna be there. There they are. Lock him down, root him up. Fly. Still running. Won't matter though. Yi able to secure the kill on the Ember. That's a very impactful kill here for Aster Aries, and well, Emo doesn't seem too happy about it.
Yeah, and just a bit too far forward there for Fly farming, and a bit of a danger zone does get punished. Aster Aries, again, despite the kill board being a three kill lead for IG, it's really not much. Less than around 1k lead up. You kind of expect that coming up from JT with Midas, of course, and the Devour. Fly only about 100 gold above Ulu. So Ulu still has a lot. I mean, he's keeping up well. He's clearing out these camps. He's farming really nicely. He's going to have a BKB quick. And once that spell immunity is up, you will have to make some choices on IG. JT's going to have to kind of pick and choose. Does he prioritize locking in the Ember? Does he have to doom up Ulu just to remove the BKB from the equation? It becomes a little bit tough at that point, as you are reliant mainly on JT to kind of counteract that. And for IG's part, they're not going defensive. Like you pointed out, Fly is going for the Deso. BKB for him is going to be a ways off. JT has the BKB being built up, but does need about 1,000 more gold. And Emo is actually going back for Midas himself, so maybe they expect a bit of a slower game here from IG.
You love your Midas gaming. I think it was the Emo Invoker that impressed us back in the day, wasn't it? Back when we used to cast the CN region a lot. And well, the man knows what he's doing, Jonathan. Let's not question him too much here, Emo. He knows what he's doing on the Invoker. His bottom lane. Doom is going to come out. JT try and chase down the Depth Prophet. Sunstrike looks like it did connect. Eventually, he will just burn away. Ponlo, he's gone. Meanwhile, top lane. Dive in. Chain Frost following down Shengxi, but he's going to be fine to rebound away. They couldn't hold him down on that Marcy, so he'll be just fine. We'll be able to protect that top tier 2 tower, no problem.
Yeah, they hang on to the objective side of IG. I mean, you did waste Chain Frost. It's a pretty long cooldown, and it does feel like all these spell use on that has been on point. It's been a good source of damage throughout this game. Ample time for Aster Aries to kind of clump up more heroes up top.
Ooh, nice tornado. Emo, he's very quick with the fingers. Remnants forward. FY, he'll just jump in straight away. Sunstrike is there as well. Shengxi's still not dead. Oh, FY's the one to drop. How does he survive?
He had sidekick running for a little bit, had some life steal, and he managed to get a really well-timed armlet on the Urn tick, on that Spirit Vessel tick. So he managed to just dodge out that little extra bit of damage and just kind of sidestepped on the edge of the Sunstrike, I believe. Just all these tiny little things not lining up for IG makes them miss out on the kill opportunity. And now it's Aster Aries going for the smoke play. They've got the Maelstrom up on Yi. He's working onto the BKB. Could find something juicy, although mid is pretty hard to play in.
Aries, Ponmo, lifted up, gets the D ward, is going to get gazed here by Ollie. He does have his team behind him, but JT's going to join in from the backside onto the Ember. He'll remnant away. Instead, it's onto Ponlo. And Ponlo is going to drop. The rest of Aster Aries, they will back their way out safely. They'll give up that support Death Prophet. IG still seem to be in control of this game, number 3. In fact, they look like they might even consider Roshan with the Deso up on Fly. But they will back towards the Radiant Triangle instead. Just keep that farm going on Fly.
Just keep the build up. Your TA still has room to grow. Would probably want that BKB or Blink next now on TA. A bit of a smoke out though with Emo and FY. Gonna try again. Do not have the forward vision on the upper part of that ramp into the jungle. They're gonna have to try to sneak around, but they do have ward on the higher area. They saw Shangsi, but probably not the target they'd want. So maybe a bit of a wasted smoke coming through. Still a good area to reposition towards, as Aster Aries isn't too far out. If they go a bit too forward in this jungle, could be dangerous.
Aster Aries. Check out Roshan. Make sure it's not happening. It isn't. IG hanging around the west of the map right now in the Dire Jungle. Aster Aries trying to play a bit of a slower game, I think, considering that they are 4K behind right now. It's the TA, though, going to really enjoy this farming time. Like, you're going to work easily into a Blink Dagger now for Fly, and after that, probably a BKB. So he got very lucky as well, finding the Grove Bow while he was farming that Radiant Triangle. So added range for the old TA. Happy days for him. Emo, he'll just slowly chip away at that mid-tier 1 tower and get away with it with the forge creep. JT moves his way in to the dire triangle. He's gonna see Ulu with this invis rune. He's just creeping so slowly here, John. Look at this. Look how slow JT is. You'd think he's a Crystal Maiden right now. Ulu. Oh, JT's literally stalking him. Oh, there's your Doom out. Surprise! Ponlo, he's here to try and help out for JT. BKB out, TP away, see you later. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Meanwhile, top lane, Fly, he's gonna be fine. He'll blink out of it.
And he managed
That's
to get
so
a good
sad.
hit and run. It looked like they were maybe suspicious someone was around. Ponlo was just hanging around the T1. BKB pops, he's not in deny range. Doesn't manage to get that onto his ally. And he even pops Exo. Massive amount of spells being popped there by Ares. And it just cost him a Doom, which, you know, you don't really mind too much. JT's going to be still focusing in on that farm anyway. So you kind of cut off the main arterial flow. Still trying.
They might try to fight here against Emo. This will be a big pickoff. Emo! Oh, he gets the tip. Ponlo, he's feeling it now. FY trying to back up his teammate. Is going to get punished as well. Uh-oh. Emo was on an unstoppable streak and just gave all that gold back the way of this Marcy. That is not good news.
And again, we've seen what Shangse can do with a well-farmed Marcy. Blink coming out next, Basher next. Once that Basher is up, you are in a world of trouble with that BKB up and running as well. Like, you just focus in, unleash, then you have to make that choice once more. Who do you really doom? You're always going to be encountering that question on yourself for JT until he gets something like the Ags. And based on how JT itemized last time, the Ags doesn't seem to be a priority for him. So you have a lot of rain here, a leeway here on Aster Ares to initiate because, all right, you doom up Ulu. All right, we have Shangse. We have Yi who can jump in, and you don't have any answers to that mobility, to that damage. 2 scans out. They do spot out Aster Ares here from IG scan. Aster Ares' scan does not spot IG, so the sneaky smoke might pay off.
And we go. IG. Oh, they run right into Ulu. Quick BKB's out, however. Jump in. Xingxi, he's found JT on the Doom. No Doom available anyway, and the Requiem gonna fly right through. IG, they need to run. This is not the fight. Yi's in. Oh, he's gone. They found Fly on that TA. How do you save this man? In comes Emo with a tornado. Xingxi, however, he'll juke out the Chaos Meteor, but FY, he does take down the kill. In go they go again. Red Panda going down as well. FY finally ends up dying on the Rubicus Ponlo. He'll BKB up now. Look at this guy. He went. Oh, Ponlo, no.
Nah.
Oh, that's a bit too confident there, Ponlo. Yi. Oh, Sunstrike's going to connect Emo. He doesn't miss. Triple kill out for the Invoker. Not even pressing the tip button onto Ponlo there, Johnny Emo. He'll hold out for now.
Oh, you want something more impressive coming out there. It looked decent enough getting that jump on JT. He did not have the Doom up. But FY, would he unleash? He actually melted a lot of them in the middle of that fight while they were chasing the bigger cores. And with that opening, they go straight into Roche. Fly with the Deso makes short work of this. There is no counterplay available for Aster Ares to kind of rely on here. They're just going to have to surrender that objective. And IG going to find themselves in a really good foothold in this game. 18-14, 4K lead up their way. Aegis up and running. Security on Fly. BKB going to be the next pickup for him here as well. And instantly looking for the smoke. They've got the Doom back up. Didn't have it in that last fight. They can just look to kind of bully out Aster Ares while they try to farm here.
Here we go. Xingxi, he's not the easiest target. He's got the BKB up, but if you can get the Doom off, it won't matter, as they do get the lift off from FY. That'll be enough. Very nice pick off there for Emo once again. Back onto a dominating spree for the Invoker. He wasn't even at the team fight, John.
Arms for the dead.
No, just Sunstrike.
As you'd expect. As you'd expect from your Invoker. Just play across the map, get a Sunstrike off, and find the kills that way. Contribute, as they would say, when they take the kill away from your hard-working hands. Still, the side of Aster Ares, they've got to find a way to just stall. They need to kind of just wait out. BKB on Ulu is still at the 8-second charge. Shangse, You need that blink. You need that blink on the Morrissey, or just go all in and get the Basher. Either or needs to come out. You need that added control. You need that added jump to follow through from Yi. Yi, for his part, looks like his BKB's done as well. Onto the blink next for our Ember. And that is still a while it's off. IG going for that push down bot. And with the Aegis up, there's really not much to scare them off from this.
And you've even got the sidekick from FY now for Fly, so much more bonus damage flying out onto the TA as Red Panda was spotted by the trap. You know what, JT, he does have the War Stomp available and Duma. With the blink, he might be able to get a very nice initiation, but a nice Observe Ward going to give a bit of vision, now de-warded. Still patiently waiting. T2 tower still dropping here for IG, or rather for the side of Asta Ares.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That'll be enough. IG, they get away with it for free, and Asta Ares, they feel a little bit stiff right now, Jonathan. They don't look comfortable. There'll be a 5-man smoke though. Maybe they'll get it together here. Gotta stretch
I think
a
their
little
big
bit here.
issues. Their big issues like teamfight control. Like, they don't have something that just knocks out a couple of heroes fast. They've got to get a good angle out, good chains out from Yi, and a really good rebound out from Shangse.
Maybe his room's gonna be found out. He'll take that. Smoke kind of obvious here from Asta Ares, revealing themselves in the mid lane. IG, they'll happily take the outpost for themselves, making their own smoke very obvious. Ares, they will at least be able to take the mid tier 1 tower, so they get an objective for their trouble. It's something. With that, IG, they might just work on towards the top tier 1 tower. Oh, excuse me, top tier 2 tower. They've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis. But another 5-man smoke up.
Let's see if they find the angle. Good wraparound here from Aster Ares. JT being caught out first, removing the Doom from the equation early, might allow them more angles in these prolonged fights. They back off.
Here we go. They are backing off. IG, very, very good reading of the map again. Is everyone gonna get out? Oh, they do. Oh, that's just so depressing. All of them just get out.
It's not a good feeling for Aster Ares, but it was pretty telegraphed. Mid-tier 1 faults, you don't show up, you're not shoving in the lane, and you're definitely just trying to swing up. IG are ready. Back off, just keep that lead for themselves at 9k. Age is still up for a minute. They do have one more smoke if they want to play here, and they will.
Why the hell not? Smoke advantage here for IG. BKB up for Fly as well, so the team fight just gets no easier for Asta Ares.
Radiant are scanning.
IG feel their position with that trap being placed by Fly. Mid lane, Ponlo. Oh, JT scouting around. He might get the info. Fly, Ponlo. He's going to reveal himself, trying to go after the Doom. Little do they know, Fly has, or rather JT has his whole team behind him. They're going to back off. By the way, John, you got your wish you asked for last game. Yi's farming his own Blink Dagger on this Ember now.
Yeah, just gonna go for that again, as we've seen before. Does help in dodging out. Would like to see down the line though the refresh and the Ags. I think are gonna be really key here. Just have that mobility to reach into the back line, dance around. You might need a protective item though. Like as long as JT doesn't have Ags, Lincoln Sphere will always be useful. That could be one way to go here as well for you after that blink. But I don't mind it. It just allows him to take weirder risks, use his remnants maybe a little bit more defensively, and just kind of give opportunities to draw out these fights. Top tower will fall. Fly, just no one going to stop him here. Aegis has expired, but it doesn't dissuade him. He knows they're ahead. He's got a little Crystallis on hand for a lot more damage. It's the side of Aster Ares that really needs to kind of get a hold. Their high ground hold isn't the best here from the side of Aster Ares.
Ponlo, good position.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
Nobody knowing
tower
he's
is
there.
under attack.
No smoke anyway though, so IG not gonna really lose too much out of this. Just not gonna be able to really find anyone from Aster Ares. Aster Ares on the main hand. Just in that dire triangle. IG still grouped up on the western side of that mid-river. Fly waiting. Ponlo gonna show himself. Is it a bait? It feels like it may be, but they are still the weaker team in all this. Sunstrike, it's gonna get a bit of vision. And now a double damage is gonna spawn up. Alright. Fly, I don't think he was lacking double damage with that enchanted quiver and the Crystallis and the Desolator as well, but just in case, there's a double damage for him. Hell, let's make life even better for the guy. Let's get sidekick again for FY. Let's make it real good.
Yeah, just pile on. Maybe even a Bloodlust out wouldn't be too bad as well to steal out.
Alacrity as well.
Oh yes, of course. Stack them all on. Buff up the TA is the name of the game. I mean, they've been holding their ground. They're very disciplined on IG. They're really just not leaving this high ground. They know where Aster Ares is playing, and Aster Ares just expend another smoke sitting around. They cannot breach this gap. No one will cross this no man's land. Although JT, nah.
They are underneath the Aster Ares vision in that area, so you don't really want to play there if you're IG. Not that they know that, of course. Thing is as well, like, right now IG's got an 83% win probability chance, right? One bad team fight, that goes down the toilet. I mean, that's just skyrocketing way down.
Yeah, you run the risk of just allowing Aster Ares to bounce back. Like, you cannot underestimate the scaling of Ulu, you cannot underestimate the scaling of Yi, and Shangse, which he is already built into the Basher. Going for the Blink next, into the Crystallis, maybe the Daedalus afterwards. I mean, this is a late game powerhouse if you do make a couple of mistakes here. IG. Emo is a lone down bot, but it's only Ponlo and Shangse.
Still a big pick off if you can get it, but he has his BKB up. I don't see how you get this kill with only 2, but they're dragging more heroes down. Yi joining in now. Thing is, if he gets his BKB off, he probably just runs out of here. You don't really have the greatest lockdown. Aster Ares, they're gonna let this one go. Aster Ares will also scan out the Dire Pit, just make sure Roshan's not happening, but it hasn't respawned yet either. It's still about 2 minutes away. Checking to make sure it's not an early respawn. Lift up, Red Panda, he'll get deleted. Very, very quick.
Never know the mysteries.
That's without a double damage or the alacrity or the sidekick, by the way. Plenty of scaling to go on here for Fly, that's for sure.
Yeah, he just rips you apart if you're not careful. Silver Edge already up on Fly. Good source of break, good source of damage. And IG, again, just so much more disciplined. Holding back, they know they've got a pretty good grip on the entire map right now. They're forcing Aster Ares to play so far away from their own base for the defense and just kind of try to play this farm game. Like Ulu working on to the AEC, trying to build up even more minus arm to play with along with his aura. It could be one way to really soften up these targets. Ponlo, he's got his blink up on that DP, so he can blink forward, try to get the silence off, as we've seen him attempt last time as well. Could be the way they open up these fights, or at least follow through from the rebound of Shangse and just set up from there. The slower pace of the game does feel a lot better for IG though, Mike. I mean, this TA still has a little bit of room to grow. Dragonlance could be upgraded. You could get your Swift Blink up here as well. And just kind of keep itemizing the items here on JT. He is going for Silver Blade, Shadow Blade first, so no Ags on the Doom. Maybe he doesn't feel like they even need the AoE Doom anyway. Which is fair enough.
Like
they really haven't had to use it. Smoke out again.
That's perfect
yeah.
from FY. That's why you still the Sleight of Fist as the Rubik. You just break smokes like that so easily. Ulu, he's gonna find a DD rune now, John. Right before Roshan respawns, which is tradition. It's an unspoken rule of Dota 2. Roshan up now. This could be the turning point. You've got the DD advantage on this SF. All you've got to do is make sure Ulu can just stand there and hit people. That's basically it. In we go. Roshan, it's not going to be easy. You've always got the trap vision, but Ponlo, he's going to force it. Where's the sentry for the trap, though? They've got vision. It's not going to be an easy Roshan as long as that trap's still standing. Ponlo, he just hangs around in the pit. Vessel will be there. Yi, he'll make the jump in. BKB's pop. Who are we aiming? JT in the backside. He found Cheng Si, but he's still fine. Still alive. Red Panda, he's in trouble. Might burn out. But the only person to die right now is the Marcy. There goes FY on the Rubik. He'll drop as well. Red Panther to drop by the neutral creep. Emo now. He'll die to boot.
For heresies unknown,
Ponlo
the temple
even going down to the Death Prophet. Just a complete mess here for Aster Aries Azulu. Still trying to fight back with the Sunstrike. Gonna fly in and fly. He always had the kill. Ugly team fight here for Aster Aries.
Pretty awkward. Like, it looked decent enough. They kind of got baited in by IG's movement.
Emo, he's not done yet. He found Yi.
They find everything. They get all of them down. They get the Aegis up. They get the Shard up and Fly. He's got the Silence now and the Psionic. And it is incredibly tough for Aster Aries. Their high ground defense is just not particularly amazing. Their team fight potential is really just hanging on a good Requiem, which is not how you want that to go. Alacrity up on Fly, Fortify expended. They will have a refresh with a tier 3 falling, but it's just not enough to stop. The respawns are coming out. Ponlo's gonna be up. You've got buyback ready on Yi, but they need a pick off. Their lineup really excels at that. They just haven't found IG broken apart in any reason to fight.
No, IG's just played very clean, that's for sure. They will back off after the top racks. Again, we know IG, they're going to play this conservatively. This is the game 3 of a lower bracket series, so you really don't want to get knocked out, especially when you're so close to those lower bracket semi-finals, so they will play it very, very safe. Aster Aries, they're the ones that need to make a move. You've been pointing this out for a while. The ball's in their court. Currently they're fumbling that ball, Jonathan, that's for sure. Aster Aries just not able to find the lead they're looking for, and matters only get worse. You've got a Refresher Orb on this Doom, you've got an Iron Skadi on Fly now. The game just got infinitely harder.
It's certainly not getting any easier. Aster Aries, I mean, it looks like they're just accepting a high ground defense now, holding on. But smoke out from IG, they might be able to find another pick off into a free set of objectives.
IG, oh, FY's in. They found Yi straight off the bat. He's gone. Buyback is there. They're going to try and take down this Doom before the secondary Doom does come out. The Requiem, it does land. They've got FY. They've got JT. Fly. He's dropping low as well. He's going to lose his first life. Is this the team fight? Have they gone too far and IG's in? Rebound is in. Fly's gone. No buyback. Here comes the turnaround. Ponlo trying to get the vision. No detection, the dust was on cooldown. But 3 down for the side of IG and Aster Aries. It does cost them a buyback on the Emperor. As Ponlo, he's still confident. He's still spamming voice lines.
Still letting them know how he feels. For IG, that does fully secure the top racks at least. So that's one complete lane of super creeps that the side of Aster Aries will have to deal with. They do have a nice opening to head down mid.
He wants some revenge on Ponlo. He's not happy about this Death Prophet. Ponlo, there's not much he can do about this. He'll have to just kind of sack the life here, except the fact that he is going to die. Ponlo hands the tip out to Emo. Just a bit of respect. You know, pretty much all Emo could do there. Even force the top lane in with the Forge Spirits. But Aster Aries, they're not backing off. They're going to have to try for high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep. Still have some time until the respawns are up on IG. They do have at least one Doom ready to go when he is back. So it can be a little bit tougher. And they are pushed away just by how close their respawns are. So they play it safe. Hex is now up on Emo. Additional control coming out for the Invoker. Working into the refresh next. So double Hex, double BKB is going to feel awesome for him. Side of Aster Aries. Now with, finding what they can off the map, are just going to have to farm up some more. Ulu working onto the Satanic. That's going to be nice. We already have the blink back and blink up on Changse. So he can kind of give you more control now in these engagements. And once he has a little Chrysalis, well, some heroes should start to melt. Question is whether or not that's enough. 26 to 19, 19k lead. IG. It still feels like despite a couple of losses here and there, they are still in control of the game.
I mean, 93% win probability is still standing. Like, yeah, there was a bit of a dip, but they bought the dip, John, and just went right back up. Happy days for IG. Just gotta make sure not to throw too many team fights. That's all it's about. It's their game to lose. 8% is what's given to Aster Aries this game. Outpost being taken. IG. Again, conservative play. Probably just going to wait for the next Roshan. Mind you, we are quite far away from that next Roshan, so 3.5 minutes till we even find out when Roshan's respawning. That is going to buy a little bit of time for Aster Ares to get some farm going for themselves. Problem is, they don't really know where they can farm on the map right now. Like, the whole map just belongs to IG anyway.
Yeah, they just can't dip out. Like they're forced to hold high ground despite all the leeways they made. Maybe by the time the next roach starts to get closer, but that's when we start to see the smoke commitment out from Aster Ares. Try to get that secondary life. We've got the Satanic up on Ulu as well, so now he can try to hold his ground, get some good right clicks off, and you know, just sustain through some of that damage output. But if he gets doomed up, that doesn't count for much. Double doom is still a constant threat from JT, and that's down to Shangse and Yi to catch JT off guard once more. Prevent him from using his spells, because that's where the success has been coming from Aster Ares. Like, if they find JT jumping in first and he doesn't use Doom, you can bet you're going to be feeling very happy on your end of things if you're Aster Ares. Still, that window's starting to shrink a little bit here, Mike, because JT is going back to pick up that axe. And once that's up, even one Doom use is going to be enough, because it'll force some very dynamic grouping choices out from the side of Aster Ares.
What I'm more concerned about, John, is the refresher orb being built up on Emo. Like, considering an Evoker player of his level with a refresher orb and the Scythe device, like, it's just... You've seen how much damage these Chaos Meteors and Sunstrikes do in the middle of team fights. It's going to be a very painful experience if he does get to the stage where he does have the refresher orb up. IG. Back into that dire jungle once again. This time, Aster Ares, they are around. This could be very dangerous, but they'll jump in. Emo, he's got the BKB off. They couldn't get a stun. They couldn't get the dispose. They do at least force the BKB of the Invokers. Now, Fly, FY, they're going to jump in, but Yi, very quick reactions, is in as well. FY, he's going to drop. Fly, needs to run, but Ponlo keeps moving forward with the Exorcism, trying to tank through all the damage, but will die as well. 1 for 1, buyback was expended by FY. Still a minute till we find out when Roshan does respawn. So this buyback probably not going to amount to much.
Yeah, you can kind of tell just how tense every engagement is right now for IG and for Aster Ares. They know both sides still have angles to win. IG just feels like their angle is a lot easier, but Aster Ares, with a well-executed strike, can just find more to play with. Just gonna have to poke and prod on the mid. Bloodlust does make it a little bit tougher to force something in. And a wave clear is there on Aster Ares' side. So, just a patience game now. Waiting for someone to overextend. Neither side presenting that opening, not presenting that opportunity. Although, again, if in this kind of game, if you are the one shoving in the creep waves into the enemy, you generally are in a very winning position.
IG, they are somewhat struggling to make a high ground attempt. I mean, I say struggling, I think they are still making the decision to just sit back and relax. Roshan just too important, and we're going to find out when it respawns, and it's a long timer.
Jesus.
The longest timer possible, in fact. 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, that does give both sides some time to consolidate and build a farm, but that does favor IG with her map control. So you honestly don't mind too much. JT Ags, 200 gold away. Not going to have buyback if he does go that route, but you're probably fine. You just need to doom someone or just run in while you doomed yourself and then doom someone else as well. And then voila. The game is very hard to play for Aster Ares. 24k lead for IG. Aster Ares. I mean, there's something about what's happening to Ulu. It doesn't feel like he's just hitting as hard as the other safe lane SFs. Maybe it's the lack of crit. Normally we see a Silver Edge on these Shadow Fiends for just a lot more of that physical burst. It's not there for Ulu in this game. So it just doesn't feel like he melts any hero fast enough to kind of give them the numbers advantage in these fights.
I think the thing is...
Yeah.
Oh, hold that thought, John. We have a 5-man smoke here. They're going to move into the high ground, though. IG, they have the advantage to break the smoke, but a long wraparound. Mr. Ares going the correct way through the top lane, taking the long way around, but a tornado from Emo is going to land on 3 of them. I don't know if he knows. Does it give a
think he's
sound
just-
cue when you connect on people? I don't think it does. In they go. They jump on FY, take down the Rubik immediately. But JT, he's going to jump in onto Ponlo. That's one Doom down already. He won't refresh yet, but there you go. He'll refresh now. Back in onto the SF for JT. Copying a fair bit of damage, but in come the Chaos Meteors from Emo. That'll be your SF gone. He will die once. Does have buyback though. Will commit immediately. Fly still going. Onto Yi. BKB will be forced out from the Ember. Emo now looking for a way out. He's going to find another kill onto Red Panda. So Asta Ares are desperately trying to find someone to hunt down. They'll find Ollie, but it's not really the kill you really want here. Ollie actually going to try and make a run as Fly going to try and cut them off. In comes the cavalry. Emo on Fly. They'll show up. They find Shinxi on the Marcy. That'll be another for the side of IG. No buyback available on that Marcy as Asta Ares. They're in deep waters right now, and they don't really have a boat or paddle, but they'll find JT. That'll be a Doom down. Is Emo on the backside going to find Red Panda. That'll be another dieback. Do they keep the fight going? Roshan's 10 seconds away. IG running. Asta Ares, they'll run towards the pit. They are 5 seconds early. Back towards the right side. Yee's been caught out. Oh, he's going to get taken down. He has buyback though.
Dire's middle tower.
2v3 scenario. Ulu, he'll go back in. Fly, going for the man fight. In goes Ponlo. Fly, he'll force stuff out of there. The dieback, or rather buyback is out from Yi. Fly, still trying to move in, but no detection to scout him out. He'll get a lot of damage off onto this Ember and back his way out of there.
Dire's middle tower is under
Roshan has been scouted by IG. Asta Ares do not know about it yet. But considering the time, they probably should.
And this is big for IG. They've got a good path onto the Roshan. Has that free Ags upgrade that he will definitely toss towards JT here. Or Fly, honestly, that's not too bad. Or even Emo. Because once he has a refresh double cat, it can be nice. Still doesn't take too long for Roshan to fall, as we have seen from IG. And just gotta see what they decide with that Ags blessing. But Asta Ares now on the back foot. Free Ags for Emo. With a refresh, double Cataclysm, gonna feel amazing in the middle of these fights. Asta Ares, man, I mean, again, they've managed to keep their high ground in the same state it was before they lost that top lane of Rax, right? Like, it's still the same. Tier 3 still stand, Rax still stands on mid and bot, but they haven't been able to progress. Like, they are just getting choked out in terms of net worth right now. You're just managing to play around them very nicely on the side of IG. The impact we're seeing from Shanxi is not as much, and I don't think it's even his fault. It just feels like IG's adapted their draft a lot better in this game, making it nearly impossible to just find anyone alone to kill.
Well, I mean, if there's a time to push high ground, it's now, John. Like, you've got everything you could ask for. Refresher Orb available on Emo, the Aghanims upgrade. JT even has a Arcane Blink up now with the Refresher Orb. Like, nothing's really missing. Aegis, everything. Bottom lane. Not going to be able to catch out the Ogre. Red Panda. Going to be alright. Smoke up immediately. They know Emo's down at the bottom side of the map. They want to try and find something. Scan is perfect though. IG, they know exactly where Asta Ares are. JT, who'll hide in the tree line. Smoke, is it gonna break? It will. Can they guess where he is? JT, he will get spotted. BKB up, trying to survive through it. Can he make it through? His team is trying to get there in time, but JT's gone. No Doom's out. Meanwhile, towards the eastern side, however, Ponlo's down. A 1-for-1, definitely in the favor of Asta Ares. Ponlo has buyback anyway. Tornado out. They're still gonna try and force the fight from IG, it seems. Fly, he's feeling confident with that secondary life. They'll see the side of Asta Ares. Fly moves in. Red Panda, the only one left outside of the base. And he's still going to be fine. So Asta Ares, somehow, some way, John, they continue to not allow IG into the base.
They're holding them back really well. And just kind of trying to play this build-up game. Like, they are getting some room out. We still have control on their triangle, at least. So it's not completely over. Scotty coming through for Ulu next. You've not got the Chrysalis on Shanxi. Does opt away from it. Which is understandable considering the state of the game. It doesn't feel like damage should be your top priority right now.
Yeah.
IG. Oh.
This could be dangerous, FY. He just needs to lift up to secure this one. Yi, how fast are you going to react? Sleight of Fist is there. Remnant out. That would have been a dieback had he been caught out there. So Yi Mind you, he does have Lincoln's BKB, but very, very scary here. IG now, a 4-man smoke up again without JT up, but he'll be up in 15 seconds. Boots of Travel already queued up here for the Doom as well, so it looks like he is going to be able to rejoin the fight if it does start. But he won't leave himself with buyback gold. If he does buy out those BOTs, once he does respawn, Ulu, gonna see Fly, give him a casual slap. IG so desperately want to take a team fight right now. They know there's no buybacks available for the side of Aster Aries apart from Ponlo. Gonna try and force this one. JT, he holds onto the buyback gold, he runs the old-fashioned way. Fly, tier 3 tower, under siege now. Get conservative play, they don't want to overextend here against Aster Aries. They've been punished in the past, that's for sure. G. Fly can just slowly keep chipping away. Just has so much attack range. Eventually, they will have to come Aster Aries, and there's your lift up. Rebound rather disposes there as well. Nobody being caught out quite yet as the Marcy is going to pop the BKB, and well, Aster Aries once again forcing Fly back. 50 seconds left on the Aegis. They might have to retreat. It's scary times now.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit rough. They need to find more. They need to take away these tools that Aster Aries has. Got to remove that tier 3 tower, open up the map more, prevent them from any sort of build-up.
Scotty now up on the SF. Buyback's on cooldown anyway, so he doesn't need the gold. Fly, he doesn't mind dying right now. There's only 20 seconds on the Aegis, but no, they lift him up and throw him away. Chase forward from Yi, perhaps, but no. Maybe just trying to bait out a BKB here from the TA and it never comes. Keep in mind,
So much
Ags is now up on Yi. Yeah.
With the Ags, he can now dance around a lot more. This was something that we didn't quite see the last time Yi played the Ember, if I recall right. But now he's going to have that tagging with the backline. If you can take out FY, take out Ollie, you actually do take care of a lot of your issues. You prevent the Frost from coming out. You prevent a lot of controlling stolen spell plays FY has been bringing to the table. And honestly, that's probably your top priority. After that, you follow into TA, and that is how you can blow this game open for Aster Aries.
Aster Aries, I mean, 42k behind now, John. 42k! Oof. FY, he's got to dispose. They at least find Red Panda. That's him down without buyback for 70. He does have buyback in 30 seconds, though, to be fair. Does have enough gold as well. So just needs to wait 20 seconds for his buyback to be back up on the Ogre. Here we go again.
Not the big
Mid-ranks. Yeet, gonna try and clear out the creep wave. Does do so. Chains out as well. In they go. With the dispose, not gonna be there. In fact, Doom is out. JT, he found the Marcy. They want Xingzi down, but JT, he's copping way too much damage. He will end up dropping here as they keep going for more Yi. Gonna try his best, but Emo, he'll chase down the SF. Ulu's in big trouble. Trying to survive. Surely can't do it. He will actually pop the Satanic Emo. Oh, Emo can't get it done. Ulu barely survives. The Doom wears off, the Satanic comes out. How is Ulu alive? He didn't have buyback gold. That would have been it.
Razor's Edge. That might have ended the game, but calculated move from Ulu, having the confidence to know that he wouldn't die off there. And IG, their high ground push, is foiled once more. Aster Aries get to hold on. 54 minutes in. Got the overwhelming blink now on Emo, at least, so you can just reach in a lot faster onto some of these targets and do a little bit more damage on the initiation. The side of IG, I mean, I know what you do. They are playing it right, they're playing it safe. Instant buyout from Flyby onto his Ags, into the synthesized Ags. So he is going to be working the map, and that's the point in the game where, you know, it starts to feel like you're playing against Arc Warden. TA is just going to show up everywhere, keep everything shoved in, maybe even just sneak into the back line, get some damage and control off onto enemy heroes. And it gets pretty... It stays pretty damn hard for Aster Aries to push up. for Aster Aries to do anything outside of defense. There's really just not much play. I mean, you've got the support duo of DP and Ogre Magi. All they do right now is pretty much just die.
Oh, 5-man smoke up again. 43k behind. 6% chance still standing for win probability. Aster Aries, man, they have just stayed in it. Made a really hype game 3 as they're going to jump in. Who have they got? They found Ollie. That's the Lich gone. He does have buyback. Fly gonna start the fight anyway, but Red Panda's fine. Fly blinks out. In goes Emo. Onto Ulu. Trying to take the SF down. He does have the BKB Satanic, but hasn't popped again. Back the Doom is out. They got the SF. He's got buyback. Red Panda, he'll be the next target. Glimmer Cape is there, but eventually he will drop. No buyback for the Ogre. He doesn't... Oh, actually, he's 5 gold away. He... Fly. Onto the mid-racks he goes. The glyph will be forced. Aster Aries. Can they defend one more time? Fly. He will keep going. Finds the mid-racks. To be fair, at this stage of the game, you probably won't mind Megas too much. Fly. Will continue. They don't want to commit the buyback on Ulu, but there it is. He'll commit it now. Fly needs a way out. Dispose is there. Lift is up, but no. FY. He's going to save the day. Yi. He needs to rush in and get something done. He'll find Ollie at the least on the Lich. This might be a dieback, but no. The Hex is out. They lock down the Ember. He is gone. But he does have buyback. Onto Ponlo. Blink away towards the north. He's going to be fine with the Death Prophet. The bottom racks, though, under siege. Yi, he holds on to the buyback as there's the dispose out. They need Fly down. Another lift up, FY. He won't allow them to finish off Fly. Now the dieback. Ulu's gone. This is over. It looks over at the very least. It's only Yi and Ponlo left. GG's called. GG is called. FY in this last minute, John, saves Fly twice, and that's it. You can't kill the Posmon TA. That'll be game 3 to go the way of IG, and what a game it was. Ponlo, he'll give the good luck over.
They had a good journey, Aster Aries. Very hopeful in those TI qualifiers. You know, looking good, even though they did drop down to the lower bracket. Had a pretty good run. IG, though, do look revitalized. They're a tough opponent. We saw some big plays coming out. We saw their decision to play that game slow and cautiously, very calculating, not giving any openings, not giving any chance to Aster Aries, just choking them out, forcing them to get antsy, and the moment they do pop out, well, they didn't really have much to stop that.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scoreboard here, John. Let's get a recap, because it was a 56-minute game, so there's a lot to try and recap here, but, well, as you can see, Emo, I think, was arguably the MVP of this game. Obviously, FY at the end, some fantastic plays with the Rubik lift back with the shards up. Emo, though, 16, 2, and 21, really having a solid Invoker performance. You've got to give props to Aster Aries, John. These guys held on forever. It really looked like they were about to pull off a comeback, but in the end, it's tough. That's a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough game to kind of bounce back from as well. Like, their high ground hold wasn't particularly amazing. They didn't have anything that could just infinitely stall as well. So there was always a timer in that draft, and IG just eventually jumped in. Aster Aries just getting a bit antsy, tried to force something, and they couldn't really capitalize. Emo played a fantastic Invoker game, which is one of his specials, of course, we've known for years. Glad to see it, and they do get to move on. That is the end of the journey for Aster Aries, but we can see in the bracket coming out here just what is left for IG to play up against and what else is in store here in our Chinese qualifiers.
Let's see. We've got the brackets up. Of course, you are going to see IG against Vici Gaming in the lower bracket round of 5. But before that happens, Jonathan, a very hype matchup I'm sure everyone's waiting for. RNG against Extreme Gaming in the winner bracket final coming up right after this. I mean, you can't be more excited.
No, it's going to be a really tight matchup. Hopefully that match does break that curse of 2-0-2-0-2-0. You know, it should reach 3 games with Extreme. Should be a very close one and a lot more Dota to watch out. That is going to be the next series coming up, I believe.
Absolutely. You're going to have Bakop and Lizard taking over here for that winner bracket final. So I look forward to watching them, Jonathan. Of course, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we've got RNG versus Extreme Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to the penultimate day of the Chinese qualifiers for the International 2022. Doesn't line up anymore. It's the International 11. It used to be the International 12, what we were looking forward to in 2022, but we're still looking forward to the International and what it's going to bring and what teams are going to be there. And we're still finding out, and this is an important matchup, as are the next two matchups, as we've currently got Royal Never Give Up against Extreme Gaming. Blizzard, this feels like this could be the preamble to a final we'll see at a later date, aka tomorrow. But what are you thinking right now about this series? Do you think this is the final? Do you think that this is the two strongest teams in your eyes meeting for the first time of a multiple affair? Like, it's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah, it could be. It could be, especially when you see the way IG is just destroying the lower tier, right? The lower bracket.
Right.
And they also just got as destroyed by XG. So we'll see. I really think that this might be our grand finals in the making. But unless IG make that godly low bracket run and mess everyone's plans up, there's still a couple of games to be played. There's still a couple of series to go before we reach that. But B-Cup, this month is just flying past. Did you notice? Like, there's just so much Dota happening. It's almost,
and we still have more after this.
Almost half of September already. It's crazy. And in all of these days of the qualifiers, I haven't seen a lone druid. Like, for me, this is a first. What about you?
I think it's a first for me as well. I don't think, for us at least, we haven't had it in any of the China games, but not one that rings off the top of my head at the moment.
Yeah, because the hero was played the Tarleton Major, right? It wasn't the most popular, the most contested, but he was banned quite a bit. If you're playing versus Liquid, if you're playing versus anyone that has Ame as well, like anyone that had a lone druid player, the hero would be banned. But then it kind of fell out of favor after the patch. Not really as contested as, you have more pressing matters to worry about. I mean, there are some other heroes that become broken and you start worrying about them. The poor old druid becomes alone again. Everyone forgets about him. I'm checking the changes and Savage Roar was decreased, but that's it. Like, besides that, he wasn't really heavily touched. It's a 0.3 decrease on the fear duration on level 1. On level 2, 0.2. So, I mean, it's significant for the early levels, but it's not hero breaking, let's put it that way.
Right. So, Lone Druid still feeling okay in the mix, right?
Yeah. I wonder, does Enchantress's new shard work on the bear as well? Probably not, right? Like, that would be insane.
Not entirely sure.
Because technically, it's not a creature. It's like one of those, what's it called? Like golems or something. Immortals. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it works. Anyway, they snatch themselves a Lina. Look at this. It's a very beautiful draft. Marcy, Lina, Lone Druid, like incredibly. How would you put it? Dig me out of this ditch, B-Cup.
Well-rounded.
Okay, sure. Perfect.
Currently, it feels pretty well-rounded, I would say. There's still 2 more picks, but I like what they've got so far.
Yeah, they get that Lina. It's kind of hard to deal with her in the lane. I guess this is their mid laner, right? Like, they open up with it. They are not hiding anything. They're like, just come at us and counter our Lina if you can. We don't care. She's not that slow when it comes to having impact in that mid game.
Mhm.
I'm just muting myself now between the borks.
Well, your dog's asking me for some very precious information, and what I've got for you right now is, I don't know if you noticed, but coming into this day, the Chinese qualifiers had basically turned into the Elephant Bowl. I don't know if you had seen that or had recognized that, but everybody from Elephant had been playing in this penultimate day. Obviously, Aster Aries just got eliminated and Rem Panda's out, but you've got Yang on Vici, you have Paparazzi on Extreme, Somnus on Royal Never Give Up, and FY on IG.
Yeah, that's
So the teams remaining was basically Elephant Light, and I don't know. I thought it was something interesting to point out. And on top of that, like,
5 seconds remaining.
you look at the two teams here, like RNG, I think they've felt really strong. I think Ghost has really proven himself. I know coming into when they first put Ghost there instead of God King,
you didn't like him. Let's put it that way.
12K MMR, and I was judging him, and I think that it was interesting to see his growth with this team for sure. He fits in real well right now, and I am not ashamed to say I was wrong.
The guy literally had more MMR than you and me combined.
Yeah.
And you doubted him. And I'm saying this only as a favor to you, by the way.
Yes. Well, you know,
let's make it
fair.
make it ambiguous. You know, like, why is their MMR lower when they're combined? Who knows? We're never gonna find out.
Mine might be higher. Who knows? All my fans out there are gonna say that, but you know, I won't potentially. But I will say, Ghost, when they did make that switch initially, because they were 4-0 with God King, then they went 0-3 afterwards, and Ghost kind of was like, okay, what are we getting from him? And I think he's really slotted in quite nicely with this RNG team. And I think the chemistry is there. And the reason I speak about chemistry is because this Extreme Gaming team, they've got a lot of chemistry. Specifically, who we talk about all the time when we think Extreme Gaming, and you know, maybe it's not paparazzi for me, but it's PYW and DY.
Of course.
You know, PYW and DY, they got together a long time ago. They played on a team called Young Elite Gaming, and that was back when PYW was playing the one position.
Rico.
Yeah.
Does Primal Beast look like a derp? Like
a little bit. His eyes kind of look a little bit derpy.
He's such a derp. Yeah, they get. Thank you for the history lesson, Bcop. As always, your knowledge of the Chinese region is unmatched. But everyone knows PYW and DY. When you see these two, you're hyped, right? Like these two, just activate any team. And like Lu, if he joined some different, like you were talking about Ghost, but let's say XG, like it's not only Ghost you guys think. You guys didn't like Lu that much as well. And there was a reason he wasn't performing that well at the beginning, but they shaped him into such a great player. And I feel like Extreme Gaming overall for me are my favorites. Obviously, in this draft itself, I'm not sure. It's a bit wonky. Like they have the Omni Knight together with the Spirit Pair. We'll see how well that works. Also, Ghost, they've picked him morphling into Alina, so there's high chance of him getting bursted down. Alina in this game also does not have anything that will easily get on top of her and destroy her. And we all know what that Lina on the mid lane for Extreme Gaming can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And speaking about Lu, like I think one of the biggest things for him this year collectively was Intel World Opens. I think that was a big deal because that was a LAN event where he finally got to really mesh with the team. And I think the reason I had spoken not poorly about Lu, it was within uncertainty.
You would never.
Was because when they blew through Division 2, he was mainly just spamming PA. Like, we had not seen a lot from him. It was concerning, to say the least, and not knowing what you were really getting from this guy who was poached from YBB.
Yep.
And I say poached, but they're the same org. I'm pretty sure Extreme and
they
YBB.
are. They are. That's why. That's why they're logos
are
are very
similar.
similar. Yeah, it reminds me of Wings Gaming, but we're not gonna go
Oh
there.
God, I just
You see, they have
I
wings.
30
Look
I
at
wanna
Extreme
quit
Gaming.
so
There-
badly. I
there's-
mean, Blink's on the team, so it works.
There
You
you
got it.
go.
You're
course.
fine.
And on the other side, can look at them. Look at them having fun on the mid lane with all these balloons.
Loons Tower.
Do you slap anyone when you start the game? That's the first thing I do. I show up to the lane and I slap them. I throw the gauntlet.
I haven't been able to play Dota while I've been here.
Oh,
When I get home, when I get to my new place, I'm gonna spam Dota quite a bit actually.
poor you.
I've been hankering.
Do you like Kaka's starting build? Like, it's an interesting one as well that I'm seeing on Tiny.
Oh, I
Has
didn't
a
get my
ring of
predictions in.
region, 6 tangos, 2 branches, and the mango. Going straight for that rankle. It's a ton of region for him. Starting up with.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what he's gonna try and do with this because it's a lot of HP regen, right? Like, I feel like maybe I would have expected more mana regen when it comes down to the nitty gritty on this because Avalanche Toss combo out of the 300 mana you've got is gonna take most of it.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna snatch a tree and fight, and he will be playing on the safe lane, right? So that's why, as well. As X-Nova will be on that off lane. They switch things up a little bit. Shen is not top. Shen is
Not a
bottom.
switch they make often, truthfully. This
They
is
don't.
very out of character for Kaka specifically.
Yeah, they don't, and I'm also interested in why they did it. It's kind of similar. I don't really see a huge difference. I guess it's a little bit easier not to be hitting the Primal Beast and be hitting the Marcy. And it's also easier for you to rotate towards mid lane as a Chen if you're starting down bottom, right? Like, you sneak yourself through the jungle, you go mid with something like a Centaur, suddenly the Lina is toast. So, it can happen.
See how Paparazzi does against Somnus. Such a classic matchup, truthfully.
Not the heroes, but the players, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. It's always it's exciting, and it's one of the things that I love about the Chinese region a lot when we get into the DPC season is just the mid matchups. Just the mids that we get to see go up against each other seems so top echelon, and it's so hard for those guys who are coming in like ZC and 7E to really make a name for themselves when you've got such stars on what seems to be every team in China.
Of course, every single team has stars, superstars, right? And then there are mini stars like 7Es and whatnot. Like, they're not quite up there yet, but they're making a name for themselves. I won't call any of these players. Like, did you see their numbers on those things that they're streaming on? Like, Duyas, Huyas, I don't even know. Like, there are millions. Superstars.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I wonder if we'd be popular if we stream there. But speaking of
You would.
popular, X Nova is popular,
You would.
and by popular I mean he is getting taken out by both the bear and the lone druid himself. So they get first blood on the side of Extreme Gaming.
He was doing a lot, by the way. X-Nova, I didn't mention it, but when he went to the Radiant jungle, he actually tried stacking a couple of camps at the same time. He failed one, but he's really interested in making a lot of stacks, but on the Radiant side. Why is it? Well, I'm not... It's a risky move. One of the reasons is, like, you can definitely take creeps, right? Like, you're a Shen, it's fine. The second reason might be, you have Tide and Zeus. They can always infiltrate inside and get some of those stacks. So perhaps it's not as dangerous, but risky.
Look at the CS. The chart was like all extreme for a little bit at the top. It's kind of close for 2 heroes on RNG, but look at Morphling. Like, Ghost has got 10 CS at the moment. He's kind of struggling against Primal Beast, which we've spoken about this hero because we've seen it a couple times in both the mid and the off lane. It just feels like he has such a good laning presence.
It feels like he's such a good everything, really, for me at least. I'm not sure, like, it doesn't strike me as a
Dire's bottom tower
super bad matchup for Morphling. I feel like he should still be able to kind of last it.
Going
But,
after the tiny. And Avalanche Adaptive Strike. Old 11, this is the first time I've seen him in a pro game play it with my own eyes.
Xnova.
And Xnova again going down to Lou.
This matchup is
The
kind of
second
strong.
time.
I mean, the combo.
And look at Old 11. He's going for Kaka. He's trying to get themselves on to 3 kills in a row. DY under the tower, but it's not going to matter. Kaka goes down to DY. Old 11 put the damage in, and then DY coming in and swiping the kill.
The combo with Omni-Knight, it looks kind of bonkers too. Like, as a Primal Beast, you can get on top of a target very easily. You can walk over them with Trample, right? So the heal will always work. And look at this. This bottom lane is a mess. Like, Lu and PYW, they're just destroying them. The sidekick together with the bear. Yeah, you don't want to be playing into that. That's a lot of damage, B-Cop.
Yeah, it does not look fun at all. And it feels like the side lanes for Extreme are just kind of spiraling out of control for RNG. It does not feel fun. And look at Ghost, like he's just constantly getting trampled.
Bottom lane
Meanwhile,
as well.
bottom lane, PYW needs to try and run one more tower shot. We'll finish him off. Charles will get credit for that.
Okay, he went a bit...
Maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive because you still get hit by Gush under the tower. The tower still... They didn't change aggro, so the tower was hitting the poor old Marcy the whole time. If the tower is hitting you plus the Gush, Somnus eats that Laguna like a champ.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing happened though.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I say that. Rebound. Dispose, and Somnus is dead. So he eats the Laguna, but then it gives an opportunity for PYW to jump in. I'm a little surprised in Somnus' positioning for that.
Do you believe in that? Like, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I never believed in what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Like, no, it doesn't. If you break a bone, it's always gonna be a little bit worse. There's no such thing as...
It heals stronger. What are you talking
No,
about?
it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Bones heal stronger.
No, they don't. It's a lie. There's just more chance that you break it on the same spot. Like, if you
Drink
pull
more
a
milk,
shoulder
dude.
out, if you pull a shoulder out, there's just more chances you're gonna pull it out again. It doesn't grow in stronger. The tendons don't get bigger because of that. I don't know, man. I'm not a doctor. You should consult your physician.
Now you sound like a commercial. Please consult your
been
physician
in-
before
I've been in
taking
the-
this.
I've been in the US for a month. Everything sounds like a commercial now. Chalice.
Chalice in trouble again. Dispose, forced to ravage, and Xnova will come over. He's got the stuns from the Mud Golems, and that's enough to get PYW with the help of the Thunder God's Wrath. Blue now looking down the barrel at 3 heroes on RNG coming over. It's 300 gold for Xnova as he killed the bear.
Yeah, and they resummoned the bear. If they could somehow get on top of Lu right now, that would really hurt him, but yeah, that's not gonna happen. Omni-Knight is around, albeit with no mana, but he's around. He can stop the invasion at least. Chen with these golems, by the way, it's always a disgusting thing. There's just like 5-6 possible stuns.
Avalanche, UIW rebounding, and well, an easy kill there on Nakaka.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Quickly done, quickly dispatched. Paparazzi using that Laguna Blade again. Ghost is quietly farming top, but it's still not going well for him.
No, it isn't.
He is very far behind.
And do you feel that, this is how I feel at least, you tell me your thoughts. I feel that RNG, they have this draft. It's supposed to be like kind of doing well right now. You have the Chen died, you should be
Radiant's
creating
top
space for
tower is
Ghost.
under attack.
My worries are that if they suffer on the mid lane and on the off lane, which they are, arguably, Morphling isn't gonna help you. Like, you're gonna fall off heavily. You know what I mean? Like, there's not gonna be a lot of space for Ghost to find his farm in afterwards.
Yeah. I don't really see him getting much more space than he is now. Like, it's a 1v1 at the moment, right? Like, he should kind of be doing better theoretically, but he's getting pressured heavily by Old 11. Bit of a shock, but not a surprise that Old 11's doing so well.
Yeah, they tried to change things. They moved in Tiny and Zeus on top lane. They even warded that lane, but Old 11 was fast enough to back out. So they did create a little bit of space with that move, right? Like Morphling had complete free farm. He was playing against the creeps and he won. So
Who have already, because he is high on net worth too. Very high on net worth. Mask of Madness already here on this bear with Hooves of Haste and Phase Boots. This feels really strong.
yeah, it doesn't look that strong right now because he's playing into Anchor Smash, but it truly is very damn strong.
Ravage for the bear?
Of course, it's Chalice.
Yeah. 300 gold, okay. Ravage for the bear, bear's back.
And
Watch Lou, by the way. Keep an eye. He has been moving this Mask of Madness back and forth from him to the bear constantly. They're going in on Chalice again. They've got DY over. They'll dispose. Chalice still so tanky.
They still can't kill him. Yeah, Phase Boots giving him just enough armor. Comboed with the Anchor Smash. He's fine, Old 11. Tiny's here.
At top lane, they want him. Avalanche, DY, Purification, and just trying to keep Old 11 alive, and he'll survive.
Ghost dropped so low for a second there. I was even worried they were going to turn on him.
Ooh. And mid, X-Nova going down now for the third time.
I feel like
Close that tower.
That's the tower as well. I feel like every move on this game is dictated by Extreme Gaming right now. They're doing whatever the hell they want to on the map. And soon what they will want is the top tier 1 tower, I'm certain of it. Which is why Morphling has rotated down bottom to kind of copy the move, right? Do the same thing. But Old 11 is around. He wants to prevent this. And it's a nice move from Lina and PYW as well. They're the ones actually smoking up, not towards top, but towards bottom. Yeah, let's see how this works out.
Yeah, they want to go. They're going to start with that onslaught. He's got the trample to follow it up. Kaka's here with Ghost. They'll have an avalanche to stop Old 11 in his tracks. LSA hits onto Kaka. He'll toss him back towards Chalice. So PYW in a precarious spot, but disposes of Chalice. The damage coming in with an adaptive strike and a Thunder God's Wrath. They'll end up trading supports. That's it for right now. And I'm almost thinking that Old 11 wants to go again. If he's able to survive long enough one more time, he'll have Pulverize back up. They get the kill on the Somnus. Now the wave form forward, but you're still putting yourself in an interesting position because DUI's in. You've got the Purification. Old 11's going to survive. He's got Onslaught in 7. It's a triple kill for Paparazzi, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they went for more.
Well, they can't get more, right? The pink.
Well, they could have got the Morph. I don't know.
Yeah. That one was a little bit too difficult, but everything else, it honestly looked like RNG had the upper hand. But Primal Beast, Old 11, he has this ring of health. He was hiding in the trees, healed up just a tiny little bit, then charged his onslaught on the Zeus. He didn't even need the LSA. He literally killed the Zeus almost on his own with the trample. Lina was just there. Like, overall, really nicely done by Extreme Gaming because Lou is farming top lane. This whole time Morphling was actually engaged, so he wasn't farming. He's fallen to 3k behind the lone druid. And you defended and delayed this tier 1 tower push on the bottom lane. It will fall eventually, like maybe right now. But it's all about the delay. It's all about the fact that you bought your carry an extra, 2 minutes of free farming against Ghost.
Mm-hmm. And he's not being touched. Like, Lou is farming at an excruciatingly fast pace. I'm impressed because we've seen it from Lou, and I think everybody's had their doubts at times, including myself, but he's really doing God's work at the moment. And Somnus has done a good job, but he hasn't quite gotten the farm to follow it up, right? Like, he's behind all 3 cores as well. still struggling. There is a good amount of farm on the supports of RNG, but I don't know how much that's going to work out. And
This
yeah,
is the
Chalice
issue,
is
right?
a little bit away from the blink. Like it just doesn't feel like the network's going to catch up from RNG unless they win a fight, but being behind, it's tough.
How do you fight? Like with Ravage, I'm certain that you can. There's a ton of damage. Like you move the Ravage boy up front, Zeus from behind, dishes out, you know, like does actual God's work because he's Zeus. But overall, I'm not sure. We are going to see a Desolator Mask of Madness shortly on that bear. With it, and with the BKB on Paparazzi, they're ready to completely dominate the map. Like you will see these heroes taking down the tier 2 top lane, perhaps even tier 2 mid. It's a scary place to be.
Truthfully, I
if
wouldn't be
you're
too
RNG.
surprised. They've now got an Aegis. Like, they can play as aggressive as they want. I don't really think RNG have the damage to sustain in a fight with 2 lives on Paparazzi and Lou, feeling as strong as he does already.
What does the Panda Bear have besides the mask? Is Dezo completed? Like he
Yeah,
hits real
Deso's
hard.
completed. Good to go. Now, I'm just watching Lou because he's been throwing these items back and forth constantly, so it's interesting to watch. Now they're on top of X Nova. They've got the Pulverize. The right-click's in. Kaka's trying to find an Avalanche to keep him alive. And the God's used very early on, and that's going to be on cooldown as well as his life. So all of a sudden, that opens up the top end of the map if they want to go for this tier 2 tower. There isn't really much from RNG that's going to be able to defend it.
I'm surprised they're even sitting here. I'm surprised.
Onslaught. Chalice. He's in trouble,
He's gonna
and the
ravage.
Zeus is just going to go
Chalice.
back. Yeah, Chalice, you got to expect that maybe he's going to ravage, but there's the Laguna Blade as well as the BKB. They go to the LSA. They'll land the stun, but the Kraken Shell makes it so he can run. But how far will he get? Pulverize on Akaka. They get the kill on the Chalice finally, and they're looking at the high ground at the moment. Just 16 minutes into the game, and they are looking up towards the tier 3. I mean, this is quick work coming out of Extreme Gaming, a pace that RNG just cannot handle.
That's the Lone Druid Gaming together with the sidekick. It hurts. It takes your objectives super fast. I was surprised. I was even surprised that Tidehunter and Zeus were on top of that tier 2 tower because, yeah, there are no blinks to catch you, but there are heroes that don't care about the tower and will dive, such as the Primal Beast, right? So they're just stuck at the moment. It's not the greatest difference in gold. Well, it's getting there. It's 7k net worth now. But it's a major one when it comes to the way these heroes work. Like Morphling right now, he doesn't contribute to these fights at all. On RNG, Chen, if you think about it, he did fail his purpose early on, right? Like the bottom lane didn't go great. Like he wasn't able to pressure the towers. He's got mech, he's got some utility now, but it isn't the same.
Really want more out of this. 6k, like, truthfully, it feels like way more.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Has been out of control.
It does. And that comes down to the way heroes utilize net worth. Not every hero does the same with 7k net worth. Some heroes are useless with 7k net worth. Some heroes are going to destroy you even with 3k as long as they have enough levels, right?
Right.
That's something that's demonstrated here. Chalice, he's a gunner.
Yeah, no way to survive, and they're just gonna take him out. Paparazzi got a monster kill streak.
Yeah. We are witnessing the Paparazzi Lina.
Now the Shadow Blade, so extra mobility, extra damage coming out. Added anything to the spare? He has a Hyperstone. Okay. It's just getting less and less fun. Minute left on this Aegis too. Like, it just feels like Extreme are doing so much with their time.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Only
Ever
one-
since the Aegis, they've pressured, and I think they've made
think-
RNG feel uncomfortable.
You think all the tier 2 towers with Aegis sub 19-minute mark is good?
You know.
Yeah,
okay.
probably. X-Nova, bye-bye.
Yeah, X-Nova getting trampled to death. Mech or not, he's totally dead. and he knows it. He's just gonna stand his ground and throw some right clicks.
He
But
already all tapped, man. Like he wasn't moving. He was like, yeah. Let me check
he-
my email.
let me post the status on MySpace. I'm not moving.
Is that on MySpace? Okay.
Yeah.
Does he
Let me
have
change
a band?
my homepage song.
Does he have an indie,
Yeah, probably.
indie
He
band?
might have a band.
Is he friends with Dave?
Tom.
Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, Tom, yeah. Well, I was gonna say Tom first, and then I switched. And I switched to Dave. I don't know why.
And PYW, like I almost forget how much damage when you unleash the Marcy does, especially if you could just stand your ground there.
Regeneration.
Like, I don't even know if they can make a move. They just don't have the damage. Somnus, just Kaya, going Ags. That's so far away. Wolfwing is 4,000 net worth behind this lone druid. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and he's moving into a BKB. Like he has Manta, and you could fight arguably if you're RNG. If you get on top of Paparazzi and ravish him before he pops his BKB, you can take him down. It's not impossible. It's just that it isn't easy as well because you have this bear always going front. You look at old 11, like he's literally breaking the
No
smoke.
fear.
Yeah. Look at
Pops that pipe. Onslaught's forward, looking for Somnus to pulverize. Thunder God Draft is going to get used pretty early with the BKB coming out as well as the Laguna Blade on the Kaka. Hand of God's not going to do anything to keep him alive, and now they'll unleash. They'll look after Chalice. Chalice moving into a position, or at least trying to find the right position to get a Ravage off and do something. But Onslaught again, Kraken Shell pops. They'll get the kill on Old 11. They'll take out the Primal Beast. Still, though, these heroes are, well, just Chalice is a little bit low, and it's an okay trade.
Considering how the fight started, this is a really good spot for RNG at the moment. Even Kaka is respawning. They might even take this fight and win it if XG is not careful. So basically what happened there is, I don't know if you noticed, but they did exactly what we expected them to. Both Tiny and Tide blinked instantly where Lina sort of was. The problem is she popped the BKB instantly, so it didn't work. They couldn't ravage, they couldn't blow her up instantly. So they had to kind of move back and back, but that ravage still clipped everyone on the side of Extreme Gaming. So it gave them enough time to kill off the Primal Beast.
Maybe he's back again,
Yeah.
and oh boy.
They're smoked up, going in.
But Shadow Blade and
Old
they have
11.
Dust.
Yeah,
Even
he's-
they don't even have Dust. Like, I don't know. It's a little bit surprising that they don't have the reveal. But DY, he'll fall. And I caught out of position. That smoke ends up working out. Like, they at least get one.
Well, it's a big one as well. Position 4/5 Omni-Knight. It's not the greatest one, but they didn't also waste anything big. The smoke is a big waste, obviously, but besides that, no big ultis, nothing like that. But they are demonstrating a way for them to crawl back into the game, however, right? Like, they can still take these fights, and it does get easier once they have BKBs. One problem that I see for XG, one problem that was apparent in that last fight as well, was no BKB on Primal Beast. Like, he went for this Hood, Sanj, and Kaya or whatever build, which is also solid, but he's not invincible. I feel like literally, if he did the same play when he rushed high ground, but with the BKB, RNG wouldn't be able to do anything.
Do you think they've done enough to, like, bring it back at all? Like,
Well,
is this really bringing it back? Is this really giving them hope? Or is it just like,
Yeah, it
okay, we're
is.
waiting for next stages on Extreme?
No. It's definitely giving them hope. It's like, it's not even, I don't think that they're even that worried like we are. They have ways to win fights. It's just that they have to execute very damn well. Either bait out the BKB on Lina and fight afterwards, or blow her up with Tiny Tide combo before she even pops the BKB. Like, there are ways of winning fights. It's just that it's like 17-30 or something like that.
Right.
Radiant are scanning.
Looking to come over. I mean, they're not smoked or anything. They have dust this time around. I guess they have Zeus, like. But they do have dust on both their supports this time around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, we'll see. We'll see what they could do.
Here comes
Thought?
old 11. Leave my outpost.
Interesting to see what old 11's gonna do.
Triple fire.
In, looking, avalanche out with the BKB being popped by Paparazzi. They'll go after the Tiny. Look at the damage coming out of Kaka. It's very quick that they get at least that kill.
They did.
Hit anything more.
If RNG managed to reset this fight, which they can, the only problem is Rosh is up. So they don't have Tiny, but Rosh is up, and Lina doesn't have a BKB. Like, I think this might even be an opportunity to go without Tiny. Old 11 goes in.
He's in again, pulverized, this time on a Chalice. They've got the Unleash, and that's the extra damage they need to get the kill into the Tide. They'll find another X Nova, and they just continue to get these pickoffs one after the next.
Yeah, going for that outpost. It's necessary because you need it for Tiny and everyone else to buy back, go in and fight, right? At the same time, while you're doing it, you're not dewarding anything. You're too worried that you'll be initiated on. So the cliff ward is there, the other ward that's a bit deeper in the jungle is also there, scouting you out. Like I said, 70-30. There are definitely ways for RNG to take fights, but they're like they need to come like off of some big outplays, and right now those outplays are becoming even more difficult as Lina has an Aegis. With that Aegis, you can't even afford, like, now you have to bait out the BKB and kill her, kill that Aegis off without using your big Ravage.
Right.
If you can manage to do that, then perhaps you can save the Ravage for her second life in a fight, but this is pretty much science fiction territory.
It could definitely be science fiction. Also, by the way, they put the shard on the lone druid. Get that much stronger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Look at that, look at that, look at that. Go, man. Is it?
Yeah, not really that great. Avalanche though with toss. The bear
No BKB on it,
is safe.
though. Yeah. They TP him back, he's gonna heal up. Like, one of the reasons why they're not buying BKBs on these cores, or why they're getting them a bit later than usual, even though they're playing into a Zeus and Tide, obviously, it's the Omni Knight. It's the Omni bait, I like to call it. Oh, I don't need BKB, I have Omni Knight here. He's gonna Heavenly's Grace me and I'll be fine, right? Like, he's gonna dispel everything off of me.
Right.
Then both you and Omni die. But so far, DY has done a pretty good job at saving his allies. So
Doing a good job himself of surviving. Also, RNG also have just 5 kills.
who
3
died?
of which are on PYW.
Who died on the side of XG so far? Who's the noob?
Old 11 died once, DY once, PYW 3 times.
So PYW is the... Okay. If they lose the qualifier, you know who they're looking for.
Yeah. Just so.
It's always a joke, you know, when you're winning a game and like your team has one death, it's always that guy that's getting kicked.
He's the one who led us astray.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See if they can go. Onslaught in all the way deep. Old 11's in pretty far. And honestly might be in a little bit too far, but he's got the BKB. He'll trample on top of Somnus, and eventually he'll go to the Pulverize. The BKB off, it's just an easy kill. He's in too far, though, so he's going to die afterwards. But at the same time, the mid-set racks are gone, and the bottom set is next.
Does it amuse you?
Everybody's attention.
Does it amuse you how broken that is? Like, he is literally in their fountain, meanwhile their Raxes are falling, and they have to deal with the derp. Oh,
Ravage
nice
comes
Ravage.
out. Maybe they could do something with this. They'll try their hardest. They get the kill on Lou immediately, but Paparazzi's the real damage dealer at the moment. Right clicks in, Ghost ends up falling. He doesn't have buyback. The buyback was used by Somnus, who was taken out earlier by Old 11. And Chalice trying to keep up, trying to get a kill here on a DY. They've also got the toss back on a Paparazzi, so 4 heroes around the Lina. They'll have the damage. Paparazzi doesn't have mana. They're going to buy back on these heroes, and they'll take out the Aegis. You've got PYW with them. Can they stay long enough? They'll go. They'll try to kill off Paparazzi once again. PYW goes down to the back line looking for Somnus. Now the disarm's out onto Paparazzi. With DY coming over, though, with a Heavenly Grace. That'll help him survive. Chalice taking a lot of damage. Avoids the LSA. Goes to the Anchor Smash, but he'll still fall. And for 50 seconds, they've got Ghost back in 20, but instead they'll call GG. And Extreme Gaming will take game number 1 over RNG.
This looked ridiculously convincing, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a flag stamp, if anything, to say you were the number 1 team in the qualifier for sure. That was some dirty gameplay.
Yep.
Like, that was amazing from Extreme Gaming. Clean throughout. I don't really think any of their lanes went that poorly. I think they went all exceedingly well.
They won all the lanes. Top lane, the Primal Beast did pretty damn well. Mid lane, Alina as well took that tower, 7 minutes in on her own.
Right.
As you can see on the scoreboard, that's going to come up in a second. They didn't really have a lot of deaths as well, right on their side. Meanwhile, on RNG, it's like they were never ready to fight. By the time Chalice and Kaka got their 2 Blink Daggers, they fell behind. And it's not that the draft wasn't that bad. It's just that they got crushed a little bit too much in the early stages. They even swapped out Kaka and Xnova. Like, Xnova went on the offlane, Kaka on the safe lane to support, but even that switch up was not enough. I feel one of the heroes that's making one of the heroes that's making a huge difference is obviously the Omni Knight, right? Like, in a game such as this one, the amount of heals, the Heavenly Grace it's ridiculous. This hero is becoming like tier 1 pick. I won't be surprised if he gets banned in the first stage soon. But obviously the sidekick plus bear was top notch.
Yeah, it's Omni Knight starting to feel like a phase 1 ban worthy hero. And you wonder if he does become a phase 1 ban worthy hero, whose spot is he taking? Who's he allowing in a draft? Like, that's the way that this is going to evolve. Similar to the way where people were banning IO, or they weren't, and then IO was playing really well a couple of years back, and then they were like, all right, we're banning IO, it's gone forever, and then all of a sudden something else takes its spot. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams draft. If we see Extreme just kind of overwhelm RNG again, they could find themselves in the grand final, and right now they have a 1-0 lead, so we'll have to see if RNG can even the series up at 1 apiece and force it to a game 3, or if Extreme will take the 2-0. We'll be back in a moment with game number 2. Stay tuned.
attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to the penultimate day of the Chinese qualifiers here in the, I guess, penultimate series of the day, which would make sense. It's RNG against Extreme Gaming, and Extreme Gaming have a 1-0 lead over RNG after what was a very impressive game number one. Felt very one-sided from the get-go, and we're looking to see if maybe RNG can pull it on back, but might be a little bit more difficult than people anticipate, because Extreme Gaming with that win, to me, kind of showed that they might be the best team in this qualifier. And it's pretty insane considering the fact that they almost made it to the Arlington Major minus visa issues. And I would almost go as far as to say that I think Extreme getting to the major, maybe top 3 finish, if not better. But I know that's a little bit of a stretch considering the fact that we, of course, didn't see them play internationally at all.
Yeah, LGD
And,
LGD was still stronger versus them in the region, and yeah, they missed their missed their time in Arlington Major because of the visa issues. But at the same time, maybe that fed them with the energy to be so dominant here. And look at this, they get the same duo of supports. I don't know why you give PYW and DY the same supports, and even if you give them the same supports, I don't know why the hell you do that and then you pick Bat, because Bat versus Omni does not strike me like the best hero, right? Like the matchup, I think, might be a little rough for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, it might not work out that well. Just circling back on what you said about LGD, Extreme at IWO beat LGD 2-1.
Dire team pick.
And what did they do in Season 1 and Season 2 and Season 3?
Well, Season 1, they were in Division 2.
Okay,
so they
they basically lost to LGD in Season 1 because they weren't even there.
Well, that's not fair. Season 2, LGD had 1 loss, and that was to... Who was that to, actually? Oh my gosh. That was to Aster.
To Aster, okay.
So I guess technically better. And they did also
Where
win
it
that
mattered?
regional final. They did also win that regional final.
Exactly.
Okay. Then Season Tour 3,
10 seconds remaining.
Extreme LGD 2-0.
5 seconds remaining.
It's Season 3 PSG LGD. Okay?
You sound like me making excuses.
It's not about excuse. They literally lost to everyone. They barely made it to the major.
Whoa, they went 4-3. They only lost to 3 teams out of this 7.
Which is basically everyone.
Radiant team
That's good, right? That's on their level.
of
Remember when LGD was washed after that? Everybody thought that they were like done for.
Yeah. That
Hilarious.
was fun.
Ambitious guesses, guys. Come on.
So it was Paparazzi Quap, Paparazzi Storm, or Paparazzi Invoker,
10 seconds.
because none of these heroes were banned. So they decided to go for the Quap. I wonder if this is going to be some Chalice Batrider, because you just got countered later on in the game by Omni Knight, and you're countered in the lane by Queen of Pain. Can we demote this bat to a 5? Can this Eng be mid or something? Is it doable?
Seriously, it does not feel like it's going to do well in either mid or off lane.
They must have a plan though, right? That like they didn't pick this hero for no reason, knowing damn well that in their region yesterday it has been countered the same way 2 or 3 times, and that mid lane Batrider would have
Dire team
as much net worth as a position 5.
Radiant team ban.
Back to the Lone Druid. And then immediately
Okay,
the
so
Lifestealer pick.
So this Life Stealer is kind of considered like the counter to Lone Druid, right? Historically, because of the Feast versus the high HP Bear. But the problem is, by the time Lifestealer gets to that farm in which he's able to fight the bear already has too much. Like, the bear, usually how I see this matchup going is the bear has Dezo and Mask of Madness. Meanwhile, Lifestealer still is rocking like an armlet. So, even if you wanted to, you can't really man fight him. And then the bear gets a basher and it becomes even more difficult. So, we'll see. Maybe it works out for RNG. But I have to say, watching game 1, I'm heavily leaning on Extreme Gaming's side.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I want to go as far as to say it might be 70-30 pre-draft in my eyes.
I wouldn't say pre-draft. I would actually say with the draft that I'm seeing.
Damn.
But pre-draft, I would still put them on like 50-50, more or less. I think RNG is just as strong. It's just that
10 seconds
they got
remaining.
heavily outplayed, outmaneuvered in the lanes that last game. That's not something that happens every single match.
Ooh, okay. So PYW Shadow
wait.
Shaman, a classic.
So Marcy
Wait.
is old 11 then, right?
Or Omni Knight? Would you ever go offlane Omni?
10 seconds remaining.
You can. It was played
5
before.
seconds
I
remaining.
don't think that's viable any longer, but I think it's Marcy, right? Marcy, Shadow Shaman on the offlane, you just hit that Life Stealer real hard, real bad.
By the way, both these teams are guaranteed at least last chance qualifiers, right?
Yep. Because they're top
Okay.
3. Right? Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So theoretically, right now, I'm just trying to think later down the line. I think these teams might be the best teams in the last chance qualifier. Outsiders is there. Navi's there. Infamous Tempest so far. Like, I don't know. I kind of think these two teams are very strong. Somnus on Puck. So it will be old 11 on Marcy. DY back on the Omni Knight. PYW playing his signature Shadow Shaman.
I like the switch up, I really do. I think that it was necessary to do something about this Batrider being that countered. And if it's that obvious that the Batrider is countered, I think, and if it's first phase Batrider, plus it's Batrider plus Shaker, which makes the offlane Batrider even more viable, it does make sense that they switch things up. It also gives insight in how Extreme Gaming is thinking, because there was no reason to go for that Shadow Shaman before, right? But now when Puck is picked, okay, now I see what you did there. You had no catch, and you prepared yourself for that Puck pick already. So really nicely done overall by XG with their draft, but RNG also evening it out a little bit with the switch up.
Yeah, so I feel like I still have a little bit more confidence in Extreme. I would still probably put it at like 70-30 post-draft. Just after that first game, I just don't know how to say that RNG are gonna win this game. But like, I'm not saying it's impossible. RNG is still a very strong team, and I don't want to take anything away from that. But after a game like that, Extreme must feel like they're on top of the world at the moment, and just being one game away from the grand final is pretty interesting.
Wow.
I'm just looking at the
Oh, I gotta remember to do my predictions. Yes, that's what you're doing.
exactly the predictions.
Link
Last
Dagger's pre 25 minutes. So Earthshaker, Puck,
yeah,
Shadow Shaman?
I went to, I don't know, maybe it's gonna be Shadow Shaman and Bat as well. By the way, last player to be killed. Guys in the chat, I know you can't see this, but there's a prediction. Last player to be killed. Who will be the last one to die? It's such an RNG based question. Like, who the hell knows? Anyone can be the last.
Would you put for physical then?
For physical, I went with Lou.
30
Okay.
seconds to battle.
I think the last player to be killed, now hear me out, is Somnus. I think it's going to be a last stand, and the second Somnus dies, they'll call GG.
There's... Oh, it's like last one to be killed in the game. Or is
Yes.
it the last one to die, like out of the 10?
Oh.
Because I think it's probably the last one to die.
The
I'll
battle
go with,
begins.
I don't know.
Paparazzi. Then I'm
yeah, I
going
just clicked
paparazzi. I locked in paparazzi.
I just clicked in the last second. I didn't even think
Oh
about
man,
it. Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That makes a lot of sense the way you said it. Interesting. What lane? What lane is most important to you right now, Lizard?
I'm looking
All
at
of
them, all of them. Like I'm trying to figure out if there's huge outplay potential somewhere. Like perhaps bot lane might be interesting. There's a ton of kill potential on both sides. Like if you fissure block someone. Top lane, I think that Ghost plus X Nova should do quite fine here, right? Like Enchantress is a stronger laner early on than Shannon. Look at this! We have PYW rotating in. Oh, hello there.
Xnova is not going to be the last person to be killed, as he's the first person to die. So Old 11 gets first blood on that.
Nice switch up, because you want to be playing Omni Knight into the bat anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they switch it up and they get the first blood on top of that.
Careful.
Now this lane becomes stronger as well, on top. All of the lanes from Extreme Gaming become stronger with that one switch up. And so interesting because I didn't see it until it happened, you know. I don't know why, even though I said Omni Knight versus Bat like a bazillion times. It's all I talked about during the draft.
Doesn't exactly feel easy for this Bat Rider in lane, but see how it goes. Currently 5-2. I feel like that's all right. The question is now, like, it's level 2 for these heroes, and Old 11 and PYW can really put the damage on.
On who?
On both those heroes.
On anyone? Yeah, they can, but so can X Nova. If he gets a good creep, level 2, you can bring it in. Like, return the hurt. And overall, if a hero is going to get gone on Edge, she's probably one of the best ones early on, as you can heal up easily. What about the mid lane? How's that going?
Looks pretty even at the moment.
Like symmetrical, exactly. 2 creeps, 1 the flag barrier, carrier, flag bearer.
Yeah, flag bearer.
Do you like that change?
Oh, I think it's all right. I think it's cool to get some more creeps in there. Mm-hmm. I wonder, it would be interesting if at some point
We get super creeps?
every single creep is a specific type of creep. Like, obviously that makes it a little bit too complicated, but maybe there's one that right clicks in magic damage only, and one that, I don't know.
That sounds like Dota 1 level of complications, so please no. I'm getting
Always down.
old. I'm getting old, man. I don't have the brain power. I never had, to be honest, but to think about all these things, can we just have a normal Dota game in which everyone is the same? And the heroes are mirrored. Have Lone Druid on Lone Druid. Meepo on Meepo action.
You've been really testing out that Meepo.
Yeah, I have. Like, the dig thing is definitely broken. It's just a shame that the hero is still trashy, but the dig thing definitely makes it more viable, more fun. I feel like if the dig was a shard and not an axe, Meepo would be viable. Like, super viable.
Do you think it would be okay if it was the same exact ability, numbers-wise, if it was a shard?
Yeah. Same exact ability, just a shard. The hero isn't broken in that way. It might be a bit broken and it might need a retouch, you know. It might be a fix or two. But as a shard, it would make a lot of sense. Like, you get it early on, you can do stuff. But Bicop, stop talking about Meepo, please. Like, we have a game here. There are other 10
course, yeah.
heroes in the match.
Definitely. I was definitely the one who was talking about the Meepo. I'll stop.
You and your Meepo. God.
The game has been pretty quiet, but as I say that, top lane again, Shackle's out, got the Nature's Attendance free, but will not keep alive X-Nova. So 0-2 already for this Enchantress, and they're doing an okay job in this top lane. They have the control, they have the damage, and they're going to go for DY. Heavenly Grace trying to run, but not enough time to get away. So Chalice does end up getting a kill here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they actually get the Omni. The one hero to defeat them all. The one hero to deal with the Batrider actually gets killed by the Batrider, so it's alright. That's usually how it goes early on. It's later on in the game that Omni Knight really makes a huge difference.
Yeah, they're leaning a little bit, but said as the game goes on, we'll see.
Yeah, DY right now is like, yeah, you killed me now, but good luck lassoing anyone in 5 minutes.
Oh, you think you're going to pull my team away? Good luck.
It's good to kill off the Omni Knight though, because slowing his item progression also matters quite a bit. Doesn't have a natural lance or boots or blink or anything like that. You might even be able to play with the Batrider without him ruining you, that is.
Right. Right now, RNG, they have a 1k lead. So, laning's going relatively well for them.
In comparison to the last game where they kind of struggled everywhere. Look, they even get the bear on bot, it feels like.
Bottom lane, though. Blue's bear just dies to one more right click, but Paparazzi comes in and takes care of Chalice shortly after.
Lou did the same exact thing in that last match. Like, the bear died to Chalice, and then Chalice died to the rotation from the mid lane. A little
Does
bit
that
of
end
a...
up being worth for Chalice?
I guess it's a little bit of a debate because you get a lot of XP on the other side, right? Plus the same amount of gold. I don't know. If the Lone Druid dies afterwards, it's definitely worth it, but if he doesn't, then it's kind of fine for Lu. He continues farming. Keep in mind that he has that 1 extra minute to just farm alone on the lane.
Things still pretty quiet overall. See if anybody's really going to make an extra move. I'm a little bit surprised that this top lane's as quiet as it is, but I guess it's hard to get on top of Ghost, and if there's no Enchantress there, there's nothing to go for.
He'd just rage out and run out, right? That's it.
Yeah.
You can't really kill him. You need some heavy rotations to take down Ghost. You need Queen of Flame
X-Nova
ulti.
in trouble, and Shackle right clicks trying to get himself killed by neutrals, but that's not possible as it's another death for X-Nova.
I feel like he's dying quite a bit in these last 2 games. Like in the first one, he's died on Chen in the enemy jungle quite a bit. Now on Enchantress too. Like he's getting work done, definitely. He's taking away the enemy farm, top lane. They're going in on him.
They kind of have the damage with the Unleash, so he needs to be careful. They're going to infest, throw down the Dream Coil. They're going to need rotations here on the side of Extreme Gaming, but they end up losing PYW. Old 11 never gets that coil snap. The fissure lands in Old 11. He's unleashing, but not unleashing enough. That being said, he does draw the attention of a lot of heroes, but getting 2 certainly feels worth it.
Of course. And that's what we mentioned earlier. You say they have damage, but they don't have the burst damage. If you catch him around your own tier 1 tower, then perhaps, yeah, you can take him down. But if you don't, Chalice, bot lane, Savage Roar.
Oi! Paparazzi, but still get the kill.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Not the cleanest.
Still had the kill.
This might not be too aware of this Shadow Shaman, but it looked like he went right at him, so maybe he knew, especially with the help there coming through from this Earthshaker. They've got the Shackle, but again, it's 3 heroes over mid looking for that. So
It's not only that, it's they're also looking at the tier 1 tower, so that's something that
they can get
do.
it, yeah.
Yeah, with the creep from Enchantress tanking it, they can definitely bring it down a notch.
Who was it we saw getting a lot of kills, but they were moving around as like 4 for the longest time in their game, and then they ended up they were just too far behind?
It was
Was it
yesterday. No, it was yesterday. Can't remember what team, but it literally happened yesterday. And it's usually how it goes. Like if you, as long as you're not moving your carry, right? That was the problem. They were moving their carry. They had a troll, I think. They were walking around with him, or a life stealer, something like that. Something ugly, melee.
Life Stealer in shambles about the way he looks. I believe you do that.
I think he values himself way more in different ways. It's not just about the looks, you know. Looks are a bad value to have.
Overrated.
They're fleeting anyway.
Ghost is chasing in, but there's the Dispose. They've got the Hex. They should have the Shackle and the damage to follow with the Unleash. So Old 11 getting a kill there on a Ghost. And with that and having these heroes up top, ours next.
And this is way different, right? Like now you actually brought in the Quap, you brought in the Cavalry, and the Life Stealer just falls in a second. There's no way for Puck to just Dream Coil and turn the kill. He is pressuring mid tower a little bit at least, but it's a lone druid you're trying to split push against. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like that's objective
Nova.
gaming that's gonna work.
That's a tilt right there. Digs a bounty rune right next to Sonus, who has an empty bottle, and picks it up immediately.
Ooh. Going, Dream Coil down, and screams Sonic Wave, and that hit a bunch of heroes, and they're going to clean up on Chalice. It has not felt like Chalice is able to accomplish much. They drop down the Serpent Wards away from the tower. RNG, they're thinking about how long they want to stay here. They do have an Arcane Rune on Somnus. There's the rebound into a Waning Rift. They have the root, and oh boy, Somnus almost locked up.
Was that Savage Roar a bit late? It was, wasn't it? Because he had the root, yeah, he had the root on him, but Savage Roar came afterwards, so Somnus was able to jaunt away.
Don't want to go for this tower. Meanwhile, Lifestealer's bottom just free farming, trying to get what he can done. And then Lasso the Omni Knight, is that really what's worth it? You have the Hex coming through in a Chalice, Shackle, PYW is going to die, so both supports are gone. They'll buyback on the Omni Knight. Echo Time's going to be committed by Kaka. They got the Dream Coil down once again with the Guardian Angel coming out for the buyback off this Omni Knight. And oh, just surviving for a second longer was Old 11, but unable to do anything with that extra second of life. Kaka, Chalice, both dropping. 2 heroes gone. Paparazzi falls to Somnus, who's on a triple kill. Ultra kill as DY goes down.
Give him the Ultra.
Somnus. Oh boy, that did not look like it was gonna go completely out of control for RNG, but Somnus again showing why he's been so good this season.
Look, there's this symptom where you dominate game 1 so hard, and when you draft a very similar draft once again in game 2, you feel a bit too cocky with it. And that's how it feels really for XG right now. This is cockiness to the maximum. Instead of bailing and not fighting this fight that looks bad from the get-go, they even buy back the Omni, they go in. The bear is constantly low, so he can't commit with it. He just respawned, right? Like he just resummoned, so you can't really do a lot with that. You're going into that Echo Slam as well, which didn't do a lot of work, but it did bring some control.
They're fighting this, the Dispose, the Hex, the Shackle, the kill. Kaka's gone, but Old 11, he's out too far. He's got no jump. Dream Coil on 3. Serpent Wards goes. Sonic Wave, but that pushed him out of the Serpent Wards. The damage from the Serpent Wards, though, is enough. They'll end up trading. UIW dies after he kills Ghost.
Paparazzi.
Still want Paparazzi. He seemed to be his biggest fan. They want Seem to love them. Paparazzi.
Somnus Stan doesn't work. Yeah, he gets out this time around. Somnus is so huge though, 7.9k net worth at this point, on top of the net worth charts. Like, that's one scary puck. And Queen of Pain, yeah, you're finishing this Orchid in a second or two, but by the time you get that Orchid, I feel that your timings are slightly a little bit messed up.
Could be.
Just because of the puck, right? Like, your Orchid is mainly for the puck and the life stealer, but they're getting those saving items, those Orchid clearing items now.
There it is. There's the Orchid. I feel like the one that they've been catching that's worked out the most is Ghost. Like, he's only died twice, but it feels like they've done a good job of being able to cut the life stealer.
Yeah, you really want to be doing that. He even went for this early game build anyway, so if you're taking him down in these fights...
Up with another three-man Dream Coil. Oh, the flame break! And it snaps on Paparazzi, but DY still being alive gets the Heavenly Grace off. They'll get the Hex on a Chalice. The Fissure hits on both those heroes, PYW and DY. Well, they are a support duo through time, and they'll die together too. These heroes on RNG, they'll start to retreat, and I think Blue has kind of caught on to this. He's fought a couple times, but now he's out there just trying to farm away and maybe salvage with this heavy aggression that's coming out from RNG.
Yeah, he needs this Deso. Like, the game has completely switched. If you remember the way the game 1 worked for him, he took tier 1 top, mid lane tier 1 was already dead. Then they fought in the Radiant jungle for so long he was able to free farm forever. This time around, he's also able to free farm, but his teammates at the same time are feeding. It's not like they're actually dominating the enemy side. Look at Kaka, he's about to finish his Blink Dagger as well in a 200 gold.
Where are you going?
Old 11. It does have rebound in a minute, in a second. That is, there we go. It's away.
Regeneration.
It feels as though Old 11 is struggling on this hero.
It's not as much impact as he had on Primal Beast. That's 100% true. At the same time, I really don't think it's about him and his hero. It's just about the way they took that mid lane fight. The fact that they gave Puck an ultra kill, a Blink Dagger instantly after a Witchblade. And now you're kind of stuck. You're under-leveled and you're under-farmed versus him.
Dire are scanning.
4-man smoke to Roche. So Serpent Ward's committed. They've got the Bear with the Desolator. This should be a pretty quick Roche, but nearby is RNG. They might want to make a move. Is it going to come quickly enough? We'll come over by the pit and... Oh, the Echo! That was short, wasn't it? Well, CY and PYW still go down. Roche is up. They'll try to get after Paparazzi. 3 heroes dead on the side of Extreme Game, and the damage coming up from RNG is going to be massive. The Bear ends up dead. The Roche goes down. Aegis into the hands of Somnus. They'll take out Old 11. 4 heroes gone on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Oh, this is such a disaster, man. Even the Echo actually, he casted it in the river. I'm not sure what happened there. He had Blink, I guess.
Maybe it got canceled real quick and he just...
I didn't see anything hit him.
Like, I'm benefit of the doubt.
It's possible, yeah. I just didn't see anything hit him. Now you gave Aegis away for free to Pug together with a team wipe. Look at Shaker.
Gave it away for free. You gave it away for a net negative.
There we go. The Echo. Oh, he didn't get the Blink yet, or did he? I don't know. In any case, he tried to Echo. It didn't work. But everything else was on point. You see how quickly it can change. Like,
oh, yeah. I mean, this is disgusting how overwhelming RNG is playing. It's a complete 180.
Right? That's it. That first game, I'm telling you, it comes down to the lane dominance. Sometimes you lose lanes and you look like complete dumpstered team, right? Like you don't look like you're good relative to your enemy, that is. But then the lanes switch up a little bit and everything looks different.
Somnus going bottom, and he's got that arcane rune, so certainly looking to fight. Luz Bear is here, which obviously gives away the fact that Luz also here. And the TP out. Bear, not so fortunate. 300 gold for Ghost. Honest, by the way, don't look at his numbers yet. Are you looking at his numbers? Did you cheat?
I had to take a peek at Somus's numbers.
I was gonna ask you, how many kills do you think he has at this moment?
I didn't look. I'm lying. I think he has like 14.
At 11 in the moment. Ooh, Unleash. A quick kill on X Nova, so at least Extreme have that going for them. But here comes Somnus once again with the Infest. Look at the Dream Coil down with the Guardian Angel being used, but Paparazzi, he's in some trouble. Chalice is in with the lasso, snapping this Dream Coil. And Ghost will get himself at least one kill. Old 11 jumps in. That might not have been the right idea, but the Savage Roar PYW ends up going down as well. That's 2 heroes down on the side of both teams at the moment because they were able to get X Nova earlier. So they'll look over at DY. Somnus still moving forward. He's got himself a double kill. He's beyond godlike right now. He's in your base, and he wants to continue on, but throws the illusory orb back, and he'll jaunt away. At Aegis, and now he's 13-0-6.
Literally carrying the game from that puck position to, as it's not that strange, right? Like we've seen teams do exactly that. We've seen Liquid with the puck before. We've seen a lot of teams if the puck gets a good game, albeit in previous patches where he was a bit stronger in that way. But still, if you give this guy a good game,
he'll be calling good game.
Yeah, good luck killing that puck now.
He's out of control. His net worth is crazy. Similar to what we saw in the last game, where him and Ghost were 4K behind. Dream Coil, Fissure. Should be another kill for Somnus. Echo Slam even committed on that. Wow. They had it, but I guess giving Marcy even a split second where you can rebound away is not something you really want to let them get away with.
Yeah, there are just some heroes that it's not even you might even think that you are able to kill her afterwards. It's just that you might put yourself out of position or you might dive a bit too deep. So most of the time it's just easier. Let's just finish it. Use your spells, kill it off. If it's a black hole, it's a black hole. If it's an echo, it's an echo. It doesn't matter. Just finish the hero and move onwards.
Right. King top. So they're going to try and make a move here. Somnus goes in. DY as well as PYW are here. And they've got Paparazzi nearby, but Somnus is going to start outputting a lot of damage. They'll get the kill into Paparazzi. It's going to be a kill there for Chalice. They move over. They'll take out PYW, and down goes DY. Another 3 kills here for the side of RNG. X Nova's got himself a double kill, and it is really just RNG popping up everywhere.
You know what the difference is? Like in that game 1, when they played, I could see the way for RNG to come back. Like I could remotely see it. That tiny blinking in with Ravage as well from the Tidehunter. It was possible, it was doable. I don't really see the way for XG any longer.
Oh, they're going in even further. They want Lou. 8 seconds till Paparazzi's back up. Lou's going to pop that ult. Air gets fissured up. The chase is on for a moment. They're going to rebound towards X Nova and get the dispose. Kaka staying nearby, maybe even thinking about jumping in. Doesn't have the Echo Slam at the moment. It's still on cooldown for another 40 seconds, so they'll leave X Nova to die.
I feel like if you believe in XG right now, you're pretty much betting on Lone Druid being the ultimate win condition, and perhaps Old 11 balling out of control.
Old 11, to me, doesn't seem comfortable on this Marcy. At least from the jumps in I've seen, it seems like he rebounds into these fights and dies almost immediately. And obviously that'll change when he gets BKB.
Well,
the timing
exactly.
slowed down so significantly.
That's exactly where I was going with it. Like a BKB on Marcy and I don't know, a Basher on the Bear, and then perhaps you can take a fight. But it just doesn't feel like it will be enough. You're 10k behind. We'll see. The BKBs are coming. That's something that we have to wait for. BKB on Quap, BKB on Marcy, and that Basher on Bear. That's their timing. That's what we're waiting for. Maybe it's a difference. Just how big of a difference, I'm not sure.
Dire's top tower is is under attack.
Bear has Basher. Basher, Deso, Mask of Madness. So certainly doable. And like they can take a fight and start to take objectives pretty quickly. Like they have that combination again, right? Like they have the Lone Druid as well as the Marcy. So sidekick with the Bear. Push these objectives, do a lot of damage. If they win one fight, maybe they pull back a couple thousand net worth, but it's a long shot. Like it really feels very tough for them.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoked up, 4 heroes smoked as PYW is up towards top, and the rest of Extreme Gaming is bottom. It will have PYW join them, so this might be a moment here for RNG to potentially even finish this game. They find the right opening and get a full team wipe. Air out in front, Lou moving forward, phase shift from Somnus, and then he'll just blink away. We're gonna go towards Roche once it's back up. They're gonna keep this area. It feels like.
When is it? It can be up in a second or two, right? So
It's going to be a quick one. 9 seconds.
8 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, a very quick one.
And it looks like Extreme want to fight. Pauses and illusory orb is beginning to leave hands of Huck.
Yeah, that's the right moment. That's a huge orb. Imagine if it was that big.
It'd be broken. Very broken.
But slow. That big, but very slow. It like more damage as well, obviously.
Ends your life in one shot.
If it connects, moves
yeah.
50, like has 50 movement speed. But if it hits you, you're
It goes
dead.
global.
Yeah.
In a straight line. Similar to
And it takes 3 seconds to charge. You can't like melee range it, right? Like if someone is stunned, you can't just like hit him instantly. Kill him off.
There's a weapon like that in Perfect Dark. I forget what it was called, but it would like touch you once and go. KB lasso on a Lou. They don't have Omni Knight nearby, so Lou's gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's taking a lot of damage with the Fissures. We'll see Echo Sam getting chopped down right on top of Extreme Gaming. Now they finally have the Guardian Angel. They've got the damage to get the kill on X Nova. They'll buy back on Lou. They'll jump over the rebound. Now they have the Dispose. Ghost in a little bit of trouble to get the Infest. They'll run out. Dream Coil, Somnus, the damage out onto the Omni Knight. They'll get the kill on a DY. They'll take out Old 11. They'll focus their attention on Paparazzi. It is Somnus just going wild with the help of the rest of his team, and Somnus, who has led them through the big game all the way through to what seems to be assuredly a victory. They buy back on the Omni Knight. They've got the Yules on the Lou. Lou bought back earlier in this one, so the right click's coming through on the Bear, and Somnus goes back in with an illusory orb. He's right on top of Lou. He'll get the kill onto this lone druid. He said, hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. You can call me maybe.
How
like, RNG.
How long did you prepare that for? Just tell me right now. Don't
Not long.
lie.
I think about that when I say his name all the time. It
Okay.
really is all the time.
My God.
You know that gif from The Hangover 3 where Zach Galifianakis' character he's got all the numbers going past his head?
Yeah.
I just have puns. That's like literally all I
That's
puns
Lacoste,
and
that's not you.
jokes and
That's not you.
scoreboard.
You have the Chinese puns at least.
Yeah.
For every
Okay.
single player. That's true. That's true.
We could just put the scoreboard up. I'm sad now. I'll never be as good.
18-0-11. No one is gonna be as good. Don't worry. That puck just completely destroyed the game. And it came off of that one ultra kill on the mid lane. Truly, for me, it felt like this game can go in either direction. XG, they looked like they had what it takes. They were taking down tier 1 towers, but yeah, you give that puck an ultra kill and everything is different. Like you're falling behind, your Queen of Pain is just dying to the puck constantly. It was a difficult match to come back in, and it wasn't possible this time around. But we do get game 3, so that's fun.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted in this series was game 3. And Speaking of Somnus and a crazy performance, just one last thing to reflect on before we go to a break is just the fact that, like, we've seen him do this before when he played that Lina and they held the high ground back when they had God King on their team and he got that rampage and destroyed late game. Like, he's had moments of just extreme beauty throughout the entire year, and there he just was on one. So even the series up at 1, it goes to a game 3, which is going to be for the grand final ticket, and we'll see who takes it when we get back from this break. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned for game 3.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to more Chinese qualifiers for TI 22 or TI 2022, TI 11.
22? TI 22?
Yeah.
I hope
TI
we get
22?
there. I hope we get
Yeah, we're
there.
getting there. We're getting there.
You think?
But yeah, you know what? We're gonna get there. There's gonna be some great changes next year. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna reinvigorate the scene, and we're gonna get to TI 22 in 2033.
I hope. 3? Yeah. I hope.
Oh my
I
God.
hope we get there. I hope we get there. Yeah.
And I will be there, still making Carly Rae Jepsen moments happen. Very relevant in TI 22, and right now in TI 11, we've got ourselves a draft, and this time around, well, they get the Shadow Fiend early for Paparazzi.
A very early Shadow Fiend with a shaker into a clockwork. Like, if I was this clock, I would be chortling right now. I would be like, yes, please. I would put this clock, it's such a good clock game, I would put it on a core. Like, I would literally say, Chalice, my boy, it's your time to show us some general style triple bracer clockwork on the offlane. Get that level 6 and just hunt these two plebs. It looks like a really strong clock game, really. Not sure why they snatched the SF so early on, but we will see.
Well, they have a lot of faith in Paparazzi.
Which does make sense, right? Like, that game one, not that game one. This year he has dominated. But we'll see. I still have to say that if Clockwork is at least The problem is this clock will be a 5. Like, I'm obviously
5 seconds remaining.
being an ass and joking a little bit about him being offlane, played by Chalice, which is possible, but not probable. And because of that, the clock isn't really that much of an issue. It doesn't really scare you as much. I don't see
Sure.
Rubik being a 5, which is also doable, but not that great.
Were you there?
I wasn't.
Trying to remember when this was. I want to say it was DPC. No,
10
it definitely
seconds
wasn't.
remaining.
Or maybe it was. I think Chalice was still playing for LGD,
5 seconds
Mhm.
remaining.
and he played Clockwork Position 1.
Oh, I actually remember that.
Yeah. What
remember
happened?
that game.
Did
I-
Ami like disconnect or something like that? And Chalice, or like his ping was crazy? I don't know. Either way, they called GG in like 12 minutes, but
Team pick.
he's got some experience with the Clockwork, is where I was going with that.
By the way, this new axe, it's no joke. Like it looks at start it looks worse than the old axe, but it's quite fun. Like,
10
it's pretty
seconds
solid.
remaining.
My biggest issue was remembering that I need to use it before
5 seconds
using all my
remaining.
skill set, right? Because basically before what you would do always is hook in, use everything you've got, and then overclock. Right now you have to overclock and then use everything you've got because it upgrades every single spell that you have.
Right.
But it's pretty solid. Like having 3 rockets, spamming them like on a 3-second cooldown or something like that, you can.
Radiant team pick.
It dishes out a lot of damage. Now they get the Visage as well. Okay, I can see where this is going from RNG.
That is probably Chalice's hero.
Radiant
Although-
team pick.
Chalice doesn't exactly scream Visage player to me.
He
Now
doesn't.
that I think about it,
Yeah, and neither
I'm
does
gonna look. I'm
Somnus,
gonna look
right?
at his. Yeah, I'm gonna look at his stats real quick,
But it
just
should-
because I don't remember him really pulling out the Visage that much. And oh, Primal Beast again.
Yeah, Primal Beast, Troll,
Okay.
Shadow Fiend, they've just revealed all their cores. This will be a last pick position 5, most likely for XG. And their draft looks solid, like it looks well rounded. I'm just waiting for RNG to see what they will pick with the Visage. Will they go full snowball mode, or will they switch things up a little bit and just put this Visage on the offlane? Like, they will put Visage on the offlane, I still think, like 90%. This will not be some safe lane entity Visage. But my question is, will they go further down that road the way entity would do, right? Like with some Dooms and Necros and just full mid-game potential, full mid-game playstyle.
Chalice has only played Visage twice in his program.
Nice Razor pickup. Makes a ton of sense into the Troll. Decent lane versus Primal Beast, I believe, as well. So this should be your safe lane Razor, offlane Visage.
That's the thing again. Like Chalice has only played it twice, and the last time he played
10
Visage
seconds remaining.
was when he was on LGD, and
5 seconds
July
remaining.
2nd, 2020.
Do you see the crown on RNG's side? It's next to this player called Chalice,
Dire team back.
Yeah.
and he picked himself Visage. So
Well, I'm thinking, and hear me out.
Radiant team back.
What do we got so far? We've got Rubik offlane clock, 4 position Rubik, 5 Visage.
offlane clock, 4 position Rubik, 5. It's okay. Oh, okay. Like I can see that happening as well.
10
Or
seconds
for
remaining.
Visage 5 Rubik, that also works. It's like both of these heroes want
5
farm, and both of
seconds
them
remaining.
can do without it. So it's like it doesn't matter, whatever way they opt to go for. Clock into Troll. How strong is that of a lane for clock? With Visage, it's
Dire team
doable.
back.
It's not amazing, but it's doable.
Right.
RNG, I'm surprised they were the ones that banned off the well, they don't have
Radiant
a support
team
slot, so they banned out the birds. Okay, that does make sense. Wyvern would be great for them if they didn't have, if they had an open slot for support.
What did I say? Chalice had 2 games on Visage.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't get any better with X Nova. He's had 3 games with Visage, and he's never won with it.
That's a good stat to have,
5
like 0%
seconds
win rate.
remaining.
Yeah. And nobody ever thinks that you can at all times. Maybe you practice it in pubs. And then Kaka, taking a look at his Visage stats, he's only played it twice and he's never won with it. So between the three of them, they have one victory on Visage. That's concerning.
So you're not really confident, that's what you're saying. Is it? Maybe?
That might be what I'm saying. That is very peculiar stat.
Yeah. Usually I would tell you, be cop, chill out. Everyone can play this hero, whatever. But Visage isn't really the hero that everyone plays. It requires a certain playstyle and understanding around him. So, we'll see.
Hold your Titan.
Yeah. Casual little ET. So,
I would love to see Elder Titan be in a core role. I know it's not happening, but I've always wanted it.
no, I think this is a 5 ET.
Yeah, I think so too.
They close things out with the Luna.
So it's,
Okay,
yeah, Somnus. It's mid-Visage.
Mid-Visage
Okay.
versus an SF. Okay, this is a lane where SF can really dominate. Like he can have a pretty good start. It doesn't have to be that way. Like Somnus can still have a good time.
Such
But
an odd left field pick. Like, I don't. Sorry to cut you. I'm just like, I'm dumbfounded. Like, I can't remember the last time Somnus has pulled out a Visage.
well, this is probably a good place to pull it out, right? Like if
Okay,
you never
so-
had before, this is probably a good place to start doing it because the hero in this game looks pretty solid. Like there are no true Visage counters. Even this last week Elder Titan DY's like bread and butter. It's not like an amazing hero into it. Old 11 can itemize against it, but it's not like we're seeing Primal Beasts even itemize against the Visage. There are no true layer breakers, like no break, and no heroes that dish out like quick dots, right, on those layers to disappear quickly. So it's a decent Visage game. Their whole draft
Right.
looks a bit wonky overall, like Rubik and Clock supports. Razor definitely makes a ton of sense. You're playing Razor into a troll. Then the Luna finish is also pretty good. I think RNG's draft is actually solid, even though they have that Visage that you're talking about. Now I have to do my predictions, please. Take it away.
Okay, well, I'm going to add to that because I am doing a little bit of digging here. And this Visage for Somnus is his first professional game Visage since March 21st, 2018.
I'm
That's
still doing my
insane.
predictions. You
Oh,
you
I gotta,
you,
I
you
gotta,
do
well,
the
I
question.
Gotta, I gotta do my predictions as well. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say 9 to 12. 301 plus because I keep getting that wrong. Player with the most D
Wait,
wards.
you went 9 to 12 smoke gang kills.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you smoke and get multiple kills off a gank, it counts.
Okay.
So if you get like
At
three,
game end. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm still not gonna go that high, but possible.
Okay.
You're right. If they get one big team fight, I guess off of that, it's. No, that's a good one.
So now, okay, now I'm inclined to. I have to do this.
Uh-huh.
I have to check Ghost's stats.
On what?
He has never played Visage before. So between the entire team of RNG, they have one victory out of like 11 games on Visage.
Nice. That's a good stat. 1 to 11. Very solid. Respectable. Thriving.
And with how long ago it's
Wait,
been that all these players have played Visage, it's a very old 11 of games that they've played.
Somnus took passive level 1. on mid lane Visage, now that you're mentioning it. It's an interesting one. It's not something that I don't think I've ever done that. And I have like 1,000 games of Visage. Okay, it's interesting. Then again, he doesn't need Grave Chill to last it, unlike me. If I don't have Grave Chill, I literally cannot last it. So that's the difference. Even though he is not really last-hitting, so I might be right. Chalice taking a ton of damage here.
Yeah, on the run, and one more right click might have been a finishing blow, but unable to keep up and get that kill.
Also keep in mind that Clock is a power laner, but not necessarily versus an ET, because with ET you still just get a ton of damage, you walk up to him, you're still gonna hit him, not every single time because of the battery assault, but you can still dish out a ton of damage. And look at this, he has sticks, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me
still
ask you a question.
ask away.
What happened to Elder Titan and stacking the camps near the lane excessively when
They still do it.
Well, I mean, I don't really see it that often anymore when I see Elder Titans. It used to be when Elder Titan was super popular. I almost want to say back in 2018 or around that time, it was like mandatory to stack the camps every time.
You can still do it. I think you're not seeing a lot of ET, and because of that, you're not seeing that. Also, the camp is blocked 90% of the time too. If the ET is on the offlane as a 4, you will see that ET most often stack the Ancients. But in a situation such as this one, you just can't do a lot because it's blocked.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The bottom lane strikes me as the stronger one for RNG. They have Clock and Razor. It feels a bit stronger. The top lane, I'm not sure. It can go either way, really. Obviously, the Primal Beast is always going to have my favor in the laning stage right now, but it's not a huge difference in power early on.
It seems like just Primal Beast is locked into being one of the best laners in the game. Whether he goes off lane or mid, it just feels like a guarantee. Mid lane, he is in trouble. Fissure blocked. Should be a raise and a first blood for Paparazzi. He'll get it on Somnus. This time telling him to call him back.
Look, remember I said that SF can really roll out of control versus Visage mid lane? SF has 14 denies, 20 last hits. Visage has 8 to 1. Like,
oh my god.
You know, you asked me about this, like Visage, multiple times. You didn't ask me anything. You just stated your concerns, right?
Right.
I can definitely see it. This mid lane is not going great for Somnus.
I just want to say, this is a case in which Nas would love. Stats don't lie.
Yeah, okay.
1 and 11.
Yeah, I debated you a bit because Visage usually does lose the lane, right? One-on-one. He doesn't necessarily usually use it, but you don't see him winning it very often early on. It's all about getting the birds. Once you get the birds, there's nothing more to do for the enemy mid laner. If you get them fast enough. It can get problematic when the enemy has more denies than you have last hits though, because then you're not getting experience too.
Trample and telekinesis away, but the onslaught lands and Kaka.
Fissure.
Well, the Fissure lands and PYW. He's just
going
looking for
in.
totem shot. He is deep in on this one as the tower aggro is on the banner flag creep. And, well, they don't even get PYW.
Yeah, nicely done there by PYW. Just moves in, uses that enchant totem. Massive totem range. Takes down the Rubik. I do like the Rubik idea versus Primal Beast though. When he uses trample, if you lift him up in the air, he can't really trample anymore. So he's not dealing damage while in the air. Which is kind of neat.
He has 24 denies now. Sorry, Deny Watch 2022.
You just look at the
Fissure block again, and Requiem. Is he dead? The raise? Needed one more, but didn't get it. They had the rotation come in from X-Nova, so that deterred a little bit.
You can look at, oh, Paparazzi, he's not gonna get the haste. He might even die
now he's
here.
in trouble. Yeah, they're looking for the sweep with the fissure. Oh!
He's got sticks.
On all three, so Paparazzi's now fine.
Wait,
wow.
Does Visage have Soul Assumption even leveled? I don't think he does.
He's got Grave Chill at 2, Soul Assumption at 0, and Gravekeeper's Cloak at 3.
That just hurts. Like, if you have one level of Soul Assumption in a lane such as this one versus SF, like versus SF, I think I always get Soul Assumption, at least one level. Because you can, he's squishy, right? But he dishes out a ton of damage. And if you end up in this brawl, sometimes you can finish him off. Like, they're missing a lot of kills because of that. The birds will be stronger, so there's some compensation. Once you get the birds, having 2 levels of Grave Chill definitely makes them better.
He's a full level behind. Trample, Telekinesis, and has the Onslaught to catch back up. Easy kill for Old 11, a solo kill. So, just dominating the lane. Who else were we talking about? It was Primal Beast, and who else just feels like an Omni Knight. It just feels as though those tier heroes have to be first phase bans.
Well, for some teams it feels that way. Perhaps not every single match, but some teams definitely play them so well the heroes look broken. I'm just looking at the Visage on the mid lane and I'm thinking, when exactly will he take down the tier 1 tower even? Like, he got the birds, he's got layers maxed out. He should be able to start pressuring the tower now.
Yeah, I'm waiting. You're waiting on him to push to tier 1. I'm waiting for him to have more CS than Somnus or than Paparazzi has denies.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One day.
Aka again, now pulverized up in the top lane. Be killed off by Old 11 once more, and this is what happened game 1, where every lane seemed to dominate from Extreme Gaming. And I have that same question for you, Lizard. Do you believe? Like, is there a game plan to bring it back?
X-Nova bottom lane.
Yeah, they cannot get the Elder Titan. The Fissure lands. Battery Assault's going to run out in a second, so X-Nova, he's going to stay alive. Interestingly enough, he kind of did it like this 360 where he just left.
I think there are chances for RNG this time around. I'm seeing a bit of a different game. Game 1, when they dominated all 3 lanes, they also had a very snowbally kind of a lineup. This time around, their lineup is easily punished, but by what RNG have got in the mid game. So it kind of comes down to the execution in the next 4 or 5 minutes. I can definitely see Luna and Visage starting to snowball harder than Extreme Gaming can do this early on.
Hero on top should go down any moment if they could just get the kill on Akaka. Ghost is still up there. What do you believe in this Luna? Like, we really haven't seen much of this hero, and it's farming well, but I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, you just get Yora, you have Visage with you as well. Like, as you said, we are not seeing a ton of Luna, but the hero is still solid. I think, and I do believe that it can work. It's just that it also comes down to SF's item build. Like, I'm waiting to see what he's gonna go for, what he commits for completely.
Right.
So far, he has a Dragonlance and he's going into a BKB. And I actually like that a lot. I think it's a cookie cutter build for him, right? Just create this tower. You don't have to be the main Blink Yules or anything like that. Just become a tower. Dragonlance, BKB, hit people.
Finding Kaka, 1 raise hits, and there's a second, and soon a death for Kaka. Paparazzi, another kill, and top tower certainly going down in just a moment.
Radiant structures
are fortified.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they rotated the Visage as well down bottom, so they're imitating the same move, like copying it.
Top tower has fallen.
The problem with Visage is like you have the strength to take down towers, but you usually can't do it alone. You need teammates around you, which is why the mid-tier 1 tower could not be taken by him. But now that they've taken down the tier 1 on the bottom lane, they can perhaps start moving through the jungle and thinking about the mid-tier 1 too.
Do you think that you would have rather seen the Visage of Somnus get at least a point in Soul Assumption? He's level 8 now and still doesn't have it.
If you didn't get it,
Are fortified.
like, up to this point, just don't get it at all. Start leveling stats. I'm done. You know?
Dire's middle tower
But I'm serious, like, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, one level of Soul Assumption is good in the lane, but later on, it's kind of whatever.
Radiant's
Onslaught all the way through, hitting off the fissure, pulverize, one slam, dunking X-Nova into the ground.
middle tower has fallen.
It's looking rough, B-Cop.
Radiant's
Oh, yeah.
bottom tower
It's
is
looking
under
rough,
attack.
bruv.
And very, very rough. I'm not really sure what you accomplish here if you're the side of orange. Down 6-0. Like, nothing's gone right so far.
Scanning.
But
You're
half to
waiting-
come back is not easy.
It isn't. You're waiting for a couple of items on that Luna. Perhaps a good initiation of the clockwork. What's scary for me when it comes to RNG is that they're still not making any moves. It's they're kinda okay. Visage is gonna farm. We're gonna wait for the drums. I guess he does have the raid pact. Like, it's probably flying over in that courier right now. We're gonna wait. Oh no, he doesn't. He just has the Vlads. Why is he going drums without the raid pact? A different build, I suppose. Can work as well.
We'll have to see if he keeps it. At least want to keep it that way. Old 11 eyeing Chalice for a second and now stealing the onslaught is Paparazzi also getting a kill on X-Nova again.
PYW with that 1400 gold. 13 minutes in the game. This is going to be a very fast blink dagger for him too. They're even giving him quite a bit of space.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're pretty free to do so, right?
Yeah, when clock is dead, Shaker doesn't have to worry about a thing, right? Like, he just can continue farming. I don't know, B-Cop. The
Get their
game
first
is...
kill.
What did you say?
I'm wondering when they get their first kill on RNG.
We need 7-1. We need Brazil.
Yeah, the Brazil scoreline always a good one. Get the 42-0. 32-2. Seems like it might go that way. Blink Dagger almost finished off here for PYW. About a creep wave away from grabbing it.
Do you think that there's like this power spike that RNG are waiting for, which when they reach, they can just snowball, perhaps get together and snowball? They're 4K behind. It's massive lead, 15 minutes in the game, 5K now even, but it's not something that you can't survive against.
At that point, when they all have it on their cores, it's not going to be
Yeah.
really that strong. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be that strong. I know they aren't getting kills anymore on XG for the moment, but they're still farming up like crazy. And we usually see this, we saw this a lot more from the mids of Primo Beast, but getting this Kaya Sanj actually as a first item is a little bit different. We've seen many pipes early on. This time it's going to be the Kaya Sanj from 11.
No, that was game 1. He went phases hood into Kaya Sanj. This time he didn't buy the hood even, he just went straight into it, which is okay, because There's nothing really threatening him on the map. I believe he can even go into Vanguard Crimson after. Oh, Kaka. Nice one.
Doing his best.
What are they called? Matadors, right?
Yeah, for sure. Sweep for Splitter, and that is right on top of the Razor. Hook shot. That might just be the Diex Nova. I'm not sure. They'll use the Eclipse. They finally get a kill. It's 8-1. Maybe they can get a second. They'll double up on DY.
Paparazzi has a BKB.
Telekinesis.
They caught him, but...
BKB, does he turn? He's got Ammo Beast over to the side.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they will go in with the Primal Beast and turn everything around, but they decided not to win. It's a huge win for RNG. The trade of the kills is not that great, but getting that BKB off of SF is always good. And now they're starting to actually get some momentum. They're smoking up, moving towards top.
It opens up some safety time, right? Ooh, now they'll go for old 11. He will onslaught out of the cogs, goes to the trample. They have a smoke. They're turning around. You don't have a BKB on Paparazzi. I'm not sure that's going to matter. Old 11, onslaught in 6 seconds. The side of RNG is running away. The familiars come over to maybe stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, you see the
rest of the team is here. Onslaught going in onto Kaka. And there's the Echo Slam going down. PYW drops. Kaka's going to fall as he was hit with that Pulverize, looking like Yamcha in the hole that was left behind. They'll use the Requiem. The BKB's been popped by Chalice with a static link. Old 11 falls, and they're going to look for more. Big pull on the run. Familiars going closer. Somnus trying to chase with the help of Chalice, but this is not really worth going for, as it doesn't look like they'll get the kill on any of the rest.
Yeah, and Kaka bought back, which was perhaps a slight mistake by RNG. Also, the way PYW initiated, he literally blinked on top of a Clockwork without using Echo first, so Battery Assault just caught him. It's not a valuable trade. You're way more important at this point than the Clockwork is. You're worth more, at least, if nothing else. But RNG are showing their teeth, right? Like, they can definitely take these fights. I'm just waiting for them to start making these initiations. For them to actually make a move, not the other way around.
Right.
Also, Primal Beast with the Vanguard. He didn't go for Hood, he went for Vanguard, and Vanguard this game is 10 times better. Getting that versus the birds, right?
Okay. You would have preferred that first.
You can turn it into a Crimson later on. It's all about like the late game potential as well. Just make the birds useless. The burbs.
Draw some burbs.
Burbs, yeah.
Narosh. See how it goes.
And they are very nearby on the side of RNG. SF Sora is definitely helping. Yeah. Chalice.
As a field, BKB, Chalice going in. Requiem's not going to matter with the BKB.
Chalice.
Papa goes. Chalice not only gets the kill, but he gets the Aegis too. Paparazzi falls. Lou might be next. Telekinesis or Splitter. The right clicks are in. They've taken out the Aegis, but they end up losing Lou and PYW. RNG, they have a net worth lead. They're going to go in for old 11. All of a sudden, it's falling apart for Extreme Gaming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They really stuck their ground there. They rooted themselves in, and Extreme paid for it. That was ambitious to go for that Roche continually like that, and the Requiem did nothing. The BKBs came out, and this was the timing that we talked about, right? Like multiple BKBs, they could go in and potentially turn it around, and they have.
Yeah, but you have Troll, you have SF. I understand why you go for Roche, right? But it's just so unnecessary. At the same time, you could just try and get the pick off first, or try to fight first. You have Blink on Shaker, you can definitely initiate well. They even had some wards around the Dire Jungle, so they had decent vision to do exactly that. And then go into the pit. This is the second game in a row that they're being punished heavily for trying to take that, for trying to sneak into the pit. They're trying to sneak into versus Rocket Flare and Birds from Visage. Like, they will be scouted one way or another. Plus, Chal is just bossing in. Look at that. BKB is in. takes the Aegis as well. Easy game for him.
Horribly for Extreme. And they gave up a lot of gold on their streaks. Going Requiem there. Now it's becoming a question of whether or not Extreme Gaming can recover off. They're not too far down, but
Dire's
another
courier
fight
has been
like
killed.
that, and all of a sudden,
Radiant are scanning.
well, you're going to have Luna out of control and this RNG team snowballing too far away. Worrisome, honestly, if you're an Extreme Gaming fan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
100%. Especially because it's not the best troll
Dire's
game.
bottom tower
Like
is under
you
attack.
have to keep in mind that you are playing versus the Razor, so every single fight cannot be won by just pressing your ult. He's got that
Radiant's
static
top
link that
tower
he
is
will use
falling.
on you. That same Razor is getting closer and closer to the refresher, and it's not naked BKB refresher. He also has a plate mail to buff himself up a little bit in that armor department.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking at the top tier 2, Old 11 thinking about going in, but he needs to be really careful about how he approaches this. But X Nova with the Earth Splitter coming in from DY, they at least get one kill, and maybe they look for more. BKB from Chalice and just the TP out. The Stolen Requiem once again hitting on a 3, so fearing them away. They land the sweep onto the Rubik. Kaka in trouble, and eventually will fall this time to Lu.
It was a fun hook from X-Nova, though. He just went so far behind the tier 2 tower, there was no helping him. And he's valuable. It's not like this Clockwork. He's a 5, right? But he's still very valuable in these team fights. I don't think he should be throwing his... I mean, he gave vision, his teammates survived, everyone but Rubik, so I guess it was fine. But overall, if he could do it a bit closer to his teammates where they can actually connect, catching that Shaker the way he did would be game-winning.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Going back and forth. But like every time I count a team out, they find a way to just put
Dire's top tower has
themselves
fallen.
back into it.
Especially these two teams, right?
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What do you think's gonna be the big power spike this time for Extreme?
I'm just looking at both sides, like, and the hero that's clicked on right now, the viewers are seeing, is the SF. He's got that Silver Edge queued up. It's kind of big because you can use it versus the Visage and you can blow him up, which is definitely helpful. But on the other side, RNG, they already got the power spike. They have everything they need. The AC on Somnus is completed. Chalice is a boss. There's no Skadi on Luna, but there's a BKB. So they're ready. I feel like this is the snowball effect of Luna Visage lineups. This is that moment in which you just stop caring and you just start taking down towers. With one asterisk there, right? Shaker.
Right.
Like, you have to be careful. Like, there's a Shaker on the other side.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just taking that bottom tier 2 for free. Team's kind of avoiding each other for the last few minutes or so. Great avoidance. And nothing more.
Yeah, everyone just farming up. Getting those extra few items that they need. Old 11 with the BKB. He actually had a Lotus Orb before queued up. BKB makes more sense. Can you? I'm gonna put an alarm for 2 minutes. Can you wake me up?
Okay, yeah, sure. No,
Yeah?
I can do that.
Let's come back. Let's come back in 2 minutes. See if they decide to take
see if
a-
they decide to go for a
Yeah.
potential posturing by Roche.
Yeah, exactly. Roche will respawn in 2 minutes. That's about the time they will start smoking up. Yeah, we can go on a break.
Think so? I both these teams, especially in the spot that they're in right now, with a chance at going to the grand final, I'm not surprised at how cautious they're being.
It's always like that, right? Like when you're playing for TI, it's one of two things. It's either bloodbath from start to finish, like in Eastern Europe, or it's just teams being so damn careful with everything they do, which is what's happening right here. Can't blame them. This is literally your dream your whole life, so...
Radiant are scanning.
Better safe than sorry. And it's not even better safe than sorry. You know what else I think it is? It's like savoring the moment. Oh man, I wanna have the dream, you know, for as long as possible.
Right.
Sometimes it's better to not know if you're good enough to get there. It's like, just keep the hope alive. Don't challenge it quite yet. But all of this philosophical nonsense aside, I think that they are getting primed up and ready for the fights. Refresher on Chalice should come in very shortly. The Raid Pact also completed on Visage. All they have to do is just wait for the Rush to respawn.
Gold is a great conductor.
I'm on Roche. Oh, 3 minutes. So it's going to be a long one.
Last game it was, what, 9 seconds?
9 seconds, yeah. Does this downtime, who do you think this benefits more? Just this quiet, non-commitment downtime?
Both teams are getting something out of it. Like, on one side, Refresher will be completed. On the other, and Skadi. On the other, I don't know, the BKB on the Primal Beast. So there are definitely some benefits from both teams, and both teams want to smoke up. This is it. This is the ultimate brawl.
Potentially the ultimate brawl.
The RNG side is definitely positioned a bit better, right? Like they know if Aegis is there or not. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, they're the ones that kind of need to find a way to get there. They're the ones being more careful.
Right.
Even though they're ahead in net worth, well, it's kind of switching up between one team and another. They're even, let's put it that way.
A minute 30 more on this Roche.
Team's just farming up now. Neutrals, I guess, as well, right?
Enchanted Quiver, who's that? I thought maybe Paparazzi, but he's holding on to the Mindbreaker, wants that silence to start.
No, he took the quiver, actually. On SF, right?
No, he's got the... Oh, no, sorry, I'm clicked on Troll. My bad.
Be cop. Making me wonder, am I seeing right? Are my eyes broken? And the Mindbreaker makes more sense on the Troll anyway, right?
This makes more sense. I like that this scoreboard is out, as my eyes deceived me for one second.
Thank you, production.
I need an updated set of glasses. And I'm not afraid to admit it.
Another
Not that
smoke.
anybody would be afraid of admitting that they need more glasses, but we're here now. Another smoke, we'll see. If anybody goes in now, as Roche is just 15 seconds away.
This is the longest Roche respawn for a game.
Soundness over to the side. Chalice coming in. Plasma Field as well as the Static Link. They've got the dust. They have the vision on a Paparazzi, and the BKB does literally nothing for him.
Ooh, and he doesn't even have a BKB.
So quickly.
And he's the best hero, like even if he buybacks. Oh, they're going in.
Refresher, BKB, Static Link trying to go in onto the Razor. They've got the Earth Splitter. They get the kill on to Chalice. He doesn't have buyback. They've denied the double damage. They'll go to the Eclipse with the BKB being Popeye hold 11 as well as Ghost. The chase is on for just the moment, but now they've got to back up towards the Roche pit again and maybe try to go for this telekinesis and slammed him down onto two other heroes. But they've got the Pulverize as well as the Requiem. That's going to land on the Ghost. They'll get the kill out of the Luna and take him out for 75. This opens up Roche, but how much? Somnus trying to output some damage onto Old 11, but it won't be enough
can.
at all.
Right, they can go into the pit. There's nothing stopping them. Luna dead for 60, Razor for 20. Like these three heroes, maybe they can try to snatch it, but that's about it. They
8 seconds on hook shot.
Oh, they're worried. They're too worried. Yeah, this is the problem because they lost that. They pretty much threw the game in the pit, right? So now they're too worried of some buybacks and hook shots, so they decide to go back, even though arguably they definitely could have done that. A nice fight overall from XG. They did have to buy back the SF, which hurts them in the long run, but also I feel that they need a force stab, or Paparazzi needs a pike, something to get away from this static link. The way the fight went afterwards, though, and the fact that Lu is such a boss on this troll, he blinks in without the ulti, baits them to go and try and kill him, which puts Luna out of position. Really nicely done by him. I'm impressed. Like, it doesn't look like much, but it's very impactful.
Still Roche up. The Rocket Flare scouts it out.
This time around, RNG should have no more smokes, right? So SF probably should not be dying the same way he did before. Oh, he's a boss. He's a boss, all right.
Look at the familiars. Lu going in with the BKB as well as the ulti. He's going to go after Chalice. They've got the Eclipse dropped down once again by Ghost, but here comes the onslaught. They get the kill on Chalice. They'll take out the Razor, but they end up losing Lu, who's going to buy back. So now they're going to really want to make sure that they can go and get themselves this Aegis into their hands. If they're going to lose themselves the Troll, they're looking for the Requiem, but the cogs are placed down. They have the sweep onto 3 as well as the Echo Slam
Nice
dropping
Echo.
down.
No follow-up.
Ex-Nova falls, but there's no follow-up to it immediately. They get the kill on Old 11. They'll take out the Primal Beast, and they'll look over as the Requiem now lands onto 3 of these heroes, the 3 remaining heroes. Somnus drops, Force Staff forward. Lu trying to get a kill here on a Ghost. They'll buy back on both of Visage as well as the Clockwork. Right-click damage coming in. Paparazzi dropping the Kaka, and they've got the Fissure. Do they have the damage? The Battery Assault. Oh, it's keeping him still, so he actually can't get the kill. Soul Assumption, Lu's dead again. 100 seconds down on the sidelines. It looked like he was going to be able to get the kill on a Ghost, but never finished him off thanks to the TPs that came out from RNG.
That's 2 diebacks. Dieback on the Troll, dieback on the SF. This rush should be free for RNG. What a messy fight. What a great fight. Probably the game-winning one for RNG. Troll, Lu, I'm praising him, but there's a thin line between being that courageous and being mad outright. Like, he jumps in, takes that illusion rune out of any, instantly gets linked up by the Razor, and yeah, you do fight him off. You do kill the Razor, but you die. You're forced to buy back. SF is left alone without the BKB. Also dies very quickly afterwards. Nice PYW Echo. Like, he caught 2 heroes, I believe. One of them being Luna, or maybe even 3. Luna and Visage. But the problem was SF was controlled, so there was no instant follow-up with the Requiem.
That doesn't land, but they've got the telekinesis. So PYW, Stolen Fissure, and he'll fall. He does have buyback. The mid center racks are gone, at least one.
Remember, you're playing into a Luna Visage Razor. Like, your axes will fall in seconds. And SF is alive, but he doesn't. Does he do a lot at this point? I don't think he does. Like, you need a troll
for 15. Yeah. Splitter. Ghost. Okay. Loses the Aegis. Old 11. So looking for his moment. He'll take out nothing.
Oh, okay. That's a moment.
Okay.
That just happened. How are the souls looking on Paparazzi?
At 12. Paparazzi throws the Requiem out. They've got the Fissure. They're going to try and get a killer into Chalice. The hook shot lands on a Lu! With the right-click damage, way too much for him to handle. They'll go to the Eclipse, and Lu's going to try and survive here, but he just goes down! Ghost gets the kill. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 78 seconds with the BKB pop by on 11. Now he's on the run. They have the telekinesis once again, but the familiars dropping down. DY dead in a second, but the Echo Slam lands. Ghost in trouble. He's going to have buyback, but he get back into the fight.
He's buying back.
They've got the ulti used by Old 11 on Akaka. He's got buyback too. They'll look for the trample Chalice as well as Somnus will bail from the fight. They've bought back now, overwhelmingly so, on RNG. It feels like it may have
But look at
even
this.
the game a bit in terms of buyback potential.
It
and
definitely
getting a
did.
fight.
Yeah, it definitely did. Look at this. Like, not a single hero in the map has a buyback. The closest one is SF with 2 minutes cooldown. Like, I feel that RNG maybe overcommitted with the buybacks. They put themselves... Like, there was no necessity to take this rush, right? Like, there was no necessity to rush so much to buy back on the Razor and on the Luna. Now they put themselves in a position in which they can lose the game. I felt like the game was completely in their control and impossible to lose. But right now, there is a chance for XG. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy or anything like that, but there is a chance. Like, if you get a good, decent initiation, if you kill off the Luna or the Razor early on, they don't have buybacks. Because they took 2 sides, right? After taking 2 sides, even if they
Yeah.
died, the enemy team was completely on the opposite side of the map. They wouldn't get anything off of it. Like, maybe they would get some map control, put some wards down, but that's it. They wouldn't take your objectives.
Radiant are scanning.
They bought back the Razor because they thought that they'll be able to rejoin the fight and fight again. And then Luna just bought back for, I guess, the same reason, but the fight was already over.
Where coming in as they're just trying to clear the creep waves from top and mid.
Luna moving slowly but surely towards the butterfly as well. I guess you don't have to rush things. If you're RNG, once more...
We're going MKB though.
Already, yeah.
I wonder if he buys out on that butterfly and the MKB comes soon after. Definitely lean towards Extreme having a slight advantage. 7K lead right now, but I'm wondering if RNG are even confident enough to play aggressively.
Yeah, without anyone with the buyback, I don't think a single team would be confident at this point. Like, all you want to do is plant some wards and play around them. Just wait for the enemy side to make a move where you have vision. At least have that advantage, right? Like, going for you. I don't think we're going to see an instant high ground push. Plus, Roche, what, might respond
So
in
far
3
away.
minutes? Yeah, it's still far away.
Extreme get impatient. You try to go for something. Have a smoke set up or anything like that. They do have 2 gems, one on the Primal Beast and one on Earthshaker.
Oh, look at old 11.
Ooh, old 11 in too far. Telekinesis, static link, the damage coming in with the fissure in the BKB. He'll onslaught away. Shot did not find the target.
That was so... Man, these guys on XG are ballsy as hell. Like,
Yeah.
Lou blinking in, old 11 pretty much. So look, one of the reasons why he's going on that right side is because they're not sure where exactly RNG are. Like, they could be in the triangle or around that cliff. It's literally the only 2 spots on the map where RNG should be at this point in the game. No one is in the dire jungle. You know that 100%. So he kind of risked it 50-50 when to see where they are. He has a gem, so he wanted to go and perhaps deward the cliff.
Right.
It's massive. It's all you need to do. Like, basically right now, if you're XG, your main objective is to try and get these, to try and get your vision out and destroy theirs. Clockwork with the flares.
Only throwing him.
He's just giving so much vision. And he's always, like, every time he fires it, it connects on, like, look, it flies over. One hero connects the other 3, so if you're RNG, it's kind of simple to position yourself properly.
So, Blue holding onto the Witchbane, Rocket Flare coming over. holding out for Roche. That's in another minute.
Buyback. Lou has it. There we go. The buybacks are coming. SF can have his, but he needs like 1,000 gold more to farm. So we are entering. Visage has his, Clockwork has his. There we go. We're getting buybacks, and we might see a fight soon once again. Well,
We're entering buyback phase 2.
yeah, we're entering Roshan phase as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche, 17 seconds. If there's any luck in this world, it'll be a short Roche, and well, maybe it'll just end up being a long Roche instead. Another 3 minutes. We'll find out in 3 seconds. Rocket Flare comes over. Chalice with a BKB. He's pretty far forward. They'll end up holding the fissure. They've got the telekinesis on Lu, as well as the Eclipse being used with BKB coming out from Lu. They go to the Requiem. It doesn't land on anybody because of the BKB being used by Chalice. They'll hit the Earth Splitter. They'll pull back this Luna, and all of a sudden, Lu's going to be the first one to die. The hook shot doesn't land. DY's gone. Double kill for Chalice. They'll look over at Somnus. They'll take out at least one. He's got buyback. He's one of the ones who got it back. They have the cogs around Paparazzi, and Paparazzi's going to die here to X Nova while the rest of the team leaves. These heroes do not have buyback, and of course, it's a 3-minute Roche cooldown.
It's they bought out when they went to fight. They bought out, so the troll actually had no buyback. The reason I thought Lu was showing himself is kind of to bait because everyone else was smoked, but also because I thought he had it, but nope. He actually used all his gold. Now old 11.
11, Onslaught trying to run, but this is not looking likely. He does not have buyback either for 17 seconds, and he's going to drop a gem on the deck.
And that for 100. This
He's
game.
He's dead for 8 because he's got buyback.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. Then it's not game. If he has buyback,
Yeah.
then perhaps it will last a bit longer once they buy back. We'll see.
They have to glyph, but even then, I don't know if they hold from Mega Creeps. They're going to have to fight with Mega Creeps across the board, it seems like, because there's no way that they would be scared of this. Fissure, Totem, Onslaught looking to maybe get the Pulverize. They go to the hook shot. Old 11, they had the lift. X Nova, he's getting low. One right click away from dying. Old 11's in on this. He just bought back. Now he's really dead for 110 seconds, and the only thing he really did was get this Clockwork low. BKB's been popped by Paparazzi, telekinesis with the shard to pull back Chalice, and now the Force Staffs, they're trying to run, but the sleep lands on it too. Chase, they're thinking about it. Oh, the ankle slip of the Force Staff! It's so well done! PYW ends up dead. He's going to have buyback available with the BKB being popped here by Somnus. They think about going to the Requiem for a second. Paparazzi backing off, but he is invis. Chalice gets his Aeon just popped. Lu goes after him. They've got the Fissure. They have the Totem to follow it up. They get the kill on Chalice. He's going to buy back. So does X Nova. There's a right click coming from Lu. He's trying to fight 1v1 with this Luna. Right clicks in. Hook shot from X Nova to get the kill on a Paparazzi. They take out Lu. Down goes DY. And
GG.
there's the GG as RNG get the reverse sweep over XG and book their ticket into the grand final.
Really nicely done by RNG in this last game. That one Roche fight that they took, completely switching things around. An incredible game, an incredible finisher to for that upper bracket finals, right? Like RNG playing out of their mind. This last couple of fights as well. Aeon Disc just purchased on the Razor, making him live long enough. All these 4 staffs as well that came into play a little bit late, but they did came into play, like Shaker in the end, blinking, trying to get old 11 out of the cogs. The communication so on point. Let's be real, the game was a little bit slow at times, but you can't blame them, right? Like there's so much on the line for every single player here.
This is really Lu just, he kind of disappointed a little bit. I think Paparazzi fell off. A couple of decisions made by XG that really cost them. I think RNG capitalized throughout the game pretty perfectly, truthfully.
Look, considering how crushed Somnus was, let's say, in the lane, considering how fat old 11 is with this Primal Beast, or was with the Primal Beast, I really think it came down to that one Rush fight. That completely swing things in RNG's favor. they were far ahead, but they decided that they can bite off a little bit more than they can chew. They went into that pit without actually taking a fight beforehand. They got punished for it. Tale as old as time.
Yeah, very much so. And we're going to take a look at the bracket to see where we're at the moment. And, it does come into play now that XG is in the lower bracket final. They'll play the winner of this round 5 lower bracket between Vici and IG. One team is going to move on and be guaranteed last chance qualifiers. And one team, with how big these two franchises are, is going to be eliminated. So it's the final series. They'll play XG if they win. And then if you win that, you have a chance of going straight to TI or last chance qualifiers in the grand final. So in one more series, Vici, IG, who do you think wins just before we go to break? Who do you think, if you had to guess one of the two teams?
I'd still go with IG. I think that they've steadily improved. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming they've also looked pretty strong in the lower bracket, but I'm swinging IG's favor a tiny little bit.
Okay, so we'll see who is going to take this last series of the penultimate day and move into the last day and move into at least guaranteed last chance qualifiers. We'll be back with Vici against IG, the final series of the day, after a short break. Everybody stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back here to the final series of the day. It is Vici against IG to figure out who's going to play Extreme Gaming in the lower bracket final. But this one is really the one that counts the most, because if you win here, you're guaranteed at least last chance qualifiers. And if you lose, that's just it. You came one step from making it to a potential TI. And well, we're here to find out who we think is going to win. And we'll see if it's going to be Vici or if it's going to be IG. Two of these teams who have kind of maybe gotten further than the initial glance when you looked at these two lineups, especially Vici. I think there were a lot of question marks with the three players that they brought in before this qualifier, and they've been kicking butt ever since they went down to the lower bracket.
You know what? Whenever I see Vici Gaming and IG, I don't expect them to even be in a qualifier when you just look at the organizations, right? So it's even weird that they are where they are at the moment. But it is what it is. It is the Chinese region, the region that's arguably been the most impressive for the last 2 years. And there's a lot of changes instantly. When you look at the drafts, there's a lot of switch-ups from both of these teams in comparison to the previous drafts. Like, a Viper wasn't even touched, wasn't contested. Dawnbreaker also wasn't contested, but here we are. We get both of these, and we get a Lich. A Lich that IG lost to versus XG when they played that match. And since then, they've been picking it quite a bit. Like, they you know, sometimes you just get this inspiration. Man, this hero looks damn broken. Let's why don't we just pick it for ourselves?
It certainly felt strong, and we've seen the Liches go to the Shard, and it feels like Chain Frost just does so much, being able to almost guaranteed bounce around in the team fights, right? Like, if you throw an Ice Spire between them all and then just get the Chain Frost to start bouncing, things get very difficult very quickly. And we've seen specifically Ali get a bunch of solo kills with this Lich.
We've seen some sinister gazes as well, right? Like,
Right.
I feel like that's what really matters the most. Like, the sinister gaze just completely changes the game. Versus Magnus, like, versus these kind of initiators, they jump in, they try to get you out of position, and they're just stuck there, staring into the depths of Lich's coldless, well, not coldless, heartless, cold soul.
Cold heart.
Cold heart, yes. Hardened by you, hardened by Lich. Some Frost Blasts look better, baby, just passing through. Right, B-Cop?
Yes. Right on point.
So,
Invictus Gaming's turn to
it's
battle.
gonna be a long time before we see IG and Vici Gaming in the qualifiers again. Mark my words. This is gonna be the last one.
Well, it'll be a long time until we see one of them again. The team that wins, we'll see them tomorrow.
5 seconds remaining.
Damn you and your logic.
Sorry. I knew you were going for, but same time,
Invictus Gaming's
you gotta make
turn to pick.
make the lines factual as well.
I meant in the future, not only this qualifier. I meant for the future qualifiers, you know. I'm just saying that these organizations will, if they fail to reach TI, they will reshuffle and they will make strong lineups that will be
Vici
Division
Gaming's
1
turn to
winner
pick.
contenders. And they do the same thing, by the way. This is what they drafted before, like the Tusk Lich, the Icy Boys. What's better than some good old IG FY Tusk?
Not much.
Sometimes, I guess the Rubik can be better,
10
right? But
seconds remaining.
Tusk or Rubik, which one would you rather have in play?
5 seconds remaining.
I guess it depends on the Rubik patch. It feels like Tusk for the most part is almost consistently strong, but I'd like to see maybe Rubik be a little bit stronger
Yeah,
before I put him above.
Turn to pick.
he definitely made that Tusk work in the last couple of series. Like, it looked incredibly strong in his hands. They did mix it up with, what was it, like a Weaver, right? And perhaps that's one of the reasons why a Void has been picked up on the other side. I'm not sure if you really want to be playing Weaver into a core that has like a built-in 1000 AoE catch. So maybe Weaver will not be picked up this time around. There are some other options, obviously, like you're playing into a Void. Wraith King always comes to your mind, right? And Wraith King plus Lich strikes me like a pretty solid lane too. Even versus the Viper, it can work, so maybe that's an option for them.
There's a late Omni Knight coming in.
You
Also wondering if they
you chrono and then you follow up with the Guardian Angel. You know? Do you know about that combo? Guardian Angel plus Chronosphere. It's really strong.
No.
It's really strong. But what's also really strong, actually, what's really factually what's strong is Morphling versus Viper, as you can snatch that Nether Toxin away. A couple of really decent heroes that you can morph into. So they get that. With Tusk, it's also quite decent. You get a lot of attack speed, you get that tag team maxed out. With the Lich in the lane, it's alright versus something like Marcy Viper. A bit on the slower side, but still pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
What are they banning out? They banned out the Invoker on Vichy Gaming, something that Emo has played, 2-3 times in the last 2 days. He played it this morning as well.
It was on my mind when they picked the Void on the other side. Thinking about the Emo Invoker, how strong it's been.
Yeah, but you've been thinking for Vici to pick it, right? Like maybe because of the Invoker, because of the Void, right? Like they mixed that up, they comboed them up.
I don't know. I wasn't thinking about VG picking it. I was still thinking he would go for it because he's that kind of player.
Yeah, it's good. It's good versus the Omni as well, right? Like the Tornado always comes in handy. So that would make a ton of sense. Plus, he's feeling really good on the hero since that Batrider game. He's been just dominating. Let's see. What do they need? Well, they need to ban out another mid laner, I suppose. Another emo hero. Is a spirit a problem for you? Like if you think about that way, I think if you're IG, you might be thinking about the. You might have thought about Dalina, but she's been banned out very early on. So maybe any of the spirits on both sides. Yeah, Storm on one, and on the other, what, like an Ember? Well, you don't care about the Ember, you have Morphling. What could you ban? Help me out, B-Cop here. Like, you could ban AA out and thinking that Marcy is the core and Viper is mid, but it's not gonna happen. Like, they will ban out a mid laner instead. Something that combos.
Timber? Did you ever ban Timber here? No. Maybe? Kinda.
I don't think so.
Just say yes.
No. Yes, sure. That's a great idea. Thank you for.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're such a good friend.
They're gonna pick something. They're gonna ban something else, you know. But that's also a really good idea. I like it. I like your ideas. Your ideas are the best.
You make me blush. Thank you for going along with my bad ideas.
No, I mean we did see a couple of Timber plays, right? Like in this game, they will have the break from Morphling when he steals the form, but it still could work. I'm thinking for Vichy Gaming, I'm thinking more of something that's actually able to play make early on, like, but there aren't a lot of heroes left in the pool. What's still played on mid that's left? Quap, Kanka.
Bob, Kanka.
Quap with some extra burst damage versus the Morphling. She doesn't care about Tusk. They ban out the Quap. So now Witchy Gaming.
Gaming's
Let's
turn
see.
to pick.
Oh,
Primal Beast. Okay, like when in doubt.
The derp. They get the derp.
Depth of this hero.
The doofus.
Yeah. Oh man.
Look at that. Flintstones looking. Bro.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my God. Can we change the name of Onslaught to Yabba Dabba Do Time?
Seconds remaining.
or Pulverize? Just one of the abilities, please.
Do you
What
know
am I thinking
what's the
here for
difference?
IG?
Do you know what's the difference between people from Dubai and people from Abu Dhabi? People from Dubai don't watch the Flintstones. People from Abu Dhabi do.
Hmm.
Oh, come on. Rough crowd, rough crowd.
You know, after you gave me a lot of flack for my call me maybe call, I can't. I don't know.
A rough crowd. If I was black, you'd be laughing your ass off. I feel
I don't know.
personally attacked for this.
Sometimes I try not to laugh at what Black jokes about.
That's what
He
you
hits
should.
Me, he hits me with the German humor. Oh, Shrek. Okay.
German what?
Kind of something different. German humor.
That does not exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why I don't laugh.
Okay, so they get Lesh. Something different, right? Like we haven't seen Emo Lesh. We haven't seen Lesh on the mid lane in a bit. Like the games that we
It's
have
his
watched. Yeah.
playstyle. Because he does love to play kind of overly aggressive. I really would love to know what Frisk is saying here. It seems like it's something very important because when you do that hand motion, that like this motion, this like, guys, these are the parameters of what I'm saying to you, and they're very important. So I kind of want to know what he's saying. Yes.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I wish we could find out.
I think he was saying, listen, B-Cop, you little shit. That Abu Dhabi do joke was amazing. Shut up. I think that's what he was saying.
I didn't know this was turning into a roast. I don't like this. But yeah, maybe he was saying that. Maybe he's just like, all right, dead Yang strats. Here we go.
Okay, tell me now. Do you
Let's figure it out.
Do you like the Lash? Because it can work, right? Into the Chrono, a lot of mixed damage versus Omni Knight. Like, you get Chrono, you still don't care, I guess. You have the ulti going and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I worry about it a little bit. Just as the mid game kind of gets going. But as I was saying, I think it fits Emo's playstyle, right? Like, he gets over him. He's been playing very overly aggressive in this qualifier. And I feel like Leshrac with a decent lane where you get that 6 pretty early and you can kind of rotate from lane to lane. I don't know. I think you can really kind of get something done with Leshrac. I just don't know how sure I am about Leshrac's like early late game, like the 25-minute mark, 30-minute mark against this lineup.
Early late
I don't know how
game.
confident I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You gave me
what are you saying
nothing
for
to
your
work with
predictions?
there. Very vague, very
I
ambiguous.
gave you nothing to work with. You really think so?
Nothing.
I said I liked it matched his play style. I feel like that's very on brand.
Look, you dissed my Abu Dhabi do joke.
Don't distract me from asking
I
you
will
what
be
predictions
calling you
went
out
with.
on every single thing for the rest of this series.
That's rude. First tower, I have to go IG. I feel like Leshrac naturally hitting it up with that. I'm going to go Emo as well. Total number of smoke gank kills by 25. I'll do 6 to 8.
6 to 8
I'll do 3 to 5.
by
Trying to
minute
convince me.
25, dude. Come on. You baited me last game into taking too many smoke kills and then nothing happened.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Maybe it will happen. You never know with smoke kills, right? Because one smoke gang can lead into like 3-4 kills. Possible. Mid lane.
Into maybe get B, but Ollie's the one getting low early. He drops first. They might get the Viper in return, and they do. So FY gets credit for that one. Emo behind them. FY, what does he have first? He took tag team, so there's no way for him to like drop down shards or drop down a snowball to get that extra lockdown. But hey, we can talk about it again. Our observer's gonna hate this because I love talking about it. He could just give me a little glance at the bleak hallucination tusk. Whoa, so crazy! I talked about it yesterday, but it's here again.
But you talked about it?
Painful.
I never heard you say a single word about that. It's a crazy, good-looking set. Please tell me more. Why is it like that? And how
You're
expensive
hurting
is
me.
it?
You're breaking my heart. I don't know if this is flattery
Ollie?
or mockery, but you're hurting me, and Ollie's getting hurt by BAB, who will ultimately get traded.
Isn't it the same two dying once again? It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Viper and the Lich. It was the Viper that got the kill first, so he got something more out of it this time around, I guess. Some experience as well that was only shared by him and Frisk. But they're keeping up this Trillian on bot. That's very interesting because why the hell not? Right? It's not like the Omni Knight is going to zone JT completely out. And at the same time, Viper is the best hero to dominate if he's the offlaner. Like, he's the best hero to dominate early on. If you manage to win the lane somehow, which you should never manage to, but if you manage to win the lane against him, he's just irrelevant later on.
Advice has been from other people. You're just going to be irrelevant later on. Oh, okay, cool. Prove you wrong.
Most likely to be irrelevant in high school, you know.
That's me! Hey! How did you know I got that superlative?
Oh. Jokes on them.
You voted for it. Just like the last time you said you were involved in my life early on. What was it? You bullied me early on yesterday?
What? I never bully you. I only bully you when you don't want to go to the gym with me.
That's true. Fair.
And even
I'll have
then,
a
I'm
gym
nice
soon.
about it. Yang rotating down bottom, he's like, okay, two teams can make this play. I'm wondering, like, who's actually stronger? Because tag team plus Lich on one side looks very scary to me.
Yeah. And in the level 2, so... Who's level 2 do you think is stronger? I would say IG, just a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I would say
I guess
too.
that comes with the skill usage and how well it gets used by Vici overall, too.
'Cause if you're, like, look, it's all on FY. And the way he uses the shards. It's also all on him to initiate these plays, right? Like, literally, he's the one that starts or gets gone on. But he can't use the shards versus Marcy. And because of that, yeah.
Well, Beast
Omni Knight has been caught. This is...
putting the stun, yeah. Is he going to get it out? He's got the Heavenly Grace, and then he's got the speed up. Okay, cool. Rebound, very balanced.
Yeah, Marcy, what a hero, man. Like, catch anyone else that doesn't have a mobility spell in this whole game, they die. But as Marcy is there, nice little rebound. Marcy?
Shards?
Yeah, he has Viper.
And
coming.
rebound.
Yeah. I love Marcy. I'm in love, I think. She's a great hero. Emo?
You're in love? Okay. Yeah, Emo getting a little bit low. XM here with Yang. Not low enough. And you can see that it's a difference in experience. It's a decent amount, but could even up in just a second. Whoop. Anything kind of peeking out at you? Ooh, onslaught, maybe this with the trample. Emo staying too close to the lane.
Mm-hmm.
Like knowing that onslaught is an ability and knowing that he's got it to stand that close, and low feels like you're giving it away.
He had a couple of heroes rotating. He had FY that is rotating in. Also, it's a lash. Like, you have Edict. If he dives you, you pop that Edict. Like, you love when someone is keeping right next to you, right? JT? Got him.
Going to Erica.
Finally, not a 1v1 up there.
So far, so good.
And mid again. But XM just onslaughts away.
I feel like FY is not really liking his task pick that much, at the moment at least. Because you can't go on Marcy, you can't go on mid laner. Your options for ganks are limited. Void as well can just jump out with Time Walk, obviously. How big is the range on this pose? Does it go over the shards? Like, if you go on a hero, let's say you go on Viper down bottom and Marcy is besides him, couldn't she just dispose Viper out? Good, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Currently holding on to lead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Emo tipping BAB of all people. Not entirely sure what that's about, as he's over bottom minding his own business and not going after Emo at all. Things pretty quiet again.
Yeah, they're just
Last two games have been pretty quiet.
and they're just trying to set things up on the mid lane, but it's so difficult. I think Lesh probably is an easier kill to even make. Yes, it's possible. Like, if you go on Primal Beast, he just onslaughts out of the shards. You can't really do a lot there. They are rotating the task towards top lane, but it's a void. You also don't have the damage to make this kill.
Radiant's middle tower
Yep.
is
And maybe
under
if he had 6, but I'm not sure.
Well, they did bait that
gonna get
out,
it.
right? Like, you can bait out the Time Walk and then go on him.
Yes, if he moves forward again, but he hasn't really done so, and he doesn't need to do so, especially with the Marcy pulling the wave.
Wow.
Dire's middle tower is under
Which
attack.
tower falls first, B-Cop?
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's our prediction as well,
Yeah,
right?
Tier 1 Dire.
Fly,
That's
bottom lane,
right.
BAB.
Yeah, trying to go in on a fly. BB taking a lot of damage. The shards are there. They'll onslaught forward, bumping them up in the air and getting the kill on a fly. They look over at FY, and fly and FY both die.
And I just love this hero so much.
Onslaught in.
Trample, pulverize.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun to watch.
I think Vici, they have a pretty good stable hold on the game.
So far, so good for them, exactly. Especially as Viper died like 2 times early on. He's managed to like have a solid lane, solid lasted, solid net worth. Meanwhile, Void has kind of crushed JT. JT is not really having the best time on top lane. They might even go for him again, because Fade is there in Invis. Mid lane,
Starbreaker, bit of time wall.
mid lane, Lich.
Solar Guardian and Snowball, they're going to try and get this Primal Beast and will succeed.
Dire's middle
Is
tower
probably going to turn into a tier 1 tower over mid if they're able to sustain for a little bit and nobody really comes over.
Yeah, he didn't have
That
the...
Diabolic Edict, but
It ran out.
how much damage?
Yeah. The Edict sadly ran out for Primal Beast. Maybe the new one can come in handy for the tower.
Dang, I don't know. Stand that close. Some quick trouble if not too careful. These supports. They come in for one of them via Tome.
Yeah, they're all quite leveled though. Like everyone is almost level 5, so mid lane.
Emo going down. They bring in the Primal Beast. With Frisk and the Omni Knight, there's really no chance for them to live, and they're stopping this tower from going down early. Like, But Shrek usually snowballs, or at least tries to, by getting an early tower and moving around the map, but he just doesn't have that opportunity at the moment at all. The lanes are kind of all going pretty poorly, and him coming over is not going to make it any better unless they really like team wipe.
Yeah, it's like for them to kill Lash, who's tipping bottom, by the way. Let's see. There is... Yeah, how do you get on top of anyone, though? You tip it in, but you can't really do a lot with it. For them to kill Lash on mid lane, it's easy. You just onslaught, pulverize, or you initiate with rebound, whatever. The Lash can't really escape. But for IG to kill XM, they need to use like 4 heroes, like they did previously, right? With Solar Guardian and everything. You have to kill him before he just uses onslaught and escapes. And there's a smoke towards bottom.
What kind of counterplay do you think IG have right now? Or is it just to kind of hold out till later in the game?
I think it's farm up. That's it. Farm up and play around the Lash as much as possible. Is there Snowball?
Yeah, they've got Snowball. They have the Solar Guardian. They're going to look over to get the kill into the Marcy. They'll take him out. The Chronosphere comes in from Erica. Erica taking a lot of damage in this, and he may not survive. The Fear is there onto Erica, but he's got the Time Walk away. They get the kill into Emo. They'll take out this little Shrek. The Onslaught through 3. The right-click damage onto the Dawnbreaker, but all of a sudden they've lost Yang. They're going to lose BAB, and Erica, there's not much he can do without the Chrono, so... IG, they turned this really well in a situation that looked like it may not go as positively for them. I think they want to reinitiate with this Primal Beast, and that's exactly what they'll do. Oh, never got the ult off. He was stopped immediately. They still get Ollie, but it cost them XM. Fly looking to fight here. Waveform forward. Frisk getting low. The tower is low as well. They've got a little Shrek back, so they get the tier 1 over mid, and Vici, they've overplayed their hand.
Yeah, really nicely done. On the back of FY, obviously, once again, right? With the snowballs. I'm wondering, you can snowball the hero that's being pulverized, right? I think so. I think he did that to the Lash. Basically, why?
I thought the Primal Beast was stunned immediately.
Okay, no, the first time, I mean. The second time, definitely, when he got hold of Lich. I'm not sure the first time, if that was the case or not. I'm asking because it does make a difference. Lash is a hero that you can get into a snowball and just keep him there. You don't really want to release the snowball, as he's dealing a ton of damage from it anyway. So, you can play like that. And counter the Primal Beast pulverized that way. Or you can just stun him, like you said. That also works.
Right.
My first prediction is right. Nice.
Which one?
The tower kill.
Same. Got it.
Good job, good job.
At what point do you think that we see Primal Beast kind of fall off? Because I'm actually interested in this first item, BKB. I was thinking about it, considering the fact that they were able to stop the pulverize pretty easily.
Sure, he's doing that. He's going straight for the BKB, so it will help out. BKB afterwards, what, S and Kaya, probably.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Onslaught mid.
Fought over towards Emo. Duels up into the air, and here comes the Marcy. They throw out a Chain Frost. They've got the Solar Guardian. They don't have the damage to get the kill on Emo. They'll pop themselves. The ult's coming out from Yang. They start to back these heroes off on the side of IG. Chronosphere in, but the Walrus Punch as he's dropping it down. I don't think it's going to matter. They still get the kill there on Emo, and they might even look for more. They have the Dispose. They'll finish off Ollie, and BAB goes with the ulti on the Fly. Trying to stand his ground, going in with the right clicks, but there's the rebound as well as the stun. They've got the snowball for the save on a Fly, still healing up a little bit, but the bashes come out with a waveform hitting on a BAB. They get the kill there. FY who gets credit for the bashes in, and Fly goes down. So Erica, he's got the double kill. He's dominating. They'll look for FY, and they've got the Dispose. The shards won't do anything, and they'll finish him off as well.
I don't know what FY was trying to do, but he got confused a little bit there in the end. He definitely had an option to block both of them with the shards and just run uphill, but he moved back into them, got hit a couple of times, died. Unfortunately for him. But overall, a really nice fight by Vici Gaming that started off in a wonky way. They tried to onslaught on top of Flash. He Yules himself here. I don't think that Yules was even necessary at the beginning of the fight. Okay, Snowball.
Didn't look necessary.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't work. The Snowball on the Lash at least. Chrono was good. It caught Lash. FY instantly punches him, but still enough time to kill that Lashrakov. JT.
Maybe if they had the Lich mode it worked, but now, yeah, JT, he's in trouble on the run. Celestial Hammer slowed him down enough.
Lives? He's a liver.
So far. Void up on the net worth by quite a bit.
A pretty chill game. Like, we're waiting for just a couple of these crucial items, like a BKB on Primal Beast. I wonder what Erika will buy. Like, he's had some wonky builds on Void in the past, but this looks pretty solid for me. I know there's a ton of Void players that dislike the Orb of Corrosion, but
What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's fine. Especially in if you want to be completely dominating the lane. I think it can be fine. It definitely worked out for him this match.
Yeah, he was able to fight a little bit earlier, so I think overall it's been all right, and he's been involved enough to up his net worth a significant amount too.
And it's also like what's bad for one player might be really good for another, right? Because you might have a good idea on how the item should be used and played with, so it doesn't necessarily have to mean like Dota, everything works here. It doesn't mean that if it doesn't work for you, it won't work for someone else in the same draft versus the same heroes.
That's the great thing about Dota. Like, even if it's the same draft, the item picks can be different, and the game can completely change.
Yeah, completely depends on the way you envisioned it. Like, completely depends on the way you want to play the game.
Dang. Spot JT. Do Verica over nearby. Chrono ready to go. Maybe not what he was looking for in just JT.
It's not that, it's just the fact that Omni plus Void do not kill anyone in this game, in a Chronosphere. They need more. Like, this Void needs either more items or he needs someone like a Viper next to him. Which he does have right now.
Celestial Hammer. Pulled all the way back. So what was coming his way, so things are still pretty quiet. Surprised nobody's really looking to make their move.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Expect one of these teams to
Dire's top tower
go for Roche or try to take a fight to be able to do so.
has fallen.
Erika almost has that Manta completed. Maybe that will give them enough bravado to go for the Roche. Hopefully we won't see any extreme gaming Roshans this time around. Yank, this is a Yules, right?
Yeah.
Is he gonna get you? Okay, no. They decide not to.
Very cautious. I'm really surprised with the way the game started that they've gotten this cautious and this safe.
Especially because it's IG, right? Like, it's not like they're behind super by some big amount or anything, and yet they're still super cautious. That Omni Knight was next to the pit, next to the outpost, sorry, and there's Void on the other side, so going for him can get punished. Smoke up, bottom lane, just two of them actually. Who are they connecting to? I guess if Viper is out pushing mid, they can bait him out. Smoke broken.
They get a kill. Look for the Dawnbreaker, but again, Starbreaker with the shard, the pulverize, as well as the ult from this Viper. No chance for JT to survive, and they got themselves an easy kill. To be overwhelming IG in some areas. IG have no response.
No more smokes in 5 minutes, please. I want my prediction to be right. And I also want B-Cop's prediction to be wrong, actually.
Usually how I see it. Odds even. Dead even. Easy Aegis. Like, I'm just not expecting the amount of passive play coming from this game.
Morphlink? There's a chrono. There's a chrono. He will not use it probably, right?
Maybe if he bashed him a couple times, he would
Still
use
going.
it. That's going to be one bash. He's looking for another one. This time he just uses the chrono. They've got the slower Guardian to try and keep him alive. They're BKBs, and they'll chase for more. Pulverize is used, slamming him down onto the ground. Chain Frost, it comes out. It starts to bounce as much as it can, but the Guardian Angel gets used. The Walrus Punch hits onto Erica. After all is said and done, nobody's dead.
Yep. The whole mountain trembled,
Radiant structures are fortified.
and the mouse came out. That's like some Slavic saying that I tried to translate. Someone in the chat will appreciate it. But
There will be one. There always is.
There's like what, the 10-man team fight, and absolutely no one died. Chrono used, Lich's ulti used, everything used, and still nothing happening. I mean, it's understandable. There's no burst damage on these two sides. I'm playing Emo.
Over at the Shrek, Emo goes into the air. Here comes Fly from behind them all, but they already lost Emo. Do they really want to fight this?
No.
Sinister Gaze right clicks in for the Viper. They're going to look and chase. They don't have Chrono, so there's the tandem jumps coming in from the side of Vici. They'll look to get the kill on a Fly, as they need a couple more bashes to lock them down, and that's exactly what they'll get. They'll take out 3 on the side of IG and make it a 4th, with Dawnbreaker definitely not surviving either.
They broke them right there. Yeah, Emo got caught. He got eliminated very quickly. They were probably hoping for some rescue mission, right? Like Saving Private Emo. You jump in there, you save him a little bit, you buy enough time for him to use his ulti and edict, and then you turn off of that. But it's kind of dangerous. There's a tier 1 still standing, and you're on the back foot regardless, because that lash will be low. So maybe not the best call to make. Was a risky one for sure.
A risky move. They want to defend this at all?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 is going to drop.
Tower has fallen.
So it's like Vici are kind of cruising to them for a while. Nothing's really changed.
They have Chrono, so what's stopping them from doing exactly this? Just force a fight on the enemy high ground. Are you worried about anything? There's no dispositioning tools, but there is a smoke.
Are fortified.
Fused. And looking for the Void.
I
I think
mean,
it's stunned, but now they've got the Tusk completely out of position. FY will fall, and they're still on this 2-3 tower in the bottom lane.
this was just never going to happen. You know?
Jules again with the BKB being popped here by Frisk. They'll get the snowball all the way over into the face of those Void Tans, but up into the air once again. Guardian Angel used, however, it's looking like Lashrak's going to be the one who's pulverized. The Aegis is going to be used. Erica gets down with a Chrono on a 2, and he'll kill Emo. He'll look for the Morphling. Morphling's going to wait for him away. They'll take out Yang. So Yang's dead too, and he's bought back. So it's a 2 for 2 with the buyback being used by Vici as they'll run right back in. And Gals looking like they're gonna fall.
They're going back in? No. Debated.
And they might. There's no reason.
Well, they don't have ages. They could go back and buy that Skadi and Void. Just seal the deal, right? Once you get the Skadi, Leshrax and Morphling's game is...
For the dead.
It's not done, but it's very difficult. It becomes increasingly difficult to actually accomplish a lot in these fights. The way everything started, by the way, with FY jumping off of the high ground, it's like that looked so wonky. Even if you catch someone, Marcy has a BKB, Viper has a BKB. You're not taking them down. And if you commit, like if you go low ground with your other heroes, you're in a choke point. So all of you will get chronoed 100%. That high ground defense was very difficult. So I'm surprised that they even have their Raxes standing afterwards.
You think the call is just wait for next Roche again? Or do you think that they're going to move on the side of Ichi?
I think if you're Richie, there you go. That's your answer. You're completely fine with fighting. You don't even need chrono. This Void is in a really decent spot to just fight. No detection. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, they'll get the kill on Ollie. They'll take out one. They've got the Walrus Punch to follow it up. FY drops 2 heroes dead on the side of IG. Wi-Fi is hidden within the trees, so
the scan.
Spotted just yet.
They're gonna waste some time now. Cutting trees, searching for that Morphling.
5K lead for Vici. Avoid leading the net worth. Three-man smoke from IG, so we'll see if they can get anything done.
Do they have anything big that changes their possibilities of pickoffs? Not really. Like FI has a blink. He had that before. So if they execute perfectly, maybe you can jump in, Walrus Punch and blow up the Void. But just maybe. He is extremely tanky at this point. With the Skadi, with the Manta, and an Omni Knight on his side, it's more likely that you'll just get chronoed afterwards than anything else. They see him, they jump him.
Punch Snowball coming in, and they've got the Solar Guardian. Make anything of this. Yule's up into the air. And for Emo, Guardian Angel comes out, and they're going to use that Pulverize. Chain Frost bouncing around, but is the damage even close to enough? They haven't lost anybody on either side just yet. They're trying to throw a stun. Fly backs away from the stun area with the Snowball coming all the way across. They'll use that Chrono Spirits on to Emo. And it looks like, at least for right now, the Leshrac is dead. How many more it's going to be, the question is still yet to be answered. Starbreaker from JT, rebound over to the back lines. They've really got this Faceless Void pretty far forward. He's going to have to time walk away. As getting a little bit uncomfortable, but BAB locked in via the shards, and he's just trying to right-click them down. He's trying to maybe get these kills. They'll take out FY. JT falls. These IG heroes not long for this world. But as I say that, Frisk and BAB, they fall. Emo's dead. 3 heroes gone to the side of IG. Time walk in with the Pulverize used onto the Morphling. Fly's gonna die as well. And they're just one away from a full team wipe, which they'll finally get as Ollie hits the deck as Erica's got a triple kill.
Yeah, luckily for at least IG, Roche hasn't respawned, so that's something that's in their favor. I love that fight, every single aspect of it. So many good ice shards, like ice shards that are basically saving Emo. He's blocking everyone from Emo, and he's just dishing out damage over the ice shards, which was like in this situation right here. Void also very careful with his Chronosphere, saving it for a little bit later on when he could actually go on top of the Leshrac when the ice shield was off. Frost shield, sorry. Right. The fight continued though. That ramp fight got completely won it was completely won by one single rebound and one single onslaught. You're gonna see it in a second. Like they dive the Viper, but then you have Marcy stunning 3 heroes, and then Onslaught just going through the same 3 heroes, destroying them. Like really nicely comboed.
That was a 7,000 net worth lead, and then the fight happens again.
Look at this right here. They converge on top of BAB. 3-man.
Rebound.
Yeah, that was sick. A fun team fight. Like, this whole game, honestly, for me, was a little bit of a snooze fest. Like, we haven't seen a lot. But this last team fight was worth the wait.
Radiant are scanning.
You got the full team wipe at the end of the day, and now they got 5-man smoke on IG, almost feeling like it's out of desperation to hope that they can get the Roche.
Smoke up, FY leading the charge once again. But we've seen this story before. They just don't have the damage. Okay, now with the crit on Morphling, perhaps. Yeah, their lanes.
Zeros are nowhere close either.
Look at the lanes. Like, this is the problem with IG's smoke. It's like textbook mistake. Your bottom lane is being pushed in heavily. Your top lane is being pushed in heavily. Your smoke will not work. They know that something's fishy going on.
In Roche. Even looking for a kill.
XG playbook.
Yeah, there is an obs right there, so they know exactly what they're up to.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Axe getting pressured in. Peachy still looking for an opening. Bring it again. Here we go. Try and get this road. There's a double damage bottom. I don't think anybody's gonna pick it up before this next second. Oh, FY?
FY!
Okay, he caught the Aegis. I was not expecting him to jump in there and grab that Aegis, but he ended up going through with it and grabbing it. Get the kill on Ollie. How much is this really going to matter at the end of the day? They'll buy back on this Lich. Onslaught in, looking over at Fly. JT's already getting himself a little bit low. They've got the Dispose to get the kill there on the JT. They'll take up BAB. Without this Viper, they bought back, go to the Solar Guardian, and now they're going to wait for him looking for Frisk. They've taken out a couple. FY somehow gets his hands on this Aegis.
What a Tusk god. Right
Seriously.
there. Yeah, it took me a second, like the moment you screamed, because what I thought happened was because of his animation and whatnot. I thought that Lich used his ulti and that some ulti is flying in, and then I noticed that it's not ulti, it's the damn Tusk that jumped in, snatched it.
Put it again, and then yeah, just jumps in, snatches it. Has the snowball afterwards too.
The chrono wasn't that great too. Like it did catch a lot of heroes, but it still kind of went in IG's favor in the end. Like this brings a breath of fresh air really in IG's lungs. Exactly what they needed. Buy themselves some time as well to actually mess up the farm on Morphling. He's going for that butterfly next. They're still 10k behind, by the way, but
it gives them an opening
Yeah.
of some sort where they're not as confident with an Aegis. That's exactly what they were waiting for prior to this, right? Like each hoping to lock it down with an extra life.
yeah. And it's also something that lost 2 games in the last series for XG, right? Like they went into the pit and they lost the game twice in the pit because they didn't take a fight before. And the same thing happens now for Vici Gaming. I'm not saying that they lost, but it was a slight throw. If they take a fight before, maybe they win that fight, they go take Rush afterwards. But like this, it's all wonky.
Dire's bottom
Hang on.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're not really doing anything from IG either. Like that was their one play, and sure they want to do it again. They do have a couple of smokes ready to go though, if they want to fight as 5 or 4.
They have an
With the
item on their
rotation
high
work.
ground, by the way. You see the dragon scale? Emo might pick it up, I suppose. No.
Dire's bottom tower
It's on the
is
high
under
ground, just
attack.
chilling there, next to their tier 3 mid.
holding the high ground.
Wait, why are they polluting? Loitering.
Dire are scanning.
Is that the right word?
I couldn't tell you. Maybe?
Yeah.
What you're trying to describe off the top of your head?
Whatever. They're throwing stuff around on the ground, man. Like, my mama taught me that you shouldn't throw things after you've used them. Like,
So you'd like to report them for littering and...
yeah, they're littering.
Littering
Why
and...
did I say loitering? I don't know. But they are littering.
Littering and...
It's a dragon scale, you know. That doesn't... Like, I've heard the dragon scales, they don't decompose very quickly. So... It's not like a banana scale where you can actually throw it in someone's garden. Flash.
See? Is Leshrac gonna be alright? Oh, Dash coming on an emo, and there's the Yules up into the air. Throw out the shards, but the rest of the team is nowhere nearby.
They really want to fight while this arcane rune is on.
Oh.
The primal beast. So they're chasing on. They have a blink on primal. Maybe he'll go even further.
Going Shiva's next.
Big boy. Big boy that's hard to take down.
Onslaught. Top.
Yeah.
They've got the Ags from the Dawnbreaker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think it makes a ton of sense, this match. Like, you could go for Blink Shard as well. He has a shard, right? You could go for Blink Shard, but having that Solar Guardian against Void Chrono is very solid with the Aghanims.
On Radiant at all. They just continue to clean up creep wave after creep wave.
They just refuse to pick up the Dragon Scale. It's like, no one wants it. Now Tusk is standing next to it. It's like, yeah, sure. We don't care.
Tower is under attack.
If you're picking up, do you really not care?
Erika breaks the smoke. Jump in from FY.
Yeah, Walrus Punch down into BAB. They've got the Snowball. FY, though, now kind of a man without a paddle. They've got the Chronosphere down into Fly-Fly. Fly-Fly looks like he's going to survive it as they go in with the Dawnbreaker, having that Ags ult. But they still get the kill on a Fly-Fly. They're going to take it the Morphling for 75 seconds without buyback. They look over at the Leshrac. He'll be the same, but this time with buyback. Emo gets taken away from the fight itself. JT, he's on the run, and the rest of the team is back into the base, but they are looking like they're going to get a kill here onto the Dawnbreaker, making it 3-0.
He refused to morph into strength because he was hitting the Void with Satanic, but then he just got like clipped with the bash 2-3 times in a row, and you're dead. That's literally what happened to Fly-Fly. It's so difficult. FY, he's doing the right moves. In any other game, that helps, jumping in and clipping a target, initiating on. But in this game, every time he does it, he just baits his team out of position for them to get chronoed even easier. It's sadly the state of the game right now.
Top center X. There they go. Mid's next.
Mid's next, and Marcy's already going down bottom.
Yeah, they're trying to find a proper opening to what they want. They're just going to take the bottom set of racks easy. Nobody really on the chase from IG. They're just allowing this to continue to happen.
They didn't really have the full force, right? Like, not all of the heroes are up, so you can't really go for that. Even though Chrono is down, how do you kill this Void at this point? He's got that Butterfly, he's got the Manta and Skadi. If Lesh is around and he can dish out all of his damage, then perhaps, but it's unlikely.
Next, Roche potentially in 15 seconds.
What's the play? You be the analyst, Bcop. What's the play for this Morphling? How does he take down Void? Is it even
Having
possible?
an Aegis.
Mhm.
Gotta go get that next Roche.
I feel like if they somehow manage to stun lock him forever, then it might be possible. But there's also this
forever.
Omni Knight. Omni Knight with Psychic Headband plus Etherlance. Like, the range on Heavenly Grace is... It's quite a big one.
Yeah, certainly would say so and agree. Third Roche, Aegis Chi, Zag's Blessing. Who potentially wants to go for it first as the Primal Beast pulls it out of pit for a second. Just a 16k lead. Like, I don't know if Vici really need to force any issue, right? Like, they're naturally just gaining that worth lead.
Exactly. Just continue farming up. What do you have? What big items are you getting? You're getting a Wraith Pact, I believe, on Yang. It might be even... No, it's not there yet, but you're getting there slowly. I'm not sure that you have to wait way too long if you're Vici Gaming. Just go for Roche, force that fight, and there you go. They smoke up. They're gonna push the high ground, most likely. When I say high ground, I mean the triangle.
Right.
Or just go into the pit, force them to come to you once again. Maybe even better. Yeah. Now it's on Yang to steal, on FY to steal it again.
See if you can jump in.
Are scanning.
There's no way. No way they let him.
Yeah, we're not seeing it. Erica's got the Aegis.
He's got the Aegis, he's got the Aghanims, he's got the cheese. They have pretty much everything they need. 23k ahead. This is one of those moments when you just throw yourself at them, right? Like, go head first. It doesn't really matter anymore. Level 25 on Void in a second or two. Is he gonna go for 20% backtrack? He might. This time around, maybe Chrono range is also good.
Giving it some thought, and now goes to the backtrack.
Smoked up. One last defense by IG.
Blinky and Walrus Punch coming in from FY. They've got the Snowball to follow it up. Erica taking some damage, but he pops the BKB. That means the lockdown for those tracks really not going to do anything just yet. They get the kill on FY. He's going to buy back immediately. The chase is still on for this Lashrak. XM just slamming him down into the ground. They've got themselves the Chronosphere as well. And that should be enough to take out Fly. So Fly as well as the Tusk have died. And they've got a stun onto, I believe, 3 there on the Dire. They're going to buy back on the Primal Beast as well as Marcy. But it's an ultra kill for Erica, just trying to clean up as he gets himself a Rampage. Make it a double Rampage. Can he get a triple Rampage?
Give him a triple.
And he's stunned for the moment.
Give him a triple.
GG. He's got the triple. Can he get the quadruple? The pulverize? The damage? No.
Buy back, give him a double rampage.
No way.
Yep. A slow and
Just
steady.
waited for their moment. Yeah.
It was a slow, steady, methodical, probably the best way to describe it, by Vici Gaming. They had that one hiccup, and that one hiccup was off of FY just being a god player, god gamer, Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad. He jumped in, he stole that Aegis, prolonged the game a little bit, but it never felt like they had enough of burst damage to take down the Void. That might have been their biggest issue with the draft. Like, you jump in with the Tusk, you stun him up, you snowball him, you follow up with Split Earth, you still don't have enough damage to take him. I'm not sure that's only about the Void and them lacking burst as much as it is about the Omni Knight being on the Void side too.
Take a look at the scoreboard, see how everybody did. As it's, 41 kills there for Vici to 16 of the IG side. Erica 19-0 and 16. I mean, it was slow and steady for him, but eventually he got there. Like, he went wild in that last fight as well. I feel like BAB did a lot, despite the fact that he had those early deaths, too.
Yep, I agree with that. I would still say, like, the Void and XM, Primal Beast did a ton. like the majority of the work, than the Viper and the position 4, what's her name, Marcy. Kind of were on the same level, but really methodical, really nicely done by XM and the boys. Nothing super exciting in this game, but what this game leads to is definitely exciting. So, like, better make sure we go to game 3 if you're IG.
Yeah, you're really trying to push for game 3. Otherwise, you're going to be eliminated, and Vici have the opportunity to get into last chance qualifiers at least. So we'll have to see if Vici takes the 2-0 over IG. Take a quick break, and we'll be back with that game 2 in just a moment.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back to some more Chinese qualifier action. We're getting ready to jump into game number 2, and it is still IG against Vici, with Vici having a 1-0 lead over IG. And, you know, it is for at least the Chinese qualifiers getting a little bit late into the night. Are we just trying to mess up our hair on purpose? I mean, mine's curly. I can't control it, but... you know,
no, what do you mean?
give
I
me
was making
a little
myself
bit of
look
this one.
presentable.
Ooh, okay, make yourself look presentable. All right, I get you. You know, as we're getting late into the night, if you want to wake yourself up to continue to watch these games, if you're getting into the wee mornings or something like that, you just want to give yourself a couple of big slams on the chest. You know, you wake yourself up, not right on the pec area, but by the shoulder. You can hit a little bit harder, get a little bit more shock into your body.
Are you trying to kill our viewers? What the hell is this?
No. I just did it before. I was waking myself up and I was just like, all right, this is a tactic that works, where you just kind of like give a couple of big slaps. It's like BJ Penn used to slap himself in the face before a fight.
I don't know why anyone would need that. These games are extremely hype, B-Cop. And one more thing, not everyone is an NA. Not everyone is watching this from like...
I was getting to that point. I said maybe if you're in the wee mornings or the late nights.
Wee little mornings, yes. Well, it's 1:20 p.m. for me, and I'm super hyped. I'm super awake, enjoying this dose.
Not all of us live in the area where you're at either.
Well,
so
most of the people that watch the game do live there, because it's normal time for them to watch. The rest of them sleep, B-Cop. They're not Dota addicts like you.
Yeah, I gotta get my fix. Get that, make the fist, get those veins to show. Gotta get my Dota fix.
Yeah. I have to admit though, when we started the day off, it was raining outside. I felt like playing Stan, the Dido part. When she sings, I felt like listening to that more than casting Dota, as the rain was hitting my window. But it's still enjoyable, isn't it? I think it's the best time to play Dota, like when it's raining outside and all of this, like murky skies and whatnot. You're cozy inside, drinking some coffee or some tea, enjoying yourself. No one is touching you.
You're just playing Stan by Eminem and Dido.
Your grandma probably left to buy some groceries while you're still living in her basement. It's the best. It's the best time for us Dota players, right?
I was just with my grandma yesterday.
It's good if you wear that's good. It's good. You should kiss your grandma. You should love her, because grandparents are a treasure. I'm telling you that. Yeah.
I was like, happy birthday, and then all of a sudden she was like, I really love Stan by Eminem and Dido, and I was like, what, Grandma? And she was just like, my tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why. I'm like, whoa, Grandma, you really know the lyrics. She's like, I got out of bed and all. I'm like, I hope she raps all the parts to it.
Did she rap?
Yeah, that's where I inherited all my abilities from.
Nice. So it's in the genes. I see. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's the way
she all of a sudden was just like, Dear Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I was like, whoa, Grandma, this is crazy. she's turning like 92, and all of a sudden she's just rapping for me, and I was just like, this is where I get my skills. I will do you proud tonight. It was a good time.
Good times.
Definitely happened.
Yeah. You definitely aren't looking up those lyrics right now as we speak.
No, I've listened to that song 1,000 times.
And you're telling me you have the brain capacity. You're a Dota player. You can't remember. Can you?
Dude, I literally sang Carly Rae Jepsen earlier. I got lyrics for days.
Call Me Maybe doesn't qualify as that probably qualifies as you having less of neurons than more of them, you know, for remembering that. But okay, let's talk about the draft a little bit. Bcop, stop talking about grandmas and lyrics.
All right, Mister. I brought up not only grandmas but Stan by Eminem and Dido.
I am done with you. I need to talk about Oracle and that prophet and why that's amazing, or something like that. I don't know. We're paid
Wait,
for this.
well, before you do, here we go. Blizzard, why do you think Death Prophet and Oracle is so dangerous? Your turn.
So, Bcop, thank you very much for making
great
this
question, I
question.
know.
Yeah, it's a great question, but my tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why I got out of the bed at all, you know. The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see at all, but I can see that Oracle and that Prophet is really strong because you can always save her once she pops that ulti. She can turn into the fight. It's also good with Pango. It's also good with Phantom. It looks like an amazing Oracle game. You also have that Dispel versus Dazzle. And look at that. Richie Gaming, they hit them back with the same kind of a deal. They have Dazzle plus TB combo. You get that Grave to make sure Sunder comes off. So we're back in 2016 or something with these two drafts, it looks like. I guess Dazzle has been around for the last half a year, but that's only because he got Hex. He literally, Ice Rog was like, yo, Dazzle, do you want Hex for 1400 gold? And Dazzle looks at him with his puppy eyes. Yes, please. Please give it to me.
You're underselling it. It's not, do you want Hex for 1400 gold? It's, do you want AoE Hex for 1400 gold? Some heroes have to wait till level 25 to get this ability, but we're going to give it to you at 15 minutes into the game for 1400 gold.
And Oracle, meanwhile, is just sulking there at the back of the room, looking at like, am I a joke to you? Like, can I get something? Okay, Oracle.
I could keep heroes alive. Oh, wait, he does that too.
No, wait.
And it's not even his ult.
Oracle, I'm going to give you this Aghanims that not a single pro player has read even. Like, no, I'm telling you, if you ask Oli right now, yo, Oli, what does Oracle's Aghanims do? He's gonna be like, I don't know, it's some brain or some shit. Who knows? No one cares.
Yeah, I've only ever gotten in Turbo and I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
10 seconds
I will say,
remaining.
just to cut back to the Dido talk, I'm looking at these lyrics and I'm just trying to figure out how I can make it about messaging you. And I was just like, Dear Lizard, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I left my mouse, my keyboard, and my monitor phone at the bottom. I sent you 2 Discord messages back in autumn. You must not have got them. That's how I feel around you. I'm trying to shoehorn some, Dota gamer lyrics in here and get a bunch of spams of cringe in chat. If you're spamming it, you're just reassuring me that I know what I am.
There's like this part of the song that's very dark. I'm trying to adjust it, but I don't want to go there.
No.
I'm gonna get canceled.
Yeah, whoa. You gotta keep it bright, sunny. Come on.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I was gonna change it into like leaving the game or rage quitting, but let's not go there. Like IG, they need the last pick. What do they need? They could finalize this pretty much with anything. It can be a position 4, it can be mid, it can be offlane, because that Prophet
It could be a 5 too if you want to bump up the Oracle.
No,
that's rare. That will never happen. But I'm just saying you could.
It will not be a 5.
Just wanted to speak something stupid. I'm sorry.
This is why I don't answer your letters, by the way. This is why.
My DMs, my Discord.
But yeah, I don't know what's gonna be picked here. That Prophet could be mid. Like, you could play the DP into Primal Beast. I even think that might be solid. You could also play DP plus Pango on the offlane. You could put Pango mid. You could put, but I don't think Emo is gonna play a Pangolier. He will play a Dead Prophet, or you could pick something like a Zeus or an Ember to combo to counter out the TB, and then switch things up. Like, put DP on the offlane, Pango 4, Zeus or Ember mid. Have a decent game.
Hear me out. I've got something legit for you for IG. Rubik. He gets the shard. It gets him the telekinesis save, but if he steals
can I get out?
What are you? Whoa! I feel like Rubik's a great pick. If you get the shard, then all of a sudden you've got AoE X for 1400 gold at 15 minutes into the game.
PGL, can I be fired? I don't want to work with this guy anymore. Rubik. No, it's a great idea, and they're gonna pick it right now, almost.
It was green, and I swear if it was that, I would have shut off VMix and TeamSpeak and walked out. And I would have been done.
Yeah,
Choose your
that was
hero.
a high-risk bait from me. If Ruby got picked, I wouldn't gain anything from that. If it doesn't get picked, nothing changes. But it will be Emo Pangolier, something that I said will probably not happen. So Emo with the Pango on that mid lane, and they pick up the FY Earth Spirit. Yeah, they get some. They get another bully, position 4, to help out the Dead Prophets, right? And JT loves playing DP, so that's gonna be pretty solid for them. Timber versus PA and Oracle. That's the freest damn lane if I've ever seen one in my life. So Timber should have a really decent time. Even with the recent changes, I think he should have a decent time.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Who do you think's gonna win?
I don't know.
PGL, can you fire me instead? Fire us both.
The drafts are solid on both sides. I would. It's hard to say really. It comes down to the execution. Like there's a point in this game in which TB is a massive problem with the Dazzle. There's a point in the game in which Fly can roll out of control. But I'm looking mostly at JT and Timbersaw, just how well they do. Do you believe in the Emo Pangolier? That's my only question, because I don't think I've seen him play the hero. And we've seen in the last series what happens when a team experiments that way on the mid lane.
I don't think I've seen him play it, but I also don't want to really... I can't look in your direction. We don't work together anymore, so I'm just covering up over here. But don't look this way. But yeah, Emo... It feels like one of those heroes, like if Zhao can get away with it in pretty steep competition, I would say Emo can get away with it now. Like I know we haven't really seen him play it much, if at all. It's another one of those heroes that I think, given the proper start, fits his play style, but it's concerning. It does feel like similar to that Visage bit. I'm gonna do some quick IG research as we switch into the game, and I'm going to tell you how many Pangolier games he has played, as you can see me reading the screen here, as you do your predictions, because I know exactly what you're doing right now.
Oh my god, there's a Timber and total number of trees destroyed by 30-minute mark. I'm going to go 300 plus. First player to get 50 last hits, I'm going to go with some... I don't know, it's usually some mid laner that gets the first 50, and then it goes to the supports.
So he has played Pangolier twice professionally.
Timber, maybe.
Ooh, can you get him? Maybe, yeah, first blood. Fly getting first blood. Maybe it's not going to matter because Fly would just carry the game. And Oracle being strong early on.
30 seconds to battle.
So getting back to the numbers at hand. Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
No,
I can't even listen to you speak anymore. IG versus Shenzhen. It was 2 months ago. He played Pango mid, went Blink, Diffusal, Orb of Corrosion, Ags, Lincoln's not in that order.
Oh, I remember.
10, 0, and 15. I think that was maybe one of the first times we saw Diffusal Pango. Was it early in the season?
I remember that.
Maybe
game.
not.
Nah, it was picked earlier, but yeah. I remember that. We watched it together. How does disarm work on trample? Like, if you disarm him, he can't trample anymore, right?
Oh, I missed predictions.
Probably.
Sure.
Because his hands are tied. He can't be... Maybe he can just trample with the... Like, his legs?
Metal chains or whatever?
He just bangs his legs. His tiny little back lizard-looking legs. They're very... By the way, if you focus on them, they're very derpy. Just like his face.
Little showcase mode after the 3-lane split.
Very, very derpy.
Showing us all 3 lanes.
Amazing effects, by the way.
Sometimes it has to come out.
How much did you pay for that, by the way? For the ability
I don't want to talk about it.
For the ability to have a little bit of echo. Bottom lane JT.
Too much.
Like,
It also allows me to have my microphone plugged in and single out sound. So it's good. But you too could have the ability to echo if you want, Wizard.
how?
If you just get yourself unnamed non-sponsored product that I can't tell you about on stream, but if you message me, I will tell you off stream, you can have it too.
I can just steal
4
yours.
easy payments and then 1 difficult.
I can just steal it from you. Frisk,
Right.
bot lane, gets away. Like, one of the difficulties that they're facing on this bottom lane is he obviously took reflection to get that first blood, so he didn't have meta. He couldn't use meta for those first waves, something that you kind of usually do. So you don't have that early game advantage, you don't have those early game denies. But we didn't talk about the fact that they switched up the lanes as well, because all we're talking about is your microphone, B-Cop.
It's not true. Stop
JT?
trying to get me fired. JT bottom. Roll comes in from FY and the chase is on with the meta, and he's spirit siphoning but not surviving. Frisk ends up getting the kill on a JT, who's over in the bottom lane because, you know, you didn't mention it yet, but they switched lanes.
And it looked like a good switch up, right? Because they really wanted to play the Timber into PA Oracle, and that's what they got in the end. I don't think, like, at some point, Yang is like, what's my point in life? Like, what do I do in these lanes? Because he's unnecessary. Like, he literally does not have to help the Timber. He can go back, pull, have a blast.
Go back, pull, maybe stack.
Be a family man, you know, he can do whatever. Stack something, sure, for trample.
Be a bad idea.
Take out the dog, come back afterwards, cast the grave.
I'm gonna take out my dog soon too. I know the feeling, Yang.
Do you have dogs?
Know the feeling. Well, I'm here with my mom right now, so she has our dog.
Oh, what dog is it?
Cooper. He's a mini Bernedoodle. Adorable.
Bernedoodle? I don't know what
Yes.
that is, but it sounds small and angry.
No, not small and angry. Small and sweet. He's a mixture of a Bernese Mountain Dog and a poodle.
Okay. Adorable
smart.
then. Yeah. Emo getting quite trampled on the mid lane, but
Fricka bottom lane is getting trampled pretty heavily. He gets killed off by FY and JT. I believe Frisky
FY?
left him for just a second with the dispose. Oh, under the tower, not enough damage.
almost. And he gets the pull afterwards as well. Nicely done by IG. This is a strong lane. That Prophet and Earth Spirit, it's a really strong lane versus a TB. Like, he has a lot of armor, that's true, but they have a lot of spammable abilities, so they can chew right through him. Yang, I think he denied the full wave on top as well, so
Damn.
he's getting something done here. Oli, meanwhile, trying to prevent any pulls from happening.
A lot of damage.
He did get to the ring, though. So the hard part is kind of over for Firefly. He got to the ring of health. From this moment on, he should be able to lane until BAB hits 6. Once BAB hits 6, obviously, it becomes more difficult, but after that point, it should be fine.
Ooh, bottom lane again. Erica taking a lot of damage as FY is right in his face. They're going to bring the Primal Beast down towards bottom. Frisk also low. Crypt Swarm from JT hits on a Frisk. They'll go forward and try to get this kill on a JT with the trample, and they finally do. Nobody rotating here for the side of IG, and I feel like if they got a +1, they could have killed Erica.
It's an interesting move that they made actually in the last game too, right? With Onslaught. This time around, he even rotated before he was 6, so he just got that level 6. Plus, because of the fact that Frisk died, he can refill the bottle. A nice move, really. I like what they're doing with... I like the way they're utilizing Onslaught and Primal Beast for these rotations.
Seems like a lot of teams are doing Onslaught justice. Pulverize, and now the Boulder Smash slows XM. Emo's got to make a tight turn to hit him up into the air. Gets him not once, but twice. Now a third time, bouncing them both. XM pretty low, and he'll try to get out of that one, but won't be able to do so. So XM drops the Emo and Frisk to JT. Two kills there, and no Exorcism. JT just level 5. I was going to say maybe they just go Exorcism and take the tower.
Dire's middle tower
Very
is under
nicely
attack.
done by Emo. Like he got every single roll there connected. Because of that, they got a kill. I feel like if he misses one, there's enough time for Primal Beast to just onslaught away.
Can you give me your best interpretation of that line?
I have absolutely no idea. Klika, klika, klika. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Yay. Run, run, run.
I didn't say translated. I just wanted you to reenact it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, just in best interpretation. Well,
If you
I guess
want me to
how you
interpret
interpret
it,
my question.
exactly.
Yeah. You know what?
Dire's courier
If
has
you
been
told me
killed.
reenact it, Lizard, I'd go ham, but you didn't.
Reenact it, Lizard.
Clica, 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 pesado!
Perfect. Put it in the game, guys. He's hired again.
Nice. Was it good?
I thought you were 9 out of 10 right there.
Thank you.
Dire are scarce.
No commitment for the ending bit. Ooh, Boulder Sash with a silence coming in. Yang dead to FY. And IG, you really want that game 3, and I don't blame him. That's for sure.
They left Fly all alone on top lane, but look at him as well. Like, he's rushing the most naked. Well, not the most naked, but he's got boots. He's got brown boots and a stick, so it's something. But he's really rushing that battlefield.
Some good stacks over in the triangle for him, but they need to make sure that they protect that because BAB can just do this and jump forward. And if they can't go to the high ground, they can't lead him to the stacks, otherwise that's going to be dangerous. Now Rolling Thunder, they'll hit BAB. And it's actually, with XM and Yang coming over, they know that these big stacks exist. So they need to be very careful on the side of IG on how long they're going to allow this. So he jumps up onto the high ground into a pulverize, but an immediate geomagnetic grip to get the silence out of both Frisk as well as XM. Swashbuckle and going forward with the onslaught. Well, they can't save Emo. They've got the exorcism being used here by JT. They're trying to chase XM TPs out. Yang Shao Graves himself. Neutrals will kill him. He does it. So they get nothing out of this one on the side of IG. They need to get these stacks because they know they exist on the side of Vici, so I assume that they're going to play it aggressively.
I'm loving these voice lines. I have no idea what they mean. I'm enjoying them.
Radiant's
Thoroughly.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, nice fight around on the less important note. Nice fight around.
Okay.
Around the triangle.
I was just wondering. I was gonna let you just
Dire's
wait,
structures are
see how long it was gonna take you.
It was a bit unfortunate for Emo. He sent a courier to the secret shop, and what happened is he was rolling next to it. The courier was getting hit.
Onslaught trample, JT in trouble, whirling death with the chakram. I'm cutting you off, Lizard, because there is a fight breaking out. Pulverize and a kill on a JT. Like I said in the last game, when you get pulverized, you turn into Yum.
Radiant's bottom tower
Pretty
is under
good
attack.
rotation to defend the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, the tier 1 on the bottom lane is being brought down by Erica. He's farming the enemy jungle. This game overall looks better at the moment for Vici Gaming, sorry. 3 of their heroes on top of the network charts. And when you cut me off, basically Emo was buying energy booster, but it ended up on the courier, not on him. And the courier got instantly killed. So, happens.
Yeah, just unfortunate there. And it's turning into a 2K lead here for Vici, too, like these last few minutes.
Yeah, but they want to do something about it, so they're smoking up.
I was gonna say, does it worry you if you're
Radiant's middle
IG?
tower is under attack.
Should it worry you?
Well, you're not even aware that there's a difference at this point, really. It all comes down to the execution.
Well, actually, technically, you're never aware of a difference in your net worth because it doesn't get shown in game.
Well, excuse me,
Excuse you, what?
Excuse me, but when you're on this level, you have a good idea how far behind you are.
Yeah,
at some
I'm
point.
always guessing. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I never guess when I'm behind. Only when I'm in front, I'm like, yeah, I'm like 10k in front. Nice. When you're playing from behind, just
And rebound, stun. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh wow, some of that Marcy Unleash damage. And then Erica over mid goes down too. So we're trading places.
Trading position ones, yeah. It does hurt, I guess, Erica a bit more, because not sorry, Erica, the Fly PA a bit more, because he's still working towards that one item, that one Battle Fury to boost up his farming patterns, farming speeds. And when you're going for that naked blade Battle Fury, you die quite easily, right? Like that's what you saw. That's Unleash on a hero with no stats, like 0 stat items.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't even know if he would survive that with a couple of stat items. Everybody was down there.
It wouldn't look as smashing as it did. That's all.
2K lead. Erica recently. See if they make a move. Especially, I'm curious to see what the Dazzle is going to be doing. Obviously, you know he wants that shard, but it's 13 minutes just about, and he doesn't even have his ult yet.
Top tower is under attack.
Pretty brutal to not be level 6 at this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Free tower. Okay. This is
Well,
the
they
Battle
did use
Fury.
Exorcist.
Oh, they got
That's-
it. Okay.
13-minute Battle Fury. Usually when you go with, I don't know, power treads, it's around, what, 15, 16-minute mark, so it's a pretty fast one.
You can kind of get the feel for it because it's usually like a 15, 16, but that also probably includes Orb of Corrosion, at least from what I've seen.
Usually,
Rolling Thunder coming in, and they've got the Spirit Siphon as well as the Spirit Vessel on the Frisk. They'll get the kill there. They'll look towards the rest, but they can't catch these heroes, especially the Timber, who's just able to Timber chain to safety.
Dazzle with the TPs, they roll, there's no roll.
Top net worth above Erica.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still trying to figure out the timings for both these teams.
Well, you don't
From
really
what
have
we've
to
been
think a lot.
seeing, like-
Yeah, you don't have to think a lot. Like, you look at PA and wait for her BKB Dazzle. That's the timing on the side of IG. And when it comes to the TB, perhaps a Skadi Mantine, they're set.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's quite nice, actually.
But when it comes to Vici Gaming, maybe you're looking more towards your mid lane BKB.
As well as on the other side of the fight, they've got the roll that lands onto the Marcy. They'll get the kill, or should, with the Magnetize on a Frisk. Try to follow it up and look at BB, but he's safe with the Timber Chain back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are you worried about this Timber? Like, usually this hero is... You see where he is right now, under his tier 2. Like, usually I want to see Timber under the enemy's tier 2. I want to see him attacking that tower. I want to see him forcing some rotations on the enemy side. Not on your own. I don't feel that he's that wall that's needed. Dazzle.
And he's trying to fight this. Rolling Thunder actually bounces him back up into the air if they lose Yang. They've got XM coming over, but he Timber Chained away, so going after this may not be the right move. But after the Rolling Thunder, there's a Swashbuckle again. Whirling Death comes out.
Nice rebound.
And rebound in. So can they clean up any of these heroes? The false promise is going to be on a J2. Who's going to pop that Exorcism. They get the kill on Ali as well as Emo. Silence to follow it up on the Terrorblade is getting bounced up into the air. And eventually they get JT. They'll get FY. 4 heroes down on the side of IG, and it's a 2K lead for Vici.
I love how BAB just told me, Lizard, shut the hell up. Like, the moment I started asking, why are you here, why aren't you somewhere else, he just proves me completely wrong, and my dog agrees as well.
Dire's top tower
Like,
is under
make fun of my owner, I know it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, look, he's basically waiting right here. They move next to him. They kind of ignore him. They jump over the wall. They go for Erica, but Erica survives long enough, and then Timber just turns everything completely. He's dishing out so much damage at the backlines of this fight. The 3-man rebound right there was juicy. Very juicy. Keep in mind they don't have a PA, right? This was still a 4 versus 5 fight. PA is on the other side of the map, farming up. Fly getting closer to the BKB, so that's a plus for IG. Somewhat.
Plus. Meanwhile, BAB getting taken out by OLI,
Lane
aka
XM with the
Ollie.
DD.
Yeah, and XM gonna try and maybe get a kill here on a fly. Jukes the other direction, gets by him for a second. Goes into the blur. They've used that unleash and going back and forth. Fly's just doing such a great job of juking them out. But eventually they get the pulverized. They should be able to get the kill here out on the fly. And he'll par out of...
So much time wasted. Even the BKB forced out in the end.
Yes.
Nice little juke.
Oh, rebound. Ollie.
He has TP. He could have TP'd out by now. Fade? Come on. Use it. I'm so worried that he's gonna get...
Sure.
Yeah, he was very worried that he's gonna get creep swarmed, so he didn't want to. He didn't want to waste the TP. But then in the end he realized, okay, I can get the hell out. So in the end, no one dies on the side of Vici Gaming. The only loss that they've had was the BKB used by Primal Beast, but that's not a big deal. You kill the PA, that's the most important.
Yeah, getting that kill on a fly feels pretty good. 4K all of a sudden. Like, yeah, it's definitely putting the pressure on IG to make a move. That's what they're gonna do. They do it without the PA, which is a little bit questionable, but I know they want them the PA to farm the BKB. We've talked about it. When you're that naked PA, you can't really fight. You're more so farm oriented. I think even earlier today, we've seen PAs be not as naked, where they get the Orb of Corrosion and the boots. Top one more time, BAB. He'll fall to Ollie again, back to Ollie. Of course, he had 3 heroes.
Yeah. No, it was only the Oracle, please. Push this agenda where Oracle is the best counter to Timber. Oracle does deal a lot of burst damage, so that's why he's getting the last hits.
Now they've caught Pango, and into the BKB. They want to go for more. They use that pulverize. They'll go to the onslaught, but instead they leave. It was a quick pick on Emo. I don't hate it there for them to just go in, go out, but they did pop the BKB post getting that kill.
As long as you're getting the kills, I think it's kind of worth it. TB in the Manta, getting towards the BKB. Once he has that, he'll be able to stand his ground against the Pango too. Got that really neat Grove bow to work with as well. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for, what, 400 more gold, and Fly will be sort of ready. Like, he's ready to fight. The impact is not as great as when he gets the Dezo, but there's no BKB on Primal, right?
Yeah, down for 40 seconds, and they'll be able to get the kill on the XM with that roll. Risk, TP, and gone.
Someone report Oracle for stealing all the kills. Thank you.
What you do as an Oracle, dude. Purifying Flames. Easy.
Double damage.
They're not gonna get here in time. It's got the illusion, but maybe they do, because they're right by the steps. They gone right there, but they gave it up.
Got him.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Fly's not gonna Aegis. Yeah.
Do you take the Sages and you go fight, that's the question, or do you wait for Exorcism, another item on the PA, that Desolator perhaps that will come shortly? I think it's probably safer to just wait.
You just farm it, right? Get that though.
Yeah, you can pressure perhaps a tier 2 on the top lane, but you get closer to the Exorcism at least, like you wait that out, and then you go. It's unnecessary to make a rash move at this point.
XM again, forcing the BKB. Obviously, that is come to the use of the Rolling Thunder, but making his BKB continually go down with him not getting anything out of it. Now it's 6 seconds already, so like, mission kind of accomplished, right?
Always. Whenever you can force that out, you do it. Like the BKB has been nerfed, what, 2-3 patches in a row? First with the 9-second one. Oh, Earth Spirit's going in.
BKB again. Goes up into the air, Fortune's End, and a Stifling Dagger. They get another kill. This Timbersaw's impact has completely been nullified. Got the Hex, Dispose, Fly in, and that's a rebound out by Frisk. They landed the silence onto 2 of those heroes.
Erica going in. BKB.
Anything with this? Maybe if they've got a Pulverize on a Fly, but they're just a little bit slow on it, and Erica's BKB is going to run out, so he needs to be very careful. Bull comes in, kicks him back towards the team, and they've got the silences out there, but is it going to be enough? They'll buy back on BAB. Erica with the Shallow Grave on him, and he uses that Sunder, gets back to full health, looks over at FY. They get the kill on the Emo. They take out the Pangolier. They lose 2. Oh, the rebound from Frisk on the 2, and they'll take them both away. It looks likely they got the Aegis out of the hands of the PA. They'll look over at the Death Prophet. JT trying to leave, but eventually right-click down by Erica. And Fly's next on the list. Wow. What a rebound coming in from Frisk.
What a rebound coming from this whole team, really. Like, the way they played that fight was immaculate, like perfect. They went on Erica, right? And you know, if you're Erica, the only thing you need to do as this TB is make sure that you're nearby the Dazzle. Look at that fight. It started all the way in the river, and then they just continued chasing one hero after another. But really, what won that fight was the Grave that makes Terrorblade able to use his Sunder on the DP.
Right. At, like, minimum health.
Yeah, he was pretty damn low. I was actually expecting maybe FY to try and clip Dazzle and the TB with the silence, but it's so much easier said than done.
He disposed and rebounded off the TB. They had the false promise on Emo, but he just gets overwhelmed with damage. So watch Shallow Grave, Sunder, and then the turnaround.
Someone just really needs to control Yang. You need a hero that... it's not someone. In all honesty, it can be 2 heroes, either Emo or FY. Right. The two of them need to figure out a way to control the Dazzle. If they can do that, then they can take down the Terrorblade afterwards as well. By the way, no Dazzles. A couple of changes to the standard builds. No Dazzle on Fly instead of Basher. And at the same time, not getting any bulkier on TB, instead going straight into damage, straight into impact, and that's the MKB.
Right.
Which does make sense, you're playing versus PA, right?
Yeah. And you want to be able to kill the PA as quick as possible, especially if you're able to sustain with the help of the Dazzle now. Makes sense, right?
Dog agrees. If you can even hear that, I hope you can't.
I heard him. He didn't agree with my opinion based on the game. It's fine. Lead bottom lane. I see over there with the Dazzle, and they are starting to cut through the jungle. They need to be careful if you're the side of Vici. As well. I was gonna say, I thought Fly was farming pretty well, but he had a couple of deaths in a row where now TB is sitting top of the net worth by such a large margin.
He is farming well. It's just that the TB is farming a little bit better.
Right.
It's always like that, right? Like you're playing it versus a TB. And if you lose one fight, suddenly he takes, what, 1 minute downtime to gain 1,000 gold advantage over you. And it just increases that way. Illusions being just sent everywhere. Look at it. Like, he has 3 illusions farming your ancients, meanwhile he's farming his own dire jungle. Kind of a ridiculous hero, really, in that way.
Go from 0 to ridiculous. How ridiculous is it?
Very ridiculous.
Radiant's top tower is under
Indulging
attack.
my ridiculous comments. MKB finished here for Terrorblade, by the way. It's flying out now.
I think you're ready to fight. You've got everything that you need. A BKB completed on Timber. You could possibly wait for Frisk to finish his one off as well, but probably unnecessary. Instead, I think you just smoke up and go for it. When it's rush up, may respawn in a minute and a half, so...
I guess you don't need it, but I wouldn't mind if First got his BKB, because I'm thinking about back to that old 11 game where he was playing the Marcy, and I just think, like, okay, if you want to jump in with that rebound, obviously in that fight that was top, it was okay, but for the most part, you kind of need that BKB to survive.
Oh, that's fair. God forbid you bait this Dazzle to grave you.
Top tower is
You know,
under attack.
that's the worst case
yeah.
scenario. You jump in, you bait him to grave you, then TB gets gone on, he dies because of you. I've just seen that happen too many times.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's got the BKB though, like 60 gold away, and it will be
Dire's top
completed.
tower is under attack.
Is there anything big on the Fly side? Not really, there's a Basher still, and 2k gold on him. Aghanims in 1,000 gold on the Pangolier, but that's it. Like,
Game
I'm not...
changing, you think?
No, nothing really game changing on their side.
I like this Shiva's coming out for Primal Beast. It's not an item we've seen a lot on him.
Pretty solid versus the PA as well.
Yes.
Get a bit more
It gives
armor.
him that mana as well.
Radiant's bottom
Because usually
tower
they go
is
for
under attack.
Kaya and Sanj, right? Or Sanj and Kaya, but as he didn't do that this game, okay.
Under BKB that gets popped by BAB. Immediately just out. Looks like it.
They straight go into, well, around the pit. They don't check it actually. Okay, they go in onto the high ground.
Radiant's
Fly
bottom
will check
tower
it.
is under attack.
Because you forced that BKB, so maybe it would be the perfect time to force a fight around Rosh. There's the smoke. They know Rosh
I
could
meant
be
smoke.
up. Yeah.
Might be able to just catch JT. The smoke was broken on BAB, but I don't know if that's even going to matter. Oh, yeah, they'll rebound on top of JT, and they've got the false promise, but how much is that really saving? They go to the poison touch on the backlines, they land on the Magpies, but they've got the pulverize, they get the kill on Fly. JT getting a little bit low. Phantom Dimes thrown out by Fly, who pops his BKB. There's a Stifling Dagger out for a crit. So far, so good on the retreat from IG. They've only lost one. Onslaught's not going to catch anything. I believe that team has gotten to escape.
For Vici, you just wait around the pit, I think, now. Meta is on 50% HP, however, and Exorcism wasn't used. Like, there are some things that are definitely could definitely swing the fight in IG's favor. That's Meta being down, and that's them still having Exorcism. Dude,
Which is up at 5,
1,000
like, that could
trees.
turn out. Yeah,
Ni-
there was no way it was going to be a low number. I've started to notice that it's 301 plus every game.
Yeah, I went 301 plus this game because there's the Timber.
Well, like even without that Timber, I think you're hitting that number 301 plus from what I've recognized.
Really?
Yeah.
There has to be a hero that cuts trees, though. Without that hero, I feel like, right, it shouldn't get that much. Maybe you're right. 4 staffs and
you get
whatnot.
to 50 so early in the game.
Yeah. All the tangos literally get you to, what, like 60, right?
Roche. Exo, they have the Shivas picked up on the side of the Dire. They're going to smoke as well, throwing a Chakram and rolling Thunder. So Emo just going to try and play distraction while they're still in the pit. And they're going to jump forward. They've got the Shivas coming out from XM. XM, they might be able to get themselves the Aegis. It's going to be snatched up by BAB. The kill is there for the Radiant, but how much is it going to do? They get the first life out of the hands of BAB. They're going to buy back on the Dazzle as well. So Yang trying to get back into the fight. XM silenced up. BAB's been popped by Frisk. Frisk moving in with the Unleash. BAB's back into the fight with the Chakram being thrown forward. They've got the crits coming through from this Phantom Assassin. Firefly trying to do it again, but he's being pulverized to death. Emo, Firefly,
Ultra kill on XM.
XM. Oh my god, he's trampled you all.
He went into the pits, he stole the Aegis, he respawned, and he was an angry primal beast.
Wow, yeah, XM, help of BAB in that second life, is able to just absolutely run them down. It feels like they were just playing Ag's Labyrinth for a second.
Radiant's top tower has
And
fallen.
Primal Beast was the end-all boss.
Yeah, that was Ag's Labyrinth on what difficulty?
Seems to be the highest one, especially for IG, as they've now been fully team wiped. This could be the end of the IG run, but at the same time, still continuing the Vici run. You got to remember that they replaced 3 players coming into this qualifier. BAB coming in from Blaze, the original Blaze in Ocean that ended up forming Magma. I mean, he had only had 1 team before this, but he has certainly proven himself up to this point.
Radiant's middle tower.
And they close it out and get the series victory 2-0.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Shiva's silence on a couple, rolling thunder, BKB pop by XM. And Paul for the moment, they've got a lot of damage going into BAB. He doesn't have the second life this time around. Spirit Siphon, and they get the full escape. They've got the Shallow Grave. They're going to smoke to try and keep up. The Marcy on the run, but the roll hits from FY. They get the kill of Frisk, and they'll look for more. The roll again from FY. They go for the TP, but they've got the Yules. They're going to stop the Dazzle from getting out. Yang's going to be killed off by Fly. That's going to make it 2, and they will get just those. But it's a good chase from IG as desperate measures are being taken to hold on to this game.
Okay, so it wasn't as terrible as it looked at the moment, right? They're still very far behind, but they didn't lose 2 sets of Raxes. They lost only 1. They got the 2 supports on the retreat, which isn't that great for them. I'm sure they would have enjoyed a kill or 2 on one of the cores, but it is what it is. At least something, and at least the PA gets a chance to build this rapier, which is pretty much their only remaining option, right? Like, you get the... Okay, never mind. I take that back. He looked courageous. He looked like he's this crazy, brave madman with the rapier queued up. But when he went to the secret shop, he just bought a Reaver, so yeah. I got fooled. I don't know.
You gotta promise me you won't get fooled again.
Won't get fooled again. I did want to see the rapier, though.
Yeah, so did I. But I think Firefly has opportunities to get that damage out, and he certainly has shown it in a couple of those exchanges. I think you have to kind of go high risk, high reward here in a game like this.
Yeah, that was my point as well. Like, if you get the rapier, perhaps you get a really good shot with the Satanic.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm just not sure you will have the amount of damage necessary. It will sustain you through some of these things. Like, it will sustain you through the grave, perhaps. So maybe you'll be able to finish off TB after the grave is done.
5-man smoke waiting on the door and hoping to get let in. Just yet, but odd on the line here. It's a guaranteed spot to at least last chance qualifier, so pretty big. Oh, what is he? Yes. Tags, Diffusal. Go Blink Dagger actually for Emo after all this time. There's the Satanic finish. 4-man smoke, but they're in a good spot on the high ground. Fly just focusing his attention on the Dazzle. They want to take out the Shallow Grave from the equation, and eventually they'll get the damage to take out Yang. So it works in their favor so far. Rolling Thunder bouncing up the Terror Blade into the air. They look over at Ollie. They'll get the kill, at least out of the Oracle. They've taken out Frisk too. So 2 heroes down to the side of Vici with the buyback coming out from the Marcy. Roll over from FY. Silence with the Geomagnetic Grip, but it's not going to matter. They'll take out FY. They'll lose themselves Emo. And all of a sudden, 3 heroes are gone with JT on the run. The chase is there from Erica. And, well, with the ghosts or not, it's looking like, well, JT is not long for this world. It's a silence, unable to pull the Chakram back. And also, there's creeps way inside the base.
Run, little DP. He does get out in the end, at least. XM is eyeing Fly. He's even afraid. Like, he's got that Shivas, he's got that overwhelming blink. He might just go in on his own, force a couple buybacks. Yeah, they're still around. TB is pushing in that bottom lane. You don't have to force anything without the meta, right? If you're Ricci, yeah, if you're Ricci at this point, you can just take the game.
You could hold till ages, I would say.
Thing is, like, the whole fight looked kind of forced from IG. You could see where they were coming from. There was vision on Dazzle. You roll in on top of him. You try to eliminate him first, but you just go a little bit too far out of the comfort zone for your teammates. You get separated, and these heroes on the side of Vici just love that. It's not like they need you to be clumped up. It's not like they need to use their big ultis in one spot. They love these drawn-out fights.
Right.
One man with a mission. It was Ninja Gear, but still, one man on a mission.
I just want to make it sound like Yang's wasting smokes over here. It's like, but he's a ninja now. Can turn you into a pig on the shrouds night.
It is probably one of the best items for him to get, like Ninja Gear.
What was the other one? Trickster's Cloak, I thought was... Yeah, I think Trickster's Cloak was really good.
Trickster's Cloak.
Jumping on a JT. Immediately going into the Pulverize, and they're going to chase XM, who's going to pop the BKB. Chakram going back and forth. XM right on top of this Death Prophet. And, well, right click's coming in. Stifling Dagger. They've got the disarm onto the Primal Beast. Don't lose anybody on the side of IG.
What's really impressive is the fact that Oli never used his ulti there. He never used False Promise. Instead, he was just spamming out Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames, and Glimmer Cape because he knew they can't kill her without Terror Blade hitting, right? Like, that's the only real physical damage. And Marcy wasn't there, so never used False Promise on the DP. Actually saved it for perhaps a better timing for the PA later on, or for JT once he pops his ulti.
Radiant are scanning.
They're really playing it safe on Vici, and like we were saying, they don't have to really risk it, right? But I will say, if IG get their hands on an Aegis, I wouldn't, like, you see PA saving gold. If they were to get their hands on an Aegis in a clean fight by Roche in the next minute and a half, you just go like Divine Rapier, and this game could get into trouble for Vici. Like, I know they're up by a lot, but if those circumstances land, it could be troublesome.
Yeah, I agree, because at some